Of course, for Chingmu Chung, paying attention to Sigong Hui was merely incidental. In fact, compared to those romance series, Detective Conan clearly held more value. After all, once Gong to Cine became Conan, any slight against you could simply be addressed with a formal invitation to him. For a man driven purely by profit like Chingmu Chung, the frequent high society cases involving Molly Xiaolang and Conan offered too many opportunities. Thus his attention to Sigong Hui, though with only a hint of disinterest. After all, he was a man with an ideal type. Not just any pretty girl could capture his heart. Once a renowned neon television station interviewed Chingmu Chung, the blazing hit detective novelist, young, handsome, and at the peak of his fame. The host Chongye Yangzi, adored by Molly Xiaolang's muse, even teasingly asked if he had a girlfriend. Chingmu Chung, none. Chongye Yangzi, unbelievable. Teacher Chingmu must be very popular, right? Chingmu Chung, I'm not sure, I can't recall. That day the conversation simply fizzled out. Chongye Yangzi, with her warm personality, smoothly continued. Teacher Chingmu, you work so hard on your writing, and I've heard your achievements are remarkable. Surely you must be fully immersed in your studies and creations, leaving little time for such matters. May I be so bold as to ask? Chongye Yangzi playfully blinked and continued, Teacher Chingmu, do you have a type? Yes, Chingmu Chung stated firmly. Chongye Yangzi, slightly surprised, then inquired enthusiastically, could you tell us what kind? Shoulder-length orange hair, a single ponytail, and matching eyes, Chingmu Chung replied, without so much as a blink. Strong, adorable, energetic. Yet at the end of the day, just an ordinary girl. What you described sounds exactly like a real person, Chongye Yangzi remarked, left momentarily speechless. Incidentally, after the program aired, many women wept over lost loves, with orange hair even emerging as the newest trend in dyeing. Naturally, Chingmu Chung himself knew that he was referring to an actual person. His ideal type, his true love and soul obsession, was none other than the heroine of the Fate series mobile game, Fate Grand Order, Tengwan Lixiang, also known as Gadako. In the beginning, Chingmu Chung persevered solely for this heroine, a devoted Gadako fan. As for other servants, though he might occasionally be mesmerized by Jayamina's overwhelming allure, his true love would always be Gadako. Thus, among countless otaku men lamenting lost loves and nursing wild frustrations, Chingmu Chung stood out as a unique fanatic, an ultimate strength enthusiast who racked his brains to clear the game in one go. Yet given that FGO truly understood its fans, its array of gorgeous female spirits was abundant. Hence, whether it be a blonde tsundere or a dark-haired schemer, none could threaten him. His heart belonged solely to the unassuming savior, Tengwan Lixiang. Getting off track, Chingmu Chung swiped his finger across his phone screen until only one app remained visible. A blonde woman adorned with a crown fixed her gaze on Chingmu Chung, undoubtedly the most popular saber of the Fate series, Ye Swan. Yet with cold indifference, Chingmu Chung retorted, bah, why isn't the poster girl Gadako? This is a scandal. Although his album housed countless images of Gadako, none carried the same meaning. It was common knowledge that the mobile game FGO required an internet connection. For 16 long years, Chingmu Chung never opened the game, depriving him of reuniting with his beloved Gadako. Yet the stubborn fellow never lost heart. He tried every day. This time too, Chingmu Chung tapped the app, while an image of Fufu raced continuously along the bottom of the screen. Chingmu Chung waited expectantly for the inevitable prompt requiring a network connection. But this time, bang, with a resounding crash, the entire class, including the teacher on stage, turned to watch the man who had suddenly risen to his feet. Is there a problem, Chingmu's student? The math teacher asked while adjusting his glasses. Sorry, I suddenly feel unwell. Realizing his faux pas, Chingmu Cheng's face paled as beads of sweat gathered at his temples, his performance worthy of a cinematic master. Are you alright, Chingmu student? Should teacher Chingmu take a break? Surely your previous endeavors have worn you out. You must really rest. Even before the math teacher could speak further, a host of concerned onlookers gathered, undeniably all being ardent fans of Chingmu Cheng's novels. In a world dominated by detective and mystery novels, one that even the future's elite could not entirely escape. Ahem. The math teacher coughed twice before saying, then Chingmu's student, please head to the infirmary to rest. Sorry for the trouble, teacher, came the reply. With a polite remark, Chingmu Chung feigned weakness as he left the classroom, even refusing help from many. Yet once out of sight, he quickened his pace. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of crimson eyes watched his receding figure. Having noted something, they soon shifted away in indifference. Reclining on a bed in the infirmary, Chingmu Chung appeared to rest, while secretly unlocking his prized smartphone. After all, it was hardly surprising that after 16 years of inaccessibility, the FGO game had suddenly begun an automatic update. Exclaiming silently, he watched the slowly crawling percentage in the bottom left. Chingmu Chung grew increasingly anxious, for this unusual situation signified that the game had undergone an unforeseen change. Could it be that he might finally encounter Gadako? The mere thought sent his heart racing. Yet as time dragged on, until school finally dismissed, the progress had barely crept past 10%. Dejectedly, with his head bowed and backpack slung over his shoulder, Chingmu Chung rode his bicycle home, having declined countless offers of help along the way. As for why he rode a bicycle, it was neither poverty nor eccentricity. At Zhejiang, a private school laden with luxury car pickups and persistent traffic jams, Chingmu Chung cared little for upholding any family honor, so choosing to ride was simply more convenient. A dashing black-haired youth, as a gentle breeze caressed his cheek and revealed his smooth forehead with eyes tinged by melancholy, prompted the young women waiting in luxury cars to cast lingering, admiring glances. However, the youth sped by too quickly for onlookers to savor more than a fleeting glance, leaving only a receding silhouette that evoked silent regret. Indeed, it was all just an act. The girl with crimson eyes withdrew her gaze. Zaoban AI noticed the scene and deliberately remarked, "I seem to recall that was Teacher Chingmu, the latest Naoki Prize winner, wasn't it? In the class of that young lady. You also call him Teacher Chingmu," Sigong Hui said in mild surprise. His novels are indeed well written, but as a man he is nothing more than a capable, yet hypocritical fellow. Men like Chingmu Chung who love to put on airs are all too common, as Sigong Hui had seen at countless banquets. Moreover, that scrutinizing gaze is truly unpleasant. So what exactly is my situation now? Aoki Makoto narrowed his eyes at the being before him that claimed to be both the will of the world and a system. Your current situation is, the unknown creature wearing the appearance of the FGO mascot foe raised its two tiny paws. Car accident. Silence. What I mean is that this world and the fate world crashed into each other. Our world nearly got smashed to pieces. At this point the fake foe even began to wail. How could this happen? This is even sadder for a beast than being thrown off Avalon by Merlin. Hey, you're way too into character. Aoki Makoto rolled his eyes. You're not the real foe. After all, foe was still the fourth beast, the beast of comparison, with the trait of always being stronger than its opponent. How could it be this weak? In fact, this body does belong to foe. Seeing Aoki Makoto's expression turn dangerous, the world consciousness hurried to explain. I asked the other beast for permission. I just borrowed it, and I'll help it regain its rationality later. Oh, that settled it. The most critical issue now is that our world has been knocked open with a giant hole, and the fate world has also been damaged a bit, causing its magical beasts and monsters to run into our world. The world consciousness howled. I'm just an everyday world. Even if there's a tiny bit of Conan-style science nonsense, at most we kick satellites with soccer balls, not magical beasts. That's not right. Aoki Makoto suddenly realized a blind spot. I remember there was real magic in that kid movie, wasn't there? The world consciousness's eyes went dead. But it's really weak. Red magic is not meant for frontal combat at all. So what do you want? Aoki Makoto fixed the world consciousness with a hostile stare. He had waited so long thinking he could finally go home and see Gadako, only for this thing to jump out at him instead. To be honest, my original plan was to copy other worlds and kidnap Fujimaru Ritsuka to be our savior. The world consciousness pulled a long-suffering face. But the fate world refused to allow it, so Fujimaru Ritsuka got stuck in the gap between worlds and is currently sleeping there. So I had no choice but to negotiate with the fate world. In the end, we chose you, a transmigrator from a higher dimensional world. So my transmigration was all your damn fault. Aoki Makoto grabbed the world consciousness and shook it violently. Give me back my tens of millions in assets and my Gadako figures. No, it really wasn't me. The world consciousness flailed its limbs. You fell down on your own, I just picked you up. How could I possibly fall down on my own? Aoki Makoto's face twisted ferociously. Liar. The world consciousness cried out in injustice. But that's the truth. If I hadn't caught you, who knows where you would have fallen. I saved your life. I crashed into the fate world and caused such a huge mess. So take responsibility for me. Then why did it take you so long to come find me? Because I was busy negotiating with the fate world. I originally thought I could get Fujimaru Ritsuka over here, but they absolutely refused to hand her over. The world consciousness looked genuinely aggrieved. I don't really have a concept of time, so before I knew it, a long while had passed. So what do you want then? Aoki Makoto threw the world consciousness onto the bed. It spun once in the air, then landed and staggered around dizzily on the mattress, finally letting him vent a bit of his anger. Let's make this clear first, I don't work for free. Aoki Makoto crossed his arms. The world consciousness threatened. If I'm in trouble, you won't be any better off. As a mere mortal, you'll be eaten by magical beasts. Oh, whatever. Aoki Makoto flopped back on the bed, abandoning all motivation. Don't be like that, we can talk this out nicely. The world consciousness panicked when it saw that he truly didn't care. I can help you fine. Aoki Makoto sat up cross-legged. But you have to introduce me to Gadako. Yes, Fujimaru Ritsuka. The world consciousness rolled its eyes. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Fujimaru Ritsuka is the apple of fate's eye. Dream on. Then I'm not doing it. Aoki Makoto laid back down again. Fine. I'll help you. The world consciousness finally panicked completely. Right now she's stuck in the gap between worlds, asleep because neither side would compromise. But I can help you set up a way to contact her. For you it'll be like that TT app you developed. For her it'll feel like something inside her dreams. As an aside, Neon's instant messaging originally ran on LINE, but since Aoki Makoto knew the future trend, he moved first, creating TT based on various future chat apps. Such a mature product in an era when everyone else was still groping around was a total game changer. Line was immediately beaten into confusion. Ma copied others, and Aoki Makoto copied him. Truly the wheel of karma turns. Fine. Although they still couldn't meet face to face, Aoki Makoto reluctantly accepted. In any case, if this world collapsed, he would not benefit either. He had just been bargaining earlier. So how am I supposed to save you? Don't you have the FGO game app? The world consciousness pointed at Aoki Makoto's phone. What, you want me to summon servants? Oh no. The world consciousness rubbed its paws together. We didn't manage to get a proper deal from the fate world. They're willing to lend servant projections, but not the servants themselves. To be honest, Have you read Identity Trump novel stories? The world consciousness asked tentatively. Aoki Makoto was speechless. Wait, how do you even know about those? This world hasn't even developed that far yet. He reacted in an instant. You peeked at my phone. You bastard. Aoki Makoto almost went mad. Aside from novels, his phone held several gigabytes of videos and comics, all top-tier study materials only the initiated would understand. This was practically a public execution. Who would be interested in those human mating things? The world consciousness retorted righteously. I only read the novels. Aoki Makoto grew even colder. Die. After another round of chaos, man and world consciousness finally returned to the main topic and declared a temporary truce. Through gritted teeth, Aoki Makoto said, So you want me alone to play the roles of numerous servants? How many jobs is that supposed to be? And fate has so many female servants. Do I have to change gender too? And if a servant is defeated, what then? Do I die too? Absolutely not. Aoki Makoto declared righteously. You have to pay extra? The world consciousness wore an expression that said, I knew you'd be like this. As for changing gender, don't worry too much. It's not like in the fate world where every important person somehow turns into a girl. In this world, things follow our own rules. King Arthur and the like are all men. You don't have to worry about dying. It's your consciousness controlling the servants, not your actual body. It'll just hurt a bit. And what about the original female servants? Well, the world consciousness's gaze drifted away. I believe in your acting skills and in your exceptionally low bottom line. After another round of bickering, the world consciousness agreed to provide energy so that Aoki Makoto could freely choose 3 servant identities. The rest would require the recognition of the masses to be exchanged. Aoki Makoto was fairly satisfied. After all, he had written for so many years and was hailed as one of Neon's finest mystery authors of the century, yet all the recognition he had accumulated could only redeem a single identity, and even that would be random. Now with what the world consciousness provided, he had 4. He still couldn't exchange for outrageously overpowered divine spirits, but it would be more than enough for him to utterly dominate the early stages. By the way, you'd better find masters for those servant identities when the time comes. My precious sons and daughters are the best candidates. The more screen time they have, the better their talents as magi will be. Otherwise, relying on just your supply alone, even using ley lines, will be extremely difficult. Got it. Aoki Makoto indicated his agreement. I'll post your latest missions on your phone. Remember to check them. With that, the world consciousness slipped away. Aoki Makoto immediately felt that something was off. Beep, beep, beep. His phone erupted in frantic alarms. In 10 minutes, a demon boar will descend upon Twisaki Academy. You bastard, you set me up. Rin is such a big fool. Zitsuining Lily threw down this remark and rushed out, unable to bear it any longer. She didn't even know where she had run to, only that she leaned against the wall and collapsed weakly. Fool, 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 fool. Lily kept cursing, yet tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Was she the only one who remembered the wish from her childhood? Lily had asked herself more than once whether she should persist. Or perhaps even she herself did not know what this feeling was about. Because Anchi-run would never respond to her. Lily. It was Ren's voice. What are you doing looking for me at this time? The girl with blonde twin tails shouted, clearly not wanting to be like this, yet she could never help herself, though she hated this version of herself as well. She obviously wanted to be close to Rin naturally, like Kaza no Oka, to interact with him as effortlessly as Kei, yet she always ended up like this. Yinglai. Anchi-Rin adjusted his glasses, unsure how to comfort Lily. After all, compared to his endless chatter in the otaku realm, in reality, he was just a hesitant, indecisive high school student. Should she forgive him? Should she act as if nothing had happened like before? Lily was still hesitating when suddenly an unexpected change occurred. Ah! A woman's scream pierced the air, and then Lily heard a voice. There was a sound of something monstrous chewing, and the entire building seemed to tremble. Through the corridor's window, she found the sunlight completely blocked by an unknown giant, only able to glimpse red and blue fur and pitch-black skin. What is that, Lily? Anchi-Rin also noticed the anomaly outside. An earthquake. No, could it be a monster invasion? Is this a plot where we must resist together? This heavy otaku had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation, lost in his own excitement. Shut up, fool. Yinglila's sweat dripped from her forehead. The terrifying pressure rendered her unable to speak, even to stop him. Crack, crack, crack. The chewing sound echoed like the footsteps of death, dirt and gravel falling on her, and then dawn broke as a massive shadow loomed over her. The blonde girl looked up. That was not a creature of this world. Even the teaching building of Fengji Academy appeared small before it, its tusks adorned with runes gleaming with a metallic sheen, cloaked in hellish crimson and polar ice blue. A demon pig from the divine age wandered across the playground. It lowered its head, opened its massive mouth, and bit down on a corner of the teaching building, crumbling concrete and steel falling from its mouth as it carelessly swallowed the metal. And that damaged corner of the teaching building revealed the terrified face of the blonde girl. The demon pig seemed to have noticed, tilting its massive head. It didn't matter whether iron or flesh, it could easily devour them, like death itself looming closer. Run, run. Her mind was screaming in alarm, but her legs felt so weak she couldn't even stand. Yinglila's first reaction was to look at Anchi-Run. She wasn't expecting him to save her, rather. Rin, run away. The Anchi-Run, who had just been boastful, was now scared, and sitting on the ground. The palpable stench and wildness made this otaku suddenly snap out of his world, trembling all over. Seeing Yinglila's gaze, he instinctively averted his eyes, lacking the courage to rescue her. Under the shadow of death, Rin truly realized that he was just an ordinary high school student. He instinctively stepped back. The light in Yinglila's eyes extinguished in that moment. Zitsu and classmate run. At this moment, it was actually Kaza no Okashiya, who shouted she had found Lily, but did not dare to speak out due to the previous situation. At this moment she too was so frightened she could hardly move, yet still reminded them. Yes, run. Lily felt a surge of strength within her. She forced herself to stand, taking heavy steps to escape, even though she knew it was futile. The massive demon pig was unaware of the complex thoughts of the little beings below. Being a beast that slaughters heroes, it was attracted to Yinglila's golden hair, opening its mouth and enveloping her with a foul stench and drool. There was no escape. Lily felt a wave of despair. Was she going to die? No. Being eaten by a monster is just too terrible. The golden-haired girl closed her eyes tightly, trembling all over, instinctively hugging herself, but she could only await her impending fate. I'm sorry I intruded. That was a voice softer than spring breeze, accompanied by a faint scent of roses, cutting off the stench of the demon pig. Lily felt herself fall into a solid embrace. Her body felt light, yet an indescribable sense of safety enveloped her heart. Lily opened her eyes, still tears at the corners. This was literally solid. The man holding her wore armor from the European Middle Ages, predominantly silver blue, reflecting a silvery light, with a blue pattern on the chest that Lily found somewhat familiar. Looking up, she could see his perfect jawline and light-colored lips, while his features were obscured by a black and white hood, lending him an air of mystery. The sound of wind rushed past her ears, and Lily realized that she was now actually in midair. This was the wail of a certain golden-haired loser. Please be careful, milady. After finally landing on solid ground, Lily heard his pleasant voice again. His words were as polite and distant as a medieval knight. Confirming that Lily was steady, he quickly released her, stepping aside. Only then could Lily see his full appearance. He was a knight, as if he had stepped out of an ancient heroic epic, clad in silver armor, a blue robe covering his entire body, and even with a hood, he did not seem sneaky, but rather mysterious and dignified. Saving Lily seemed to him not a particularly special act. He looked up with only the demon pig before him as his opponent. The knight's hand was poised as if holding an invisible massive sword. I think. As the knight was about to leave, Lily summoned her courage to thank him, but upon speaking her throat felt dry and tears fell in large droplets. So terrifying. At this moment, after all, Lily was just an ordinary girl. A fear made her feel weak, all over, unable to move. He seemed taken aback, reached out to pat Yinglila's shoulder, and lightly chuckled, "Leave it to me." Instantly, she felt a sense of peace. Lily felt the weight on her shoulder, as if a power was being transmitted to her, warming her all over. She smiled at him through her tears. The knight nodded slightly at her, then turned to face the giant beast before him. Demon pig of the divine age, devourer of flesh and blood, armor-eating existence, this ends here. The demon pig seemed to sense that the knight before it was a formidable foe, its hooves anxiously scraping the ground, and in an instant dust swirled as it prepared to unleash its deadly charge. If crushed by the demon pig, the teaching building of Fengji Academy would collapse, resulting in countless casualties. The silver knight showed no fear. He soared into the air, redirecting the demon pig's attack away from the teaching building. The screams echoing from within the building were unknown for whom they were meant, yet Lily found it hard to take her eyes off the scene. So beautiful. Whether in the air or wielding that invisible giant sword, the knight exhibited a beauty entirely different from modernity, embodying the fearlessness and courage of heroes confronting beasts with flesh and blood before firearms even existed. Yet the knight was nowhere near as relaxed as Lily had imagined. So strong. After all, it was the demon pig that had slain the hero Delimudo with impeccable strength and defense. Had it not been for wielding the Star Holy Sword, ordinary weapons wouldn't even qualify to leave a scratch on it. Fortunately, this knight was one meant for hunting giant beasts. There was no need to unleash a noble phantasm. The knight calmly assessed the situation. Then let this strike end it. Seizing a flaw, the knight leaped into the air, the holy sword aimed at the demon pig's massive head, a whirlwind of destruction sweeping forth. Strike, air, wind, king hammer. I'm so tired. Qing Mucheng slumped on the bed, feeling as though he couldn't move a single finger. It felt as if he had run 10 kilometers with a heavy load, and then crossed a kilometer of obstacles. His entire body was devoid of strength. Qing Mucheng evaluated his recent first experience. Don't get me wrong, it was the initial experience of donning the spirit hero's guise. Master, is there something wrong with your body? A gentle and melodious voice rang in his ears as the golden-haired knight expressed concern. Qing Mucheng drooped his eyelids, surveying the knight before him. If one has played FGO or knows a bit about the Fate series, they would recognize the golden-haired blue-eyed youth before him as someone remarkable. Arthur Pendragon, commonly known as the Old Sword, is also the legendary King Arthur of Great Britain, the Knight King wielding the Holy Sword of Stars. In fact, his character was established long before Fate's mascot Artoria, but unfortunately the treatment of male characters pales in comparison to that of their female counterparts, making him far less known than his female version. Of course, due to the game's mechanics, he has a special attack against giant beasts, humorously dubbed the Prince of Pig Slaughter, which is also why Qing Mucheng chose him. Although he was in control, the feeling was quite strange, as if a thought had been extracted. When focusing intently, he could take over the servant's actions, while at other times, he could only sense them faintly. Don't worry about me. Qing Mucheng propped himself up. How's the mana replenishment going? Even though he was in control, he still needed to ask. About 1/10 of what was consumed in this battle, I suppose, Ching Mu Arthur replied cheerfully. Are you a pig? This was Ching Mu Cheng's sincere thought. That's half a month's worth of rations for me. Ching Mu Cheng's magical aptitude is top-notch, but due to the urgency, there were no spiritual veins to share the burden. Even the strongest magician would struggle to keep up with the servant's mana consumption, especially after the recent battle. Ching Mu Cheng had also planned to reserve some mana as a backup. In methods of mana sharing, two grown men could not exchange bodily fluids, they weren't gay. The remaining option was to share food, although it was less efficient, it was better than nothing. However, Ching Mu Cheng had ordered an enormous amount of takeout, enough to last him half a month, yet providing only 1/10 of what was consumed in this battle to King Arthur. And that didn't even account for unleashing the noble phantasm. No way. Ching Mu Cheng supported his head. I must quickly arrange for the spiritual veins and find you a master. Relying solely on me is definitely not enough. By the way, I seem to have saved a girl earlier, perhaps a golden-haired girl with twin tails. Ching Mu Cheng struggled to recall, as Ing Lily was covered in ash at the time, making it impossible to see her clearly. That kind of attribute doesn't seem like a bystander. Does she have magical aptitude? Yes, quite good. Then let's consider her as a potential master. Ching Mu Cheng crossed his arms. I estimate she's probably the lead female or a supporting character from some show. In any case, we need to find someone quickly to share the burden of your mana consumption. Thinking of this, Ching Mu Cheng sighed. He knew that King Arthur wasn't even the most mana-consuming servant. It was Karna who truly drained mana. To conserve energy, Ching Mu Cheng allowed King Arthur to manifest as a spiritual entity while he continued to lie down when suddenly a message popped up on WeChat. He didn't want to read any messages, so Ching Mu Cheng turned over. Wait, the black-haired youth suddenly realized, how could there be a message on WeChat? That was his Goldfinger smartphone that he had long since disconnected from the internet. Ching Mu Cheng sat up abruptly, opened the phone, and saw the unmistakable photo of the orange-haired savior in his new friends list. It's Godakoa. Ching Mu Cheng hurriedly clicked to accept, but for a moment, he didn't know how to start the conversation. A self-introduction. Too formal. Expressing admiration. Would that be too familiar? Ching Mu Cheng was torn. How should he greet her? As a result, the other party showed as typing. Hello, I am Fujimaru Ritsuka. Ching Mu Cheng took a deep breath and replied. Hello, I am Ching Mu Cheng. After sending, he regretted it. Was that too formal? I've heard about you, Chinquan. We truly share a mutual understanding of each other's plight. The savior Fujimaru Ritsuka expressed with empathy. Indeed, you can just call me by my name. After sending, Ching Mu Cheng regretted it again. Did that make him seem a bit frivolous? Alright then, Chinquan, you can call me Ritsuka. Okay, Ritsuka. Calling each other by name feels like we're rounding the corner to marriage. Since we share the same experience, and now that we've exchanged names, we are friends. Fujimaru Ritsuka was indeed very familiar. Even through the screen, Ching Mu Cheng could imagine Fujimaru Ritsuka smiling brightly, those golden eyes surely more radiant than the stars. Yes, we are certainly friends. Ching Mu Cheng thought to himself that it would have been even more perfect if he had added a feminine character earlier. Since we are friends, I will be straightforward. It's quite frightening, isn't it? Chinquan. His finger hovered over the input method. Ching Mu Cheng thought, as expected of Fujimaru Ritsuka, always so perceptive and straightforward. Is it really frightening? Is it really scary? Fujimaru Ritsuka used affirmative sentences. Yes. Ching Mu Cheng's fingers tightened slightly. How could he not be afraid? After all, even if he lived again, he was still just an ordinary person who had never fought before, had never faced such monsters. Yet he was thrust by the world's consciousness into the fray, without even a moment to prepare, confronting a monstrous boar that could slay heroes. When selecting King Arthur, he hadn't really thought about it. It was more of an instinctive choice, an instinctive selection that favored survival. Even if he wouldn't die himself, the fear of death and the pain still existed. At that moment, Ching Mu Cheng was genuinely afraid of dying. He was not a hero who viewed life and death lightly, merely an ordinary person boasting only the title of the reasoning nobleman that the world exaggerated. But those books were merely plagiarized. He understood his ordinariness, so all he could do was immerse himself fully in the servant's character, allowing the servant to act according to instinct and consciousness. In doing so, he hoped to become a bit stronger to fare better. The moment he defeated the monstrous boar, he almost collapsed to the ground, only his last shred of rationality allowing him to transform into a spiritual entity and escape. Yet even now, Ching Mu Cheng remained fearful. He did not want to face those monsters again, nor did he wish to battle them. Even now, such thoughts had not faded. Because Ching Mu Cheng was simply an ordinary person. I was really worried earlier. Is this really okay? To so inexplicably push the responsibility onto you is truly terrible. The chat interface showed Fujimaru Ritsuka continuously sending messages. I have gone through similar experiences. I understand. Of course, Fujimaru Ritsuka had been inexplicably pulled into Chaldea, had narrowly escaped a total annihilation crisis, and was ultimately thrust into the role of humanity's last master and savior before the world-ending crisis. Transitioning from an ordinary daily life to combat to a life-and-death crisis, bearing the enormous burden that could crush oneself. It is truly frightening and bewildering. Every word from Fujimaru Ritsuka struck at the deepest part of Ching Mu Cheng's heart. Knowing that Chinquan is all right, I truly breathed a sigh of relief. Chinquan, you are very brave. Don't doubt yourself. You can accomplish this. You are far more outstanding than you realize. Without hesitation, she affirmed, Ching Mu Cheng. But please think it through. Are you really determined to continue down this path? Even if you will continue to face battles and possibly death afterward, must you still go on? This is something only you can decide. Don't worry about others. Please don't worry. If you choose to refuse, the world will be destroyed. I will come to help you even if my world does not allow it. I will surely come to help you. This was not mockery or anything. Fujimura Ritsuka was genuinely thinking of Ching Mu-chung. Please trust me. Truly. Ching Mu-chung felt a pang in his chest, his eyes growing warm. What is going on? He was a grown man, yet why did he feel like a girl in front of Fujimura Ritsuka, even wanting to cry? No, not crying in front of a girl is a man's bottom line. Ching Mu-chung took a deep breath and finally calmed his mind. He knew that a better choice had appeared before him. To choose to give up, letting Fujimura Ritsuka handle everything. What Fujimura Ritsuka could do, even if the fate world did not allow it, she could not refuse her beloved savior. That way he wouldn't have to fight, and he could also see Fujimura Ritsuka. For someone like him who sought benefits, this was undoubtedly the best option. But, what a joke. Ching Mu-chung clenched his fists. He was a man. If he did nothing and let the girl he liked come to save him, he would have to despise himself. How could he then face saying he liked Fujimura Ritsuka or pursue her? At that moment, Ching Mu-chung made up his mind. Perhaps this is what it means to be a man who in front of the girl he likes he would never back down, and this feeling even surpassed the fear of battle and death. He wanted to become a hero, to be the savior of the world. Only in this way could he stand on equal footing with Fujimura Ritsuka, not faltering before her servants, and when they truly met, he could freely express his feelings. After all, his rivals were quite formidable. Woe is me, Ritsuka, I've made my decision. Ching Mu-chung blurted out, but he knew Fujimura Ritsuka would understand. I want to continue on. I want to become a hero. My world, I will save it myself. I want to be the man worthy of you. Ching Mu-chung buried the words he hadn't spoken deep within his heart. Shinkoin will definitely do it. Go for it. There was no doubt. Fujimura Ritsuka encouraged him wholeheartedly. Yes. So cool. Classmate Ing Lily, I saw it. That person dealt with such a huge monster with a single sword. This was the excited voice of a boy. How romantic, Ing Lily. This is a classic hero saving the beauty. This was the voice of a girl with hearts in her eyes. Haha, indeed. This was Ing Lily, who could only manage a perfunctory smile amidst the noisy crowd. It was so loud. She wanted to shout at them. How could they make light of such a terrifying experience that none of them had actually faced? However, as the daughter of a diplomat, Ing Lily had to maintain her image in public. This was the way she had always survived. Finally squeezing her way out of the crowd, Ing Lily leaned against the wall and took a deep breath. I was really too excited, those guys. Because classmate Ziching experienced that kind of situation personally. Why does she still look like she's in a daze? Could it be that she still can't get over that day? To call Ing Lily like this was indeed her lifelong rival Xia Zikushia, a stunning beauty with long black hair. Her long, elegant legs, slightly crossed, paired with deadly black stockings, even her figure posed a significant threat to Ing Lily. I really don't want to be called like that. Xia Zikushia. Ing Lily gritted her teeth. Yet her mood lightened considerably. It felt much more natural to spar with Xia Zikyu than to feign politeness with her classmates. You seem quite spirited, classmate Ziching. Xia Zikyu smiled. Who asked for your sympathy? Ing Lily turned her head, her face puffed up with anger. But, what is it? Classmate Ziching, what do you want to say? Xia Zikyu leaned closer, her rosy eyes blinking. Thank you. It was incredibly difficult to squeeze that word out. Xia Zikyu sighed lightly. It's just an apology. Why do you look like you're about to confess? When will you give up your textbook-level tsundere act? Stop talking nonsense. Ing Lily slammed her hand down, her spirit soaring. Just say whether you accept it or not. She looked like she would fight if her answer was no. Of course. Xia Zikyu crossed her arms, making her ample chest even more eye-catching. Welcome back, classmate Ziching. Fortunately, you're okay, Ing Lily. Ing Lily froze, her eyes suddenly reddening. Deep down, she wanted to hear those words. Not questions about this or that, not concern about what she had suffered, just this simple phrase, welcome back. Unexpectedly, it wasn't Ruan who said it, but the ever-incompatible Xia Zikyu. Remembering Xia Zikyu's earlier reminder, Ing Lily felt even more unsettled. Speaking of which, such a classic hero saving the beauty scenario is quite rare. Xia Zikyu smiled slyly. I accept your thanks, and as a reward, classmate Ziching has to cooperate with me as a reference for my writing. Don't worry, the female lead in my book definitely won't be a grade schooler like you. I'm afraid even the hero wouldn't be interested. Oh. As a prominent figure in the otaku community, Ing Lily immediately reacted. After all, she was quite flat, while Xia Zikyu was a true beauty with a voluptuous figure and alluring black stockings. Slap. It was the sound of her sanity breaking. It's you after all. The troublesome Xia Zikyu. As if nothing had happened, the playful banter between Ing Lily and Xia Zikyu echoed throughout the clubroom. At that moment, encouraged by others, and Yi Luan finally took that step. I'm sorry, Ing Lily. And Yi Luan bowed deeply. Ing Lily's good mood instantly cooled. She instinctively bit her lip. She heard her own voice light and casual, pretending as if nothing happened. Why are you apologizing, Lin? Because I ran away back then. Clearly looking forward to extraordinary developments in her daily life, yet when it actually happened, she fled without dignity, leaving Ing Lily behind. It was truly as usual when it came to the second dimension, and Yi Luan had his own endless chatter. That's quite normal. Ing Lily lowered her head, her bangs hiding her eyes. Luan is just an ordinary person. If you rush in, it would only add to the casualties. Ing Lily raised her head, her blue eyes exceptionally calm. I have never blamed Luan, because she had long realized that Yi Luan was not a knight. He was merely an ordinary high school otaku. and Yi Luan had an instinctive feeling that if he didn't say anything he would never be able to win backing Lily. I'm a coward. Ooh, I said I was looking forward to it, but in the end I left Lily behind. Even Xia Zikyu is braver than me. At least Xia Zikyu had the courage to speak up. Stop talking, Lily shouted. Suddenly the room fell silent. The blonde girl's eyes were filled with tears. It's always been like this. You've always been talking to yourself. Back then I wanted to tell you to run away because I didn't want Luan to get hurt, but you never thought of me at the first moment. Luan, you have no idea what I want. With that, Lily turned and ran, not even noticing whom she bumped into. She kept running, tears streaming down her face. What she cared about were not those things, as she even wished Luan would run away quickly. What truly mattered to her was Yi Luan's averted gaze. Furthermore, Yi Luan did not like her. Perhaps the words from 10 years ago would have meant something before they became estranged, but now everything was over. Exhausted from running, Lily stood in the middle of the road, ignoring the pointing fingers of passers-by, and cried out loud. She had always cared about others' opinions, always wearing a facade, and now she was sobbing. She knew that she and Luan had ended. Perhaps it should have ended 7 years ago. Not knowing how long had passed, Lily finally composed herself, wiping her tears with her sleeve, although her eyes were still red. During this time, she had rejected countless boys who tried to approach her. After all, Lily was one of the 2 most beautiful girls at Fengziki Academy. With her golden hair and blue eyes, the mixed-race girl with twin ponytails had fair skin and delicate features, along with a three-dimensionality different from Asians. Her 2 small canine teeth added a touch of playfulness combined with the haughty temperament of a young lady, making her eye-catching wherever she went. I'm fine, I don't need help. Lily repeated this phrase. In reality, she had been under a lot of pressure during this time, suddenly facing a life-threatening situation and such an abnormal monster. After being the only witness, she faced many inquiries. If not for her father being a British diplomat with some influence, and Lily truly knowing nothing, she wouldn't have been able to return to school so soon, as she would have been entangled until death. Now, with news of a magic pig and suppression from above, since there were no casualties this time, the damaged teaching building at Fengziki Academy was sealed up and all students were moved to another campus for classes. The students whispered among themselves, but the news that made it online was quickly erased and the accounts were locked. Printed media had a unified narrative claiming it was a gas explosion. Of course, how could a gas explosion cause such destruction was left to experts to fabricate. It was still not the true internet era. It was not that difficult to suppress news. After some time, the magic pig incident at Fengziki Academy would become something akin to urban legends, even with so many witnesses. However, no one knew about the government's covert actions, only able to catch a glimpse of the magic pig's corpse that was secretly taken away. The knight who killed the magic pig was a key figure sought after, as it symbolized extraordinary power that anyone would be fervent about. Lily observed the bustling crowd, and suddenly felt a bit sarcastic, wondering how long this daily life could last. And Luan. Lily clearly realized that if the world really changed, could she really continue as an otaku? With such thoughts, Lily slowly walked back to the academy. After all, she couldn't skip class. Excuse me, can you all make way? This voice was clearly very gentle, yet it felt like a heavy hammer striking her heart. This voice was... That gentle and clear voice instantly stirred Lily's memories. It couldn't be wrong, it was that night. In that moment, Lily could only hear that voice. She didn't care who the person in front of her was. She pushed through the crowd and forcefully made her way in. Is it you? Miss, may I take your order? Lily was taken aback. Instantly falling from fantasy into reality, the young man in front of her wore a tailcoat and held a menu. Even though he was strikingly handsome, it couldn't conceal the overly mundane scene. The nightly filter in her mind shattered in an instant. You. A golden-haired girl with twin braids pointed at the golden-haired young man, stammering helplessly. There was no mistaking it. She would recognize his voice even without seeing his face. He was the knight who had rescued her from the demon boar. Who are you? Why are you pointing at Arthurkin like that? A woman standing beside the young man protested indignantly. Are you here to see Arthurkin too? Know your place. A middle schooler shouldn't be meddling in adult affairs. One mature woman deliberately thrust out her ample chest, sending waves rippling through the air. Who are you calling a middle schooler? That was Eriri's ultimate trigger, immediately explosive. She jabbed a finger at her own name badge. I'm a perfectly poised high schooler. Nothing like you middle-aged woman. The so-called middle-aged woman twisted her meticulously made-up face. You little brat. Ahem. Just as laughter bubbled up, the young man cleared his throat softly. His smile remained warm as morning light, yet carried an inexplicable weight, silencing the crowd instantly. I do know, Miss Sawamura. Would everyone please step aside? We'd like to speak privately. How could they possibly yield? Every woman present felt the same reluctance. Yet in that moment they obediently fell silent and parted like a tide, clearing a path for the young man named Arthur. It was as if they were making way for a sovereign monarch. Eriri watched wide-eyed as he approached, bent slightly, and whispered near her ear, "Shall we talk outside?" With that, he first excused himself to the shop manager and stepped out the door. The golden-haired girl stamped her foot hard and hurried after him. Fine, I'm coming. Arthur deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Eriri to keep up effortlessly, a detail executed with flawless grace. Unaware, they drifted into a secluded corner of the street. The golden-haired youth halted and turned. May I ask what brings you to me? He asked, just so, composed. Eriri, who moments earlier had stood bold and defiant, now faltered, tongue-tied. What exactly did she wish to ask? Unlike the fleeting casual warmth she'd sensed before this young man, no, rather he had always been extraordinary, now radiated that distinction even more intensely in their solitude. Even in shadowed corners, stray sunbeams seemed to gather around him like blessings. He was like a prince stepped straight from an illustrated manga. No, not even those idealized drawings could capture the true nobility and brilliance of a real prince. And now one stood before her, vivid, undeniable. Indeed, the legendary doujin artist Eri Hoshino felt inspiration surge powerfully within her. How did you know my name? Huh, Eri inwardly wailed. What on earth had she just blurted out? Arthur's sapphire blue eyes widened in gentle surprise. Under certain light, they shimmered a delicate emerald green. Ahem. Suppressing his amusement, as before his eyes crinkled with quiet mirth as he gestured toward her chest. Because it's written right there. Eri suddenly recalled. Hadn't she just pointed at that very name badge while scolding the middle-aged woman? Arg. The golden-haired Sundara let out a piercing shriek and instantly crouched, clutching her head. Ugh, you're mocking me, aren't you? Jerk. How utterly unfair. Indeed, addressing a lady so directly was unforgivably rude. His voice was sincere, earnest, his apology unmistakable. Would you accept my sincere regrets? TCH. Now I sound like the unreasonable one. Eri turned her head away, cheeks puffed. I sincerely apologize. I behaved most improperly. In every respect, the young man exuded impeccable courtesy. Please forgive me. It's not necessary. Eri hunched low, offering Arthur only the crown of her golden hair. You're just too strange. I'm the one who should be thanking you. You saved my life, but... Her voice dropped faint and fragile. Back then I couldn't even speak. Heh, not mockery, only tenderness, soft, as velvet laced with indulgent affection. No thanks are required. Eri lifted her gaze. The tips of Arthur's golden hair gleamed like scattered sunlight. Any man who encountered a girl as charming as you would surely extend his hand. That is simply the code of a knight. Her cheeks burned fiercely. When its Sundara meets a direct, unwavering heart, it is absolute elemental dominance. What are you saying? Eri nearly turned crimson. Don't go spouting such frivolous lines. Frivolous? Arthur looked genuinely surprised. Perhaps the passage of time has shifted social norms. My apologies. I shall take greater care next time. But my words were entirely sincere. Her face grew hotter still. Eri turned sharply away, the twin braids arcing gracefully through the air. Fine. I get it. All traces of her earlier accusatory fervor had vanished. Still, even if you say it's unnecessary, I must say it. She bowed deeply, the golden braids slipping down beside her cheeks. Thank you for saving me. Think nothing of it. I would have aided anyone in such peril. Please don't dwell on it. Regardless, I owe you my life. I will thank you. Rarely so forthright, Eri fidgeted with her hair, her tiny canine teeth flashing shyly. Well, you already know my name, but formal introductions are still proper. I am Sawamura Spencer, Eri, a second-year student at Toyosaki Academy. And you? Pleasure to meet you, Eri. I am Arthur Saber. Just call me Arthur. How can you say your name so casually? Eri flustered. Then, Miss Spencer. No, that sounds absurd. Just use my name, please. Eri surrendered. Oh, may I ask one question? Seeing Arthur nod, she continued. What was that colossal pig? Why did it appear? Who are you? Why were you there? How did you defeat it? Where did you go afterward? Could superhuman abilities truly exist in our world? Meeting Arthur's patient, understanding gaze, Eri belatedly realized she hadn't asked one question, but fired off a rapid-fire barrage like a fusillade of arrows. Utterly mortifying. Why had she acted so impulsively? To strangers, Eri always presented herself as the epitome of refined grace, a true lady of poise and elegance. Yet now, before a complete stranger, she'd bared her unvarnished self. How utterly humiliating. The colossal boar was a divine age beast, the demon boar. Calling it a monster is perfectly acceptable. It appeared there because a dimensional rift opened precisely at that location. Arthur answered each query with unruffled patience. I went there specifically to subdue it. As for how, I am the instrument of its defeat. Afterward, I took this job here. And yes, superhuman abilities do exist in this world. For instance, Koizumi Kurenai's crimson magic. Certain other matters, however, I regret I cannot disclose. Involvement would bring no benefit and considerable risk. A profound sense of calm settled over Eri. At last she understood why she'd instinctively shed her reserve in Arthur's presence. He radiated safety, perhaps because he'd saved her, perhaps due to his very aura. His presence shimmered with luminous integrity, noble dignity, and unwavering righteousness, making trust feel inevitable, effortless. Once he declared something unknowable, the urge to probe further simply dissolved. Then why work here? You're clearly extraordinary. I lack the conventional credentials, academic or official, that society demands. Truthfully, I'm deeply grateful the shop owner gave me shelter, otherwise I might well be sleeping rough and starving. I see. That must be inconvenient, since he doesn't know your true nature. Would you come live with me? Huh, you saved my life. Mere words feel hollow. Let me repay this debt properly. I can arrange official documentation for you through my father, and you could model for me. Though, only then did Eri recall her true profession, as a celebrated doujin artist, and trailed off flustered. Arthur smiled, his kindness as clear and radiant as crystal. Thank you, but it isn't necessary. Why refuse? Is something troubling you? I can resolve anything. Eri persisted. If you truly wish to repay me, then treat me to a meal. That will suffice. She knew with sudden clarity that no argument would sway him. No matter how insistently she pressed, he would remain unmoved. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. That's far too simple. Eriri deflated slightly. This is no trivial matter. Don't underestimate my appetite. You're the one underestimating my wallet. After all, she was a genuine heiress and a renowned doujin artist to boot. The rich young lady and doujinshi artist Zae Spencer Ing Lily, who had just been boasting, stared blankly at the scene, before her chopsticks already having fallen to the ground. In front of her, a golden-haired youth was elegantly, yet swiftly devouring the food before him. Though the plates had piled up like mountains, he showed no signs of rudeness. Incredibly, how could someone eat so much? Ing Lily pondered how her earnings from selling doujinshi and her pocket money were more than sufficient, and she sighed in relief. However, eating like this every day would definitely not be feasible. If that were the case, she certainly couldn't afford this. Arthur Saba. Thank you for the treat. Arthur kept his gentle and cheerful smile while clearing the last plate of food, unconcerned by the astonished looks of those around him, as he mimicked the gesture of putting his hands together like a Japanese person. Ing Lily leaned closer and noticed that Arthur's belly had not changed at all. Where does all the food go? Is your stomach connected to another dimension? How absurd. You see, I convert food into energy. In any case, thank you very much. It's been a long time since I've eaten so well. So you weren't full before? I wondered how your previous salary didn't leave you broke. Ing Lily realized that with Arthur's appetite, not just anyone could afford to support him. Hey, you're a knight who can defeat even demon pigs. How could you not afford a meal? Apologize to the knight characters in ACG for me. Sorry, Arthur laughed. Even with strength, one must adhere to order. I'm working hard, you know. Ing Lily propped her chin on her hands, gazing at Arthur. Despite being so powerful, strong enough to easily defeat demon pigs several stories high, he was willing to abide by modern order, refraining from using violence, to cease suppressing his desires, and following his true heart. This guy was a real knight, not just someone who claimed to be. Are there still knights in this day and age? Ing Lily swung her legs. How did you live before? You weren't in some deep mountains, were you? Well, that's not wrong. I was in a place far away from humans. The Spirit Hall and Chaldea could count as such, right? By the way, actually there were many questions, but she thought Arthur probably wouldn't answer. However, seeing the very handsome youth, Ing Lily felt a surge of inspiration. She took out her sketchbook and pen. If you don't mind, can you be my model? I've already thought of the theme for my next doujinshi. Ahem, manga. I can pay you. The golden-haired girl's blue eyes sparkled. Did you just treat me to a meal? That's enough. Hey, knights originated in Europe. Oh, which country are you from? Images of blue and white intertwined armor flashed in her mind. Britain. His tone was calm. England. My dad's country. Ing Lily was taken aback. She tapped her forehead with the eraser of her pencil. Actually, I can be considered half English too, even though her English was quite poor. The Knights of England, the most famous, are surely King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, right? Even if I don't know much, I've heard of them, especially since they're featured in many two-dimensional works. I see. His response was rather perfunctory. Really? Ing Lily propped her hands on the table, and when she opened her mouth, her two little tiger teeth were really adorable. From what I know, there are works like XXX and XXXX. They can be considered popular themes. Huh. Arthur chuckled twice. If they knew you liked them, they would be pleased too. Ing Lily pouted, muttering softly, I don't think so. Anyone would be angry if portrayed like that. Could it be that you're a descendant of the Knights of the Round Table? Ing Lily's mind sparked. So you were trained as a knight and inherited the abilities of the Knights of the Round Table. Let's just say that. Hey, that's too perfunctory. A little bit. I'm going to leave a bad review, jerk. Without realizing it, she had sketched quite a bit in her sketchbook, propping it against her chin, while the youth before her remained as calm as before, as if nothing could affect him. Actually, if a real Knight of the Round Table came to this era, they probably wouldn't be happy either. Ing Lily hadn't understood the legends of knights before. She could only be considered a two-dimensional cloud. However, after being saved by the youth who was a knight, she had made up for a lot of knowledge, including the famed legend of King Arthur. After all, modern-day Britons are descendants of the Saxons, who were actually the enemies of the Britons back then. If the Knights of the Round Table knew, they might be very angry. Arthur's gaze remained calm. No, as long as he can see everyone smiling, he will be very happy. Arthur smiled as if embraced by light. The clear sky in his eyes turned into a soft azure due to the light. At that moment, he seemed neither a knight nor a prince. Like a king. Ing Lily, already home and lying on her bed, commented. Fingers brushed over the sketch she had hastily drawn in a moment of inspiration, depicting a king clad in armor, smiling with all the glory of the world converging upon him. Sincerity, dignity, kindness. That was the king who wielded a brilliant sword, vanquishing all evil in the world. Not a knight nor a prince. At that moment, Arthur resembled a solitary and noble king. Arthur. King. Impossible. After all, there were as many people named Arthur in England as there were in Neon named Ao or Nagi filling the streets. Ing Lily rolled over, covering her forehead with her hand. How about I draw a doujinshi about the Knights of the Round Table? The next day, Ing Lily left the house with huge dark circles under her eyes. Saying I'm drawing a doujinshi about the Knights of the Round Table, but it ended up turning into a manga version of the legend of Arthur. Will this really sell? That being said, Ing Lily still gathered the few passionate pieces she had rushed out the night before and hugged them tightly, planning to bind them well. After all, it was her own hard work. I always feel like he's not someone from this world. She opened the first page, and the king holding a golden sword looked back under the moonlight, his cloak like a piece of deep blue sky. She probably wouldn't meet him again, Ing Lily thought. Then, "Good morning, Ing Lily." Arthur, who was just going out to throw away the trash, smiled and waved. How could it be that they wouldn't meet again? This guy was still working at the cafe by the roadside. Aoki Makoto yawned, thick dark circles under his eyes. "Are you okay, Aoki-kun?" Hiroshima Naoki leaned against the table. "You seem to have been lacking energy lately." "Oh, I know." His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Are you brainstorming a new mystery novel?" "I'm really looking forward to it." "Hey, how much do you exaggerate my potential?" Aoki Makoto found it hard to believe that a writer would finish a manuscript before being urged by an editor that was simply non-existent. "No, I'm not planning to write a new novel recently." Aoki Makoto waved his hand. "I've been working hard for several years. It's time for a break." The reason for writing novels was to accumulate initial funds and elevate one's social status. Now Aoki Makoto had invested in numerous emerging electronic enterprises, and he could put the novel writing aside. The most crucial thing now is to save the world. "How could that be?" Hiroshima he said sadly. "My source of spiritual nourishment. You must know that after Kudo Yusaku hardly updates, Aoki-kun, you are the last pillar of the mystery world. Why would someone with a goddess-level wife like Yuki update?" Even Aoki Makoto had to admit the beauty of the national goddess Yuki. It's hard to believe that after all these years the couple only had Kudo Shinichi as their child. Ordinary people would have long had a whole football team by now. But thinking about it, if the wife was Hideko. Aoki Makoto's eyes went dull. Then it's better not to have any children at all. He didn't want the little ghost to divert his wife's attention. Hiroshima Naoki had no idea that his friend beside him was already imagining a wedding. He was still rambling. "With a wife you should update even more for her and the kids. By the way, isn't Kudo Yusaku's son quite famous? The high school detective Kudo Shinichi, I often see reports about him in the newspapers." Aoki Makoto, who was also concerned about Kudo Shinichi and wanted to know when he would become Conan, was unconcerned. "High school detective. He must be the reincarnation of death. Wherever he goes a case follows." "Haha, Aoki-kun, you sure know how to joke." "Clearly it's the cases calling for the detective." Perhaps. This is the world's self-correcting mechanism. But if Kudo Shinichi really encountered extraordinary abilities, who knows if his worldview would shatter. However, Aoki Makoto didn't expect that Kudo Shinichi would indeed encounter an old sword. Such a small chance was simply unimaginable. It all started because of Suzuki Sonoko. "Let me tell you, Ran." The brown-haired high school girl clasped her hands together. Apparently a super handsome foreign guy came to that cafe. "I see, Sonoko." The long-haired girl beside her muttered softly. "Why are you avoiding Shinichi on purpose?" "Of course I want you, Ran, to see more handsome guys, and not always focus on that mystery fanatic." Suzuki Sonoko gritted her teeth. What the two of them didn't notice was a shadow lurking behind them. The two entered the cafe, and at first glance they saw the blonde young man grinding coffee at the bar. The afternoon sun cast a glow on him, making his brows and hair seem to shimmer. Many girls around blushed as they secretly observed him, but none dared to interrupt his work. This is how it should be. The manager was very satisfied. After all, Arthur, when you're serious, others simply can't bear to disturb you. If he were to carry plates like before, those girls would easily surround him. But with a bar in between, everyone would hold back and find it difficult to approach boldly. He's truly super handsome. Quickly finding a seat, Suzuki Sonoko used the menu to hide her flushed face. "Ran, did you see? He's like a prince straight out of a fairy tale, too perfect." Indeed. Mori Ran was also a bit taken aback, sincerely commenting, "He's just like a prince charming." Right. Sonoko was immensely excited. "This must be my destined other half. SSSH. Someone sitting with their back to them, hidden by a bamboo-screened window, was tearing apart a newspaper used for disguise. The East Asia Vinegar King Kudo Shinichi pressed down on his baseball cap, grinding his teeth. Damn, Sonoko. She actually led Ran astray. And Ran actually admitted that guy was handsome. Kudo Shinichi completely ignored Suzuki Sonoko's words, scrutinizing the young man at the bar with a detective's discerning gaze. How could he be a prince charming? Where did this horse come from? The high school detective was nitpicking in terms of appearance. Well, there was nothing to criticize, and in terms of height, he seemed to be over 180 centimeters. Damn, he's taller than me. But he's only 17, he'll still grow taller. His profession is just a waiter. Previously he was. Kudo Shinichi narrowed his eyes, strangely unable to determine. But his hands were calloused. Not from guns, but from wielding a weapon. Is it kendo? But if he's Western, is he practicing fencing? He didn't look like it. His physique was excellent, not the type built in a gym, but rather trained with strong endurance and explosive power. The rival's thoughts gradually twisted his perspective. Kudo Shinichi insisted on finding evidence to know what this person had done before. Perhaps he could be a wanted criminal. Ran, don't be deceived by such a person. Hey, there's not even a hint, yet you've had enough. Damn. Why are there two voices grinding teeth and cursing? Two individuals wearing hats exchanged glances, nearly screaming. Hey, keep it down. Kudo Shinichi made a shushing gesture. Who are you? Sneaking around, you clearly don't look like a good person. The other party accused in a low voice. You're no different. Kudo Shinichi was speechless. The evildoer was accusing him first. The other party fell silent immediately. Looking at herself, she had her hair completely wrapped in a hat, wearing a frame glasses that covered her face, dressed in overalls that made her gender indistinguishable. She was indeed very suspicious. I am on a mission of great importance, that's right. The other party forced herself to save face. Kudo Shinichi had already seen that she was a girl and was also here to see that prince. However, the detective narrowed his eyes. Do you two know each other so you need to disguise your identity? The other party had a look of how did you know? You two aren't relatives, are you? Kudo Shinichi observed the blonde-haired blue-eyed youth behind the bar, but after the other party showed an expression of how could that be, he denied it. Oh, Kudo Shinichi suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie. You're here to catch cheating, aren't you? That man was indeed not a good person trying to deceive Ran. How could that be? You're talking nonsense. The other party suddenly stood up, knocking the chair with a loud bang, her exposed skin turning red. This loud shout drew everyone's attention. Kudo Shinichi froze completely. This is bad. Shinichi. Sure enough, a shadow fell over him. Kudo Shinichi looked up. Muri Ran had an unsightly expression. Why are you here? Are you okay, Inori? Two voices almost sounded simultaneously. Besides Muri Ran, the young man behind the bar surprisingly also walked over to the person standing up under the gaze of everyone. Inori froze completely. How did you know it was me? She thought she had disguised herself so successfully. Actually, I noticed you when you came in. Don't underestimate the perception of the heroic spirit. Oh. The blonde girl's heart exploded. Others had long seen through it, yet she foolishly thought she had hidden herself well. So embarrassing, so shameful. Inori. Shut up. I don't want to talk to you now. Inori buried her face with her hat, her cheeks beside her blonde hair turning completely red. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi was being pressed hard by Muri Ran's questioning, ultimately speaking without thinking. That guy has a girlfriend, yet still flirts. Ran, don't be deceived by him. Haha, it turns out it was a misunderstanding. Kudo Shinichi scratched his head awkwardly, a large bump on his head. There was no helping it. Whenever it came to Ran and romance, this famous detective's mind would go blank, far from his usual sharpness. Honestly, you need to apologize properly, Shinichi. Muri Ran crossed her arms. Kudo Shinichi, lacking in emotional intelligence, began, but what she was wearing is quite suspicious, and even if it wasn't cheating, it's still. You still dare to say that? In a fit of raging, Lily looked ready to charge at him. Kudo-kun. Arthur's expression turned serious. Under no circumstances should one speculate or judge a lady. Kudo Shinichi was at a loss for words. Being a detective meant he often unintentionally offended people. I'm sorry, he said, sincerely realizing his mistake. However, Kudo Shinichi continued to observe Arthur. This guy was definitely not ordinary. The aura he exuded had almost left him breathless. So you two aren't a couple. Suzuki Sonoko, who also felt relieved, had been on the verge of tears earlier, wondering why every handsome guy she liked was either taken or a jerk. No, Arthur replied, honestly not noticing that Lily beside him had already puffed up her cheeks. So does Kudo-kun have a girlfriend? Lily stood up abruptly. I need to go to the restroom. She stormed out in anger. The remaining Arthur calmly answered Suzuki Sonoko's seemingly endless questions. Despite Sonoko's incessant chatter, this blonde youth had an incredibly good temper, patiently answering each question, only avoiding those he didn't wish to address. Suddenly, Arthur stood up and smiled at Kudo and the others. Lily hasn't returned yet. I'll go check on her. The youth's face turned serious instantly. There was a heavy smell of blood, and just a moment ago, he heard someone fall. Arthur walked directly to the restroom door and whispered, Lily, are you okay? No one answered. Arthur opened the door directly to find the blonde girl, pale, collapsed on the floor, cowering in the corner and pointing in horror at something across from her. A large amount of blood seeped out from the gap under the stall door, staining half the corridor red. Lily. Arthur rushed over, half supporting Lily. It's okay, Lily. Arthur, over there. Lily's body was still trembling, her voice nearly hoarse, instinctively leaning into Arthur's embrace. It would be too unkind to avoid her now. Thinking this, Arthur carefully avoided sensitive areas and gently lifted Lily in his arms. In any case, let's get out of here first. She could no longer bear any more shock. He gently placed the girl on a chair, brewed her a cup of hot tea to hold, and after ensuring her emotions had stabilized, Arthur turned to Kudo, who was watching them with curiosity, and said, call the police, someone has died. What? The police soon arrived, and a short, plump officer in a yellow hat looked speechless. How is it always you, Kudo? This must be the case. Calling for a detective, Kudo Shinichi forced a laugh. It's him. No wonder he looks familiar. It's the famous high school detective Kudo Shinichi. Heavens, a murder has occurred. Oh, when can we leave? Surrounding women whispered among themselves. Although they heard someone had died, since none had seen it with their own eyes, they felt detached and unaffected. Cough, cough. Officer Magyar cleared his throat. Once we understand the situation and confirm you aren't suspects, you can leave. By this time, Kudo Shinichi had already rushed to the crime scene, and the surrounding officers were used to it. Is this Miss Zakamura the first to discover the body? Officer Magyar looked at Lily, only to have his line of sight blocked. The blonde youth maintained a warm smile, his tone leaving no room for argument. She was just frightened. It's not the time to have her recall what happened. Logically, it was against the rules, yet Officer Magyar instinctively shrank back, not continuing to speak. It's okay, I've calmed down now. After several sips of hot tea, I wasn't so scared anymore. Lily sniffed, her nose slightly red, her blue eyes glistening. You can ask now. May I ask when you discovered the blood? Did you hear any noises? I estimate you were in the restroom for 3 minutes. Oh, what were you doing? Kudo Shinichi leaned in closer, and Officer Magyar twitched his mouth, not stopping him. I discovered the blood just now. Oh, as for the noises, there were none. Lily pondered before saying, as for what I was doing, I actually didn't go in at all. I was washing my face at the sink. I left in a huff at first, or I just washed my face at the sink and then zoned out for a bit. The sink and restroom are separate, and the blushing and angry Ing Lily had completely failed to notice what was behind her. As for what happened afterwards, Ing Lily's pupils constricted, the terrifying scene replaying in her mind. It was just as you saw. Ing Lily clearly did not wish to discuss it further. Kudo Shinichi wanted to ask a few more questions, but was stopped by the smiling yet imposing Arthur, experiencing treatment similar to Officer Magyar. Officer Magyar patted Kudo Shinichi's shoulder. I understand you, Kudo. It's like facing an angry superior. He felt no urge to resist. Kudo Shinichi remained silent, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through a person. By the way, Arthur, can Kudo Shinichi suddenly asked, why did you directly say to call the police and that someone was dead? Though there was blood, I didn't see a body. There was still a possibility that no one had died, right? Everyone was immediately skeptical, yet found it hard to believe as the blonde youth's demeanor was too noble, entirely unlike that of a murderer, but rather like a prince from some country. Because there was no heartbeat, Arthur replied calmly. Hey, how sharp must your senses be to hear a heartbeat? Kudo Shinichi was skeptical, but the existing evidence indicated that Arthur was not the murderer. Kudo Shinichi failed to notice that the blonde girl who had been hiding her head had lifted it, her eyes wide with surprise, yet she remained silent. Fortunately, this case was not complicated. Once the alibi was clarified, the murderer soon broke down in tears under Kudo Shinichi's reasoning, accusing the victim of betraying their friendship and stealing her boyfriend. That woman stole Jun's heart, but didn't cherish it. The disheveled woman gritted her teeth. Now she's targeting Arthur. She's been sneaking around lately, and I can't let that bitch succeed. I decided to kill her here. The named Arthur was left confused. Arthur was unaware that there was more to the matter concerning him, leaving him with a wry smile. The murderer was then handcuffed and taken away by the police, and after this upheaval, the lovesick girls lost all interest in handsome guys, leaving only the store manager, who looked like he wanted to weep. What is going on here? The store manager was speechless. Sorry, manager, it seems this is partly my fault, Arthur apologized gently. Not at all. The manager understood clearly. It has nothing to do with you, so don't take it to heart. Besides, without Arthur, how could his cafe attract so many customers? Arthur can come find you next time. This was Suzuki Sonoko, still unwilling to give up as they were about to leave. Let's go, Kudo Shinichi urged impatiently. Once Kudo and the others left, there were hardly any customers left in the shop, leaving only Ing Lily alone. I should leave too. She wanted to ask something, but ultimately didn't voice it. With her backpack in hand, the previously flustered Ing Lily walked out, her expression gloomy. Seeing her solitary figure, Arthur asked the manager, there's no one here now, can I leave early? Go ahead. The scruffy manager watched the two departing figures, clicking his tongue. This is youth. Arthur took 2 or 3 steps to catch up. Let me walk you home, Ing Lily. As a knight, he shouldn't let a girl who just experienced fright return home alone. Ing Lily did not refuse. Along the way, she tugged at her shoulder strap, hesitating. Hey, Arthur. Moi. The blonde youth beside her turned his face, his features softening under the sunset. I want to ask you a question. Without waiting for Arthur to respond, she took a deep breath and asked, why don't you have a heartbeat? She finally recalled the inconsistency from the previous rescue, and this time, clearly pressed against Arthur's chest, she had never heard that should be a deep, strong heartbeat. This proved the youth before her, clad in a humanoid disguise, was anything but human. Arthur, what exactly are you? At the same time, Kudo Shinichi was discussing Arthur with his companions. That guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Kudo Shinichi rambled on about his deductions. He must have received specialized training, his muscles are well defined. Moreover, he was too calm in the face of the corpse. An ordinary person would have been panicking, yelling, and screaming. Yet, he even had the composure to pour a cup of tea for that girl before we called the police. And then there's that reason. Can't hear a heartbeat. If it's fake, then he must be hiding something. If it's real, then it's strange. Could he actually hear from that distance? Besides, Kudo Shinichi thought that young man named Arthur was too indifferent. Of course, he showed compassion towards the deceased woman. Kudo Shinichi could tell it was sincere, but Arthur's indifference stemmed from a disregard for the dead. It seemed that corpses were a commonplace occurrence. How many people in modern society, aside from certain professions, ever come into contact with numerous dead bodies? If it weren't for the fact that Arthur only had a sword callus and no gun callus, Kudo Shinichi would have already asked Officer Magyar to investigate him discreetly. You are jealous of others. Suzuki Sonoko defended him, saying, that's obviously gentlemanly conduct, unlike a certain someone who abandons Ran the moment a case arises. Kudo Shinichi felt unusually guilty, as he was exactly like that. Moreover, Arthurkin looks just like a prince, a knight. How could he be a bad person? Suzuki Sonoko gazed at him with admiration. Kudo Shinichi fell silent, for Arthur's demeanor was so upright, devoid of any shadow. Noble, distinguished, and dignified. If he weren't a waiter at a cafe, one might think he was a prince visiting from some foreign land. Forget it. After all, without more evidence, and since Ran wasn't obsessing over handsome guys like Sonoko, Kudo Shinichi quickly brushed the matter aside. Yet some doubts still lingered in his heart. For instance, who exactly was Arthur? Did I scare you? The young man exposed by Ing Lily was expected to panic or get angry, even furious, but she never anticipated Arthur's reaction. Arthur replied gently as usual, sorry, because I have long since died. Not having a heartbeat is quite natural, isn't it? The brains and hearts of spirits are essentially where their cores reside. They can simulate the flow of blood and the beating of a heart, but for an old sword that lacks mana, it would be too wasteful. Ing Lily was completely taken aback by how easily Arthur revealed his truth. Should she apologize? But it was clearly Arthur who hadn't told her first. With this thought, she couldn't help but get stubborn, unwilling to apologize first. So what is your current state? You can understand it as a tangible ghost. Afraid of sunlight. Well, it looks like you aren't afraid. After all, she had never seen him shy away from it. So were you a true knight in your past life? Yes. Then, Lily's words suddenly caught in her throat as she recalled their previous discussion about the Knights of the Round Table. Like a sudden spark of inspiration, Lily asked, "Are you King Arthur?" The young man paused for a moment, and in the sunset his golden hair seemed to melt into the slanting rays with his blue eyes reflecting a depth as vast as the ocean. "Yes," he replied simply. She should be screaming, she should be excited. He is the legendary King Arthur, renowned throughout the world, even known to her, a half-hearted English girl, and revered by her father, the famous King Arthur. Not a knight, not a prince, but a king more aloof, noble, and untouchable than anyone else. Yet she found herself unsure of how to express her emotions. Tears fell uncontrollably. Lily kept wiping her cheeks, which had turned red from rubbing, not wanting him to see her in such a disheveled state. Fool, fool, fool. She repeated, unsure if she was referring to him who had already died or her foolish self. Lily. The sound of his gentle, calm voice lingered in her ears. Yet Lily felt an overwhelming anger. "I hate you." Huh. He seemed puzzled, but that was all. "That's how it is." Her voice rose higher. "You always respond nicely to whatever I ask, and you remain so calm regardless of what happens. Why don't you get angry? Why don't you feel upset? Because you are not from this world, and nothing is related to you, right?" So his kindness was merely due to the knight's code, the demeanor of a gentleman. It wasn't because she was such Spencering Lily, but any girl who met him at that time and place could receive such tolerance. His gentleness was simply because he was gentle. Even now, Lily stood there unaware of how pitiful she appeared, like a dejected tulip battered by the rain. Tears streamed from her azure eyes, her fair cheeks flushed from her own rubbing. Despite feeling so sad, the golden-haired girl straightened her back, unwilling to show weakness to anyone. She was accustomed to hiding her feelings. When sadness arose, it turned sharper than anyone else, like a delicate rose erecting its tiny thorns, believing it could protect herself. Anyone else doesn't matter, right? You are still so gentle, so tolerant, treating everyone like this, even not me. A girl like her would be quite detestable, but you are the exalted King Arthur. How could you be bothered to argue with a little girl like me? You are the kind of person I hate the most. Even her usually charming little tiger teeth seemed droopy. Lily stood there as if waiting for the final judgment. She knew he wouldn't get angry to him. She probably seemed like a child throwing a tantrum. Yet the more she thought that way, the angrier and sadder she became. Because a person like Arthur felt so distant, so far, that no matter how hard she tried, she could never reach him. Yes, Arthur gazed into the girl's eyes, his smile fading. Regardless of who it was, I would have saved them at that time. My sword is meant to protect the world and the people. I cannot ignore anyone who is weak, and will do my utmost to protect everyone. Even though she already knew the answer at that moment, Lily nearly lost all her strength. But Arthur smiled softly. I'm very glad I saved Lily back then. Lily is a very lovely girl. She is the cutest girl I have ever met since coming to this world. She was struck by his words, completely defeated. Though she knew he wasn't exactly what she had expected, she could no longer deceive herself at this moment. From the day she was saved until this brief time, the small emotions hidden within her heart finally bloomed at this moment. Lily almost fled in panic. The golden-haired spirit did not deliberately reveal herself, but quietly protected her on her way home. After naturally returning to the shop and finishing a day's work, Arthur finally returned to Qingmu Cheng's home. In response, Qingmu Cheng was dumbfounded. What kind of scum are you? You actually rejected her. After praising Lily for being very cute, Arthur resolutely turned her down, saying something akin to, I'm sorry to disturb your life. If it's troubling, we shouldn't meet again in the future. And also, if it's a bother for you, Lily, I can change jobs. As a man, Qingmu Cheng found it hard to believe that at such a moment he would not push forward and instead firmly rejected her. How could he be worse than a beast? I do not harbor feelings for missing Lily. If she misunderstands, it would only be worse. Arthur appeared very calm. But your thoughts, master, seem to be the kind that should be judged. Just joking. The key point is you still said she was very cute. Is she the cutest girl you have ever seen? Qingmu Cheng was someone who talked big. If he were to act on it, well, he probably wouldn't be able to do it either. If this isn't love, then why are you talking nonsense? I am not lying. Missing Lily is indeed a very cute girl. Qingmu Cheng squinted. You are switching concepts here, and why do you call her Lily directly when talking with her, but now you call her Missing Lily? Because when two men are discussing, especially a woman whom you, master, are not familiar with, it is quite rude to call her by her first name directly. I cannot argue with you. Qingmu Cheng wiped his face. What on earth are you thinking? Although in a sense he was a part of himself, he was actually operating according to the character of the old sword with a bit of self-awareness, so Qingmu Cheng couldn't understand what he was thinking. I am now a servant who everything should prioritize the master, and Missing Lily is not my master. I cannot reciprocate Missing Lily's feelings. After all, we haven't spent much time together. She must just be acting on a whim. For the sake of Missing Lily, it's best to maintain a certain distance to let her calm down. Arthur's tone was still gently calm, which was a bit frightening. If you spoke less, I would really believe you. Qingmu Cheng had a deadpan expression. Honestly, before truly encountering Gadako, if a golden-haired Sundara girl showed interest in him, even if it wasn't directly stated, he felt he wouldn't be able to handle it. Empathizing with himself, how could Arthur, who had a part of his own consciousness, not be moved at all? Then why not choosing Lily as your master? Qingmu Chung had long wanted Arthur to become independent. After all, Arthur being independent wouldn't harm him and could resolve the magical energy consumption, allowing him to quickly activate the second identity. After all, during this time, Arthur as a spirit was nearly overwhelmed, having dealt with no less than 10 invasions from the monsters of the Type Moon side, but they were all deep in the mountains and forests, presumably suppressed by the government. I do not have the right to choose for Missing Lily. As a master, one must face battles or death, and she is likely unable to bear it. After all, she is just a high school girl who would be scared even by seeing a dead body, or even not seeing one. Qingmu Chung stubbornly asked, "Are you really not moved at all?" Arthur pondered for a rare moment. Rather than saying I am moved, it's more like seeing a girl cry in front of me feels somewhat like a failure. After Arthur's spirit had energy-saving transformation, Qingmu Chung finally grabbed his phone and started typing. I think this Arthur is completely hopeless. Tomaru Ritsuka. Is it the male Arthur or the female Arthur? What happened? Qingmu Chung, the male one. He actually so stiffly rejected a beautiful girl, and one with magical potential, specifically blah blah blah. Tomaru Ritsuka. For Arthur, this is indeed his choice. Because he has a strong sense of responsibility and won't easily make promises, once he does, he will definitely fulfill them. Qingmu Chung. So I think this CP is doomed. Arthur is too calm, showing no intention to take action. Tomaru Ritsuka. Haha, I think that to form a CP, the real key is not Arthur. Qingmu Chung. How could that be possible? Though it hasn't been explicitly stated, anyone with eyes can see that the girl likes him. Tomaru Ritsuka. But she still hasn't said it, has she? Sometimes words are more important than anything else. Qingmu Chung. No hope. That's a typical tsundere, one who will never be honest in this lifetime. Tomaru Ritsuka. Then let me make a bet, Chinkuan. Sometimes girls can be braver than you think. Through the screen, Qingmu Chung could imagine the smile in Tomaru Ritsuka's eyes and quickly replied. Qingmu Chung, let's bet. What if I lose? It's fine, I'm just happy. Tomaru Ritsuka. Then we shall wait and see. In fact, Arthur and Artoria are still different. If Artoria needs the other to take 99 steps, while she takes the last step herself, then Arthur is someone who waits for the other to take the first step, and he will take those 99 steps afterwards. Qingmu Chung. Then I shall wait and see. After chatting reluctantly for a while longer, Qingmu Chung finally put down his phone. Looking at the not-so-clear bright moon outside, the black-haired youth sighed deeply, hoping to find a suitable master soon. Have you found a suitable master? A fufu jumped out, startled by the suddenly appearing golden sword. Scared? Are you here to kill me? With a little paw of the world's consciousness, it patted its chest. Coming unannounced is not the etiquette a guest should have. The knight holding the holy sword did not give an inch. You scared me, Qingmu Chung said irritably, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. Last time you just dumped the mess on me. Do you know how much emotional damage I suffered afterward? Compensation. A hand stretched out in front of Fufu. The world consciousness spread its paws. No. What I gave you before is the last of the stock. Oh. Qingmu Cheng's face instantly darkened. You are not welcome here. Hurry and leave. Hey, you are too snobbish. The world consciousness was utterly stunned. I came here to inform you of some intelligence. If you don't want to know, then forget it. Saying this, the white squirrel-like Fufu prepared to climb away. Wait. Qingmu Chung instructed Arthur to stop it. Tell me what it is. Feeling the sword's edge pressed against its face, the world consciousness finally yielded. Your previous task was completed quite well. You resolved most issues before causing significant damage. However, things will be different afterward. It's very likely that 2 waves of monsters will appear simultaneously, so you need to hurry up and make a name for yourself. Up until now, no one knows Arthur. Your progress is too slow, and you haven't even found the first master. How can you activate the second identity? Don't tell me the hole you've collided with in the Fate world is that big. Qingmu Cheng's expression was unfriendly. Cough. There's nothing to be done about it. The pseudo-Fufu's gaze drifted. This led to a chain reaction. Have you heard of the revival of spiritual energy? Hell, let the world be destroyed then. Don't. The world consciousness waved its little paws. This is not without benefits for you. If you establish the Fate worldview in this world, it will also develop into a high magic world like Fate, allowing Tomaru Ritsuka to come and go freely here. Isn't that a win-win? What about the spirit vein you promised me? I can't set up a magic circle at all, though otherwise activating a second identity wouldn't be a problem. How can this be repaired? Qingmu Chung shook the pseudo-Fufu desperately. Originally selecting one magician for the first spirit should have solved the problem, but the time given to Qingmu Chung was too short. He could only choose the specialized Arthur against the magical pig. Got it. The world consciousness told Qingmu Chung the method for setting up the magic circle and suitable locations for the spirit veins. Before he could finish reading, it slipped away again. Remember to activate the second identity first, okay? Bastard, don't run. The situation of the golden retriever. Ing Lily, what happened? Why do you look faded like the game character? Ing Lily, Zitsuin, are you okay? Your expression now resembles that of a discarded female supporting character from a game production. As they say, the defeated dog doesn't even have a chosen if line. Ing Lily silently clutched her chest, swallowing back a mouthful of blood. Don't mind her, Kato. With her long black stockings crossed, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu said nonchalantly, Zitsuin is currently suffering from a dual blow of shattered dreams and loves soon to become a useless girl who can do nothing. Thus the game will have to rely on my script and your script to hold it up. How ruthless, Kasumi no Oka Shiyu. Normally Ing Lily would have jumped up and fought with her, but now this golden-haired beauty buried her head, looking utterly shattered. Even Shiyu was somewhat surprised as she propped her chin and said, That being said, Zitsuin has taken on the responsibility of the original artwork. To go back on one's word is the worst human vice, and those who violate it should be thrown into the trash for disposal. The golden-haired girl weakly pointed at the document bag next to her. Kasumi no Okashiyu picked up the document bag and flipped through the original artworks inside. Each one was consistently stable in performance with delicate styles and clear lines, but nothing extraordinary. Until she turned to the next page, her pale fingers paused. It was a colorful original artwork that clearly did not belong to the Blessing software game, and must have accidentally slipped, and yet Shiyu couldn't tear her gaze away. A knight clad in resplendent silver armor. More glorious than the sun, more noble than the silver moon, wielding a holy sword to vanquish all evil. On this calm night, he quietly looked back. It was as if time had stood still. It was a masterpiece that completely surpassed all of Bomu Engli's works. Even those outside the second dimension would be breathless in an instant, because truly noble things do not lose their value due to immature artistic skills. Anyone who saw this painting at that moment would understand. This is a knight, this is a prince, and also a solitary king. Indeed, such a character exists. Kasumi no Okashiyu gazed repeatedly at this painting, which was undoubtedly a true masterpiece. If every original art maintained this level, without a doubt Shiyu's script would not even match Bomu Engli's artwork. That would be too disheartening. However, compared to this masterpiece, Enlili's other paintings appeared rather ordinary. Of course, her style was delicate and beautiful, but it lacked something. Zitsuin. Kasumi no Okashiyu walked in front of Enlili, raising the painting in her hand. You won't need this anymore, right? After all, you've lost your confidence and passion, turning into a boring waste. Then I'll generously take it away as inspiration for my next book. Wait. Enlili, who had been slumped over the table, suddenly stood up. Give the painting back to me, Kasumi no Okashiyu. Still calling me by my full name as always. Feeling spirited now. Shiyu crossed her arms and tilted her head. I don't know what troubles you've been having lately. The black-haired girl clenched her fists, a bit unwilling. But don't you think there's something wrong with your work attitude? Stop talking nonsense, Kasumi no Oka. Enlili retorted loudly. I've handed in the original artworks. Why must she paint while feeling sad? What was the point? How ridiculous. Then take a look. Kasumi no Okashiyu held up the knight's painting and compared it to the others. With this kind of gap, do you still think your painting is good? Oi. Don't say you did your best. As an artist, shouldn't you aim to create better works? Enlili was stunned. She saw her passionate work where the silver knight froze in the moment of looking back in the night. It was overwhelming. It was a masterpiece that would make anyone stop and admire it. Enlili knew that it wasn't her artistic skills that had improved significantly. Whether a knight, a prince, or a king, these factors and labels had a strong sense of surrealism. After all, ACG is about dreaming, and whether in scripts or original art, it is merely to fulfill the dreams within one's heart. However, even dreaming requires a basis. Who has truly seen a real knight, a real prince, or a real king? Moreover, modern kings are not like those of ancient times, holding the power of life and death, and as for knights, they have long vanished from the annals of history. The true charm of this painting lies in its authenticity. Because Enlili has truly seen it. The king portrayed in the painting, so sincere, noble, and benevolent, is both knight and prince. Unintentionally, this authenticity flowed from the tip of her brush. Therefore, compared to this transcendent brilliance that spans time, her paintings created for the game seemed particularly pale, hard to imagine being produced by the same person. Is it really that well painted? Enlili couldn't help but ask herself. It's very good. The one answering her was Kasumi no Okashiyu, the black-haired girl, biting her lip tightly. It's extraordinarily good beyond imagination, at a level I as a scriptwriter cannot attain. However, I create to present better works to my fans and express my heartfelt intentions. Yet Zitsuin, what were you thinking when you painted this? What was your motivation for creating this painting? As expected of her rival, who understood Enlili exceptionally well, the emotionally intelligent Kasumi no Okashiyu. Even an Iluan who had once been her childhood friend could not dissect the inner heart of Zitsuin Spencer Enlili as accurately as she did, striking at Enlili's softest spot. Upon hearing this series of questions, Enlili's expression faltered. Zitsuin. Kasumi no Okashiyu stood in front of her, creating a sense of being interrogated due to their height difference. That painting was based on the knight who saved you, right? I have no intention of meddling in your personal matters, but I cannot allow you to continue in this state of despair. Dreams and reality have discrepancies. You and he belong to two different worlds. After that heroic rescue, there would be no further connection. Although it is tragic, this reality is the world you live in. It's time to wake up from the dream. The girl with twin golden ponytails lowered her head, her small fists clenched tightly, her whole body trembling. That's not true. Enlili suddenly raised her head, her sky blue eyes burning with intensity. He is in this world right here beside us. He is not a dream, but a true reality. You don't understand him at all. What qualifications do you have to say these things? Oh really? Kasumi no Okashiyu caught the significant information in Enlili's tone. You know him well then. Edge. Enlili suddenly realized she had let something slip, hurriedly waving her hands. No, not really. Huh. In the end, she could only laugh awkwardly. However, Enlili's acting probably couldn't fool anyone, and Iluan, who was out of place, became excited and was then suppressed by the smiling Kato K. Lun Yi sometimes really can't read the room. On the contrary, Kasumi no Okashiyu observed Enlili, feeling her discomfort. Just when she thought she was about to be exposed, which she already was, Kasumi no Okashiyu let out a sigh of resignation. Do you really know what you're doing? You of all people. But since we are collaborating, I will generously give you a piece of advice. After all, you're an outwardly glamorous, yet internally completely useless masquerading lady. Overexposing your tsundere attributes will only lead to empty efforts. Occasionally be more straightforward, Zitsu and Spencer-ing Lily. Rather than excessively displaying your tsundere traits, you should be a bit more straightforward, occasionally classmate Sichuan, Spencer-ing Lily. The voice of that gloomy girl echoed in her mind, and the blonde girl immediately exploded in anger, throwing the pillow in her arms against the wall. Damn you, Kasha no Okashia, what do you know? She sniffed, but the tears in her eyes fell uncontrollably. Even Yinglalai, who was full of tsundere traits, had to reflect. Was she really too unstraightforward? But I absolutely will not apologize first. Yinglila's pink fist struck the pillow fiercely. I will never apologize until he apologizes first. Absolutely. That said, if she didn't deliberately go to that cafe, they would hardly have any chance to meet each other. After all, they weren't even in the same game club, just passing by each other. How long had it been since she thought about an Yi Luanyi? If she had to say, she completely forgot when she last thought of him. Those previous entanglements seemed far too mundane compared to this extraordinary daily development. Thinking of this made Ing Lily angry. And what did you mean by saying you would leave the cafe if I was bothering you? What a joke, you jerk, annoying fool. I will never forgive him. However, Ing Lily gradually felt a sense of panic. Meeting Arthur was merely good luck. It was just luck that he saved her and that she ended up at the cafe where he worked. But what if he left? Could she rely on luck to encounter him again? Or rather, as a returned dead person, how long could the world-renowned King Arthur remain in this realm? Perhaps this was truly just a fleeting encounter, and after this they might never meet again. Thinking of this made Ing Lily restless. No way. She absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Even if she couldn't meet him, she had to confirm whether he had run away. Yes. Ing Lily suddenly became furious. Why should she avoid him? He was the one in the wrong. Ing Lily acted decisively, jumping out of bed, putting on a disguise. She had to do something even if it was obvious. This was Yinglila's heartfelt voice. Mom, I'm going out. Holding her small backpack, Ing Lily was merely saying this as a routine. After all, Sichuan Sayuri never interfered in Yinglila's affairs, and her parents, being otaku, were the kind of open-minded couple that could raise a girl like Ing Lily. Although due to her father's position as a diplomat, she had to maintain the appearance of a young lady, Ing Lily still deeply loved her parents. Wait, Ing Lily. Sichuan Sayuri rarely stopped Yinglilai, a hint of panic on her face. Don't go out, stay at home for a few days. She thought it might be too late in a few days. Ing Lily yelled in her heart, but on the surface, she quietly asked, what's wrong, Mom? Something happened in Kobe. Sichuan Sayuri held Yinglila's hand tightly. It had to be said that the incident where Ing Lily almost died had deeply affected her mother's heart. If it weren't for Yinglila's strong insistence and the change of location of Toisaki Academy, Sichuan Sayuri wouldn't even want Ing Lily to go to school, fearing she might encounter such danger again. After all, liking ACG is one thing, and experiencing surreal events in reality is another. Most otaku are still like the dragon in the leaf. Even if they aren't, if their daughter is in danger, they would likely become like that. What happened? Yinglila's voice suddenly rose. What's wrong with Kobe, Mom? At that moment, Sichuan Sayuri, who was also panicking, hurriedly turned on the television, which displayed scenes resembling an apocalyptic disaster. The stalls originally set up for the summer festival were in complete disarray, decorations scattered on the ground, trampled on, and not a single piece intact. The expressions of the people were distorted, with overwhelming fear appearing terrifying in large numbers. Screams and cries mixed together as everyone was desperately fleeing, shoving one another, ignoring that they were all flesh and blood, crowding forward, unaware of how many stampedes had occurred. Yet all of this occupied just a small corner of the screen. At the moment everyone saw the screen, they became transfixed, as if the trembling camera had captured their full attention, drawn in by the colossal object that filled 9/10 of the screen. The first reaction was probably, is this a monster movie? I haven't heard anything about a new Kamen Rider installment, and when realizing that this was actual news, the second reaction was, what a joke. How could such a monster exist? A shadow that blotted out the sun covered the entire coast, with countless tentacles bearing suckers, tearing apart broken bodies, integrating them into its hideous form, while gnarled teeth devoured flesh, staining the nearby sea red. Resembling an octopus, but magnified countless times, this giant monster had human beings as its prey. It was the sudden appearance of this colossal beast that shattered the summer festival scene in Kobe Bay. A monster has appeared at the summer festival in Kobe. Once again, this is not a joke, not a special effects movie. This is truly happening in Kobe Bay. The beautiful female host's voice trembled, her pretty aqua-colored cat eyes slightly constricting. Mizuno Reina, the CIA undercover agent, could never have imagined encountering such a situation. How could this be possible? How could such a monster appear? If it weren't for being on-site, Mizuno Reina would never believe it. However, as an elite of the CIA, when her station requested to send a helicopter to follow and film Mizuno Reina, and another determined photographer agreed. Under the urging of their superior, the two boarded the helicopter and began real-time reporting. It must be said that the earlier incident at Toisaki Academy was resolved too quickly and did not cause particularly severe accidents. The Neon government was proud of its perfect cover-up, but completely overlooked the looming crisis beneath. Despite Aoki Makoto and King Arthur having resolved various monster crises, they all occurred in remote areas, many of which still remain undiscovered. And this time, when true surrealism appeared in this ordinary world, everyone was going crazy. Hey, what is that? Seeing the news, Kudo Shinichi was dumbfounded. Even if it's a joke, it's too much. Kudo Shinichi, feeling that the news channel was becoming increasingly unreliable, pouted and switched to another channel, only to find that every channel was broadcasting the same content. Even the Tokyo TV station, which usually only aired anime, was live streaming. No way. Excluding all impossibilities, whatever remained, no matter how bizarre, could only be the truth. Kudo Shinichi was stunned. It's actually real. He then received a frantic call from Kudo Yusaku in America. The same thing happened countless times around the world. Countless teacups and glasses were broken. After confirming it wasn't a joke, all eyes of the world turned to Kobe, and the Neon government had already received multiple calls from the United States wanting to intervene. Amidst numerous complaints and the pleas for help from those panicking, the Neon Self-Defense Force urgently dispatched fighter jets that roared across the evening sky, with missiles leaving long white trails in the air heading towards the massive sea monster. The explosions accompanied by a huge mist spread out, and the monster seemed to emit a roar-like sound. Help me, save me. Kill the monster, hurry, and kill it. Damn monster, if you can taste the flavor of explosives. The fighter jets are coming. Damn it, hurry up and kill that monster, kill it. At that moment, even those who were dissatisfied with the Neon government and self-defense force were filled with fervor, cheering them on. And amidst all the hopeful gazes, the missiles capable of easily destroying structures and shattering steel faced the flesh and blood sea monster. The gathered mist dispersed, revealing the monster's grotesque exterior without a single scratch, not even a hint of burning. Countless scientists must have had their worldview shattered, exclaiming that it was impossible, though the monster's appearance had already shattered many worldviews. But reality was as it was. The sea monster emerged unscathed. How is this possible? The pilot in the fighter jet was also dumbfounded, but when the enormous tentacles came crashing down, due to long training, the pilot rapidly ascended, intending to evade, and then, like swatting a fly, was struck down along with the aircraft's shell and swallowed. Bullets, incendiary shells, missiles, all recklessly aimed at the sea monster. Humanity had spent countless years evolving such weapons that changed the course of war. However, it was useless. All of it was useless. After the last helicopter was casually swatted down by the sea monster's tentacles, even the United States, who had been clamoring to deal with the sea monster, fell silent. Emergency mission update. A gigantic sea demon formed by the noble phantasm of the servant Gillis de Rice will appear in the Kobe Bay in 10 minutes. When this message popped up, Aoki Makoto was at home enjoying takeout. Everyone understands that even if one can cook, it doesn't mean they want to do it every day. Aoki learned to cook because he didn't have much money as a child and couldn't get used to Japanese cuisine. Seriously, what even is natto? Plus, he hated fish. Now, having achieved success and wealth, Aoki wasn't keen on hiring someone to cook for him due to his special circumstances, but ordering from a relatively authentic Chinese restaurant was certainly not a problem. As a true modern-day Low-Hedon tribe member, Aoki naturally didn't forget to use his phone while eating. While he was rereading a novel, he saw this message and nearly choked on a mouthful of rice. After a fit of coughing, Aoki finally cleared his throat and thought, damn it, if the savior were to die from choking on food, it would definitely be black humor. This made Aoki grit his teeth. What kind of joke is this? A sea demon? This level has escalated too quickly. That's something that several servants in the original work took down together, and in the end it was Saber's city-destroying noble phantasm that resolved it. Now you want me to fight such a monster? And that's not even a monster, it's a servant, isn't it? Aoki's frustration was justified. In the original work, Gillis de Rice merged with the Lalai text and summoned the sea demon. Even the Conqueror King Iskandar's reality marble couldn't deal with it, and Gilgamesh's kingly treasury effect wasn't effective either. Without using Ye, it would be nearly impossible to defeat the sea demon. The sea demon possessed the ability to devour other humans and heal rapidly. As long as it wasn't eliminated in one go, it could recover instantly, thus making military noble phantasms ineffective. Only city-destroying noble phantasms could deliver a lethal blow. In the original work, it was Saber Artoria Pendragon's Excalibur that annihilated the sea demon. Other attacks like those from Diarmuid and Lancelot were akin to mere tickling. Indeed, Aoki also had a saber at his disposal, the older version of Artoria, the Swordmaster Arthur Pendragon. In terms of lore and stats, it was slightly stronger than Artoria. However, the old sword's sacred status was constrained by the 13 restrictions. While it also had city-destroying power, Aoki wasn't sure if it could annihilate the sea demon in one blow, and even if it could, what do I do without magic? Aoki clutched his head and screamed in despair. He truly lacked magic. Fighting the magic pig didn't consume much magic power, but in recent times the old sword had become a workhorse, resolving monster crises no less than 10 times, all deep in the mountains, and doing so quickly without being detected. After sorting out his spiritual veins, Aoki used the magic he gained to summon another spirit. This new spirit was originally intended to share the burden of the old sword, but unfortunately this new spirit had poor compatibility with the sea demon and would likely struggle to defeat it. Thus far, having resolved 10 monster invasions, even without employing Excalibur, Aoki and the old sword were truly at their limits. If he forced out another noble phantasm, not only would Aoki be left barely alive, but the old sword would also face depletion of magic and vanish. As a swordmaster, the old sword was indeed stronger than Saber Artoria, especially in the state with the sheath Avalon, making Aoki reluctant to lose such a powerful asset. There's no choice now. Aoki stroked the back of his hand, where 3 crimson command seals were visible. Usually he covered them with a patch to hide them, claiming externally that he had sprained his hand as he didn't know any magic. These 3 command seals were indeed a reward Aoki earned from negotiating with the false true world consciousness, allowing for recovery using natural magic power. However, in his current financially strained state, he had no idea when he would gather enough for even 1 command seal. He sent a message to Fujimaru Rika, and her status quickly changed to typing. Fujimaru Rika, if you're going to defeat the sea demons summoned by Mr. Gillis DeRice, I have some suggestions for you to consider. Aoki's eyes lit up. Of course, Fujimaru Rika was a specialist on servants, and when it came to defeating spirits, no one was more authoritative than her. Aoki, thank you so much, Rika. Fujimaru Rika, no problem, but it really depends on the specific situation, so don't adopt my advice blindly. My suggestion is to have King Arthur as the main attacker with your newly summoned servant providing support, and use the command seals when necessary. Fujimaru Rika, I know you're low on magic, but this time you really can't save it. However, King Arthur's Noble Phantasm is an ease-level city-destroying Noble Phantasm, and once unleashed it should be sufficient to deal with the sea demon. Fujimaru Rika, meanwhile, the new servant can act as a distraction to open a path preventing the sea demon's attacks from interfering with King Arthur's Noble Phantasm. Truly, Fujimaru Rika was impressive. Aoki felt reassured, making him less hesitant to use the command seals. Aoki, I've also decided to use the command seals. Oh, we really have a good synergy. At this moment, he didn't forget to flirt a bit. Aoki, leave it to me. Fujimaru Rika, it's all yours, Makoto. Fujimaru Rika, wishing you great success in battle. 10 minutes later, it was originally a cool summer day with the sea breeze blowing gently, carrying a hint of saltiness. The summer festival in Kobe Bay was bustling with activity, originally set to hold a fireworks celebration at 10 o'clock. The expressions on everyone's faces were joyful. Young men and women walked together, middle-aged people accompanied children, and the elderly, all dressed in yukatas, enjoying the festival. When the hideous and grotesque massive creature suddenly appeared on the sea, everyone was still in a state of confusion. Modern people had seen a lot, but they had never seen anything like this. What is that? Did it appear out of nowhere? It can't be a projection, can it? What projection could be that realistic? The murmurs were cut short when the grotesque octopus-like appendage struck. The tentacle, thicker than a human waist, easily crushed human bodies into a pulp, blood splattering onto the nearby faces. She froze for a moment before letting out a dull scream. In plain view, the sea demon devoured that person directly. Run! Monster, that's definitely a sea monster. Oh. Why are we encountering such a monster? Is it really the retribution for dumping nuclear waste into the sea? What was once a joyful festival quickly descended into a hellish nightmare. It wasn't just the sea demon's attack. In the panic, people shoved and trampled each other. Countless fell to the ground and were stomped over, gasping for breath amidst the chaos. Everyone was focused on fleeing, which ironically blocked the escape routes, leaving only a few who truly got away. Confusion, fear, panic, and sorrow twisted the expressions on everyone's faces. After the fighter jets sent by the Neon Self-Defense Force were easily taken down by the sea demon, the chaos reached its peak. No one could hide this news. The appearance of the gigantic sea demon quickly spread throughout Neon, and even the world, though whether or not people believed it was another matter. Quick! Ascend rapidly. Mizuno Rina's voice twisted in the wind. As a qualified undercover agent, she keenly noticed that the sea demon seemed to treat them as little bugs similar to the fighter jets, and urged the pilot to act quickly. Her actions were undoubtedly correct. Accompanied by the sound of the air being split, the enormous appendage swept beneath them. The terrifying force if struck would likely send them plummeting like swatting a fly. The pilot was visibly sweating, his heart sobered by the greed for the enormous bounty. He quickly maneuvered the helicopter backward, maintaining a safe distance. In doing so, the helicopter drew closer to the chaotic crowd below. The shaky camera captured the hell on earth, causing everyone who saw it to almost hold their breath. Who will save them? On the ground, people were screaming, crying, and despairing. Who will save us? Anyone please save us? Who is that? Mizuno Rina's voice suddenly rose. However, no one had the mood to listen to the beautiful host's voice. All eyes were glued to the screen. In the swaying footage, a knight clad in silver could be clearly seen moving against the tide of people, rescuing children and the elderly who were nearly trampled. Even those who were frantically trying to escape couldn't help but make way for him, as if yielding to a king. Sincerity, compassion, strength, dignity. It seemed to encapsulate all the glory of the world. That's a knight. Mizuno Rina exclaimed loudly. A knight is walking towards the monster. Lean in closer. Damn it. How is NHK even broadcasting this? These idiots. Eriri pressed her face almost against the television screen. Already nearsighted, the intense glare from the close-up display now blurred her vision further. Eriri. Sayuri Sawamura stared at her with an odd expression. Why are you so worked up? Is it because of that monster incursion last time? Huh. Eriri blinked, then nodded vigorously. Exactly. That's exactly it. Her second affirmation rang out firm and resolute. Sayuri squinted skeptically at her daughter. Is there something you're hiding from me, Eriri? After all, as her mother, she knew her daughter all too well. Eriri scratched her head. Of course not, Mom. What on earth are you talking about? Ha 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 ha. Her acting was painfully unconvincing. Eriri. Sayuri, who was usually cheerful, spoke with rare solemnity. I won't interfere with anything you wish to do. You're already a grown young woman. Tears welled in Eriri's eyes. It was true. Sayuri had always supported every one of her daughter's endeavors. As a mother, she was profoundly tolerant and unwavering. But Sayuri's tone shifted sharply. There is one condition: whatever you do must pose no danger. You are my daughter, my most treasured being, and I refuse to let you come to any harm even if it means you resent me for it. Mom. Tears trembled at the edge of Eriri's lashes. He's a knight. At that moment, Mizunashi Renai's voice crackled through the television, distorted by raw excitement. A knight is walking straight toward the monster. At those words, Eriri lunged forward, pressing herself against the screen, and instantly locked eyes on that streak of cerulean silver. 1,000 words choked her throat, yet all she could whisper was, "Fool, fool, why did you come?" Yet she knew deep in her heart Arthur would always come. Not only because he was King Arthur, a sovereign whose heart embraced the world, but because Eriri believed, even without the crown, Arthur would still march forth. As he himself had declared, rescuing the people, saving the world. That was the very essence of knighthood. Yet, would he be wounded? Would he die again? Worry flooded Eriri's wide blue eyes as she fixed her gaze unblinkingly on the screen. She failed to notice the sudden sharpness in Sayuri's gaze behind her. Sadosaki was an utterly ordinary girl, bearing the most common surname, the most common given name. And this time, she was simply attending a summer festival like any other. Yet, in the distance, the sea monster loomed like a colossal mountain, its writhing tentacles like divine or demonic limbs. Merely gazing upon it evoked an invisible tide of terror and despair. Sadosaki trembled violently, while behind her the crowd surged forward. Faces twisted, each person fleeing with frantic animal urgency. Sadosaki was swept along, helplessly running blindly amid panic and confusion. Why was this happening? Why had monsters appeared? Countless questions swirled within her, but for now she could only run with the tide. She had already seen several people stumble and fall, trampled mercilessly beneath countless feet until no breath remained. The moment she witnessed that, Sadosaki turned deathly pale. Clutching her mouth tightly, she stifled any sound. Even as her body shook uncontrollably, she forced her legs onward. It was terrifying. She was terrified. Yet she refused to die. Not even now, after a life so utterly ordinary. She refused to die. Clutching that desperate resolve, Sadosaki staggered forward with the fleeing masses, though her slender frame and cumbersome yukatanjida attire made every step agonizingly difficult. Suddenly, a tremendous force slammed into her side. A man barreling past in blind flight, his face contorted with terror, utterly heedless of whom he struck. Already unsteady in her get, Sadosaki tumbled backward instantly. It was over. Tears burst from Sadosaki's eyes as she squeezed them shut. Mom. In her final breath, instinct summoned her mother's name. Please, someone save me. Anyone, save me. Yet the expected agony of trampling never came. Sadosaki opened her eyes and saw the crowd's frantic pace slow, some even glancing at her, carefully stepping around. Though baffled, she scrambled upright and retreated to the wall, leaning heavily against it. Then she saw him. Without hesitation, on first sight, she knew he alone had stilled the tide of panic. A figure radiant with glory, imbued with sincerity and mercy, the noblest of knights, the most august of kings. From the moment he walked among them, all instinctively bowed their heads, unable to bear the weight of his presence. Even clad in armor utterly alien to this age, no one dared mock him. Instead, the armor seemed divinely ordained, perfectly suited to his bearing. Sadosaki, of course, had no idea this was the effect of Old Sword's rank leadership. A subtle but potent aura that, though not directed at his own troops or subjects, could gently restore composure to those drowning in extremity. Viewed from above, the path he carved through the crowd resembled Moses parting the Red Sea, magnificent beyond measure. More like a king than a knight, the cameraman murmured involuntarily. Mizunashi Renai nodded in quiet agreement. Yet reactions before television screens varied wildly. I knew this had to be a movie shoot, insisted the incredulous. Who wears armor these days? A fool who thinks he can stop bullets, sneered the dismissive. Who is he? Why did the crowd calm the instant he appeared, pondered the analytical. He's so cool, so amazing, gushed the starstruck. It's him, the mysterious knight from the Toyosaki Academy incident, cried the informed elated. None of the outside world's clamor reached the scene itself. The cerulean silver knight advanced toward the colossal sea demon, not with haste, yet with breathtaking, unhurried speed. Wherever he passed, the frenzied crowd regained fragments of reason. They still fled, but no more lives were crushed beneath stampeding feet. What kind of power is this? Mizunashi Renai searched desperately for words, only to blurt out this inadequate phrase. Before her television, Eriri nearly screamed in protest. What kind of description is that? Eriri hugged the TV set and shook it furiously. That's not power, it's his magnetism. He is King Arthur. The final words died unspoken on her lips. Sayuri stood right behind her. At that moment, Sayuri's voice drifted softly from behind. Who is he, Eriri? Eriri flinched. I recall he's the knight who saved you before, Sayuri said, arching a brow. Yes, exactly. Eriri kept her expression carefully neutral. But you two only met once, didn't you? Yet you seem oddly familiar with him. Sayuri stepped closer, steadily, deliberately. Golden-haired Eriri broke into a cold sweat. This was it. She was doomed. Are you sure? Is it the knight who appeared during the Magic Pig incident at Fengziji Academy? The leaders of Neon were drenched in sweat at this moment as the defeat of the Self-Defense Force's fighter jets, compounded by the ineffectiveness of missiles against the sea monster, left them with no choice but to consider humanity's most powerful weapon, the nuclear bomb, which would devastate Kobe City and the Neon Territory. However, the United States exerted immense pressure, insisting that if the sea monster was not dealt with soon, they would resort to launching nuclear weapons. Current observations suggested that the sea monster in Kobe Bay exhibited traits of devouring humans and showed signs of gradually strengthening. If it entered Kobe City and devoured many people, its power would be unimaginable. The United States only wished to eliminate it swiftly. Now the leaders of Neon were in a state of disarray. While the United States seemed indifferent, if he truly agreed to their demands, his political career would be over. The appearance of the knight who had previously dealt with the magic pig provided him with a lifeline, and he hoped that this knight could also defeat the sea monster. Yes, based on the armor and patterns on him, he should belong to an ancient knight from New Britannia, likely a descendant. After all, even though the old sword left only a vague image from that time, they managed to analyze a lot of information. I don't care which country he is from, but he has now appeared in Neon. No one could resist the allure of the extraordinary. It was the elevation of individual life. If he can deal with the monster in Kobe City, we will do everything we can to win him over with beauty, wealth, and status. Neon can provide all of that. Of course, the leaders of Neon were still thinking that once they had control over the knight, they could interrogate him on how to obtain such extraordinary power. Now report the situation regarding how he resolved the magic pig incident to the entire nation. Yes, the subordinate, being experienced in the political arena, secretly despised his cunning superior. By informing the public that the knight resolved the magic pig incident, they aimed to mislead the populace into believing it was their government that sent him. If the knight succeeded, the credit would surely go to the government. If he failed, the blame would fall on the deceased knight. Truly, what a dark-hearted superior. What? There was a monster invasion before. So the relocation of Fengziji Academy was because of this. Oh, my friend told me about it, but I didn't believe it. It's actually true. There really is extraordinary power. Coach, I want to learn this. Wait a minute, isn't the knight from Europe? How did he come to Neon? Where are our local samurai? I just want to say, if the knight can handle the magic pig, he should be able to deal with the sea monster, right? Of course. Otherwise, why would he be here? Hey, don't say it like that. It makes it sound like he has to win. Liars are all liars. It's all a deception. It must be said that the Neon leaders made the right decision. Their guided public opinion shifted everyone's focus to whether the knight could defeat the sea monster and the existence of extraordinary abilities rather than blaming the government for incompetence. However, the might of the sea monster was evident for all to see. Citizens in downtown Kobe were fleeing in panic, leading to a large-scale stampede on the Shinkansen. Cars were congested on the roads, unable to move. In the absence of order, maintainers, looting, arson, and violence surged, plunging the entire Kobe city and surrounding areas into chaos. Within half an hour, dozens of violent incidents had occurred. Aside from a few powerful people escaping via helicopter, the remaining citizens were engulfed in fear, all clinging to the lifeline of the knight, praying that this unnamed knight could defeat the sea monster. Mom, what are you doing? A little girl with pigtails tugged at her mother's sleeve. Her mother forced a smile. As a single parent, she didn't dare to flee with her daughter in such chaos, fearing they might be harmed. Now, hearing the words on the television, she could only silently pray that the knight could defeat the sea monster so that they might have a chance of survival. Mom is praying that the knight on TV can defeat the sea monster so everyone can be happy and you can go out to play. Then I want to pray too. The little girl clasped her hands together. Masked Rider. Ah, the Masked Rider must defeat the sea monster. I still want to go out to play with little Fu. Her mother forced a smile, hoping for the best. Meanwhile, the old sword was still unaware that the manipulations of the Neon leaders had thrust him into the spotlight. His sole focus was on the sea monster, the formidable enemy he needed to defeat. The sea monster seemed to have noticed this little one, that noble and pristine figure. How familiar it seemed. The memory seemed to hold such a person, someone more exalted than anyone else. Jean Dark. The sea monster let out a shriek that no one could understand, dozens of tentacles shooting up into the sky, madly attacking the old sword. The Silver Knight remained calm, wielding the invisible sword, cutting through the tentacles as easily as slicing through butter. His movements were concise and powerful, seemingly effortless. For a moment, the massive sea monster could not touch him. The knight has already closed in on the sea monster. Shui Wulian continued to comment, and it must be said that even as an observer, she felt a surge of excitement within. This was an extraordinary being. To be able to engage in battle with such a massive sea monster without falling behind was nothing short of a heroic epic. He is a true knight, a genuine hero. Unconsciously, Shui Wulian's words began to lean toward admiration. I believe he will definitely defeat the sea monster. At this moment, no one cared about Shui Wulian's praise. All eyes were captured by that figure. It was as if he was surrounded by all the brilliance of the world, cloaked in silver and white, cutting down all evils in existence. He himself seemed to embody the very essence of a knight. So noble and so powerful. Many women's gazes began to become hazy. No woman could refuse such a person, just like the role of the knight often seen in ACG. The knight has reached the seaside. Oh no, without a vessel, how can he battle the sea monster? Wait, he is standing on the surface of the sea. As someone also blessed by the lake fairy, the old sword like Artoria possessed the ability to walk on water. The Silver Knight maintained his speed on the surface of the sea, moving as if on solid ground, quickly closing in on the sea monster's true form. Of course, it appeared easy, but only the old sword knew the pressure he was under at that moment. The attacks were too frequent, the size of the sea monster was its greatest advantage, capable of easily crushing skyscrapers. Even the old sword with a great strength could suppress it momentarily, but it was not a long-term solution. At this moment, the sea monster's tentacles flailed even more wildly, with several tentacles now mere inches from the old sword. Oh my! Shui Wulian could not help but exclaim. An invisible hurricane whipped up water and mist, instantly tearing apart the incoming tentacles, shredding them into bits. The Silver Knight raised the sword in his hand, revealing the true form of the golden sword, one that was beyond human imagination and depiction. Is that the sword sheath? It was a sword sealed within its sheath, yet even so, it was an unimaginable dream sword for mere mortals. The knight continued to fight, his agile and dignified figure irresistibly captivating everyone. Even the television station's helicopter, which had maintained a cautious distance, could not help but move forward, yearning for a clearer view of the scene. The menacing tentacles wielded a sound that pierced the air, swinging toward him. Could the sea monster not even strike down these flying insects? It was over. In that instant, everyone was caught off guard. Shui Wulian felt a chill throughout her body. Even though she had long prepared for death, it was not meant to be this meaningless, discovered and executed by the organization. An invisible hurricane surged into the sky, and in a short time the old sword once again released the Wind King barrier, but this time not to confront the enemy, but to accelerate its own speed. The knight soared into the air with unimaginable speed, his gaze fierce, and he struck. The tentacle attacking the helicopter was severed in two with a single strike, and the knight gracefully landed at the helicopter's entrance right in front of Shui Wulian and the camera. You? At that moment, even Shui Wulian, an experienced and psychologically strong undercover agent, found it difficult to speak, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. The camera faithfully broadcasted this scene. Although half of her face was obscured, her perfect jawline and lip shape still possessed an enchanting charm up close. Please step back a bit. The knight's voice was gentle and clear, his persuasion exceedingly polite. This place is very dangerous. The people in the helicopter fell into a moment of stupor, but it was Shui Wulian who first regained her senses. Yes, we understand. Thank you very much. Shui Wulian had originally opened her mouth to say something more, but the knight merely nodded slightly, leaping down once more, swiftly severing several of the sea monster's tentacles. Unfortunately, even though the knight was invincible, the loss of these tentacles was insignificant to the sea monster. In the eyes of everyone, the sea monster's wounds healed rapidly, leaving no trace of injury. This is cheating. How can this be? Who can defeat it like this? Many people cursed in frustration, even feeling disheartened. Some even vented their anger on the knight. What a useless knight, unable to even defeat a sea monster. Of course, such people were quickly besieged. What are you talking about up there? If you're so capable, why don't you go up? Others are here to protect us. Why are you complaining? Meanwhile, Shui Wulian tightened her grip on the helicopter's edge, half her body extending outside, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. However, none of this could affect the knight. His sword strikes were unwavering, sharp as ever. It was clear to anyone that despite the prolonged battle, he had never shown any signs of fatigue. That was enough. The old sword noticed that all the sea monster's attention was focused on itself and began to slowly retreat. In fact, it should have been firing from a distance, but considering the civilians who had not yet escaped, it had advanced alone to divert the sea monster's attention. The sea monster realized the old sword's intention and continued to entangle it. Bang, bang, bang. Where did the gunshots come from? Didn't they know this was utterly useless? However, unexpectedly, the sea monster let out a harrowing scream as its tentacles were torn apart. Everyone finally spotted a figure in the footage, a two-headed creature. What was that? With a large head and a small body, it had only one eye on its face, dressed in a black and red military uniform, wearing a cap, with a paw print pattern, looking adorably cute. Except it wasn't one, but a whole group. They wielded rather outdated flintlock guns, and this seemingly weak attack inflicted wounds on the sea monster. Noba. The adorable creatures made incomprehensible sounds. Someone perplexed exclaimed, I don't understand. After all, even missile machine guns had no effect, and now flintlock guns. Only the knowledgeable observed the paw print insignia on the hats with uncertainty. Could it be? Perhaps finding this too slow, these adorable creatures charged at the sea monster and then self-destructed. This immense energy instantly dealt a heavy blow to the sea monster, which thrashed about in madness, its screams audible to the entire populace of Kobe. The old sword under its had curved its lips into a faint smile. Thank you. He murmured, then immediately shifted position, maintaining a distance that would be hard to attack from the sea monster. What is he going to do? Is he trying to escape? Someone maliciously speculated. However, the old sword stood still, sword in hand. The Wind King barrier dissipated, the sheath unfastened, and the stunningly beautiful golden sword revealed its true form for the first time. In the name of the command spell, Arthur Pendragon, unleash your noble phantasm to defeat the sea monster. A command spell vanished, leaving behind only faint traces. Aoki Makoto in the end provided the old sword with the most crucial support. Full power. The knight smiled. Seal 13 decision start. 13 bindings released. The round table decision begins. Golden light mist rose around the silver knight like the breath of stars, bringing a dazzling and imposing aura. The golden light mist seemed to absorb the surrounding light, and the world fell into silence. Yet where the light points clustered was so brilliant, just like the figure holding the sword at the center of the golden sea. Even through the lens, everyone was breathless at this once-in-a-lifetime splendid scene. How beautiful, how noble. Yet the truly discerning were drawn to the knight's words. Round table decision. Shui Wulianai also took note of this term, her emerald eyes filled with uncertainty as she gazed at the knight's back. Could he be? Yes, let me take care of this. A flamboyant yet ethereal male voice echoed in her ears. This battle is a struggle against those stronger than oneself, acknowledged Bedivere. This voice seemed to resonate in everyone's hearts. Those who knew could not help but tremble. Bedivere, that was one of the round table knights, so the knight fighting the sea monster was actually. The silver knight still held the holy sword, and a golden light flickered on the sword, seemingly signifying the unsealing of a binding. And this solitary round table decision continued. This battle is not a war against humanity, acknowledged Gawain. This battle is not a struggle against elves, acknowledged Lancelot. This battle is a crusade against evil, acknowledged Mordred. This battle is not for selfish desires, acknowledged Galahad. This battle is not a sword against the righteous, acknowledged Gareth. The renowned names were spoken one by one, and every viewer of the live stream trembled inside. It was true, this knight really was. And the sea monster let out a tremendous roar, seemingly aware that its time was short. However, its attacking tentacles were either blocked by the two-headed adorable creatures or torn apart by the invisible hurricane beside the old sword. This battle is the battle to save the world. Finally, the Silver Knight spoke solemnly, acknowledged Arthur. As the speculation turned to reality, everyone who had guessed felt a thrill of excitement. When the 7 seals were broken, the true power of the Star Sword would be revealed. The old sword changed its grip, sword tip down, swinging forward with an unyielding posture. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. The grand and splendid golden torrent instantly engulfed everything before it, the massive sea monster swaying, twisting, and shattering within the flow of light until it was reduced to ashes. In the center of the sea monster, no one knew of Gilles de Rice, who also witnessed this radiant light. God! Gilles de Rice wept as if he could see the figure of Joan of Arc. With the sea monster's cover gone, the stars and moon continued to illuminate the entire night sky, and the world fell into silence. The Silver Knight lowered the sword tip, the originally wondrous golden sword once again sealed within its sheath, and the invisible hurricane. He stood quietly on the surface of the sea, his silver silhouette resonating with the moonlight like a solitary and imposing king. No, he wasn't like one, he was a king. It can't be wrong. The one who wields the sword of promised victory, the undefeated king, who has triumphed in 12 wars, the legendary eternal king, who will one day return. He was too much. Using the star sword of planetary power against the sea monster is like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Without mentioning the turmoil caused by the appearance of King Arthur, the entire neon world, and even the globe fell into a frenzy. However, he simply chose to manifest as a spiritual entity, confirming that his master, Aoki Makoto, had no further orders and calmly planned to return to the cafe where he previously worked. Arthur's prolonged work at the cafe was not because Aoki Makoto could not afford to support him, but rather because Aoki Makoto intended to sever their connection. If it were discovered that since Arthur's appearance the food expenses in Aoki Makoto's household had significantly increased, anyone would surely suspect. Moreover, Arthur himself was eager to experience modern society up close, so he simply worked at the cafe. Of course, Aoki Makoto secretly provided a considerable amount of food to replenish his magical energy. However, on his way back, Arthur encountered an unexpected guest. Needless to say, she was the only girl who knew Arthur's true identity today, Sakurazawa Spencer Eriri. The girl with blonde twin tails wore thin clothing, shivering in the night breeze. She pursed her pale lips tightly, her sky-blue eyes revealing determination and stubbornness. It was impossible not to notice her, for the girl would never give up. It was precisely because he saw through such a fact that the Night King revealed himself. Eriri. Eriri looked in response as the silver-clad knight stepped out from the shadows, removing his hood that concealed his face, for there was no need to hide before her. A figure radiating brilliance, both honest and noble, yet gentle as a prince. His smile was as soft and radiant as the morning sun. He was kind-hearted, believed in justice, and was extraordinarily gentle. Though he despised conflict, once he took up the sword, he was mightier than anyone else. Clad in shades of azure and white, wielding a sword that shone brighter than anything else. The sword radiated light, dispelling all forms of injustice and evil in the world. Such sentimental words in front of the knight seemed perfectly fitting. Radiant, handsome, gentle, and powerful. He seemed to embody all the beauty in the world, making it difficult for any girl to resist such charm. Not to mention he was King Arthur, the eternal king worshipped by Great Britain, who saved ancient Britain undefeated on the battlefield, the chosen king. The tales of him and the Knights of the Round Table still circulate in that ancient land and are renowned worldwide. Eriri herself knew that her father, a British diplomat, was a fervent admirer of the legends of King Arthur. Even when playing ACG games, he favored night-themed ones. If he were to meet this King Arthur, he would likely be at a loss for words from excitement. After all, he was truly the perfect king as depicted in legends. With countless words stuck in her throat, Eriri's toes shuffled against the ground. I saw you fighting the sea monster. Her voice was soft, making it hard to imagine how she had just sneaked out of her house. I see. Arthur didn't know how to respond since he had previously resolutely rejected this girl's feelings. However, Eriri shot him a fierce glare. Humph, what does that reaction mean? Perhaps this tone helped her regain her usual demeanor as she crossed her arms and adopted its Sundara pose. I came to inform you. Inform me of what? Arthur rarely displayed a confused expression. The blonde youth's rare dazed look made Eriri laugh. Why so surprised? Is it that weird? Arthur realized he couldn't understand what Eriri was saying at all, so he had to ask honestly, what is it you want to inform me about? Eriri glanced at him, her cute twin tails swaying as she walked over to Arthur. Actually, I have always been unsure of what I am pursuing. Eriri's voice was ethereal, lost in memories. I love comics, love games, love everything about being a homebody, but as an artist, what is it that I truly want to draw? Not those doujinshi, that was merely a momentary passion. Not blessing software, that was Riot's request. And not everything I have drawn thus far, because I have never considered drawing those things consistently. Unlike Kasumigakaka Shiyu, who has always been clear about what she wants, Eriri carries a sense of confusion, having blindly sought Aki's approval for a time. Of course, this cannot be said to be a mistake, but Eriri initially drew because she genuinely loved to draw. She loved games, loved otaku culture, loved ACG, yet her retreat ultimately became an indelible chasm between her and Aki. Eriri actually knew, no matter how obstinate she was, that she was indeed at fault. But now she had finally found what she wanted to draw, something she sincerely and impulsively wanted to create. Especially after seeing the absurd speculations about King Arthur online and hearing how distorted others' perceptions of King Arthur were, Eriri truly wanted to shout back, what do you people even know about Arthur? Yet Eriri could not, as she was no one to Arthur and could not expose their connection. Otherwise, this fragile bond would be easily severed. Thus, even in the face of her mother's probing questions, Eriri remained silent, wanting to keep this small secret a secret belonging to just the two of them. She was just a minor artist known for drawing doujinshi. Yet even she had things she could do and ways to protect what she cared about. Who will guard you? Who protects the people and the world? Even if you don't need it, she still wants to do it. But now I understand what I want. Eriri took a deep breath and said with utmost determination, I want to create the best night comic. The blonde Night King displayed a look of surprise. Are you shocked? Eriri stuck out her tongue, her small fangs appearing between her lips. She raised a radiant smile, and in that moment, even the iron-willed king couldn't help but glance over. Because I have this opportunity, this ability, don't I? Picasso only created the weeping woman after meeting Walter, and Bacon reached his peak because of Dolly. Now I have met you. The girl with blonde twin tails had eyes sparkling like stars, even the stars paled in comparison. The best knight in this world is also the best king. I am the most qualified person to draw night comics, the one who can create the best night comics in the world. I want to draw. As Bomu Eriri, as a person who loves comics, as a girl who admires the knight before her. I came to inform you, Arthur, King Arthur. Eriri laughed so beautifully, so radiantly. In that moment, she truly was unparalleled in beauty. Be a little braver, Eriri told herself. This was the greatest fortune in the world that she could meet him. So be a little braver, Eriri. Everyone knows King Arthur, everyone knows the legend of King Arthur, but I want everyone to remember you. King Arthur is a gentle person. King Arthur is actually a big eater, and King Arthur has always been protecting this world. At the same time, not just King Arthur, but also you, Arthur. I want everyone to know the you that I know, how wonderful you are. In any case, this is only a notice. Lily said, her bravado dissolving into awkwardness as she nervously twisted a lock of hair. You wouldn't refuse this too, would you? The golden-haired girl lifted her chin, daring him with the look of someone who would rather fight than accept refusal. He answered softly, no. Beneath the moonlight, the Night King appeared ever more noble and pure. He smiled with a tenderness even he did not realize he possessed. Was she moved? Naturally. And yet one ought not decide so hastily. It would be my honor to be the protagonist of Yinglilis manga, he said. Then Yinglili, is there anything else you wish? Lily stared in disbelief. Mouth agape. Did he have nothing more to say? She fumed inwardly. Oh, this idiot. No. The girl spat through clenched teeth, as if she might tear a piece from Yace himself. Do you wish to go home now? He asked. Yes. She snapped, anger flaring. The golden-haired youth stood there as the silver moonlight cloaked him, and he offered, may I have the honor of escorting you home? Only then did Lily register his words. Was he moved? That must be it. She stammered, fine, suit yourself. She turned away, putting on a face that said she did not wish to speak. Besides, it's your legs that will do the walking. The golden-haired loser howled inwardly. But if she were always that candid, she would not be Lily. Very well, then let us go, he said with boundless patience. The Night King shed his arms and armor. The pale silver plate dissolved, revealing ordinary clothes beneath. Yet with that flawless figure and exalted bearing, whatever he wore made him look like a prince. I wanted to ask, Lily leaned forward curiously. Your armor. It is formed from magic, Yace answered gently. It can be summoned whenever needed. Ah, that is convenient. Can your magic form other garments as well? It can. Yinglilis' eyes turned strange. If his clothes were conjured from magic, did that not mean he wore nothing at all? If his attire were mere magic, then in essence he would be naked. Impure images flooded the imagination of doujin artist Bomu Ingli, and her face flushed as if steaming. Lily. The young man beside her was entirely unaware of her thoughts, still polite and gentle. Idiot. Lily pressed her reddened face with her hands. Don't speak to me now. Yace, puzzled, only nodded. All right. She patted her cheek until she had regained some composure. Fine. She admitted it as she had been thinking impure thoughts. It was not that Lily was a shy girl. After all, Bomu Ingli had probably drawn more doujinshi than some people had read. Yet the moment the object of those thoughts was Yace the king, and that perfect face entered her mind, everything unraveled. Who says girls do not adore beauty? In truth, admirers of handsome men can be more fervent, more numerous than admirers of beautiful women. and Yace carried an added weight of identity. King Yace, the legendary eternal king of Great Britain. Which girl could refuse a chance at love with a man like him? Even if only for a fleeting moment, even if a happy ending were impossible, those willing to fling themselves into the flame would be more numerous than the stars. Yet few could truly approach him. At that thought, Yinglila's spirit sank again. Yes, one who is gentle to everyone is in truth distant from everyone. He seems immeasurably near, and yet he is farther away than any other. Yace, or rather King Yace, was precisely such a man. Anger at that very thought made her bristle. Humph. Inglili snorted through her nose. Yace looked puzzled. Inglili, I told you don't speak to me. Let her be angry for 10 more minutes, no 5. The walk home was shorter than Inglili had imagined. Before long, they stood at her door. Yace stepped forward about to press the doorbell, but Inglili, face full of guilty nerves, stopped him. Shoo. She raised a finger, anxious. I actually snuck out. In short, she pointed to her room on the 2nd floor and lowered her voice. Could you quietly take me back inside? If her mother saw her, she would surely be scolded. Yace's eyes softened into a slight smile. It would be my honor to serve. All right, Suddenly lifted into the air, Inglili clamped a hand over her mouth to stifle a nearly escaping scream, her clear blue eyes fixed unblinkingly on Yace's jaw. Yace cradled the golden-haired girl with effortless ease and bowed his head in a gentle smile. Do not be afraid. Then with a light leap that showed no exertion, he cleared the wall, and in a second bound landed on the balcony before Yinglila's room, soundless and graceful. Inglili slipped her arms about his neck and pressed her cheek to his chest. Even if she could not hear a heartbeat in that moment, she felt their nearness as if it were a palpable thing. The balcony's floor-to-ceiling window was open. Yace placed Inglili on the bed. She sat up, bracing herself on the mattress, her lovely eyes fixed on him. An unnameable atmosphere lingered between them. Inglili. A woman's voice pierced the stillness. Mother. Inglili hurriedly replied and signaled to Yace. Yace promptly shifted into a spiritual form. Yinglila's expression changed, but she still had to answer Mrs. Zitsuin first. What is it, dear? Mrs. Zitsuin Zayabe's first words revealed how well she knew Inglili. Sorry, Yinglili, it's not that I forbid you from going out, but you know how dangerous it is outside now. Your father is worried about you as well. He bore a great deal of pressure after what happened last time. I know, Mother, Inglili said softly. I am the daughter of a diplomat, who I must preserve father's image. Her voice sank. Had it not been for a diplomat father after the magic boar incident, she might have been interrogated, or at least placed under surveillance. Yinglili, however, it may be we love you. Mrs. Zekin's tone was gentle. You must become a joyful, happy child. That is our greatest hope for you. I love you too, Mother. After a while, Mrs. Zitsuin left, and the room fell back into its former quiet. Silver moonlight spilled across the window, illuminating the room where only Inglili remained. Did you go? Inglili bit her lower lip and tears slipped free. You were just going to leave like that. Fool, I didn't tell you to go. I only asked you to hide for a moment, fool. The golden-haired girl clutched the sheets, her tears fell in quiet wet drops, and any but an enemy would surely be softened by sight of it. Ye sighed and returned to physical form. I did not leave Inglili. The still teary Inglili froze, hastily wiping her face until her eyes were rimmed with red. It's not because of you, you understand. Don't get the wrong idea, okay? All right. Caught by Yace's ready acquiescence, Inglili found herself speechless. The only person she had known before Ani Luni had not been like Yace at all. Never mind. At last, looking into the night's gentle eyes, Inglili could not bring herself to say anything hurtful. That voice earlier was my mother. Inglili spoke suddenly. Don't misunderstand. After all, we can at least be friends, right? I know the legends of King Yace and have some sense of your life. You know nothing of me, and that is unfair. Yace inclined his head with that good-natured patience of his. My father is English and my mother is Japanese, Inglili said, sitting on the bed with her knees hugged to her chest, her profile quiet and tender. My father fell in love with my mother because of his fondness for neon otaku culture, and they married. He stayed on here as a diplomat. So they are tolerant of my love for ACG and otaku pursuits. I have always been very happy. Or rather, it is precisely because they are such parents that someone like me was raised. The golden-haired girl possessed the fair hair and blue eyes of an Englishwoman, yet her features and skin carried the soft warmth of Asia. She smiled at Yace as if she were radiant light. After all, I am Zaciun Spencer Inglili. The blending of two surnames was the living testament to their love. A breeze brushed by. It was not the wind from the window, but a breeze that passed through Yace Pandelagong's heart and body. Zekin Spencer Inglili. This is Inglili's full name, a somewhat strange combination of English and Japanese. The name itself is a bond, a testament to the mutual understanding and integration of two vastly different countries and civilizations. It has existed for over a decade, not as blood, not as career, nor as fate, but as love. Inglili's very existence is born from love. Her growth is also because of love. It is the meeting and affection of two individuals from the otaku culture that gave rise to Inglili. I understand now. Oh, it is so simple. Arthur couldn't help but use his native language. What are you talking about? Inglili's expression was awkward. Let me clarify, even though I have half-British blood, my English is actually not very good. Of course, I haven't been completely negligent in my studies. Inglili tried to save face. After all, the Arthur in front of her is a British man. Well, it seems he isn't exactly British. He is of ancient Britain descent. Arthur shook his head slightly. These things are not important. The golden-haired king of knights smiled, his appearance shining even brighter in the moonlight, a brilliance that no true prince could possess. Thank you, Lily, I have reaffirmed my mission. The past and present are intricately linked. The past lays the foundation for the present. The place he pursues is right here. The tomorrow he longs for must be in existence like Lily. Everything he has with Britain must not have been in vain. It must have left a tomorrow like yours. Even if from different countries, different races, and different civilizations, they can still exist together because of love. Of course, in some parts of the world bloodshed still occurs, not everyone will be saved. However, the land of redemption is drawing near. Because the evidence is right before him. If there are doubts, one should see it clearly with their own eyes. Look at this girl who has grown strong amidst the love of her parents and the collision of different cultures. The land of redemption is right here. The day of redemption is at this moment. Even if Britain with its past marred by great calamities will inevitably become a bloody chapter in the annals of human history. Not for the king, not for the knight, my wish, is this simple. I hope that anyone can have a tomorrow. Such a future must be incredibly beautiful. Lily was moved by Arthur's boundless heart and passion. There is no doubt that this is a hero. This is Arthur, a king of unparalleled purity and tenderness. How could such a person not stir one's heart? Just like a perfect prince found only in fairy tales. At this moment, Lily felt a sense of self-deprecation. The one who admires him may never receive a response. He is selfless, he is perfect, which is why he gives his love to the entire world, yet it is incredibly difficult for him to share even a little with her. Even if she merely desires that little bit of favoritism, it would be enough. However, she heard him say, "Yes, this beautiful answer is right before me." A warm breath filled her cold limbs anew. Lily incredulously looked up, staring blankly at Arthur. What could be more thrilling than receiving redemption after being sentenced to death? Today is that moment. Lily. The silver armor once again covered his body. Golden particles of light appeared and coalesced into a magnificent knight's sword, giving off a fantastical aura unlike anything in the world. He stood there embodying all the glory in the world. At this moment, his nobility, purity, and perfection were lowered as he focused his emerald eyes on her under the moonlight. I will protect this world, and I will protect you, Spencer Lily. He suddenly turned serious, and in that moment his kingly dignity and nobility were revealed. Tell me, do you wish to become my master? What does master mean? Lily looked bewildered. She truly did not understand as her English was not very good. It means master in the context of a servant. Arthur explained good-naturedly, not feeling awkward at all. For a servant like me to unleash true power and manifest in this world for a long time, a master who can provide magical energy is needed to sign a contract. So what would be different if I became your master? Lily almost blurted out about benefits. There is no difference from now on. After all, he had already decided to protect Lily, so even if she became his master, it wouldn't change anything. Then I agree. Arthur showed a surprised expression, his emerald eyes widening slightly. Why are you so surprised? Lily crossed her arms, wearing a mischievous expression. Regardless, even without any benefits, she would agree. This proves that she will be the only one in the world to sign a contract with him, Aoki Makoto. I'm out of here. She has finally become that unique one. Oh, what more benefits could she desire? This time it was Arthur who hesitated. He pondered. Not only that there are dangers. You will have to fight against the chaotic beings like the magical beasts that appear in this world, as well as the Holy Grail War. That is a battle of multiple servants fighting to obtain the Holy Grail, which can fulfill wishes. Although there are currently no signs as servants appear one by one, the Holy Grail War may indeed be triggered. In this case, as my mastering Lily, you will inevitably become a target for others. There will be life-threatening dangers, and you will have to engage in combat with others. Stop. Lily made a stop gesture, leaning closer, her sky-blue eyes fixed on Arthur. Why are you suddenly so talkative? Off. Arthur blinked, not realizing that his concern had become overwhelming. In any case, I have agreed, no one can stop me. This is also the world I live in. Wouldn't it be too cunning for you to fight alone? Indeed, no one could stop her from getting close to him. Even if she had to face combat, even if there were life-threatening dangers, and you will protect me, right? Lily didn't understand what master meant, but she knew that as long as she faced danger as a master, Arthur would certainly do his utmost to protect her. Ah, yes. Arthur smiled gently. I will protect you, Lily. Then excuse me. The golden-haired king of knights reached out, holding the back of the girl's head, leaning down. Lily stared wide-eyed as the handsome face of the Night King drew closer, their lips meeting. This is. Long eyelashes fluttered as Lily involuntarily closed her eyes. It felt like floating on a cloud, her entire being ready to drift away. With a force that starkly contrasted his gentle appearance, Lily found herself breathless and on the verge of tears in an instant. After a long while, he finally released the girl, a thin silver thread stretching between their lips. Lily's cheeks were as red as a tomato, her eyes fluttering, her lips swollen. Suddenly, a burning sensation radiated from the back of her hand. Lily couldn't help but cover her hand, which bore 3 elegant command seals like brushstrokes. What is this? The knight in front of her held a golden sword, speaking solemnly. Servant Saber Arthur Pendragon, the knight who protects you and the world. Yinglili, your father has returned. You should explain everything to us. Although Lily had brushed her off, Zayun Xiaobei, still suspicious, intended to press her for the truth. But when she opened the door, she was confronted by the sight before her. A knight clad in armor pledged his loyalty to the blonde maiden. The tableau, as if torn from a shoujo manga, struck a chord in Seiyun Zayabe, who remained an unabashed second-dimensional enthusiast. So romantic, so perfect. If they were both men, it would be even better. The ever-secret yaoi admirer Seiyun Zayabe screamed inwardly. Then, Lily. How she wished one of those protagonists were not her own daughter. His Majesty King Yace. Leonade Sapant's Yinglali's father had fallen into a frenzy at seeing his idol, his face alight with blissful abandon. He bowed in an exaggerated half-kneel and assumed the posture of a feudal retainer. Our King Britain has awaited your return. As her father, you need not perform such ceremony, Yace said, gently stepping slightly aside to avoid Leonade's display of fealty. Master. Seiyun Zayabe was no ignoramus in English. Covering her flushed cheeks, she stammered. Are they playing the master-servant game? How thrilling. Mom, what are you talking about? Lily exclaimed, bewildered. What master, what servant? Wait, master really means master. The blonde girl's shriek echoed through the house. Master, Yace addressed the already discomposed family with an air of bewildered calm. Please compose yourselves. How am I supposed to calm down? Lily stuttered, her cheeks flushed, as if bleeding. Why would you call me your master? Does Yace have some odd preference? If that were the case, confronted with Yace's handsome face, his clear gaze, and the weight of his royal station, Lily buried her face in her hands. If he called her master, she could very well. She was doomed, she had fallen. In the relationship between a magus and a servant, it really means owner or contractee, Yace explained in a soft voice. I see, ha. Both Seiyun Zayabe and Lily flushed with embarrassment over their misunderstanding. True to form, mother and daughter wore the same expression. Then Yace added, of course, if you prefer to understand it as master, that is perfectly fine. The blonde knight, whether intentionally or not, smiled as if he could illuminate the night. After all, as the knight who guards the master, one could also frame it as a lord-vassal relationship. Aya. Lily and the overexcited Seiyun Zayabe lost their composure completely. How could someone utter such words with a straight face? The point was, he was unbearably handsome. Once everyone had finally calmed, Lily pressed a hand to her racing heart, still near to palpitations. From now on, just call me by my name. Yace blinked. Why, oi? Stop babbling. Don't you know that kind of thing is bad for the heart? Yace inclined his head slightly. Very well, Lily. With the form of address finally normalized, Lily breathed easier and rose to formally introduce him to her parents. This person, you already know him. Lifting her eyes, her blue gaze unusually serious, Lily said, he is the knight who saved me, the hero who slew the sea fiend. His identity is King Yace of Debulidian. In short, we have formed a contract. I am his master. Her cheeks heated again as she uttered the word master. Fearing her parents might object, Lily seized the initiative and spoke first. Even a fervent admirer like Mr. Sapants felt a twinge at the thought of his daughter departing. His Majesty King Yace. Seiyun Zayabe spoke up. Please, you may call me Yace, the blonde sovereign replied with palpable humility. Then, Yace-gun. Even Seiyun Zayabe, usually scatterbrained, instinctively adopted a polite tone before this renowned king. May I ask you a question? Please do. Why did you form a contract with my daughter? At that question, even Lily pricked up her ears. There are many reasons, Yace answered frankly. To be honest, Yace said candidly, I was in need of magic. Lily showed promising aptitude, the timing was right, and she consented to my request. Hearing the young man speak so plainly, the blonde girl's cheeks puffed with indignation. How infuriating. Couldn't he say something more flattering? But the most important reason is, I wish Lily to be my master, so I may guard her without distraction and with full conviction. The Night King's smile seemed to melt into light itself. What are you saying? This hit Seiyun Sapant's Lily so squarely she lost her bearings. Is there a problem? Yace looked back at him innocently. He believed his words had been perfectly fine. No, nothing. Lily moved aside, thinking how dazzling. Seiyun Zayabe clutched her chest, recognizing the caliber of this man. Such charm shook her even, and that was saying something. She watched her daughter with a complicated expression that made Yinglali's scalp tingle. What is it, mother? I simply understand you now, Lily. After all, she herself could not resist such a lure. How could she persuade her daughter otherwise? But I have one critical question. Oh, please answer it, Yace-gun. Seiyun Zayabe's gaze sharpened. As a mother, she cared for nothing but her child. International implications and monsters meant little compared to her daughter's safety. Please tell me, Seiyun declared with formidable presence, looking Yace squarely in the eye. You will protect Yinglali, won't you? Every mother becomes invincibly resolute when protecting her own. I will, Yace answered without averting his gaze. His sky-clear eyes revealed an unambiguous resolve. I came to this world bearing a mission, but that does not contradict my feelings. By the sword in my hand, by the name Yace Pandelagong, I swear. I will protect Seiyun Sapant's Lily until my life ends. Lily. Well, the blonde girl was utterly speechless, as though she might dissolve from the intensity of it all. While Seiyun Zayabe's maidenly heart overflowed, she also lamented silently, forget trying to dissuade Lily from dangerous deeds. Now that Lily had Yace by her side, she might willingly follow him to the brink. His Majesty King Yace. Well then, Yace-gun, Mr. Sapants altered his formality under Yace's gentle, yet unexpectedly imposing gaze. Do you mean there will be more events like today, such as that dreadful sea monster? At the mention of the sea fiend, Mr. Sapants still shuddered. Conventional firearms had proven useless against it. Indeed, That is a calamity beyond the capacity of ordinary folk to resolve. Yace met their eyes steadily. I have come precisely for that reason. Wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Laneade's hands went cold. When they heard this, even Zhe Xiuan Zaibe felt a measure of relief. Now that Ing Lily and King Yace had sealed their contract, at least the family had Yace's protection and would not perish as others had. Yes, thus far the threat has been confined to Neon, but such disasters will continue to emerge and the afflicted areas may well expand. Then what can be done? Laneade asked, trembling. With only you, how can so many problems be solved? To be honest, other heroic spirits have already appeared. Yace's expression turned grave. Those who aided me earlier and sent forth familiar spirits, if nothing unexpected occurred, were likely casters or archers. From a very distant place, a black-haired, heroic spirit sneezed. Achio, who is murmuring my name? It must be that flashy saber stealing my entrance is unforgivable. If I ever get another chance, I'll cut him down without mercy. He rubbed his nose casually, black hair cascading wildly down his back, a cloak falling like a curtain of blood. His beauty verged on the feminine. A man caught between boyhood and young manhood smiled. It was no tender smile, but a madness born from his bones, a ravaging hunger with a bloody aura about his brows and hair. Well, have you made up your mind? A man in a black military uniform and a cap patterned with papaya motifs sat cross-legged on the couch, propping his cheek with one hand. His tone used an oddly cute inflection, yet no one dared meet the gaze of those crimson eyes, as if they were wrought from blood and fire. You five, which one of you will enter into a contract with me? Before him, 5 girls who looked identical knelt trembling, heads bowed in unison. Is there any need to hesitate? This is your honor. Besides, I have magnanimously spared your lives. You must now present your worth. His voice seemed calm, but the words carried a clear menace. Show your value or face death. None of the 5 dared utter a sound. Even Zhongya Ernai, usually the most outspoken, kept silent now. The man on the sofa looking casually bored was Jitian Xinchang, the famed warlord of the Isles, called the 6th Heavenly Demon King, who perished in the fire at Hinoji. The truth was this: the Zhongya quintuplets, Zhongya Ihua, Zhongya Ernai, Zhongya Sanju, Zhongya Sai, and Zhongya Weiyue, were quintuple sisters who had always shared one promise from their deceased mother: no matter what, they would watch the fireworks together. That summer they had come to Kobe's festival intent on watching the fireworks display. Then they encountered a sea monster. They had rented a rooftop to watch the fireworks, but before the time came they lingered in the festival eating. A panicked crowd swept them apart, and aside from Sai, the others were not very fit. If not for Jitian Xinchang's intervention, being trampled to death would hardly have been surprising. As the new alias of Aoki Makoto, Jitian Xinchang did not save the sisters out of charity. He was nothing like King Arthur. He rescued them because their magical aptitude showed promise, useful as potential contractors for his own purposes. After all, 5 suitable candidates were better than one. If one failed, there were 4 substitutes. Jitian Xinchang, a servant capable of being the first to kill his own master, was no gentle soul. He became a comic figure only because his master was Fujimaru Ritsuka. Try pairing him with someone else and see. So Jitian Xinchang asked the question, who will sign a contract with me? What did that even mean? The Zhongya sisters did not truly understand what a contract entailed. Jitian Xinchang was not King Arthur and had no patience to explain. In his self-centered view, he had casually saved their lives. They now owed him and must return the favor by contracting with him. This he deemed a reward. As the 5 hesitated, impatience grew between Jitian Xinchang's brows. Zhongya Sanjiu, hair nearly obscuring her eyes, suddenly spoke. Please allow me, Lord Xinchang. It was as if some restraint had been broken. Zhongya Ihua, the eldest, steeled herself. Lord Xinchang, Sanjiu is naive. Let me take her place. No, I am best at cooking and serving. Zhongya Ernai stifled her temper because she loved her sisters and wished to protect them. Please choose me, Lord Xinchang. I think I can fulfill the role. Please consider me. Zhongya Weiyue pressed a hand to her chest. I will strive to serve you. Choose me, choose me. Zhongya Sai raised her hand eagerly. Jitian Xinchang did not answer. The air seemed to congeal, an endless crimson churned in his eyes, and he did not even smile. I have changed my mind. The man with black hair said expressionlessly. I allow jest, but I will not tolerate insult. You understand your position, do you not? He was angered. The 5 Zhongya sisters realized clearly they had been complacent. How dare they bicker and stall before Lord Xinchang? Did they look down on Lord Xinchang? Feeling the suffocating pressure emanating from him, the sisters understood that this warlord had spared them out of his own discretion. It was their arrogance that had been presumptuous. This was Lord Xinchang, the butcher of countless monks, the 6th Heavenly Demon King. Who did they think they were bargaining with him? They would surely be slain. Suddenly the shy and withdrawn Zhongya Sanjiu rose. Her bluish-violet eyes flared with light, and she dropped to the ground in a sudden dejiza. Lord Xinchang, please permit me to sign a contract with you. Jitian Xinchang raised an eyebrow. As long as they were not killed, hope remained. Sanjiu had thrown herself completely into the plea. There is something I have never told you. Sanjiu closed her eyes and spoke with sudden resolve without pause. I have always loved Sengoku warlords. Huh. The other 4 sisters looked baffled. Even Jitian Xinchang was momentarily stunned. His hand loosened slightly on the hilt of his sword. It began because Sai had borrowed my game, and I became enamored of ambitious generals. In class, everyone liked handsome actors and models. I always fancied the bearded uncles. It felt strange, so I never said anything. Of course, Sanjiu realized her wording was poor and quickly corrected herself. Lord Xinchang, you are handsome, not a bearded uncle. The last line was almost a shout. Silence fell again. The flush on Sanjiu's face began to fade as she fretted whether her confession had been improper. The other four braced themselves, already resigned to death. Then, unexpectedly the man at the head laughed aloud. Ha ha! Jitian Xinchang laughed with abandon, the blood in his eyes, and the dark hair, lending his mirth a dangerous charm. You look like a fool, yet surprisingly perceptive. Indeed, I am an ambitious warlord of the age of warring states. Conquer the world, and it shall be mine. Feeling the mood shift, the five sisters exhaled in relief. They would live. You adore me so much you wish to bind yourself to me. Seeing Sanjiu nod dumbly, Jitian Xinchang laughed more heartily. Very well, I might be persuaded to indulge you. Wearing his cap, a bloodlight curtain behind him, the man, with an almost bewitching beauty, reached out and tilted Sanjiu's chin. Before she could react, he forced her to look up, her small mouth parted in surprise. As a demon king, Jitian Xinchang lowered his gaze, and from that angle, there was a curious, tranquil tenderness. He bent and kissed her. He seized her breath with an imperious force, drawing a pained sound from the girl, and only then did the man in the military uniform release her. Jitian Xinchang licked his lips. The sensuality of it made the already bashful Sanjiu flush a deeper red, and even the other four were momentarily unsettled. Indeed, Lord Xinchang's appearance was striking. Neither the fresh beauty of youth nor the full bloom of manhood, but something between, almost otherworldly. Only then did Sanjiu notice the heat burning on the back of her hand. She raised it, and found 3 command seals shaped like a headphone motif. Contract sealed. From now on, please take care of me, master. Jitian Xinchang curved his eyes in a smile that was at once charming and intimate. At least that was how it seemed on the surface. Afterwards, I am the lord, you are my retainer. As for the servant contract, disregard that for now, but remember this. After all, I am the kind of domineering beauty of war warlord who will slaughter a displeasing master without hesitation. Hey, is it really all right to reveal your true nature so soon? Truly worthy of Nobunaga, he actually managed to secure a master so quickly. Aoki Makoto felt overwhelmed with emotion, tears almost brimming in his eyes as he realized he had a master. Just look at how efficient Oda Nobunaga is compared to others. You've been here for quite a while, and you're still just a little ahead. It's such a waste of your handsome face. Of course, Aoki Makoto chose to selectively ignore Oda Nobunaga's threatening demeanor. After all, as long as he could secure a master and obtain a source of magic power, who needs anything else? Indeed, in Aoki Makoto's eyes, his master was merely a power bank. Perhaps due to the nature of Old Sword, he would deeply trust his master, but in essence the true master of his persona was still himself. Let alone Oda Nobunaga with his personality, he would directly eliminate a master he found unsatisfactory. In the original story of the Holy Grail War in the Imperial capital, he killed his master immediately upon being summoned, easily competing with Jack the Ripper and Hassan of the Cursed Arm for the title of the fastest to eliminate a master. Perhaps this is why he sought 5 backup masters at once. If one didn't meet his expectations, he could simply replace them. However, the contracts with these 2 servants aren't very stable. There's no way to truly engage in a negative distance contact, right? Indeed, simply kissing leads to a weak contract with minimal binding of the master to the servant, and the efficiency of magic power transfer is not very high. After all, non-mages use bodily fluids as a medium for contract formation. In the original story, Medea formed a contract with a non-mage Kagaya Sojiro, but they really did consummate their relationship. However, his 2 personas did not do so. Old Sword likely wouldn't take action against Eriri due to his persona's nature. Oda Nobunaga, on the other hand, didn't care. Even if he actually slept with Nakano Miku, it wouldn't bother him. The key lies elsewhere. Ultimately, these 2 servants are part of Aoki Makoto's persona, containing a portion of his own consciousness. Thus, they cannot engage in such acts because Aoki Makoto's true love is Gadako. Aoki Makoto also feared that if Gadako ever found out, would this be considered starting a harem. Kissing is one thing, but going beyond that is certainly too much. To be honest, if this were a game, it would be a typical Minotaur scenario, and players would rage at the absurdity. How could the character I painstakingly pursued have a true love? FGO has experienced similar incidents, with the prime example being Old Sword and Taikobo. Old Sword fared better managing to salvage the situation with voice lines, but Taikobo. So Sakurai, you deserve all the blame. Just letting go of the original wife was one thing, a dragging and a dodgy was another. However, if we consider reality, I'm sure those girls would understand. Historically, both had wives. King Arthur's wife Guinevere and Oda Nobunaga's wife Saito Kicho. And both had loving relationships with their wives. These are not my concerns. Aoki Makoto raised his hands in surrender. The focus is indeed. The black-haired boy's expression grew serious. The enemies are leveling up too quickly. That's right, the first opponent is the magic boar, famous in Celtic mythology for slaying the hero Diarmuid. Now we even have sea monsters that qualify as minor bosses, creatures that in the original story required city treasures to deal with. What's next? Human evils appearing. Human evils require multiple servants to defeat, and not just any servants. At least an extraordinary servant or a grand servant must be involved. And grand servants are bestowed upon by the world, which means even if Aoki Makoto summoned the grand servants from the original story, they would just be normal spiritual foundations. Of course, the most crucial ones are far too extraordinary and cannot be summoned yet. Is it about recognition? Aoki Makoto looked at the rapidly rising numbers on the screen that represented recognition, feeling somewhat helpless. Is humanity truly this foolish? Only when they've truly been harmed do they realize pain. He had been overly cautious. The biggest commotion had been the magic boar incident at Tuizaki Academy, but since there were no casualties, it was easily suppressed by the Neon government. Perhaps I made a mistake. Aoki Makoto reflected. Previously, the protagonists he read about in Persona stories were all hedonists who cared little for the lives of others. This was how they efficiently attained recognition, but Aoki Makoto. Sorry, even as a copycat author he still thought like an ordinary person. However, by continually crushing crises in the cradle, he ended up with less recognition to deal with the upcoming crises. Recognition can also exchange for spiritual veins. The higher the recognition, the stronger the heroic spirits Aoki Makoto can summon. In the end, summoning a divine servant like Kukulkan would be no problem. Even Rin Tosaka could be treated like a plaything, and theoretically even chaos could be easily killed. I need to be colder, need to be more ruthless. Aoki Makoto muttered to himself, as if self-hypnotizing. After all, to cause trouble inevitably means sacrifices. Only through sacrifice can people remember more vividly. Aoki Makoto and Old Sword had dealt with monster invasions no less than 10 times, yet this time in terms of rescue, they were even more unsuccessful, leading to a significant increase in Aoki Makoto's recognition. Aoki Makoto suddenly smiled bitterly, perhaps his mindset had already shifted. Otherwise, when choosing Archer, he wouldn't have abandoned Amiya and opted for the more domineering and cold Oda Nobunaga. While Oda Nobunaga's high recognition in Neon was indeed a factor, if it were Amiya, he would likely fall into the same trap as Old Sword, struggling to finalize a contract. Unlike Oda Nobunaga, who would simply coerce. Now Aoki Makoto can open a third persona based on the crisis at any time, which is also why Oda Nobunaga is so efficient. After a long while, Aoki Makoto opened a messaging app and clicked on the Only Friends avatar. Aoki Makoto Ritsuka. Fujimaru Ritsuka, congratulations on defeating the sea monster Makoto-kun. What happened? Fujimaru Ritsuka is always so perceptive. Aoki Makoto Ritsuka, if I were to do something that would lead to the deaths of many people and affect many innocent lives, should I go ahead? The black-haired boy's fingertips hovered over the screen. After all, he was just an ordinary person. He had lived in this world for over a decade. While he could disregard everything when he first traversed, treating it as a game, now he could no longer view those bystanders as mere cannon fodder NPCs. They are flesh and blood, capable of pain and tears, having family and friends. Killing 1,000 background characters isn't just about eliminating 1,000 NPCs, it's the fact that one person has been killed repeated 1,000 times. Fujimaru Ritsuka, is it truly unavoidable? Are you determined to go through with it regardless of the costs? Aoki Makoto, yes. Because he couldn't be certain he would win again next time, he could only strive to become stronger by any means necessary. Now Aoki Makoto could only trust in his own power. Even if Fujimaru Ritsuka disagreed he had to do it, it would surely be difficult, especially since he liked Gadako so much and truly didn't want to leave her with a bad impression. In truth, before contacting Fujimaru Ritsuka, he had already made up his mind. Now he was merely confiding, seeking support from the one person who knew his true identity and everything he had done. Fujimaru Ritsuka, then go ahead. Fujimaru Ritsuka, others cannot truly understand your feelings, not even me. However, there are ideals that can only be realized by trampling on countless nations and futures that can only be achieved through unification. Even I am the same. Fujimaru Ritsuka Makoto-kun, I'm not as kind as you think. Fujimaru Ritsuka, to save my everyday life, I eliminated 7 singularities. To save one world, I destroyed 7 worlds. Fujimaru Ritsuka, I never considered myself a savior, I just want to survive. I just cannot stop. Fujimaru Ritsuka Makoto-kun, you are the savior, but you are also just yourself. After all, your ultimate goal is to save the world, but the methods will always differ. If we were to blame you for that, it would be too inhumane. Fujimaru Ritsuka, however, you must be prepared. Bearing the lives of others is extremely painful and heavy. When saving others, please prioritize saving yourself first. Fujimaru Ritsuka, but until the end, I hope you do not forget your original intention and seek no regrets. His fingers lingered on the keyboard for a long time, and suddenly Aoki Makoto began to laugh and cry. Truly worthy of Fujimaru Ritsuka, truly worthy of the girl he liked. Therefore, even to get closer to her, he must give it his all. Without overcoming all hardships, how can one be a savior? Aoki Makoto, alright. Aoki Makoto, I will definitely save this world for you to see. Are there other heroic spirits appearing? Leonard was unsure whether to feel fortunate or frustrated. After all, Arthur had already educated them on what heroic spirits are. Much like the legendary Valhalla of Asgard, renowned heroes and kings would be guided into the Hall of Heroes by the Valkyries, indulging in endless feasts and fine wine until they joined the battle at Ragnarok. However, the Hall of Heroes is merely a product of Norse mythology, while Arthur's heroic spirits are heroes led by the will of the world and human intent on a global scale. Thinking of this myth, Leonard couldn't help but exclaim, could it be that the Ragnarok of our world is also approaching? After all, in Norse mythology, those heroes were indeed destined to participate in Ragnarok. This explanation isn't without merit. In response, Arthur could only sigh, stating that the revival of spiritual energy was like a tide, only growing stronger. But please do not worry, I am a heroic spirit who protects the world, and I will fight until the very last moment. As for the other one, I am not quite sure, but since they chose to materialize, they will likely fight for humanity and the world as well. Arthur's words somewhat comforted Leonard's shattered heart, yet on the other hand, he grew more anxious. Are the two of you truly enough? Will it be too arduous? What if 3 or more monsters invade simultaneously? Is humanity truly incapable of defeating those monsters? Thinking of the sea demon that even missiles couldn't harm, Leonard felt bitter. The battle of magic is a comparison of mystery. You cannot harm the sea demon because your weapons lack sufficient mystery. Arthur had no solution to this. To strengthen your weapons, it will require a caster among the servants. I am not proficient in magic. Like your court magician who assists you, Lord Merlin. By the way, during your roundtable discussion, the voice that appeared was. Leonard became inexplicably excited knowing that if Merlin also appeared, England would undoubtedly dominate in this revival of spiritual energy. After all, no matter how fair it is, it cannot be indifferent to one's homeland. Yes, that was Merlin. Arthur emphasized the name Merlin, however, he has yet to materialize. Mr. Leonard asked a few more questions, and when he inquired about the extraordinary senses of heroic spirits, Lily could no longer hold back. Wait a minute. Lily puffed her cheeks. So you clearly sensed your mother coming, but didn't hide. Arthur chuckled. I apologize, but I hope Lily's parents can know the truth. After all, they are your parents. Then how did you hide before? Lily questioned, feeling it was as though it was like meeting the parents. Because I did not want Lady Zetsuin to interfere with your judgment. Arthur appeared polite, yet at his core he remained incredibly assertive. What I want to hear is your own answering, Lily. In response, Lily's gaze drifted again. The assertive Arthur is also super handsome. However, being so cunning and making decisions unilaterally. The 3 members of the Zetsuin family felt a sense of despair, sensing that King Arthur might not be as straightforward as he appeared. In the end, Mr. Leonard still agreed with King Arthur to temporarily not inform the higher-ups of Arthur's existence, as this involved his daughter, Lily. He hoped for complete safety and to observe the situation further. Arthur naturally agreed with pleasure. I'm going to sleep now, you go next door and don't turn into a spirit to guard by my side. After being restless until late at night, Lily sat on the bed and said to Arthur. She didn't want Arthur to see her fall asleep. What if she snored or drooled? What would happen to her image as a beautiful girl? Even though she had embarrassed herself in front of Arthur before, a girl still didn't want the person she liked to see her worst side. Soon she drifted into dreamland. Her consciousness seemed to sink into another era. It was a distant age, one accompanied by turmoil. Violence continually replayed across the land of Britain, with fires of war raging year after year, as if there wasn't a single day without bloodshed. When the great King Uther of Britain fell to the treacherous King Vortigern, who sought to unify the entire island using the Saxons, some even wept, crying that Britain's future would forever be shrouded in darkness. And he was the one who would inherit the throne of Britain in this dark age, pulling the sword of kings from the stone Caliban. As foretold by the magician Merlin, to become a wise ruler to save Britain, to protect the many people, while being prepared to slay more. He had made this resolution long ago, thus there was no confusion in his heart. He was also self-aware, ready to draw his sword to remove obstacles, dedicating everything for the people, sacrificing his own human side to become a pure king. Thus he drew that sword and became the new king of Britain. Arthur Pendragon, the red dragon who protects Britain, the king foretold by Merlin, surpassing humanity. What a noble king, what a tragic man. Lily suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up, tears sliding down her cheeks, soon soaking into the bedding. Is this a dream? No, that was the day Arthur Pendragon became king, a past she could never reach. Unlike Lily, Nakano Miku, who was also a master, had been severely intimidated, yet she had a dreamless night. Perhaps. Nakano Miku looked at the handsome man sleeping beside her, silently covering her face with the quilt. It's not a dream. It's really Lord Nobunaga. And she had the audacity to self-recommend to sign a contract with Lord Nobunaga. Moreover, Lord Nobunaga had. Remembering that kiss from yesterday, Nakano Miku's face turned as red as a tomato. She shrank into the quilt, completely too embarrassed to face anyone. As for Lord Nobunaga sleeping beside her, well, after all, he had said that his subordinates should worry for their master directly occupying her bed. Originally, Miku intended to squeeze in with her other sisters, but Lord Nobunaga had allowed her to sleep in the corner of the bed, leading to this situation. Currently, Oda Nobunaga sprawled out, sound asleep, occupying 3/4 of the bed, while Nakano Miku curled up in the pitiful remaining quarter. Nakano Miku reached out cautiously, stretching her hand to grab her phone from the bedside table. Oh no, it's already this late. Nakano Miku quietly shifted her body, trying to get up without disturbing Lord Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga moved slightly. Nakano Miku froze. Then carefully she got out of bed. Suddenly a powerful force gripped her wrist and Miku's scream was swallowed back into her throat. Oda Nobunaga rolled over, his hands propped up by Miku's face, almost covering her entirely. Too close. The heat radiating from her face could fry an egg. In contrast to his earlier imposing and ambitious demeanor, Oda Nobunaga, half dreaming and half awake, appeared somewhat dazed, his beautiful features usually overshadowed by his assertiveness softened. His long black hair fell down, the tips brushing against Miku's skin, their proximity so close that they could feel each other's breath. Well, after all, with a master, Oda Nobunaga still indulged in the luxury of simulating normal human physiological conditions. Don't make a fuss, let's sleep a bit longer. His voice was soft, almost like a playful whine. As he spoke, the young man with black hair rested his head on Miku's bare shoulder, continuing his sweet dream. Nakano Miku, whose heart was screaming in panic, froze in bed. After all, Lord Nobunaga was lying directly on her. The girl with rose-colored hair blushed fiercely, not daring to move, and time quietly passed. Meanwhile, at the door, the other 4 Nakano sisters gathered together. Is it inappropriate to go in now? Nakano Ichika hesitated. Is Miku alright? Will she anger Lord Nobunaga? Nakano Itsuki expressed concern. Lily woke up very early. Even though she had slept late last night and was startled awake in the middle of the night, she still opened her eyes at the first light of dawn. If one were to ask why, it would probably be because it felt unreal. She was still lying in her own bed, and everything around her felt so familiar. It was precisely because of this that she felt fear. Ignoring her grooming, Lily tossed off the covers and jumped out of bed, running barefoot with a patter. She completely forgot that she had asked Arthur not to watch over her the night before, and was instead filled with satisfaction, fearing that everything from yesterday was merely a dream. Suddenly throwing open the door, heedless of the loud thud it made, Lily hurriedly dashed down the stairs, and then, "Good morning, Lily. You woke up very early today." A voice suddenly rang out. Lily exclaimed, startled. She turned her head and saw the handsome servant with azure blue eyes. Even dressed in an apron and holding a spatula, his noble aura was not diminished in the slightest. Her heart sank into her chest. What? It turns out she wasn't dreaming. Seriously, you scared me to death. Lily grumbled, throwing a small tantrum. It was truly incredible. Even knowing he was such a great king, it was hard to hide her feelings in front of him. The elegance she usually showed as a young lady was nowhere to be found, replaced instead by an astonishing ease. Regardless of her excessive arrogance or her proud little temper, she felt free to express herself as if she knew he would accept whatever she did. "I'm sorry, Lily, I didn't mean to scare you." As expected, he was not angered by Lily's tantrum, but instead smiled calmly. "I saw you seemed eager to find me, so I called out to you." Who was eager to find you? Lily felt her face begin to heat up. Silly, even if she knew she shouldn't say it out loud. But his tone even carried a hint of teasing. Lily is really in a hurry, even without taking care of herself. Oh. Lily froze, then suddenly realized. Ah. The scream of the golden-haired girl echoed throughout the villa. "You mustn't look. You mustn't look." Repeating this phrase, Lily covered her face and dashed back, feeling humiliated. Especially when she saw her current appearance in the mirror, the scream of the golden-haired girl returned, this time tinged with a sense of self-deprecation. Unbelievable. Lily wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. In the mirror, the girl had a golden nest of hair, vacant eyes, suspicious marks on her face, and her pajamas were a complete mess. Did she really go to see Arthur looking like this? Fortunately, as a veteran of late-night gaming, Lily, with her rich experience, had no dark circles under her eyes even after a poor night's sleep. Otherwise, she would feel even more embarrassed. While she wasn't looking much better now, her image as a beautiful girl was falling apart. The golden-haired, defeated dog clutched her head in despair. No, she must make him forget how she looked just now. She hurriedly tidied herself up, and the second flower of Shuchiin Academy, Zitsuin Spencer, Lily, was back in action. Then she was defeated by the unperturbed Arthur. "Hey, what are you doing?" Lily was unusually displeased. She had dressed so beautifully, and he didn't even glance at her. "I'm just cooking." Does Lily want a sunny-side-up egg or a fried egg? Fried egg. Wait, don't change the subject. Look at her, look at her. Arthur lifted his head from his current task, and Lily's figure was reflected in his blue eyes. "You look very beautiful today, Lily." Then was I not beautiful before? Even though she blushed and her heart raced from the compliment, girls could be unreasonable like that. Each has their own beauty. He said this with a smile. That smile was the same as before, a gentle smile, as if saying, "I will always protect you." The sunlight streaming in through the window seemed to surround him, as if blessing him, making him shine. This must be an illusion. He wouldn't release magical power for no reason, nor was he a prince from a picture book. "I'll let you off this time." Lily turned her head, fiddling with her hair awkwardly. She pulled out a chair to sit down where her parents were already seated with utensils in hand. Lily sighed. "What are you doing?" They looked very enthusiastic. "You understand, don't you, Lily? Even though Zetsu in Koihime is already a mother of one, she still sparkles like a girl when she's excited. It's breakfast cooked by His Majesty King Arthur. How can one not look forward to it? The taste is secondary. The point is that it was made by King Arthur. Arthur, the world's greatest chef, can't compare, and missing it would definitely lead to lifelong regret. More than that, shouldn't we focus on the fact that he can actually cook?" The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and Lily gave up and lay on the table. Damn it, to be able to do this smoothly even with a modern kitchen, doesn't that mean I've completely lost? After all, although there were home economics classes at school, Lily, as an otaku, had always been half-hearted about them. She knew a bit of simple cooking, but it was definitely not delicious. So when she tasted the perfectly fried egg and toast, Lily nearly cried. It was delicious, of course, but not for that reason. It was purely because, why do you have such high feminine skills? You can even cook. In Neon, the stereotype is that men work outside, while women work inside. Men who can cook are rare, and even some macho types look down on it, just like home economics classes are mainly attended by girls. A man like Arthur who is handsome and can cook is a rare breed in Neon, and she who couldn't even compare to Arthur in femininity was utterly defeated. I learned a little from the chef in the cafe, but specifically. Haha. Arthur avoided the topic with a gentle smile. After all, there was the consciousness of Aoki Makoto, who could cook. Although even the original Old Sword could cook, the Valentine's Day return gift for Fujimura Rika was still homemade pasta. The taste could easily outshine a gourmet potato, but the reason was not so pleasant, filled with the meaning of a bull-headed man, making one feel a bit green on their head. Lily, in a whisper. "What is it, Mom?" also whispered. Zetsu and Koihime made a gesture, whispering. You must quickly capture such a perfect man. So did anything happen last night? Zitsuin Koihime was exceptionally eager. Don't think she didn't care about her daughter. From a mother's perspective, having her daughter date a perfect man like Arthur was not a loss even if there was close physical contact. After all, with that face and figure, who could say who was at a disadvantage? As a heavy otaku, Zitsuin Koihime, who also liked BL, was certainly not. That puring Lily's face turned red, looking as if she couldn't take it. Nothing happened. Could she say that as a prominent figure in the world of comics, she was also quite looking forward to it? That was unthinkable. I'm off to school. After finishing the heartwarming breakfast prepared by her servant, Lily energetically told her family. Do you really not need me to accompany you? Arthur expressed slight concern, as anywhere was unsafe considering the incident with the demon pig. Of course not. What good would it be for you to follow me? Just thinking about that scene gives me a headache. The most important thing is if I'm recognized, it would be troublesome after all my classmates have all seen King Arthur in person. For certain reasons, Lily hoped Arthur's identity would not be exposed. Alright then. Arthur did not linger on the topic. He took Lily's hand and performed a standard hand-kissing gesture where his lips did not touch her skin. Although there was no physical contact, his posture was enough to make one blush and feel their heart race. If there is any danger, please call for me, Lily. As a master, it was possible to convey strong emotions to one's servant, especially with the command spell. I will definitely come to your side. With a tomated face, Lily stepped out. Although her family was quite wealthy, Lily surprisingly rode her bike to the station to catch the bus to school. Her mood was exceptionally good, and she wore a radiant smile, all the way attracting glances from passers-by. This was unavoidable. After all, Lily was one of the two most beautiful girls at the Kazunazaki Academy. Being compared with the likes of Kasumigakaka Shiwa, despite having some physical flaws, was undoubtedly due to her extraordinary beauty. With hair like spun gold, clear blue eyes, and porcelain-like skin, any male who saw her for the first time would instantly be captivated. After all, people tend to have a slight preference for lighter colors. Lily's pure and dazzling golden hair was exceedingly rare, even in England, not to mention that she possessed the facial features that combined the strengths of both Eastern and Western beauty with deep-set, yet soft features. She had even once been awarded titles such as the most beautiful fair-skinned girl in school and the Golden Legend of Kazunazaki, a series of titles that some might consider embarrassing. Having woken up unusually early today, even though she had dawdled at home for a while, there were hardly any people in the classroom when she arrived. However, it's Lily. The few people present turned to look at Lily. Lily. A girl whose relationship with her could only be described as average eagerly approached her, a mysterious blush on her face. Did you see yesterday's news? The knight who saved you is King Arthur. She couldn't help but grabbing Lily's arm. Hey, that hurts. Lily's expression twisted for a moment before she regained her noble demeanor. I saw it, it's really incredible, hee. She discreetly pulled her arm away. How could King Arthur come to Neon? He's so handsome, I wish I could meet him. The girl said, her eyes ablaze with excitement. Didn't he save you? Do you know where he is, Lily? The girl's gaze was intensely fervent. Lily felt annoyed at what was so handsome about him. Did you even see his face? There's no way. That kind of big shot probably just saved me on a whim. Lily laughed awkwardly. This girl was just the first. Soon Lily found herself overwhelmed as the fervor from the beginning when she survived the demon pig's attack was replicated even more so. After all, the knight's identity had been exposed. It's King Arthur. Moreover, a boy said enthusiastically, I heard that Oda Nobunaga also appeared. He pointed to a blurry screenshot on his phone. Someone analyzed it. The military hats on those little dwarfs bear the Oda family crest. Oh, everyone gasped in various tones. After all, compared to King Arthur, Oda Nobunaga enjoyed a much higher recognition in Neon, truly a household name. However, the reviews were mixed. Oda Nobunaga. This was news even Lily was unaware of. Could he be the archer or caster that Arthur mentioned? But Nobunaga doesn't seem like a magician. Does that mean he's the archer? Lily, who had brushed up on related English knowledge yesterday, found the situation peculiar. Can a matchlock gun also count as a bowman? It wasn't until the class bell rang and the teacher entered that the excited classmates reluctantly returned to their seats, still frequently glancing back. Lily finally sat down, letting out a sigh of relief. Maintaining the demeanor of a young lady was indeed tiring. However, to her surprise, even the teacher was very concerned. I believe everyone doesn't want to hear me talk too much, but I'm actually quite curious, so let's have Takamura-san share her thoughts on the previous events. The middle-aged female teacher was also quite gossipy. Forced to stand up when her name was called, Lily could hardly maintain the smile on her face. What was this all about? So you had to hide here? Takamura-san. The only one who would speak to Lily in such a seriously mocking tone was none other than Kasumigakaka Shiwa. I wasn't hiding. Upon encountering Kasumigakaka Shiwa, Lily immediately entered battle mode, raising her chin defiantly. What's wrong with participating in club activities? They still need my original artwork for the game. Kasumigakaka Shiwa didn't even raise her eyelids. That's truly a waste of your effort. The game only needs my text to be sufficient. There was a clash of thunder and lightning between the two. Aki Tomoya, as per usual, came to mediate. Actually, the game can't do without anyone. By the way, Lily. Sometimes Aki Tomoya's enthusiasm was truly ill-timed. You saw yesterday's news, right? That knight is King Arthur. It's incredible that such an ACG situation would occur in reality. Could it be that historical heroes will all appear? That would be amazing, blah blah blah. In short, he was somewhat overly immersed in his otaku thoughts. This is not a good thing. Lily was initially fine, but after experiencing a crisis, she was more worried. Have you forgotten about the demon pig incident? If it weren't for King Arthur, I would have died. This is no ACG being a cannon fodder, and dying is not funny at all. Kasumigakaka Shiwa rarely agreed with Lily. She crossed her legs, her alluring black stockings gleaming, not to mention her excellent figure. Although I've been a bit absent-minded before Takamura-san is right. Her honey-colored beautiful eyes shimmered with a rare seriousness. If ACG plots occur in reality, it would be an absolute disaster. Everyone focuses on King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga, yet forget that many have perished at the hands of sea monsters. I must say this is also a strategy of the Neon government diverting attention by promoting legendary figures like King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga, so the public won't focus too much on the dead and the government's incompetence. Indeed, Akiken sometimes needs to be more in touch with reality. Kata Megumi spoke in a calm tone. I'm very sorry. Aki Tomoya clasped his hands together, apologizing quickly, which might be his rare advantage. However, he didn't change at all, making him a quintessential Neon person in this regard. After chatting for a bit longer, everyone returned to their own tasks. After all, the game of the Blessing Software Club was still under development, and everyone was quite busy. Of course, Kasumigakaka Shiwa and the others were also curious about King Arthur, but seeing Lily's exasperated expression, they decided to be considerate and ask later. Even the overly enthusiastic Aki Tomoya was easily suppressed by Kata Megumi. In a way, they were just students, and their thoughts were not as complicated as those in society. Lily sat in her seat, not bothering Aki Tomoya like before. After all, this nerd had become as insignificant as a mosquito, and Lily couldn't be bothered to pay attention. Staring at Kata Megumi for a long time, Lily found no inspiration and ultimately opened her phone under her sketchbook. She had stayed up too late yesterday and still didn't know what was being said online. Then the Blessing Software Club witnessed Lily's expression change from red to white, and then to green like a neon light, before she finally covered her head and screamed. What a fool. Kasumigakaka Shiwa facepalmed. At this point, who wouldn't know how much you like King Arthur? Coupled with Lily's previous behavior, the black-haired girl narrowed her eyes. Could it be she really knows him? Compared to Lily, the Nakano family. Since there are academic obligations to fulfill, there is no need to hesitate. Oda Nobunaga still supported the Nakano quintuplets in attending school. If there is a next time you may leave on your own accord, no need to report it to me. As my vassals, you should constantly learn and improve to serve me better. Yes, Lord Nobunaga. After bidding farewell to Oda Nobunaga, the Nakano quintuplets went off to school, leaving home and exchanging glances with one another, simultaneously letting out a sigh of relief. This is truly an incredible experience. As for Oda Nobunaga at home, he sat cross-legged on the sofa, turning on the television. It seems he is quite enjoying the TV program, Lord Nobunaga. Time passed quickly. That afternoon, Yusuji Futuru, who was eager to explain to Nakano Mayumi in hopes of smoothly securing the tutoring job, chased after her to the Nakano home. Unfortunately, he was a step too late and did not catch Mayumi in the hallway. He stood in front of the Nakano home, exceedingly anxious. Was the door not closed? In a fit of impatience, Yusuji Futuru knocked once, then hastily opened the door, wanting to find Nakano Mayumi and explain himself. A gleaming samurai sword was held before Yusuji Futuru, effortlessly severing a few strands of hair from his forehead, pressing directly against the tip of his nose. Yusuji Futuru. He was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Who is this sneaky intruder? Embrace despair and fear as you meet your end. Oda Nobunaga had no intention of listening to any explanations. In his eyes, such a sneaky individual resembled the spies of the warring states and should be eliminated upon encounter. The man in military attire with black hair lifted his sword without concern, while Yusuji Futuru lacked even the courage to evade, utterly intimidated by the murderous aura that paralyzed him in place. Please stop, Lord Nobunaga. The voice that intervened was Nakano Ichika Nino Miku and Yatsuba. She displayed a rare expression of panic on her face and recklessly lunged at Oda Nobunaga's sword tip, shielding Yusuji Futuru. Oda Nobunaga, of course, was not one to heed others' stops. However, since Nakano Yatsuba was his reserve mistress, he slightly angled the blade, grazing the strands of hair of the two. Several strands drifted down, gently indicating that had it truly struck them, they would have been severed effortlessly. Yusuji Futuru and Nakano Yatsuba were instantly drenched in cold sweat. Futaro couldn't help but look at Yatsuba with grateful eyes. If it weren't for her selfless rescue, he would have been in pieces by now. But who is this person, and why is he so unconcerned about killing him with a real sword? Yusuji Futuru began to brainstorm, connecting Yatsuba's earlier call of Lord Nobunaga with an event that even he, deeply immersed in his studies, was aware of. King Arthur appeared in Kobe City, defeating the sea demon that even missiles could not vanquish, alongside an unidentified object bearing the papaya-patterned family crest, which was the emblem of the Oda clan. Netizens had long speculated about this. Hiss! Yusuji Futaro gasped in surprise. Could it really be Lord Nobunaga? Instantly, he, who had a negative reading comprehension ability and poor speaking skills, sealed his lips tightly, for he truly feared being killed. On the other side, the other four sisters were also startled by Yatsuba's voice and hurriedly emerged from their rooms. Seeing the current scene, they were all taken aback. What happened? Lord Nobunaga. Please do not blame Yatsuba no matter what. Lord Nobunaga. In the end, it was Nakano Miku who stepped forward. She walked in front of Yatsuba, seemingly inadvertently blocking her, If Yatsuba has offended you, please let me bear the mistake. She knelt on the ground, bowing deeply. Please let us share the blame together. Ichika, Nino, and Mayumi all performed at Ajiza. What are you all doing? I never said I intended to kill her. I merely aimed to slay a sneaky intruder. As for her Oda Nobunaga's crimson gaze swept over Nakano Miku, and the other three reluctantly giving a bit of face to this not-so-bright vassal. He lazily leaned back on the sofa, the long knife still at his side, unsheathed and glinting with a chilling light. The sixth Demon King's half-closed eyes revealed a shade of crimson that seemed to pierce through Nakano Yatsuba's thoughts, causing her to involuntarily shiver. He leaned forward, approaching Nakano Yatsuba. What? Do you wish to counsel me? Oh, to me. Oda Nobunaga's tone was filled with amusement. Considering your ignorance, go ahead and say it. If it is uninteresting, I will merely swing this blade. Clearly answering incorrectly would lead to being killed. The crowd trembled. Because Yusujikin is not a sneaky intruder. For the sake of her beloved, Nakano Yatsuba's gaze was clear and resolute, not quaking in the face of Oda Nobunaga. Oh, then who is he? Oda Nobunaga rested his chin on his hand. He is. Nakano Yatsuba stammered, scratching her head as she looked at Fu. Yusujikin, what are you here for? The crowd exploded in laughter. Yusuji Futuru certainly knew that a wrong word could lead to being killed, so he took a deep breath and shouted, I am the new tutor. A tutor? X5. The Nakano quintuplets were astonished. An honor student? That was Ichika. Isn't he the stalker? That was Nino. Too decisive? That was Miku. Yusujikin is a stalker? That was Yatsuba. Incredible, this person is actually our tutor. I absolutely refuse. Nakano Mayumi was the first to voice her opinion. At this point, the terrifying debt overshadowed the terror of Lord Nobunaga, and Yusuji Futaro lunged forward. Yesterday was entirely my fault. I apologize. Yusuji Futaro clenched his fist, but it is absolutely impossible for me to give up. A fiery blaze seemed to erupt behind him. Ha ha ha. Oda Nobunaga laughed heartily. What spirit, lad? He sheathed the long knife, relaxing his posture. Wait, why are there 5 of you? At that moment, Yusuji Futaro finally realized, looking at the identical faces and the surreal sight of Lord Nobunaga. I am indeed dreaming. Yusuji Futaro refused to acknowledge reality. In the terrifying aura of Lord Nobunaga, Yusuji Futaro sadly discovered that this was indeed real. Incredible. Of course, he felt somewhat relieved with Oda Nobunaga present. At least the Nakano quintuplets maintained a very proper demeanor, not failing to address him properly, and they were all obediently sitting at the lower end. A teacher? I didn't expect someone so knowledgeable. Oda Nobunaga was relatively lenient towards talented individuals. What do you intend to teach my vassals? If it's useless knowledge, there's no need to waste time. Lord Nobunaga is right, we do not need a tutor. The most dissatisfied was Nakano Nino. She turned away. Stop wasting everyone's time. Is that so? Yusuji Futaro was prepared. He slapped a set of questions on the table. Then prove it to me, let's see how you do. As long as you all pass the passing line, it will prove that you don't need a tutor. Why should I do such a troublesome thing? Nino expressed that her presence here was merely to give face to Lord Nobunaga. However, Oda Nobunaga took the test paper with great interest, flipping through the contents. The national language is somewhat understandable, and the others are all knowledge from the West. Not bad, I like it. Since that's the case, Oda Nobunaga set down the test paper, his crimson gaze turning towards the Nakano quintuplets. You all take the test. The Nakano quintuplets dared to refuse Yusuji Futaro, but they did not dare to refuse Oda Nobunaga. Even Nino obediently took the test paper. However, it seemed they did not recognize much of the content. Given their grades, if Lord Nobunaga saw this, the Nakano quintuplets were doomed. What is the passing line? Nakano Miku struggled desperately. 60 points, no, 50 points will suffice. Yusuji Futaro quickly corrected himself, hoping it wouldn't be too disastrous considering that Lord Nobunaga was watching. What if he gets angry? Oda Nobunaga did not even lift his eyelids, seemingly tacitly agreeing. I understand, Nakano Miku said as she put on her glasses and took the test paper. Everyone, let's do our best. Nakano Yatsuba exclaimed with full spirit. Don't underestimate us. Nakano Nino gritted her teeth. There's no other choice. Nakano Ichika sighed. The man in black military uniform holding 5 test papers fell silent. The atmosphere in the room was abnormally tense as the 5 Nakano sisters knelt trembling at the bottom, whimpering. Indeed, he was angry. Impressive. 100 points. Combined altogether. Yusuji Futaro desperately tried to save face as he thought to himself, if his students got killed by the furious Oda Nobunaga, how would he earn his 5-fold salary? Yes, together they scored only 100 points, and there were 5 of them. Nakano Ichika scored 12 points. Nakano Nino scored 20 points. Nakano Miku scored 32 points. Nakano Yatsuba scored 8 points. Nakano Miku scored 28 points. Unbelievable. As a top student, Yusuji Futaro couldn't believe why anyone would score in single digits. It's not like I wrote with my feet. But considering the safety of my 5 tutoring subjects and my dedication to this job, it's okay. At that moment, the only one bold enough to speak was Yusuji Futaro, clenching his fists. Even if all 5 of you fail under my guidance, I will help you learn and improve. Please don't scold us anymore. The 5 girls lowered their heads nearly to their knees. If it were only Yusuji Futaro here, the 5 would have long found a chance to escape. But with Lord Nobunaga present, it was like being publicly executed in front of their idol, and one wrong move could mean death. Then let's proceed as such. Oda Nobunaga spoke for the first time. X6 The crowd was bewildered. What is your score? Oda Nobunaga was asking Yusuji Futaro. Of course, 100 points. Yusuji Futaro proudly presented his paper. Very well, since you are knowledgeable, you are qualified to be a teacher. Oda Nobunaga slightly nodded. Not really. Yusuji Futaro was a bit taken aback. Although many praised his academic achievements, this was Lord Nobunaga. The chances of receiving praise from him were even slimmer than from the Prime Minister. After all, the odds of meeting the Prime Minister still existed, but Lord Nobunaga was one of a kind. No need to be modest. Oda Nobunaga's gaze shifted to the 5 girls who dared not raise their heads. As my vassals, it's a great shame that you cannot pass the exam. After all, when Oda Nobunaga took them in as vassals, it was a mutual agreement. He had already made it clear when he saved them during the summer festival, and there was no going back now. And that imposing aura felt almost tangible, as if Oda Nobunaga's expression was saying that failing the exam could mean their lives. Of course. Oda Nobunaga changed his tone. I am not unreasonable. I can forgive you this time for your mistakes. Really? The Nakano 5 sisters regained hope. The man in military uniform leaned against the sofa, crossing his legs, his crimson eyes seemingly burning with blood and fire. However, since you acknowledge your mistakes, you must correct them next time. Oda Nobunaga coldly uttered a violent statement. You must pass. How could that be possible? The 5 poor students silently wept in their hearts, yet on the surface they respectfully answered, yes. Lord Nobunaga. Thus the 5 girls who found studying exceedingly painful reluctantly accepted Yusuji Futaro's guidance, unable to slack off, as Lord Nobunaga was watching closely. Unexpectedly, Oda Nobunaga did not amuse himself, but instead took the Nakano sisters' textbooks and began to browse them carefully. Seeing his tightly furrowed brows, it was clear he was not merely looking for entertainment. After a long while, he finally closed the textbook. Is there a problem? Lord Nobunaga. Yusuji Futaro couldn't help but speak up. After all, it was Lord Nobunaga, and just saying one more word to him was enough to make anyone excited. I really like new knowledge and power. Oda Nobunaga displayed a hint of appreciation for the first time, pointing at the arc trajectory in mathematics. If I had this knowledge back, then my matchlock gun squad would certainly have performed even better. Is this your matchlock squad, Lord Nobunaga? That certainly makes sense. As Yusuji Futaro discussed the things he understood, he couldn't help but go on and on. The curve of the bullet can be calculated using the XXX formula, and also. Oda Nobunaga did not find Yusuji Futaro noisy. Instead, he listened attentively, occasionally asking questions and engaging in discussions based on his own experiences and knowledge, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere between the two. The atmosphere seems quite pleasant and so frustrating. Nino held her head, realizing that so far Lord Nobunaga had not been so amiable towards them. What gives that stalker the right? After all, others are top students. Nakano Ichika, as a poor student, still admired such people. I will not acknowledge him. Nakano Miku almost snapped her pen. I actually feel that Lord Nobunaga is quite easy to get along with. Nakano Yatsuba smiled. Didn't he just forgive my offense? You still say? You scared me to death. Nakano Nino shot her a fierce glare. Miku, what are you thinking? Nakano Miku lowered her head, her bangs covering her brows and eyes. I just think that someone like Yusujikin is the kind of vassal Lord Nobunaga needs. And can we really meet Lord Nobunaga's requirements? Nakano Miku completely lacked confidence. Clearly she was Lord Nobunaga's contractee, yet she couldn't even pass her studies. It was truly terrible. But she also knew that she didn't like studying at all and was unwilling to learn. The only reason she managed to score higher was due to her familiarity with the warring states generals. In truth, she was utterly useless, not even measuring up to Yusujikin. Did such a self truly have the qualifications to be Lord Nobunaga's contractee? After all, this was Oda Nobunaga. How could that be possible? Nakano Nino felt completely drained, as she really didn't like studying at all. In contrast, Miku and Yatsuba were the type who studied seriously but still couldn't improve their grades. Among them, Yatsuba was often asked for help due to her exceptional physical abilities, which interrupted her study progress. What do you think, you can't do it? Was that Lord Nobunaga's voice? The 5 quickly stopped their small talk and sat up straight. They saw Oda Nobunaga standing right in front of them, his crimson eyes revealing no signs of joy or anger. That's right. Nakano Nino mustered her courage, even though her voice trembled. How could we possibly pass all the exams next time? Nakano Nino was quite right. After all, the 5 of them lacked too much. Even if they studied hard, the probability of failing was still quite high. I considered that aspect as well. Unexpectedly, Oda Nobunaga was not angry. I cannot give my subordinates a task they cannot accomplish, so, after discussing with Yusujikin, the task has been changed to achieving an average score of 30 points across all subjects in the next exam. If you can't achieve this, then you'll have to commit seppuku to apologize. He delivered the most terrifying words in the cutest tone. Of course, Oda Nobunaga changed his tone. As a qualified lord, there will be rewards as well as penalties. If you all succeed, I will reward you with a private performance of my treasured dance of Dunsuk, followed by a wild celebration until dawn. Oda Nobunaga appeared full of vitality. The Nakano 5 sisters. What? Lord Nobunaga's dance of Dunsuk. That was something worth a fortune, a dance of such high status that it was unimaginable to see. Damn, I want to see it. The Nakano 5 sisters exchanged glances and saw the blazing flames in each other's eyes. We must try our hardest. We must meet the requirements in the next exam. Nakanoya Miku trudged back to her room with weary steps. Her brain was still buzzing, an uncomfortable sensation radiating from every nerve. No matter how important learning was, one undeniable truth stood out: studying was an agonizing endeavor. Especially when it came to cramming knowledge that was utterly unfamiliar and uninteresting, this kind of suffering could only be described as unbearable. This was also why, despite the vast amount of knowledge available, not everyone could score high marks. Talent was only part of the equation. The lack of willpower to overcome laziness was the most crucial factor. Nakanoya Miku opened the door to her room, and as expected, Oda Nobunaga was sitting on her bed. The silvery moonlight spilled in, softening the strikingly sharp features of the young man with black hair. He was not wearing his overly formal military uniform, but had instead found a red and white t-shirt, sitting cross-legged, chin resting on his hand, perusing a book. If it weren't for the military cap adorned with a wood-patterned family emblem on his head, he could easily be mistaken for a handsome, ordinary youth. Lord Nobunaga. Nakanoya Miku bowed slightly. No need for that. Oda Nobunaga waved his hand dismissively. I do not enjoy formalities, just be at ease. Yet despite his words, Nakanoya Miku dared not act so casually. She bit her lip, shifted her body, and sat on a chair by the table. What is Lord Nobunaga doing? Nakanoya Miku asked softly. Studying. Oda Nobunaga did not shy away from admitting his lack of knowledge. It was precisely because of his unfamiliarity with this world that he had temporarily halted his ambitions for dominion. The world is constantly evolving and changing. To keep up with this change and master it is the only way to truly grasp the world. This is also for my aspirations of dominion. Whenever he spoke of this, Oda Nobunaga's brows would rise with fervor, and a burning ambition ignited in his eyes. Nakanoya Miku found herself captivated by this very Oda Nobunaga, who harbored an unimaginably vast world within him, his gaze always directed at greater heights. It was precisely because of this ambition that she had become enamored with the warlords of the Warring States period. This affection might stem from her own lack of talent and willpower. Nakanoya Miku always felt inferior compared to her sisters. She could not compare to Ichika's gentle grace, nor to Nino's strong social skills, fell short of Yotsuba's vibrant cheerfulness, and certainly could not match Mika's dedication. Aside from her interest in the historical warlords, Nakanoya Miku had no other distinctive traits. Lord Nobunaga is truly impressive. When it came to things she admired, Nakanoya Miku could never help but express herself, her cheeks flushing as she quietly said, such ambition and the relentless pursuit of one's goals are incredibly admirable. Ha ha ha, of course. You have great insight. Oda Nobunaga always welcomed compliments about himself. Feel free to praise me more. A Lord Nobunaga like skulls, huh? Nakanoya Miku began, her tone dripping with resentment. After all, historical records noted that Oda Nobunaga had made drinking cups out of the skulls of defeated foes. My skull cup is incredibly stylish. Oda Nobunaga retorted confidently. That's a bit too much for me. Nakanoya Miku spoke candidly, not even realizing that compared to her previous trepidation around Oda Nobunaga, she could now converse with ease. Oh, a bit too much. Is that so? Oda Nobunaga momentarily pondered, then set it aside. There's nothing to be done about it. Since their conversation was indeed quite relaxed, Nakanoya Miku grew bolder and inquired. It seems Lord Nobunaga admires you, Shuchiin, doesn't he? Even he was not as warm towards them, but was it acceptable now? I admire all talented individuals. Of course, if we're talking about things I like, I enjoy human innovation and am curious about what the future will hold. This depends on the actions of humanity. You could strive toward that goal as well. Oda Nobunaga's eyes curved with delight. Even his usually blood-red pupils appeared exceptionally gentle. I probably can't do it. Nakanoya Miku hugged her knees, her legs bent, half of her face buried in her knees. My. Oda Nobunaga's tone lifted. Why do you say you can't? I remember that even if you all failed, your scores among the 5 of you were the highest, right? Why would she say such a thing? Upon closer inspection, it had no correlation, but without a doubt Oda Nobunaga had seen through the turmoil and anguish within Nakanoya Miku. Among the 5 sisters, she felt inferior. After all, he was her retainer. For now his impression was decent, but there were still some unnecessary things Oda Nobunaga would handle. However, if she truly proved inadequate, Oda Nobunaga would consider changing his master. No, I actually lagged behind among the 5. Nakanoya Miku's head sank lower and lower. I know very well that whatever I can achieve, the others can too. After all, we are quintuplets. In the end, Nakanoya Miku forced a bitter smile. Is that so? Oda Nobunaga replied calmly. By that logic, as a quintuplet, you should be able to do what the others can do. My. Nakanoya Miku was taken aback. And what exactly are you doubting? Oda Nobunaga leaned closer, resting one hand beside her, almost enveloping her in his embrace, their distance remarkably close. You are my master, Oda Nobunaga. Regardless of how excellent others may be, they are merely retainers. As someone bound by contract to me, how could you be incapable? Where did the courage you had when you wanted to ask me go? Or do you wish to dissolve our contract? Of course not. Hearing the last remark, Nakanoya Miku hurriedly retorted. I just lack confidence in myself. Nakanoya Miku lowered her head. Then I say you can do it. Edge. I am Oda Nobunaga, the Demon King of the 6th Heaven. Do you think your judgment surpasses mine? The young man before her brimmed with vigor, his eyes seemingly sparkling. Nakanoya Miku, as my master, you must be the best among the 5. No, you will definitely excel more than others. I mean it. Nakanoya Miku widened her violet blue eyes. This revelation banished all her self-doubt. Indeed, she was the only one among the 5 sisters who had signed a contract with Lord Nobunaga. How could she consider herself incapable? Wouldn't that bring shame to him? Moreover, Lord Nobunaga had stated she could do it. How could she let him down? This thought perhaps arose from her admiration for his ambitious demeanor, or perhaps from the current comforting presence that alleviated her worries, but most importantly, she would never concede defeat. Nakano Miku's gaze grew resolute. In the next exam my score will definitely be the highest among the 5 sisters. And Nakano Miku took a deep breath, her smile blossoming. I will score 100 for you in the future. This way she could proudly assert her identity as Oda Nobunaga's master. Oda Nobunaga laughed. Having ambition is certainly good, keep it up like this. By the way, the handsome youth leaned closer to Miku's ear. Those born with talent may rely too much on their innate abilities and neglect their studies. However, those born without talent may work diligently because of their perceived inadequacies. It all comes down to differing levels of awareness, which is of utmost importance. So even if you feel you lack talent, it doesn't matter. Just keep striving for it, master. The last syllable lingered on his lips, imbued with an indescribable tenderness. Of course, it seemed that both the Zei village family and the Nakano family were still living their peaceful daily lives, but in reality, the moment King Arthur's identity was confirmed, the entire world erupted. What the heck is that, King Arthur? So the Knights of the Round Table are real. And that sword, it easily dealt with a sea monster that even missiles couldn't kill, eh? Damn, I'm not going to say any flattering words. King Arthur is amazing. What about that sword? It's so beautiful, it looks like it walked right out of a myth, so powerful. King Arthur is so strong, I had to slow down to 1/100th of his speed just to barely catch a glimpse of it, truly unmatched. His swordsmanship is incredible, he defeated the sea monster with just a couple of strokes. He can even walk on the surface of the sea. Could this be the blessing of the lake fairy from legend? No way, didn't King Arthur die? Could it really be true what the Da-ing kingdom said, that the eternal king would awaken from Avalon? So handsome, sob King Arthur, you've stolen my heart. This screen is so dirty, I'm just going to lick it. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I just shouted, hey, honey, shameless upstairs, that's clearly my man. Draw the sword, it's time to decide the victor. Seriously, aren't all the upstairs guys? Are we fencing? Get lost, this perfect god can't be shared with girls. Men, get out. Don't corrupt our King Arthur. M9470888, beautiful as a flower, wealthy, not looking for love. Just looking for one night. Dream on. Your man, my man, were all the same. Almost immediately there were praises, surprises, and infatuations, but there were also those who sour graped. Sneaking around wearing a hat, I bet 5 yuan it's an ugly guy. Someone immediately retorted. Pa, the upstairs should look in the mirror, what are they like? Others see their figure as handsome. Ahem, I have to say from my observation, King Arthur's body proportions are perfect. What did you use to measure? Creepy smile JPG. While Lily browsed these comments, she almost wanted to post immediately saying King Arthur already has a master, and all those infatuated and self-recommending should roll away. But it must be said, not all comments were positive. Lily also saw some quite disgusting comments. What, King Arthur must be a counterfeit, anyone who believes is a fool. I just laughed and said, nothing. Do you really believe these people? King Arthur is a butcher. How many people have died by the time he arrived? Even some unscrupulous reports were stirring up discord for sensationalism. Is he a hero or a butcher? Why hasn't King Arthur come to the rescue yet? Shocking, from the legend of King Arthur we see only a despicable villain, and a series of cherry-picked black and white arguments, and more frighteningly, many people resonated with this, revealing a lack of sanity in their words. Of course, the supporters of King Arthur the Nabis were also repeatedly analyzed. The papaya pattern on the hat's family crest had long been confirmed to be the Oda family's emblem, but the existence of Nabis was still far from the legendary 6th Demon King. Moreover, Oda Nobunaga himself had not appeared, and for now it was merely speculation. Even for the sake of notoriety, discussions in Neon were still fervent, but the global attention was somewhat lacking. Compared to the situation in Neon, the Da-ing kingdom truly exploded. Lily saw a translator sharing the comments of the Da-ing people and found it very entertaining. Well, my king, you finally came. Strongly demand King Arthur to ascend. He should lead Great Britain once again. King Arthur is our undefeated king of Britain, the eternal king. How could his majesty be in that little broken place of Neon? No, I must go on a pilgrimage. Many enthusiastic people from the Da-ing kingdom even packed their bags to go to Neon to meet their idol. In an instant, the plane tickets from Da-ing to Neon skyrocketed, and they couldn't even get one. The onlookers in Europe were also discussing vigorously. For example, with the long-standing rivalry with Da-ing, every comment was particularly awkward. What is King Arthur? Our Emperor Karl will return too. And Napoleon Wei and Fa Lanchi are the strongest, not inferior to the Ing kingdom. Of course, the current discussions were all from the public and some independent accounts, while the official side remained unusually silent. Whether it's the usually dim-witted Neon government or the supposedly excited Da-ing government along with other onlookers, they all maintained an eerie silence. This is actually quite understandable, as the officials had to be much more cautious. The emergence of the sea monster had turned the powerful weapons born from 2 world wars into scrap metal. They didn't believe that such monsters would only appear this once, as Neon had already been forced to share the first magical pig incident with other countries. With the magical pig and the sea monster, were there not other monsters? These appeared in Neon this time. What if they show up in their own countries next? If modern weapons still proved useless, they wouldn't dare to launch Little Boy onto their own territories. Thus, regarding a renowned king like King Arthur, who could single-handedly deal with the sea monster, all countries are still in a phase of testing and observation. Even as they coveted how King Arthur could have survived to this day, could it truly be that he is the eternal king? Does Avalon exist? Not knowing it refers to spirits, thinking it means a living person. All nations are being careful to restrain their greedy hearts, planning to wait and see. Even the usually proud, beautiful nation remains silent. After all, no one is a fool, and no one wants to be the first to stick their neck out. They don't know if modern weapons would work against King Arthur either. Everyone is clever, why would they willingly step forward to let others take advantage? Of course, there are definitely some behind-the-scenes instigators trying to stir up discussions to test whether King Arthur would respond. Anyway, it doesn't take much effort and won't be discovered, so why not give it a try? What if King Arthur really can't hold back in response? That would be a blood prophet. However, Beautiful Nation began subtly promoting the narrative. The people of Beautiful Nation are also descendants of the Da'ing Kingdom. King Arthur is our ancestor. The current Britons are the enemies of King Arthur, descendants of the Saxons, while Beautiful Nation is the true inheritor of British civilization. No matter how you put it, it's all about climbing relationships and then bringing people together. Even the Da'ing Queen, troubled by some absurd abdication comments domestically, was furious. King Lily certainly enjoyed the spectacle, but under certain posts that dared to insult King Arthur, she wrote a long tirade of curses, only to have her account successfully banned. What the hell? King Lily almost smashed her phone. The club members looked at King Lily, who was fuming alone, and silently averted their gazes. Well, there are always a few days each month, right? Classmate Zay Village forgot to bring her brain, coming from Kasumiga Kakashiwa. As the public opinion continued to ferment, King Lily still lived her normal life, but the undercurrents behind her were ever present. The boss asked you to return to Neon to track down the whereabouts of King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga, and it would be best to capture them to obtain the secret of immortality. From Rome. The man with blonde hair and dark skin closed his phone, his azure eyes murky, and boarded the plane back to Neon. At the same time, almost all intelligence agencies around the world surged towards Neon. Target King Arthur Oda Nobunaga. Having determined his future direction, Aoki Makoto began to contemplate how to set the stage for the grand performance. Yet he was unsure if it was the world's consciousness targeting him. The fake foo-foo is you, but after the Haima incident in Kobe, the speed of monster invasions had indeed calmed down, leaving no opportunity for the newly arrived Oda Nobunaga. Aoki Makoto originally intended to take advantage of the monster invasion to formally introduce Oda Nobunaga, but that plan had gone awry. Nevertheless, plans are plans, and life must go on. On this day, Aoki Makoto rarely ventured into Mihinoko. After all, due to his fear of a certain death god, he had almost never set foot in Mihinoko. This time he came mainly to attend a concert, the Kobe concert, which despite its name, was actually held in Tokyo. In this regard, Aoki Makoto had never understood the thought process of the leaders in Neon, even after living there for 16 years. After a major disaster like the Haima incident in Kobe, instead of providing compensation for the victims' families and focusing on disaster recovery, the decision made by the Neon leadership was to hold a concert. Even if this was their usual way of operating, Aoki Makoto simply could not comprehend. Most importantly, the Neon government solemnly announced that they would spend 200 million yen to hold this concert. What kind of concert costs 200 million yen to organize? Surely they aren't trying to embezzle money under the guise of a concert. Despite his extreme dissatisfaction, Aoki Makoto still pinched his nose and bought a ticket, as all the victims' families would be invited to the event. He felt compelled to witness their pain, as the decisions he would make in the future would also hurt many people, and he needed to face it. Moreover, this concert itself was the perfect stage, was it not? It must be said that Neon's outrageous operations have always been this way. Look, they held a concert and got criticized out of their wits, and now hardly anyone cares about the series of blunders made by the Neon government during the Haima incident. Aside from a few fighter jets, there weren't even personnel present to maintain order, and now everyone's attention is focused on King Arthur and this ridiculous concert, so no one cares about the government's negligence. They have done things like this before, so do not doubt the intelligence of Neon politicians. They are not foolish, just purely wicked. Tickets for Neon concerts usually cost several thousand yen. Aoki Makoto was not short on money and directly bought a VIP seat, taking the VIP passage. Watching the throngs of people outside waiting in line, Aoki Makoto shook his head, wondering how many of these people remembered that this concert was meant to mourn and donate to the victims' families in Kobe. Most likely 9 out of 10 were here for their favorite idols. Just as Aoki Makoto thought, the concert's purpose was indeed skewed. Few people outside seemed to care about the massive casualties in Kobe. After all, under the government's downplaying, they only knew that around 100 people had died. What else? Isn't the appearance of King Arthur shocking? I heard that this time, even the Unbreakable show will come. That's amazing. I like Kono Yoko and Kuraki Mayu. I wonder if I will get a chance to get their autographs this time. These people are really... Inori pressed down her hat, visibly displeased, and muttered, "What are these people doing? Are they here to chase stars, or to mourn? Had I known, I would have bought a VIP seat." Inori was not short on money, but she was not into idol chasing. She came mainly because of Arthur, otherwise she wouldn't attend such an event. Arthur beside her made no effort to disguise himself. His sparkling, handsome face attracted the attention of several women nearby, and more than 10 of them had gathered the courage to strike up a conversation, nearly causing Inori to grind her silver teeth in frustration. However, there was no way around it. If one lowered their hat like Inori, they would look exactly like the live-streamed King Arthur, making it too easy to be recognized. Even now some people thought they recognized him, but Arthur skillfully talked his way out of it. Be careful, Inori. Arthur gently shielded her from the surrounding crowd, almost cradling the blonde girl in his arms. Sorry if it weren't for my desire to come. What does that have to do with you? Inori interrupted Arthur. It's not your fault. And besides, Inori's voice grew softer. You are my servant, your affairs are my affairs. Thank you, Inori. Arthur smiled gratefully, as if a gentle light radiated around them. A girl enchanted by his beauty shyly approached and asked, Are you siblings? May I exchange TT numbers? No. Inori shot a fierce glare at the girl. Do we look like siblings to you? Inori couldn't help but cling to Arthur's arm to assert her claim. Look, clearly he is mine. Sorry. The girl turned red in the face. After all, both of them were beautiful, fair-skinned, golden-haired and blue-eyed, so it was natural to be misunderstood. Then Inori, realizing what she had just said, felt her face flush with embarrassment. What had she just said? Aoki Makoto, who had wisely purchased a VIP seat in advance, had already entered the venue. He was looking for his seat on the ticket when he inadvertently spotted someone. That face looked exceptionally familiar, resembling a certain high school detective along with his two even more familiar childhood friends. Aoki Makoto. Why is that death god here? Aoki Makoto covered his face, never expecting that the first time he stepped into Mihinoko after many years would be to encounter Kudo Shinichi. Is this the fate of a traverser? Hold on, Aoki Makoto. Aoki Makoto secretly encouraged himself, after all, it's just a mere death god. Now he could transform into a heroic spirit. If worst comes to worst, he could transform into a third heroic spirit on the spot. Even if the stadium exploded, he wouldn't be harmed. The stadium shouldn't explode, right? Moreover, for certain reasons, Aoki Makoto had called both King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga, so 3 heroic spirits would surely be fine. By the way, has Aoki Makoto already accepted that the stadium will explode? And the 3 were still bickering. Shinichi, at this time you shouldn't be thinking about investigating, that's too much. Since we are here, we must seriously ask the parties involved in the sea monster incident about it. No matter how you think about it, King Arthur's appearance is also absurd. How can you speak like that? Ran is also well-meaning. If you a reasoning fanatic, go and ask, it will definitely make others angry. Moreover, what does it have to do with you and His Majesty King Arthur? The level of handsomeness is light years ahead of yours. Hey, are you starting to call him your majesty already? We don't even know if it's true, and even if it is, he is still the king of Britain. What does it have to do with us? Mind your own business, you're just jealous. Aoki Makoto. Just from the sound, one can tell who is speaking with such distinctiveness. Tisk tisk, with that emotional intelligence, no wonder Kudo Shinichi hasn't settled down in a romantic relationship after over 1,000 episodes. He deserves it. Currently, Aoki Makoto, who is also single and has unrequited feelings, felt exceptionally proud. Regardless of anything else, seeing the Grim Reaper is an ominous affair. Aoki Makoto looked around, intending to quickly find his seat. At this moment, more people entered through the special passage, but unlike those outside, who were full of enthusiasm, their faces were somber and sorrowful, dressed entirely in black and white. As soon as Kudo Shinichi saw these people, he was eager to approach them, striding forward, without even being stopped by Muri Ran. After all, he was quite accustomed to barging into various crime scenes. Excuse me, Kudo Shinichi confidently approached a couple. Are you the individuals involved in the Kobe sea monster incident? Who are you? The couple, looking troubled, revealed guarded expressions. The woman clutched her pale hem tightly, but Kudo Shinichi's overly youthful appearance made them hesitate. I am a detective, Kudo Shinichi said proudly. I have seen you before. You are that high school detective, Kudo Shinichi. The husband hesitated. Yes. Seeing that they recognized him, Kudo Shinichi felt more confident. I am Kudo Shinichi. Both of them showed expressions of surprise. After all, detectives hold a high status in this world. They then introduced themselves as Sakai Keiichiro and Sakai Eiko. A sense of curiosity surged within him at an inopportune moment, and he bombarded them with questions. You were present during the sea monster incident, correct? Did you see the sea monster with your own eyes? What did the sea monster do? And what about that knight, said to be King Arthur, did you see him? Perhaps on ordinary occasions Kudo Shinichi would hold back a bit, but his curiosity was overwhelming now. The detective's intense curiosity ignited within him since that fateful night when the worldview shattered. After all, Kudo Shinichi has always believed in Science Kagoro's method. He has always scoffed at those legends and ghost stories, considering them mere distractions used by the murderer. But what if sea monsters truly exist? And what if figures like King Arthur, who might either be immortal or resurrected, actually appeared? How could Kudo Shinichi not wish to uncover the truth behind it? If it were true, he would have to consider surreal factors when solving cases in the future. It must be said that this was terribly unfriendly for detectives. Don't say that. Sakai Eiko trembled, her face pale, lost in unwanted memories. Just don't say it. Sakai Keiichiro glared at Kudo Shinichi with resentment. What on earth do you want to do? No, Kudo Shinichi realized he might have been a bit impulsive. It seemed that this great detective truly lacked social skills. If this continued, he might end up getting punched by Sakai Keiichiro. By the way, his 2 childhood friends didn't want to assist him, thinking it was his fault. Alright, I believe he didn't mean it. Aoki Makoto hesitated, but still stepped in as a mediator. After all, Kudo Shinichi truly meant no harm. Of course, regardless of what truth you are pursuing, Aoki Makoto's tone was serious. I think you should not harm others in the pursuit of truth. Upon hearing this, Kudo Shinichi, who had been somewhat heated, calmed down and apologized to the visibly agitated Sakai, Kichiro, and Sakai Eiko. At this moment, Kudo Shinichi still harbored a somewhat stubborn sense of justice and curiosity. It was only after becoming Konin and experiencing the Moonshadow Island incident that he truly changed. However, Kudo Shinichi was above all a kind and just person. In this world, the status of detectives is indeed high, and seeing Kudo Shinichi's sincere attitude, the couple forgave him. You are Aoki Makoto, the author of The Suspect. As a fan of detective novels, Kudo Shinichi instantly recognized Aoki Makoto, feeling a bit excited. The method you devised was truly ingenious. I only realized it later on. Thank you for the compliment. Aoki Makoto replied blandly, as he was aware he was merely a copywriter. Hearing such praises was nice, but comparing intellect with Kudo Shinichi was another matter entirely. He would need to create a persona like Holmes or Moriarty first. With the misunderstanding cleared up and recognizing Aoki Makoto's status as a renowned author, the Sakai couple lowered their guard and began conversing with the two. You don't seem to want to attend the concert. Is there some difficulty? Aoki Makoto asked with concern. The expressions of Sakai Keiichiro and Sakai Eiko were somewhat awkward. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. Aoki Makoto was not in the habit of prying into others' painful memories. Sakai Eiko shook her head, forcing a polite smile that looked incredibly pale. The insurance company is unwilling to pay for Aime's compensation. They said the current policy does not cover deaths caused by the sea monster, and they mentioned they would add this clause in the future. We had no choice. The government said they would help coordinate if we attended the concert, so we came. Aoki Makoto was speechless. Sea monster insurance. He genuinely felt they should purchase a policy, as hearing about such practices made him lose any desire to help. However, Aoki Makoto held no contempt for them. The Sakai couple's clothing indicated they were not affluent. Even though they grieved for their daughter's death, life must go on. A compensation of hundreds of thousands is nothing to people like him, Kudo Shinichi, or Suzuki Sonoko, but for the Sakai couple it might be their daily sustenance. At the same time, Aoki Makoto was not surprised that such a spectacle was orchestrated by the Neon government. This was precisely the sort of thing they would do. It was likely that all these bereaved families were invited by every means possible. After all, aside from those driven by greed, no one who had lost a loved one would have the heart to attend a concert. Isn't this too much? Suzuki Sonoko protested. Kudo Shinichi frowned. Although it's excessive, I must say that legally they really shouldn't be compensating this amount. Whose side are you on? Kudo Shinichi felt wronged. I speak the truth, but didn't they say the government would coordinate? There should be a turning point. Kudo Shinichi's tone held naive hope. Aoki Makoto looked at him, knowing it would certainly be of no use. The Neon government was merely deceiving these folks. They might offer some condolence money, but the insurance company would certainly not pay. The reason is simple: over 100 people died in the sea demon incident. What about compensating the others? They would absolutely not set this precedent. Compared to the three who were relatively well off, Aoki Makoto was already well aware of these unspoken rules. After all, had it not been for him starting to write short stories from a young age, gaining much attention, he might not have received his parents' inheritance fully and could have been sent to an orphanage. Even as a transmigrator with a golden finger, he faced such challenges, let alone others. But this time, Aoki Makoto reassured the Sakai couple, please rest assured things will get better. The Sakai couple forced a smile, we hope for a good resolution. Aoki Makoto did not deny it. He never said they would receive compensation. To Aoki Makoto, compensation seemed unlikely, but as long as more people paid attention, the official condolence money could increase. After all, this concert was bound to have an incident, otherwise King Arthur would be one thing, but Oda Nobunaga might not even show up. At this moment, a young man wearing a military cap was already seated in a VIP box with a charming young girl. Oda Nobunaga looked around with great interest while the girl beside him appeared gloomy. After all, she was not Miku. Lord Nobu. Nakanohi Futana spoke with visible restraint. Her usual self, quite uncharacteristic, thoroughly unnerved by Oda Nobunaga. After all, ever since Nobunaga appeared live on television, everyone in the archipelago knew this hat belonged to the Oda clan. Oh, it's perfectly fine. Oda Nobunaga adjusted his hat with deliberate ease. By today's standards, the hat is the essence. Besides, countless people wear it this way, they'll likely assume I'm cosplaying. An utterly irrefutable argument. Given Nobunaga's immense popularity across the islands, Futana had already spotted numerous wearers of that very hat. Still, Futana's lips twitched faintly. Honestly, Lord Nobunaga, you're far too stylish for your own time. Exposure holds no consequence for me. Nobunaga replied serenely, his calm tone underscoring unshakable confidence and sovereign authority. I am after all the demon king of the sixth heaven. Why should I conceal myself? But I'm afraid, Futana sighed deflated. Had she known Nobunaga would attend, she never would have mentioned the concert at home. Tickets for tonight's concert had sold out long ago. Futana possessed only two, one for Nobunaga, the other originally intended for Miku, but Miku had politely declined. Because you were so eager, weren't you? You go instead. Futana felt helpless, yet the thought of attending with Lord Nobunaga filled her with oppressive tension, utterly incompatible with genuine enjoyment. She'd come to admire her idols, not to serve a warlord. You dislike me. Nobunaga suddenly leaned close, his voice a whisper beside her ear. Futana flinched. Not at all. Your pretense is terribly unconvincing, Nobunaga observed without anger. I tolerate no insult, but neither do I presume universal admiration. In truth, hatred once far outnumbered devotion. It must be unbearable, this sudden intrusion into your lives, especially among sisters, and how you must suppress your temper feigning deference toward me. Nobunaga required no deep contemplation to discern Futana's thoughts. After all, she was merely an ordinary high school girl, devoid of guile or subterfuge. Futana trembled. Then a surge of pent-up frustration erupted. Perhaps ingrained pride and stubbornness finally emboldened her. She drew a sharp breath and lifted her gaze to meet Nobunaga's crimson eyes. Yes, utterly dreadful. Her words carried the desperate resolve of mutual annihilation. Why us? You barged inexplicably into our lives, forced us to study. And what is that contract with Miku anyway? Could it harm her? Let's clarify one thing. Nobunaga scoffed lightly. Without me, you'd both have perished at the summer festival. Futana choked slightly, turning her face aside. I know that. I truly am grateful. Gratitude is the most useless currency, Nobunaga retorted bluntly. What matters is your utility. He never concealed his stance. He was no easy companion. Compared to Eri, the Nakanohi sisters indeed faced a higher difficulty tier, though Nobunaga himself wasn't the most formidable challenge imaginable. You truly are domineering, Futana murmured at a loss for words. Nobunaga simply didn't care. Before him, she felt no more substantial than a petulant child. Isn't it self-evident, he stated, tone unwavering. Why aren't you angry? After all those insults, I should have severed my head, shouldn't I? The more indifferent Nobunaga appeared, the more Futana chafed. She loathed being dismissed as inconsequential. Unnecessary. Nobunaga turned his profile, his striking beauty drawing glances from passers-by, though he remained utterly unconcerned. I permit jest. I also permit hatred. As the demon king of the sixth heaven, he had endured oceans of fear and loathing. Futana's resentment barely rippled the surface. So long as she avoided crossing his boundaries and retained value, he would tolerate her. A daimyo of his stature possessed no petty lack of magnanimity. Those who serve me may bear flaws. I can overlook them. And how could one claim sovereignty if even such trivial hatred proves intolerable? A wild razor-sharp smile flickered across his face. Futana found herself captivated, her violet blue eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet she swiftly looked away. Lifting her chin, her expression hardened with unwavering resolve, mirroring Miku's quiet courage. If you ever harm my sisters, even if I stand alone against you like a mantis blocking a chariot, I will not forgive you. Her body still trembled, yet she spoke those words unflinchingly, astonished even herself at such audacity, terrified as she remained. Yet Nobunaga possessed an undeniable magnetism. Before him, pretense dissolved entirely. Not bad at all. His response left Futana's defiance striking empty air. Though your words are laughable, Nobunaga chuckled, devoid of cruelty. You seem far more vibrant now than when you cowered in timid silence. Futana pressed her lips together, lowering her gaze. Though her face mirrored Miku's exactly, their auras diverged profoundly. Regardless, please spare Miku. She truly admires you. Futana cherished her sisters above all, never wishing harm upon any of them. I currently have no intention of replacing my contracted partner. Nobunaga shifted posture casually. Besides, she possesses refined taste, unlike you. To him, disliking him signaled abysmal aesthetic judgment. Futana pouted. Oh, still dislike me? Nobunaga tapped his cheek, eyes gleaming with playful mockery. Futana flushed with acute embarrassment. Not at all. Instinctively, she drew her knees to her chest and buried her face, just as Miku often did. Sisterly resemblance ran deep. Her cheeks burned crimson, her voice dropped to a whisper. I don't dislike you. She resented intrusions into the five sisters' lives, resented coercion, resented interference. Yet, she did not resent Oda Nobunaga. In truth, she never had. After all, this was Oda Nobunaga. His arrogance, his coldness, his ruthlessness, they were the very essence of his allure. Because truly, Lord Nobunaga was breathtakingly handsome and fiercely cool. Seeing her expression, Nobunaga understood her answer. He'd meant to tease further, but then paused, his gaze sharpening with sudden gravity. Unseen by others, the diminutive Nobu darted through the concert's backstage corridors as if detecting something ominous. What is it, Lord Nobunaga? A spark of intrigue lit Nobunaga's smile. This concert has just grown infinitely more interesting. Futana watched that smile, and inexplicably a chill of foreboding crept up her spine. As crowds streamed in, a golden-haired youth and young woman settled into their seats, while Aoki Makoto and Oda Nobunaga occupied adjacent VIP sections. Amidst this convergence, the concert began. The pop stars invited to the concert were all exceptionally accomplished. Fubushang, a current top-tier idol, Yukino Okino, and Mai Kuramaki, each renowned for both popularity and artistic prowess. Yet even the most mellifluous melodies could not stir hearts already estranged from the moment. The victim's family, seated in the first two rows, sat with heads bowed, faces blank and unyielding. Take the Sakai couple. While other fans buzzed with exhilaration, they found only noise. Eiko Sakai nervously twisted the hem of her blouse, its already threadbare cotton now crumpled into a tight, frayed knot. She was consumed by worry, so deeply that even Aoki Makoto's reassurances failed to still her trembling thoughts. Her daughter Megumi had already shattered their fragile family with her death. But worse still was the crushing weight of Megumi's university debt, a burden neither unexpected nor uncommon in Neon, where elite education demanded steep tuition fees. For families like theirs, such costs meant insurmountable loans, and even death could not erase those obligations. Thus the Sakai's were compelled to participate in the concert under official mediation, though they harbored no hope whatsoever. Eiko Sakai remained lost in her own reverie, oblivious to the world around her, until a piercing scream tore through the air. Ah! Someone's dead. A commotion had erupted. Only then did Eiko lift her gaze, her eyes locking onto a scene of visceral, gut-wrenching impact. Instinctively she recoiled, her spine striking the chair back with a jolt of pain that snapped her back to reality. She clapped a hand over her mouth in disbelief, while her husband Kaitaro instinctively pulled her close. As the heavy velvet curtain parted, no performer emerged. Only a male corpse suspended at the center of the stage by a taut wire swaying ever so slightly. That's... Kudo Shinichi lunged forward without hesitation, the victim's attire instantly revealing his identity: Yamamura Teikoku, the concert's chief organizer. Bang! A bullet struck the floor inches before Shinichi's feet, sending him stumbling backward. From the wings strode a man brandishing a pistol. Amid the arena's deafening shrieks, he fired 3 shots into the air. No one moves. Remain seated, every last one of you. His face contorted with fury, a microphone and earpiece gleaming beside his ear. I've planted bombs throughout this stadium. And if anyone dares to run, I detonate them instantly. 10,000 souls froze in terror. Yet despite his warning, panic still sent some scrambling blindly through the aisles. Boom! A blast far louder than gunfire silenced every scream at once. The man raised his voice again, cold, commanding. Return to your seats, now? But chaos reigned. 10,000 people could not be tamed by one man alone. Amid the pandemonium, Arthur instinctively shielded Eriri, his hand hovering midair, yet the distance to the armed man on stage was too great for a decisive strike. To manifest, his spirit form risked exposing unknown accomplices. In the end, he lowered his hand. Oda Nobunaga remained utterly still in his seat, with Nakano Fuyumi obediently beside him. After all, surely safety lay closest to the Oda Lord himself. Watching order dissolve, yet unwilling to kill outright, the man's gaze flickered toward the celebrity guest section, and inspiration struck. You. He pointed at Yukino Okino slumped nearby. I recall you've hosted before. Go up there now. Keep these people calm. Keep them seated. Yukino trembled uncontrollably, unable even to rise. Hey, don't harass a woman. Let me handle this. Though terrified, Fubu Shang stepped forward. No, her. Only her. The man wasn't foolish. A slender woman posed far less threat than Fubu Shang, who stood a towering 181 centimeters tall. It's all right, Fubukun. Yukino managed a fragile smile, leaning on my Kuramaki's steady arm as she rose, carefully sidestepping the gunman, and ascended the stage step by trembling step. Perhaps returning to familiar ground, facing thousands of devoted fans, brought her a measure of composure. Gripping the microphone, she spoke with quiet authority. Please remain calm. Do not run. Stay seated, to avoid injury or stampede. Yukino's immense popularity, coupled with the ever-present threat of detonation, slowly restored a semblance of reason among the crowd. Do not cut the live stream. The man barked his next demand. If the feed drops, even for a second, I trigger the bombs. Otherwise, no one dared dismiss his words as idle threats. Under the guidance of security personnel still maintaining order, the fleeing spectators gradually returned to their seats, shivering, silent, and pale. Aoki Makoto, who hadn't moved an inch, gazed skyward. Though he'd long known of Nobu's foresight via Oda Nobunaga, he couldn't help but murmur wryly, truly a Kageka-style setting, where explosive devices are more common than film props and criminal talent seems evenly distributed across the populace. Now, connect me to the neon government. Veins throbbed violently along the man's temples. It's all the fault of these corrupt politicians, these parasitic capitalists. They'd rather spend 200 million yen on this meaningless spectacle than aid victims like us. And, he jabbed a finger at the dangling corpse. Of that 200 million yen budget, this scoundrel embezzled most of it. This so-called morning concert cost mere millions, while those funds properly spent could have saved my daughter. They will pay, every last one of them. They must pay. Hand over those bloodsuckers. I demand their deaths, or this entire stadium of 10,000 shall perish for their selfishness. Through his fragmented outbursts, the truth emerged. The man was Yamamoto Dokufu, father of little Yuki, a victim of the Kobe sea monster incident. Yuki had suffered severe trampling injuries, yet ultimately perished due to insufficient medical care and financial ruin. Yamamoto loathed those who'd siphoned relief funds, especially those who diverted them to fund a vanity concert instead of saving lives. No. Shinichi shook his head reluctantly, retaking his seat. One man alone couldn't orchestrate this. He has accomplices. Yamamoto's erratic behavior betrayed a lack of meticulous planning. Shinichi's eyes darted sideways as he plotted a stealthy detour backstage to locate both the unseen conspirators and the remaining undetonated explosives. TCH. Oda Nobunaga rested his chin on his palm. Nakano Fuyumi blinked, unafraid. Not of the bombs, but confident in Nobunaga's unwavering presence. Even should the arena collapse, she believed he could spirit her away effortlessly. Of course, if he chose not to, her fate would be sealed regardless. So why fret? How dull. I thought he'd actually detonate them. Nobunaga wore an expression of profound boredom. Explosions would claim countless innocent lives, but truly his grief is pitiable. His daughter died because of those men. Fuyumi, at heart a kind-hearted high schooler, voiced her empathy. Nobunaga's eyelids drooped lazily as he scoffed. Planting bombs here reveals cowardice. Why not target the very men he claims to hate? To hold civilians hostage is not courage, it is abject weakness. Not even the valor of a common soldier. Nobunaga dismissed the act with utter contempt. Besides, he is doomed to fail. Before Shinichi could slip away, the stage erupted in another wholly unforeseen cataclysm. A ragged gurgling wheeze escaped his severed trachea as blood gushed forth. Yamamoto Dokufu collapsed before the stunned crowd, revealing the translucent grinning skull of a specter behind him. Crimson stained the spectral claws that had pierced him, then sloughed away like wet paint, exposing their original ghastly pallor. Instantly the air chilled. Goose flesh prickled the arms of summer-clad spectators. Unseen by others, Aoki Makoto's phone screen flashed urgently alert. Alert! A surge of spirits is imminent at Tokyo Dome Stadium. In the bottom right corner, a crimson countdown timer hit 0. 3 days ago, Aoki Makoto had already known that ghosts would appear at the concert, as his phone had given him a warning. At times like this, Aoki Makoto couldn't help but curse the counterfeit products of the world's consciousness. Sometimes they notified him too late, and other times far too early. Regarding this excessively early notification, Aoki Makoto contemplated whether to inform the official authorities of Neon to evacuate or even to cancel the concert altogether. However, in the end, he still gave up. Was it even useful? Not to mention that the Neon officials might not even listen to him. Even if they did, they would surely set up ambushes at the stadium, trying to approach the two heroic spirits and then carry out some nauseating schemes. These tests and malicious acts would absolutely not cease until the situation became truly serious. Aoki Makoto told himself that, as he had thought before, simply resolving the monster invasion was not enough. He needed to raise his own profile as well. As long as his notoriety was high enough, he could take on more heroic spirits, perhaps even without needing to sign contracts with them. And this time, wasn't it a great platform? With over 10,000 people on site and live broadcasting, as long as the two heroic spirits performed well, the concept of heroic spirits could be known worldwide, while also paving the way for upcoming events. As for casualties, if humanity doesn't know pain, they would never bow their heads and admit their weakness. All Aoki Makoto could do was summon the two heroic spirits and try to minimize casualties. After making his decision, Aoki Makoto, who could have stayed home, still chose to come. After all, he told himself that he also had to take the stage. The appearance of the pale skeleton sent most of the already panicked crowd into a complete breakdown, not to mention the ghosts continuously emerging, instantly covering the entire stage. In a moment of desperation, Kaniya Yoko jumped off the stage, having learned from the previous incident with Takagawa. She didn't want to be killed by the pale skeleton hovering in the air. Before jumping, she used the microphone to remind everyone, run. Even knowing that a stampede could happen, there was no time to think about that now. At this life and death moment, the audience even forgot the threat of bombs. With Takagawa already dead, they frantically wanted to escape. Viewers of the live broadcast were also going crazy. What is that? Is it a ghost? How can there be ghosts in this world? I was supposed to come, thank goodness I didn't buy a ticket. Thank you, capitalists, for sparing my life. It's all special effects. There are no ghosts in this world. We must believe in science. Well, science. Does that sea monster look like a normal creature? Newton, don't ask me, but it's not my area. Darwin, don't ask me. I study biology, not the supernatural. It doesn't abide by the theory of evolution. Hey, haven't you thought that even King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga aren't dead? Maybe Newton and Darwin aren't scientific either. Am I the only one who thinks the families of the victims are so unfortunate? Why are we encountering monsters again? The Sakai couple felt the same way. As the families of the victims, they were seated in the first 2 rows, and the ghost's chilling aura penetrated their very bones, leaving them trembling in their seats, unable to escape. Eiko. Sakai Keiichiro no longer wanted to run. He just held his wife tightly, willing to die together. It's okay, Hiromi is waiting for us too. Sakai Eiko buried her head in Keiichiro's arms, closing her eyes. This was fate. At this moment, they had accepted their fate. Perhaps they were destined to die at the hands of the monsters. They hadn't died at the hands of the sea monster in Kobe, and now ghosts had appeared. They no longer wished to escape. TCH, what a hassle. With someone's voice expressing disdain, gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire, the ghosts in the front row were instantly eradicated. Aren't you leaving? With piercing red eyes glancing over, the Sakai couple scrambled to escape. Oda Nobunaga didn't care about these details. He wasn't a righteous man, but if he could help out casually, then so be it. Kaniya Yoko, who had almost been trapped in a pile of ghosts waiting to die, was pulled away by a strong hand. She opened her eyes to see a young man in a black military uniform pulling her behind him. Courageous. Oda Nobunaga praised Kaniya Yoko for her previous actions. But this place is no longer suitable for you to stay in. Seeing the oddly beautiful man's hat and the flintlock gun floating beside him, Kaniya Yoko recognized him almost immediately. She covered her mouth in surprise. You are Lord Nobunaga. Somehow her face felt a bit hot. There was no way around it. The trope of a hero saving a beauty would never go out of style, especially when this hero was both handsome and noble. However, this time Oda Nobunaga didn't pay her any mind. He simply said to the pink-haired girl beside him, "Keep up," before drawing his long knife. "A bunch of rats defiling my territory. Gun crew, raise your guns." Without wasting magical power to summon Nobu, dozens of flintlock guns lined up, firing bullets that suppressed the ghosts in the front row. Unfortunately, there were still too many ghosts. The so-called large number meant hundreds, or even thousands. Even though the ghosts were almost no match for Oda Nobunaga's guns, the sheer number still posed a challenge that Nobunaga alone couldn't contain without the use of treasure. However, Oda Nobunaga was not a weakling who would lose his combat ability without his flintlock gun. At the moment a ghost approached, its pale claws were already in front of Nakano Nino, who couldn't help but close her eyes. Oda Nobunaga stepped forward and swiftly beheaded it. The pale skeleton-like ghost was instantly eliminated. Without changing his expression, he adjusted his stance and cleaved yet another ghost in half on his right front. The blade in his hand, the Nagamitsu, was extraordinarily sharp, and with each swing, he would eliminate one or even multiple ghosts. Oh my god, it's Lord Nobunaga, the living Lord Nobunaga. Whoa, my life is now complete. So handsome. Is it true that all ancient people were this handsome? Doghead JPG. Not surprising. You should know that Oda Nobunaga is a historically certified handsome guy who once wore women's clothing in public, captivating and leading many warriors. Oda Nobunaga's sister was also the most beautiful woman of the Warring States period, Oichi. His niece is a famous beauty, the Azai three sisters. This family is full of beauties. So Lord Nobunaga, are you looking for a brother-in-law? A nephew's husband is also fine. Be bolder, Lord Nobunaga. Are you in need of a warm bedmate? Lord Nobunaga, I am your dog. Please, can you pull up your pants? Are these people trying to survive on Earth? So powerful. By the way, for these incorporeal ghosts, don't our bullets have no effect on them? Humanity is doomed. Wait, who is that girl behind Lord Nobunaga? Why is he protecting her? I refuse, I refuse. How dare that little hussy cling to Lord Nobunaga, shameless. Wait, isn't she my classmate? Nino Nakano. Who is that? What's her name? They all look exactly the same, who knows which one it is? I don't care. Woo, Lord Nobunaga is a neon person, no one is allowed to monopolize him. Nakano Nino of course didn't know about the chaos online. She was carefully following Nobunaga to survive. Getting up close and personal with these ghosts was truly terrifying. Even under the suppression of the flintlock, some fish managed to slip through the net, forcing Oda Nobunaga to engage in close combat, which put immense pressure on Nakano Nino, who had been following closely behind him. Several times the skeletal ghost's white claws were about to pierce her skin, only to be mercilessly decapitated by Oda Nobunaga at the last moment. Throughout this process, Nakano Nino grit her teeth and persevered without screaming or running away to hinder Oda Nobunaga. She kept close behind, without falling behind. At critical moments, Nakano Nino remained clear-headed, recognizing that the safest place was right next to Nobunaga. With her slight frame, running out now would be akin to being trampled during the summer festival, and she dared not gamble on whether monsters lurked outside. After all, she was his backup power bank and potential retainer, so Oda Nobunaga was somewhat considerate of Nakano Nino during the battle, almost always bringing her along. As a general heading to the battlefield, Oda Nobunaga's swordsmanship, though not on par with that of a dedicated swordsman, was still quite remarkable. The nagamaki in his hands was like the scythe of death, equally reaping the souls before him. He wore a cruel smile, each swing and cut executed with simplicity and maximum lethality against the enemies. Against these ghosts, Oda Nobunaga held a significant advantage. His Tenka Fubu represented a transformation of ancient concepts into new ones. The higher the divinity or mystique of his opponents, especially those heroic spirits who were protectors of the system, the more advantageous bonuses he could accrue. Conversely, when facing modern heroic spirits with weaker mystique, his skills and noble phantasm effects would diminish. These ghosts had a considerable level of mystique and were possessed by demonic nature, yet they remained within the bounds of Oda Nobunaga's control. Hiding behind him, Nakano Nino felt an unparalleled sense of security. After all, it was Nobunaga. As long as he was there, everything would be fine. Nakano Nino thought almost blindly. Meanwhile, watching everything unfold, Kaniya Yoko was already captivated, her eyes sparkling. She gritted her teeth, grasped the microphone she hadn't discarded, and began to maintain order at the scene. Everyone, please don't panic. Don't panic. With Nobunaga here, everyone evacuate one by one. However, misfortunes do not come alone. Already facing the threat of monsters, the audience had fallen into a chaotic stampede. At this moment, perhaps Takagawa Seo's accomplices took action, and the bombs placed around the gymnasium exploded. The entire gymnasium began to shake violently, with sand and dust falling continuously. Finally, with a loud bang, a massive steel beam crashed down right where the audience was screaming. In response, Oda Nobunaga did not act as if he had not noticed, because he had already spotted a certain figure. Strike, air, wind, king, barrier. The invisible hurricane rolled back, instantly shattering the falling steel beam, even tearing the gymnasium's roof away to reveal the evening sky. Accompanied by a light shout, the knight clad in silver entered the scene. Arthur could have acted sooner, but unfortunately, he still had his master by his side. Without a doubt, for his master, unless it was an existence like Shityo Aika that defied the laws of humanity, Arthur Pendragon would place all his trust. Even in such chaotic circumstances, he would prioritize sending Eriri to a safe place, unlike Oda Nobunaga, who directly ran around with Nakano Nino. Please take care of yourself. Arthur delivered Eriri to a cafe near the gymnasium where a crowd had already gathered, not only fans, but also people who came to see the monsters and heroic spirits. If anything happens, call for me immediately. Arthur made all the arrangements smoothly, leaving no room for anyone to speak. However, just as he was about to leave, Eriri couldn't help but tug at his clothes. The glorious knight turned back. Unable to selfishly make Arthur stay, Eriri overcame her fear. Please come back safely. Arthur smiled slightly, and then swiftly turned into spirit form and left. Only Eriri remained anxiously in the cafe. Before long, the place was filled with onlookers while the television broadcasted the situation inside the gymnasium. Inside, a young man with black hair and red eyes was fighting while a pink-haired girl hid behind him. The surrounding people began to voice their opinions. So who exactly is that woman behind Nobunaga? It's so annoying she just drags him down. Nobunaga is actually protecting her. How shameless can this guy be? Look at her sleazy outfit. She must be a harlot. Listening to these remarks, Eriri clenched her clothes tightly, feeling very angry. She wanted to shout at them. What do you people know? Facing those monsters is truly terrifying. Why do you maliciously speculate about another innocent girl? As someone who faced the magical pig incident firsthand, Eriri had every right to speak on this matter. However, she struggled to find her voice. After all, she lacked the courage to stand against the outside world, who otherwise she wouldn't have shrunk back in fear of being labeled an otaku in her childhood, distancing herself from Aoki Akane. In the original work, her portrayal as the golden retriever underdog played a significant role. She belonged to the type that, despite being able to win with a straightforward approach, ended up losing miserably, the ultimate underdog. You're really useless, Sawamura Spencer. Eriri. Eriri looked at the pink-haired girl who was tightly following behind Oda Nobunaga. She must be Nobunaga's master. She was stronger than her. At the very least, she had no courage to confront the malice and danger, so she tacitly accepted Arthur, sending her away, defaulting to hiding her identity, because she knew very well that once exposed, she would certainly be met with vicious scorn. Do not underestimate people's jealousy. They can only see the glory and honor of being a heroic spirit's master, but everything is not as simple as it seems. However, Eriri cared too much about the opinions of others. As the daughter of a diplomat, she had always been conscious of her public image. Yet she despised this version of herself. Suddenly, Eriri stood up and walked up to the group of chattering girls, loudly interrupting. Isn't what you're saying too excessive? What does it matter who Nobunaga wants to protect? Who are you to say anything? The people opposite were somewhat enraged. What does it matter if it's none of my business? It's wrong to maliciously judge others like you do. You're just jealous. Haha, what are you talking about, you harlot? What do you care about my business? The girls, humiliated and angry, began to push and shove. The crowd murmured, but no one came to help her. Eriri instinctively swallowed hard. The pointed looks from the bystanders made her feel extremely embarrassed, but thinking of Arthur, she gritted her teeth and held on. If it were Arthur, he definitely wouldn't care about others' opinions and would insist on doing the right thing. What do you want? Eriri tried her best to maintain her proud demeanor. Do you want to silence me with force? I will not back down. I must say, when Eriri took a stand, she still had a semblance of a noble lady. Plus, among women, the one who is ugly loses. Looking at this fair-skinned, beautiful blonde girl, her opponents felt a bit intimidated as they couldn't fully gauge Eriri's background. If we want, stoop to your level. The group left. Yet Eriri felt as if she had lost her strength sitting down in her chair. For the first time speaking out like this in public, Eriri felt quite refreshed. She was Arthur's master. How could she bring shame to him? She should fight side by side with her servant like the girl on the screen, displaying her courage and determination. Eriri silently encouraged herself, resolving that no matter what she faced from now on, she would not evade and would stand proudly by Arthur's side. Meanwhile, the Silver Knight had arrived at the scene, the Wind King barrier rolling back and directly tearing off the gymnasium's roof. Your slow saber. Oda Nobunaga lightly leaped back, with Nakano Nino landing right beside Arthur. Although it's only temporary, let us fight side by side for now, Archer. What a divine scene. Sob him shipping the CP. However, to be honest, these two standing together is truly a sight to behold, quite harmonious too probably, because they are both top-tier handsome men. Release the magic power. As the red dragon exhaled a surge of magical energy, Arthur stepped forward, the sword's blade extended by the magic, sweeping away dozens of approaching ghosts in an instant, but regrettably, compared to the thousands in total, it was merely a drop in the bucket. After killing one batch, another batch followed. The pale ghosts began to crowd in again, some even breaking through Oda Nobunaga's barricade made with his matchlock gun. There was no other choice. Without using their noble phantasms, the intensity of Oda Nobunaga's matchlock gun was not high, and even with their cooperation, the two heroes were still cautious of each other. This gets too cramped. Oda Nobunaga snorted coldly. After all, in this gymnasium, if he unleashed his noble phantasm, it would flatten the place. Currently, about 50 to 60% of the audience was still crammed at the back of the gymnasium. Even though stars like Yoko Kishino were trying their best to maintain order in the face of fear, everyone was too preoccupied to care. If this continued before the ghosts could kill them, they would trample each other to death. There were simply too many ghosts, and King Arthur was not particularly adept at dealing with scattered targets. After all, he was not an archer. The problem was that this was a closed space, and he dared not use his ultimate move. Otherwise, if the gymnasium collapsed, the two servants would be fine, but those people would definitely perish. Moreover, with so many ghosts, the challenge lay not in inflicting damage, but in containing them. Thus, even though the two servants fought earnestly, some stray ghosts broke through the barrier and charged towards the crowd behind. For these ghosts, the vitality of the crowd was truly a feast. Oh, the ghosts are coming, run. Get out of the way. Where are you, Shinichi? The people squeezed at the back of the crowd screamed in terror, pushing forward recklessly, and the situation was about to spiral out of control. Oh dear, although I'm not very motivated since the path is already opened. Alright, let's go. The red magic circle rapidly expanded on the ground, covering all the terrified faces, and then in the blink of an eye, they were flying. Even if it was just a moment of distraction, everyone felt a tremendous force lifting them off the ground, soaring through the roof that had just been blown away, and then quickly landing back down. As their legs touched the ground, the audience was still somewhat dazed, but after realizing it, they erupted in astonishment. What? What just happened? Did we just fly? We actually flew. Who remembers what happened just now? Oh my God, who is this divine figure? Even those outside were stunned, watching thousands of spectators fall from the sky, their mouths agape. Who could have done this? This is so powerful. The ghosts that were approaching lost their targets and floated around in confusion as the magic circle reappeared and swiftly eliminated several of them. At the moment the hidden figure made a move, Oda Nobunaga and Arthur instinctively tightened their guard. After all, even heroes might not be able to cooperate. Seeing thousands of people teleporting in an instant surprised even Oda Nobunaga. While this would be incredible in military applications, Oda Nobunaga said, eyes sparkling with interest. Who are you? Would you be willing to join my ranks and help me achieve unification under the sword? What a pity with the rider class manifesting, just call me rider. The hidden figure appeared dressed in a fitted tang suit adorned with red clouds. His long black hair was tied in a braid and a gentle smile graced his handsome face. Those watching the live stream immediately reacted, squinty eyes are all monsters. This person is definitely extraordinary. As for why everyone could still watch the live stream, it was thanks to the fact that this was indeed a concert which had multiple camera positions. Even if people were sent away, the machines continued to operate faithfully. It's the sixth heavenly demon lord. Truly captivating. It's a pity I have no intention of working overtime for now. Ryder smiled, and the tone of his praise made Oda Nobunaga secretly pleased, not minding the rejection. After all, he hadn't had high expectations when he made the invitation. Servants all have their masters, so it's unlikely they would join another servant's ranks. But does this lady need my assistance? He referred to the only ordinary person present, Nakano Nina. Nakano Nina instinctively clutched Oda Nobunaga's clothing. Not for now. Oda Nobunaga shook his head, tossing Nakano Nina aside, fearing she would immediately fall under the control of those with ulterior motives. After all, adding one more Nakano Nina wouldn't make much difference. However, it seems someone has already gone to the Nakano home. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Oda Nobunaga's eyes, but since Nakano Miku didn't use a command seal, the situation shouldn't have escalated to that point. I see. Ryder nodded with a smile. This is King Arthur, isn't it? Just as noble and handsome as the legends say. It's wonderful. What is this person? Does he have social anxiety? It's worth noting that Oda Nobunaga and King Arthur had been cooperating for a while, and they hadn't even spoken more than a couple of sentences. King Arthur's voice was soft. Even though our genders are different, why do I feel a sense of familiarity, as if I were facing Mary? Oda Nobunaga also pondered, why does this feel a bit like Hanbei? He referred to his important strategist Takanaka Hanbei. It's no wonder their movements against the ghosts were a bit sluggish. They were all focused on the newly appeared servant. Previously, they had fought vigorously because there were still many innocent spectators in the venue. Now, with everyone except Nakano Nina saved outside by Ryder, they didn't need to worry too much about the scattered ghosts. Of course, they weren't completely unconcerned. After all, these were ghosts, not physical entities. They could pass through walls. It was just that just now King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga, combined with the vitality of the crowd, had attracted the ghost's attention. Now that the people had left, it was only a matter of time before they would seek out the vitality outside the gymnasium. I must say, as a Taoist, I have some insights into dealing with ghosts. Of course, I will also use my techniques to assist you both. So you are a Taoist from the Ming Dynasty? Oda Nobunaga nodded slightly. Please assist us with all your might. Ryder smiled slightly, raising the wooden rod wrapped in red silk, and the red magic circle unfolded. Both Oda Nobunaga and King Arthur felt a slight enhancement to all their attributes, and their magical power began to surge. The ghosts enveloped by the magic circle screamed oddly, like butter under the scorching sun, easily melting away. Who is this again? He should also be an ancient figure, but who can recognize him? I don't care who he is, I just want to know, do all ancient figures look so handsome? Sob, I was born in the wrong era, how could it be? Actually, King Arthur didn't show his face, but even half a face is handsome enough to make people hard. Damn, another male pairing. Yet some were still seriously discussing. Lord Nobunaga said he's a Taoist from the Ming Dynasty. What famous Taoists were there in the Ming Dynasty? Jiajing. That doesn't seem right. It's not necessarily from the Ming Dynasty, it's just that for Lord Nobunaga, the Hua country of that time was the Ming Dynasty. Was it Su Fu, Gu Xian, Zhang Daoling, Tao Hongjing, Gu Hong, Wang Chongyang? Are you guys just listing names? Why wear a Tang suit instead of a Taoist robe? At least we could determine which school he belonged to. What is that wooden rod in his hand? Wrapped in silk. Why not a duster? With the heat surrounding King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga, betting on the identity of the newcomer had already begun on various websites, and within a short time the prize had climbed to 10 million yen. However, those who guessed correctly were almost non-existent. One must say, given that appearance, no one could recognize it as a whip, and if you mention using a whip as a weapon, it would definitely lead to a Taoist. Zhang Zia, the Heavenly Master's Whip. Ryder, whose true name is Taigong Wang Jiangshang, the most famous name being Zhang Zia, the protagonist of Investiture of the Gods, a disciple of Yuanshi Tianzuan, who defeated the beast, the nine-tailed fox Daji. In the original work, he reached a non-classified spiritual foundation by reconciling with the fourth beast's immature form, Gao Yang Si Kaya, achieving the feat of almost single-handedly slaying beasts. Because Jiangxia himself did not die, the current servant is a manifestation of the immortal Jiangxia. Whether in terms of spiritual foundation or strength, he ranks among the top in all heroes. Just as he mentioned, if he were to manifest as a magician, he would certainly be a top-tier magician. However, as a world-renowned strategist and Taoist, this servant Taigong Wang is beneath his skin a person named Seiji Aoki. Qing Mucheng was feeling quite anxious. This was the second time he donned the heroic spirit avatar aside from the first time with King Arthur, and now he was live streaming. He had no idea how many people were watching. If it were even if Taigong Wang didn't mind, he himself would feel socially dead. However, choosing Taigong Wang was also a calculated decision on Qing Mucheng's part. Originally, Qing Mucheng wanted to select a powerful caster to learn knowledge directly through the avatar, thus compensating for his lack of expertise in magic. Having a caster would also enable him to better absorb the magical energy from the ley lines, resolving his current shortage of magic. By the way, the world of the Kushui already had a red magic heir like Koizumi Honko. Although the ley line's magical energy was weak, it still existed. Now, with the recovery of spiritual energy, the ley line's magic had become even stronger. To learn genuine magic, this caster wasn't chosen casually. After all, the abnormal casters in FGO were the majority. Whether it was the Uruk Axe King or the Avalon Sword Saint, while they were indeed strong, one relied entirely on magical artifacts while the other depended on innate talent. Neither was something an ordinary person could learn. As for Solomon, that was rather special and will be discussed later. Qing Mucheng sifted through a pile of unreliable casters referring to you all scientists, musicians, and writers, and temporarily narrowed it down to a few candidates. One was the Greek divine, which Midia, another was the alchemist and magician Paracelsus, and the last was the inheritor of rune magic Ku Chulin. Don asked why he didn't choose Scotty. It's because she can't be summoned. Other magicians, while each possessing their own strengths, had to admit that if he wanted to learn a systematic approach to magic was better. Qing Mucheng had initially resolved to select one from among them, only to realize a problem. That was the cultural barrier. This is no joke. This barrier truly exists. Whether it's Greek magic, rune magic, or Paracelsus modern magic, they all originated in Europe. First, one must know ancient Latin and various obscure languages that are nearly extinct in the modern world. Even donning the avatar wouldn't allow for a one-click generation. As someone from the Asian cultural sphere for 2 lifetimes, Qing Mucheng found it genuinely challenging to grasp European magic. You must know that much of European magic also requires references. That means to learn one would first have to memorize a pile of hefty tomes, the kind that you'd struggle to differentiate the names in. For this, Qing Mucheng truly admired those protagonists from other worlds who could casually learn from media. How do they manage? He certainly couldn't. In the end, Qing Mucheng initially thought of selecting Zhang Jiao. Although he was old and a 3-star ratings don't equate to strength. Figures from the 3 kingdoms are all strong in the Type Moon universe. However, he eventually realized who said he had to choose among the casters. Isn't there another heroic spirit who is both strong and handsome and skilled in Taoism? A rider with the heart of a grand caster, Taigong Wang, also known as Jiangxia. As an incarnation of an immortal, he perfectly hit the limit of heroic spirits Qing Mucheng could choose. After all, while he was an immortal, Taigong Wang lacked divinity. He was merely the pinnacle of humanity. Thus, rider Taigong Wang made a dazzling entrance. It was his first time, yet using him felt instinctive. Donning Taigong Wang's avatar, his understanding and application of Taoism reached a pinnacle. Moreover, China has always used pictographs. Even though the Taoist symbols can be ornate, for Qing Mucheng, learning them was far easier than the seemingly similar letters of Europe. Additionally, in the Type Moon world, the Eastern Taoist system and European magic are fundamentally different. It is a thought-based magic that requires access to the thought disk. This just so happens to align with Qing Mucheng's desire for a fast track, as Taigong Wang possesses the highest permissions and can grant Qing Mucheng elevated access. Qing Mucheng originally wanted to savor the smoothness of using Taoism, but when a ghost approached, the black whip swung directly, smashing the ghost's skull. Yes, in the literal sense. The black-haired Taoist moved like flowing clouds, advancing and retreating with ease. The seamless combat scene as he weaved through the ghosts was utterly unimaginable compared to the stiffness within him. Arthur was originally going to come to the rescue, but seeing this, he also halted his steps and praised such a powerful swing rider. And it became more like melee. Haha, there's no barbarism in this. Being able to easily shatter an enemy's skull is quite impressive. Naturally, Qing Mucheng spoke such words naturally. This was indeed Taigong Wang's instinct. He thought to himself, no wonder he is the whip god of Great China. Those who can be called grand casters certainly do not follow the ordinary path. Of course, these seemingly lively thoughts were Qing Mucheng's way of alleviating his inner tension. The audience witnessing this scene was also intoxicated. I thought he was a magic type. So did I. So he's a melee mage. Gandalf, my path is not lonely. Did I hear wrong? Is this not barbaric? Stop speaking the truth. Be careful, someone might give you a free head injury. Actually, Taoists in China also use swords like the sword immortal Lu Dongbin. Is that a sword? That's a staff. Who cares what it is? Sahasi, the young man, is so handsome. He could be your great-grandfather. Meanwhile, on the other side, facing the endless ghosts, even the 3 servants felt a bit agitated. If this continues, these ghosts will definitely escape, and it will be hard to track them down. I'm sorry, my noble phantasm isn't suitable for this occasion. Qing Mucheng shook his head. Have you ever heard of the whip technique that descends from the heavens? A single strike from Taigong Wang could sink the foundation of the stadium. It seems I have no choice but to act. That said, Oda Nobunaga proudly raised his head, as if he overshadowed everyone else. If I control the power, it shouldn't affect other areas. Oh, Daisen, could you please wait a moment? Qing Mucheng had noticed someone while using the square technique earlier. Is it fair to say he is truly favored by the world's consciousness? He hadn't been killed by the ghosts yet. What is it? Oda Nobunaga was open to advice from genuinely talented individuals. I just want to clear the area. Found you, here we go. A red magic circle flashed by, and Kudo Shinichi, who had been hiding in the corner, soared into the air, falling headfirst in front of Qing Mucheng. That hurts. Kudo Shinichi felt as if his neck was about to snap. Then upon looking up, he met the gazes of the three servants, especially Oda Nobunaga's somewhat dangerous eyes. Kudo Shinichi. I'm terribly sorry. I was just very curious about the truth. Under the eaves, one has to bow their head. Even someone as stubborn as Kudo Shinichi knew this. How did he hide there? Such audacity. Nakanoya Irina's legs were already weak. Even with Oda Nobunaga's protection, she had to run alongside him. For a high school girl who hardly exercises, this was already intense physical activity. She simply couldn't comprehend Kudo Shinichi. Wasn't he afraid of dying? Moreover, he hadn't been killed by the ghosts. His luck was simply too good. Very bold, yet quite foolish. Oda Nobunaga glanced at Kudo Shinichi and commented. Kudo Shinichi awkwardly smiled, truly lacking the courage to refute Oda Nobunaga's words. He could occasionally read the room. Be careful, young man. Qing Mucheng shook his head. When Odaisen unleashes his noble phantasm, it could flatten the stadium. Next time you should learn to assess the situation. Assess the situation? Kudo Shinichi asked while his detective instincts kicked in, scrutinizing the one who called himself Rider, hoping to find clues to his true identity. It means that when you can run. Cough cough, strategic retreat. Kudo Shinichi. He felt like this person was not serious. Seeing that there was nothing more to be done, Oda Nobunaga stepped forward, and the blood and flames painted the magic red eyes slowly opened under his military cap. The raging madness and magical intent accompanied by immense magical power left no doubt. No matter how amiable he had appeared before this, was the true form of the sixth heaven demon king, Oda Nobunaga. Countless matchlocks surrounded him, and his scarlet cloak billowed slightly like a shroud of blood. Let the corpses lie in the 3,000 worlds. The demon king has arrived. This is the demon king's 3,000 worlds, Sandanuchi. When Kudo Shinichi first saw the matchlock gun, he felt a sense of disdain. After all, modern advancements had long relegated such slow-firing, slow-loading, low-powered short-range and inaccurate firearms to the junk heap. Compared to the myriad of modern weapons of destruction, a matchlock gun, it was practically an antique. However, when hundreds of weakened matchlock guns floated densely in the air, shooting with a continuous stream of red magical energy, all attacks lined up to block the entire plane. The scattered ghosts shrieked, but no matter how they dodged, they would be obliterated by the relentless barrage. The sounds of explosions, gunfire, and white light filled Kudo Shinichi's entire field of vision and hearing, and he didn't even notice when the so-called rider took everyone to safety. Finally, as silence returned to his ears, Kudo Shinichi took a few seconds to react, and the now darkened sky came into view. Looking down, he saw a crowd of people outside the blockade staring blankly. What happened? Kudo Shinichi thought dully, then turned to follow the gazes of the crowd. Kudo Shinichi. His proud intellect momentarily failed to find any descriptive words, and a question arose from the depths of his heart. Where is the gymnasium? From the surrounding buildings, one could still discern the location of the gymnasium, but aside from the entrance, all the other structures, be they reinforced steel or concrete, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a vast emptiness that made it impossible to imagine what had occurred. At that moment, Kudo Shinichi's clever mind against its own will directly deduce the truth. Without a doubt, it was what they had just mentioned, Oda Nobunaga's noble phantasm. It wasn't a collapse or a shattering. 9/10 of the gymnasium's area and structure had evaporated under Oda Nobunaga's noble phantasm. Kudo Shinichi felt a wave of fear. If that rider hadn't brought him out just now, he too would surely have evaporated from this world, leaving not even a trace of his body. Thinking this, Kudo Shinichi gratefully looked at the rider. Thank you very much. The dark-haired Taoist smiled and nodded at him. At that moment, two figures walked out from the lonely entrance of the gymnasium. Nakano Nino's legs were genuinely weak. Not fully trusting the rider, she had been kept behind Oda Nobunaga all along, thus witnessing the power of Oda Nobunaga's noble phantasm firsthand. Nothing could block it, everything was shattered. This was still the result of Oda Nobunaga holding back. Until she instinctively followed Oda Nobunaga out of the gymnasium, Nakano Nino's mind remained blank. Then she faced the shocked crowd outside. At that moment, everyone finally snapped back to reality from their immense astonishment. Oh, what can I do? What was that? I don't understand. Is that really human? Oh my god, is it a god? Is this really Lord Nobunaga? No wonder he's the demon king of the sixth heaven. How could he possibly have failed? How can such a thing happen? It's just a matchlock gun. Oh. Startled by the enormous uproar, Nakano Nino instinctively stepped back, drawing the attention of others. It's that girl. She's been following Lord Nobunaga. Who is she? How can she follow Lord Nobunaga? Look at how revealing her outfit is. She must be a lowly woman. I know her. She's Nakano Nino, rumored to be unruly at school. Tisk tisk, look at her chest and her rear. She's just a high school girl, definitely engaging in sex work outside. Dressing like that for whom, huh? shameless, always dragging others down. The gazes and words of the crowd pierced like knives. Even though the malicious intent among them was a minority, Nakano Nino's complexion quickly turned pale. Because the shock everyone experienced was so profound, people began to act frenzied and deranged. After witnessing the evaporated gymnasium, no one dared to insult Oda Nobunaga and the other two. They could only vent their negative emotions onto ordinary people. On the other side, Kudo Shinichi and the rider were also surrounded by onlookers. Isn't that the high school detective? He's seeking death. I said these little brats calling themselves detectives are laughable. He should be killed by Lord Nobunaga for hiding away. Shinichi, don't say that. Mao Lilan's voice was drowned out by the surrounding noise, and there were too many people to push forward. Kudo Shinichi was unaware of his childhood friend's growing anger. His psychological resilience was much stronger than Nakano Nino's. After all, as a famous detective, he had received his fair share of malice. He calmly observed his surroundings and exclaimed, "Where is King Arthur?" Where is King Arthur? Only then did everyone realize that one had already vanished. He had urgent business. The rider replied with a smile, "After all, not everyone is a leisurely person like me." It was clear he had gone to find his master. Seeing that the rider was the type with whom he could converse, Kudo Shinichi couldn't help but ask what on earth is going on. Why are these monsters appearing? Why are you here? How have King Arthur and Lord Nobunaga survived until now? Are you truly extraordinary beings? Questions bubbled up in his heart. Kudo Shinichi had initially tried to restrain himself, but he could no longer hold back as the questions kept multiplying. Originally pushed to the front to interview, Mizuno Reina, feeling slightly disappointed at not finding King Arthur, instantly perked up upon hearing Kudo Shinichi's questions. After all, these were also questions of concern for everyone. She eagerly held out the microphone to the rider. "Mr. Rider, could you answer our questions?" Mizuno Reina wore a professional smile. "Well," the rider maintained his smile and patiently explained, "These monsters have invaded from the inner side of the world. The world originally existed in an era where gods and humans, heroes and monsters coexisted. After the decline of the divine age, these became legends, and now they are about to return. In any case, since the world's consciousness hasn't provided a template, Aoki Makoto could only improvise. Existences like King Arthur and Lord Nobunaga responded to the summons to solve the monsters that humanity cannot yet defeat. They have not survived until now, or rather they return as heroic spirits after death, similar to the Valhalla of Norse mythology. Heroic spirits are those whose great deeds become legends after death and become objects of faith. They are not extraordinary beings in the conventional sense, but they do possess divine qualities." The rider spoke eloquently, and the smoothness of his speech caused the audience to overlook one point. He mentioned that King Arthur and Lord Nobunaga were beings who had died, but said nothing about himself. This could also be considered a foreshadowing left by Aoki Makoto, as the true form of Taigong Wang, as an immortal, had not died. Aside from the heroic spirits born from legendary myths and historical tales, there are also guardians who have signed contracts with suppressive forces. However, since they have not appeared for the time being, there's no need to elaborate. Wait, do you mean there will be more of these monsters in the future? Even amidst the collapse of his worldview and having his mind stuffed with some unscientific knowledge, Kudo Shinichi still keenly grasped the crux of the matter. Mizuno Reina was also taken aback. "Is it true, Mr. Rider?" "Of course." The dark-haired youth smiled calmly. "This is definitely not the end. With the revival of divine power, legendary monsters will return until the end. The crisis of world annihilation will also descend." As Aoki Makoto explained the setting while wearing a disguise, a small commotion also erupted on Oda Nobunaga's side. After all, not everyone was paying attention to Rider. In neon, Oda Nobunaga's fame overshadowed that of the unknown rider by far. Meanwhile, Nakano Nino faced even greater pressure. Nakano Nino's face turned pale, trembling all over. Her slender legs could barely support her body. The malicious comments cut into her like swords, and sharp gazes seemed to tear at her clothes, leaving her feeling utterly exposed and without escape. She wanted to confront it all, to straighten her back, because she had done nothing wrong. Yet she still trembled in fear. After all, no matter how much she tried to appear strong, she was just an ordinary high school girl, still not tough enough to disregard others' opinions. Not to mention the lewd gazes from men and the envious looks from women were a form of harm to any woman. Just as Nakano Nino was about to break down and cry out loud, a blood-red shadow appeared in front of her. Nakano Nino looked up. Oda Nobunaga dramatically raised his blood-red cloak, the crimson veil directly shielding Nakano Nino. Silence. The red hue of blood and flames swept over everyone below the stage, and wherever his gaze fell, every person closed their mouths and bowed their heads in submission. "This is the sixth heaven demon king, the king who slaughters gods and Buddhas," he declared coldly. "Anyone who speaks recklessly shall be executed without mercy." Without a doubt, he was protecting the girl behind him, and the sharp aura emanating from him could even injure others. Everyone knew this was no joke. If another word was spoken, it would indeed lead to the death of those who dared to insult. Thus those who appeared glamorous but were filled with malice lowered their heads obediently. Even if their hearts were cursing, they dared not utter another word. The scene fell into instant silence. Nakano Nino's tears fell suddenly, while she could hold on when alone. Having someone stand beside her and unreasonably defend her made her feel incredibly fragile. Because she knew there was someone to support her, she didn't have to pretend to be strong or protect her meager pride. She rushed behind Oda Nobunaga, wrapping her arms around his waist softly, sobbing, her tears soaking the fabric of his back, yet his figure remained steadfast. Nakano Nino knew she was done for. Oda Nobunaga was not fully aware of the turmoil within her, even if he knew he wouldn't care. To be honest, even if he had brought a dog with him, Oda Nobunaga would defend it. To summarize his life's principle, why should he let others doubt his actions? Those chatterboxes were clearly provoking Oda Nobunaga, and the fact that he didn't unleash a massacre on the spot showed his temper had improved. Those people dared not offend Oda Nobunaga, assuming they could attack someone as weak as Nakano Nino, unaware that if they insulted Oda Nobunaga himself, he would be indifferent. Oda Nobunaga allowed the public's animosity and the hatred of others just as he was labeled a Buddha's enemy and called a demon king after burning down Hizen in Ryokuji. He had never cared because the public were ignorant, they could not comprehend Oda Nobunaga's ideology, and the monks occupied far too many resources while being arrogant and rude, so it was only natural for Oda Nobunaga to take action against them. However, Oda Nobunaga absolutely would not permit these fools to distort his decisions, attacking his retainers with baseless accusations. Did they really think he would not kill? So terrifying. I clearly wasn't there just now, yet I almost couldn't breathe. That's the Oda Nobunaga known as the Demon King in history. Not a joke. By the way, is it really a good thing for Oda Nobunaga to come to the modern era? And he's so strong. I feel like he will cause a massive uproar. No worries, I've been working overtime to the point of madness. Please Nobunaga, hang our boss from a lamppost. I would kneel for him. Graduate students, please Nobunaga, blow up the school. We are exhausted and want destruction. Hey, what are you all talking about? This isn't a joke. Don't worry too much, I don't believe he can stand against modern weapons. Rest assured it won't get worse, after all things are already in that dire state. What nonsense are you talking about? It must be said that after Oda Nobunaga truly demonstrated his threat, discussions online had calmed down considerably, no longer dominated by superficiality. Of course the beauty faction still thrived. I'm so envious. Yes, me too. What did that girl save the galaxy in her past life? Without mentioning the active online discussions at the scene, no one dared to speak up. After all, everyone could see the remnants of the gymnasium behind Oda Nobunaga, and no one would be foolish enough to provoke him at this time. Those who dared risk their lives were still a minority. Please calm down, Lord Nobunaga. Ryder slowly approached, slightly retracting the frivolous expression on her face. Aoki Makoto, beneath the disguise, knew that one wrong move could lead to Oda Nobunaga truly killing someone. He certainly could control it, but to maximize the power of his servant, he generally wouldn't intervene. Oda Nobunaga remained silent, his blood-red eyes scanning the audience once more. I allow hatred towards me, but I absolutely will not tolerate insults and doubts. Remember this, or do you wish to become skeletons? We were wrong, Lord Nobunaga. I'm sorry, I was just talking nonsense. I'm really sorry for my reckless words. Under such pressure, they were just ordinary people, quickly yielding and apologizing, their faces showing regret that completely contradicted the vicious words they had just used to describe an innocent girl. Oda Nobunaga turned to Nakano Nino, who was almost clinging to his back. What about you? What do you think? Nakano Nino trembled slightly, looking up with her eyes still slightly red. She vigorously wiped her eyes with her sleeve, pretending to be nonchalant. It doesn't matter. Although she was not without anger, Nakano Nino did not want to trouble Oda Nobunaga. At this moment, Nakano Nino almost ignored everyone else, her heart and eyes filled only with Oda Nobunaga, unable to see anyone else. She was a straightforward girl who would say what she liked without concern for others. I don't care how they think. As long as Lord Nobunaga doesn't think of me that way, it's fine. She had originally wanted to call him Lord Nobunaga, but too many people were doing so, and Nakano Nino changed her words midway. However, Oda Nobunaga didn't mind. He simply nodded. Then it shall be so. Now, Oda Nobunaga gazed at the audience below, but everyone watching the live broadcast felt as though the famed Sixth Heaven Demon King was staring directly at them. I, the Sixth Heaven Demon King Oda Nobunaga. A voice full of madness echoed in everyone's ears, the Demon King's blood and fire creating a demonic red that filled everyone's vision. I have returned from hell. You shall deeply engrave my form in your eyes. Oda Nobunaga stood before the camera, declaring to all of Neon that he had returned. His aura and might deeply shook everyone. There was no mistake, this was the true Sixth Heaven Demon King Oda Nobunaga, who had almost seized the world and ended the Warring States period. And the form and declaration of the Sixth Heaven Demon King were immortalized on the cover of every newspaper. The heroic spirit descends. Oda Nobunaga, I will achieve the unification of the realm once more. The reappearance of King Arthur, the declaration of Oda Nobunaga, and the explanation of the term heroic spirit by an unknown spirit undoubtedly caused a huge uproar. After the Sea Demon incident, the world's attention turned to Neon. With so many explosive news stories circulating, every media outlet in various countries was reporting frantically, as trending topics are everything in the news industry. What could be more sensational than the appearance of heroic spirits in an ordinary world? Moreover, they are all historically renowned figures, and with their handsome faces coveted by the beauty enthusiasts, it is said that one's worldview is influenced by one's appearance. These three heroic spirits are not only handsome, but also possess remarkable identities and powers. Indeed, the identity of Ryder was not concealed for long, and was soon uncovered by the all-knowing netizens. From the clothing, it is hard to determine his era and identity, as he is wearing a modern Tang suit, Yet the magic circles that appeared several times clearly bear the ancient inscriptions used during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Furthermore, his weapon, please note it is not a wooden stick, but something wrapped in red ribbon. It must be said that this is quite misleading, but if the red ribbon is let down, doesn't it resemble a whip? It also looks like a fishing rod. Thus the truth can only be one. The heroic spirit claiming to be rider is none other than Jiang Taigong, the military strategist of the Zhou dynasty and the protagonist of Investiture of the Gods. By the way, this user named Holmes is the strongest detective, has a rather flimsy disguise. Aoki Makoto stated that if he weren't Kudo Shinichi, he would livestream himself eating noodles upside down. However, the identity of the third heroic spirit directly ignited the online community. My god, isn't Jiang Taigong supposed to be a kind old man? Isn't he supposed to have emerged from the mountains at 70 years old? How can he be so young and handsome? But he is a Taoist. The immortality practices of Hua country are said to prolong life. Forget him buying a plane ticket to the Taoist temple to become his disciple. But actually we can't be sure that he is indeed Taigong Wang. It is also possible that the netizens' deduction is wrong. It's not just that one person's deduction. I have watched it frame by frame. The likelihood of Jiang Taigong is the highest. It is said that Taigong Wang enjoyed wealth in the mortal realm, meaning he hasn't ascended yet. Come on, regardless of whether he has ascended or not, looking like he is 20 at 70 is impressive enough. In fact, King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga also look quite young. When they died, they were not exactly young either. I don't want to hear about old men. Oh, I only want handsome guys. Immortal techniques are so powerful, with a swoosh thousands are sent away, they are truly formidable. But aren't heroic spirits part of Norse mythology? Why are all the ones appearing now from other countries? King Arthur is from Celtic mythology. He is not from another country. If King Arthur, Oda Nobunaga, and Zhang Zia can become heroic spirits, then Abe no Saimai can too. I'm looking forward to it. Are all heroic spirits that powerful? Oda Nobunaga too instantly destroyed a sports arena. By the way, should he be liable for damages? Under the terrifying popularity surrounding Taigong Wang's immortality, even the heat of King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga paled in comparison as it pertains to the topic of longevity. Because if Taigong Wang truly possesses immortal techniques, then immortals must exist, and longevity right. Immortals can surely live forever. As a result, most intelligence agencies, including those of distilleries, focus their attention on Taigong Wang. After all, compared to Oda Nobunaga, who historically died, and the rumors of King Arthur returning from Avalon, which sounded like a forced attempt at preserving dignity, Taigong Wang is closer to the longevity that the public longs for. Thus, a certain black-skinned, golden-haired imposter having just returned to Neon, without catching his breath, received new instructions. Find Taigong Wang, and it is best to find a way to capture him. From Rum, a certain undercover police officer working 3 jobs. Hey, who does he think he is? Ultraman. Glancing at the photos of the remnants of the sports arena on the computer, the man's lips twitched. Does he really look like someone who could handle that kind of monster? However, he was indeed very concerned about the matter of the heroic spirits. After all, their emergence in Neon and their immense power is not ultimately a good thing. Not to mention that the other two are foreigners. Just consider Oda Nobunaga, a native of Neon, is not exactly known for good repute, but rather for being the 6th Demon King. Coupled with Taigong Wang's claims of a world-ending crisis. It must be said that if these words came from the mouth of an ordinary person, he would naturally scorn them. But if they were spoken by Jiang Zia, the world-renowned military strategist, no one could afford to ignore them. Of course, for ordinary people, while they were worried about the so-called world-ending crisis, they also held the mindset that if the sky were to fall, a tall person would hold it up. Aren't the heroic spirits fighting? Although some crab legs were born in certain places, those who were not worried about their livelihoods still did not take this matter to heart. Compared to the seemingly absurd world-ending crisis, Oda Nobunaga's declaration aligns more with their aesthetic. Whoa, Nobunaga, I want to be your dog. Damn, it's you again. Is being a dog really that good? Woof woof. No wonder he almost ended the Warring States era. Hearing this makes my blood boil. Could you elaborate on that upstairs? Where's your blood boiling? Bad smile, JPG. We're about to start the unification of the world. Nobunaga, I volunteer. I want to join too. Of course, everyone knows that most netizens are just talking big, but the number of Oda Nobunaga's supporters is definitely not small. After all, he is one of the most well-known figures in Neon, perfectly aligning with the aesthetics of Neon people. Powerful, arrogant, handsome, and unbeatable, almost unifying Neon, but ultimately failing due to betrayal. In Neon, there are absolutely no more than a handful of people who can rival Oda Nobunaga in terms of notoriety. However, while notoriety is one thing, popularity may not necessarily be higher than that of Oda Nobunaga. After all, when it comes to Oda Nobunaga's status in ACG, no one else can match him combined. Let alone the current heroic spirit Oda Nobunaga, who is simply the most perfect image that Neon people can imagine. However, liking him aside, most people's responses to Oda Nobunaga's unification of the World Declaration are more of a light-hearted joking support. He is not joking at all. Aoki Makoto scrolled through the online comments, shaking his head. Oda Nobunaga is probably about to take action. After all, he is not the type to be oppressed and still hold back. The people of Neon think they can use some petty tricks to manipulate Oda Nobunaga through the Nakano family. They are really too naive. With Oda Nobunaga's temperament, even if all 5 Nakano sisters died before him, he would not waver in the slightest. Of course, he would retaliate with 100-fold vengeance against those who instigated it. All foolish and ugly, refusing to face reality like an ostrich, self-destructively arrogant and ridiculous. Even as a master you must feel there's no saving you. Indeed, I hate humanity the most. With purple hair, a red butterfly knot on the side, dressed like a little devil, and possessing a figure of goddess-level beauty, this servant is of course the special class M in Cancer, originally an upper-level AI of Ncell who nearly destroyed the world. BB. Aoki Makoto looked at BB with a complicated expression. This was his first female disguise. How to describe it? This level of femininity was almost excessive, making him feel somewhat perverted as he donned a disguise. With the acquisition of the three exceptional powers of King Arthur, Oda Nobunaga, and Taigong Wang, Aoki Makoto's fear of insufficient firepower was finally alleviated. By the way, his current notoriety was enough to unlock 2 more disguises, so Aoki Makoto readily selected his target. Aoki Makoto ultimately chose BB as her abilities as an AI in modern society are simply too formidable. Just now, BB had already live-streamed several meetings of intelligence agencies from various countries, as well as actions from the distilleries. It can be said that as long as Aoki Makoto wishes, he could completely end the plot of Detective Conan ahead of time. Due to BB's uniqueness, Aoki Makoto had to have full control over her. It was impossible to find a master to use as a power bank, so he had to operate her almost entirely by himself. However, BB's femininity was so high that Aoki Makoto sometimes couldn't help but curl his toes. In contrast, he wouldn't count Taigong Wang's disguise against his score, as he himself also needed sufficient combat power. Moreover, participating in subsequent actions as Taigong Wang's master would also be beneficial to Aoki Makoto's plans. Compile all the information. I want to know the attitudes of all parties and the probabilities and strengths of their resistance after Oda Nobunaga's actions. TCH, how boring, senior. Although she expressed such an attitude, BB worked diligently. Countless data streams flowed past, and soon quite accurate data was presented before Aoki Makoto. I see. Aoki Makoto nodded, a smile reminiscent of Oda Nobunaga's appearing on his face. It must be said that the influence of heroic spirits on him is also immense. Then let's get started. Lord Nobunaga, please have a taste of the dish I prepared. Nakano Nino held out her meticulously cooked steak, her blue-purple eyes filled with the image of Oda Nobunaga, her cheeks flushed like rouge. Yet she stubbornly insisted, since I usually cook at home, and since you are the head of the household, let me feed you. Oda Nobunaga replied nonchalantly while playing a game. Let's go with that. Even with sufficient magical power as a servant, it is natural to eat like a human, as it is a form of enjoyment. Nakano Nino's face turned even redder, her eyes filled with yearning as she pierced a piece of steak dipped in black pepper sauce with a fork and brought it to Oda Nobunaga's mouth. Oda Nobunaga, his eyes already captivated by the game on the screen, opened his mouth without a care, chewed a couple of times, and finally divided some of his attention to Nakano Nino. Quite delicious. Oda Nobunaga finished another small piece, and after swallowing continued, since you have such talent, serve me sincerely like this. Well, if you say that, then alright, I will keep working hard. Nakano Nino twirled her hair awkwardly. Let's taste a bit more. Nakano Nino drew closer, almost half of her body leaning against Oda Nobunaga. The other 4 Nakano sisters stared in disbelief. What is going on? Nakano Miku was bewildered, completely unable to understand how the situation had escalated to this extent. After returning from the gym, Nakano Nino had been in this aggressive state. By the way, the Nakano sisters also witnessed what happened at the gym through the live stream, and were quite grateful for Oda Nobunaga's protection of their sister. Nakano Ichika propped her chin on her hand, having seen pigs run, even if she hadn't eaten pork. As a girl dreaming of becoming an actress, she often watched various romance dramas. Actually, I can understand Nino. Lord Nobunaga protected her in front of the monster and defended her in front of so many people. How romantic. Ichika too had some admiration for this. That's why I say Lord Nobunaga is a good person. It's normal for Nino to like him. Nakano Yatsuba said, expressing her innocent thoughts. But Nakano Ichika's gaze shifted, and the resentment of a certain sister beside her was almost palpable. Nakano Miku was radiating killing intent, her eyes sharp as swords piercing into Nakano Nino. She was clearly the one who arrived first. She was the contract holder. Why had it turned out like this? And to call him Lord Nobunaga, doesn't that make her seem ordinary compared to others who simply call him Nobunaga? Nakano Miku took a deep breath, her demeanor fierce as she approached, and then under the gaze of Nino, she plopped down beside Oda Nobunaga. Despite having instigated this, her cheeks burned hidden beneath her hair. Oda Nobunaga showed no reaction, fully engrossed in his game. Nakano Nino, nestled on the other side, suddenly had a dangerous gleam in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. Even if you got ahead of me, I will not concede. Once she clarified her feelings, Nakano Nino's determination was sure to astonish anyone. Even Nakano Miku, who was usually so quiet, felt a surge of competitive spirit. Although she felt a bit inferior compared to her sisters, she absolutely could not back down. Because she was the contract holder for Lord Nobunaga, such a unique position should not be given up to anyone. Even if it's Nino, I will not yield. Nakano Miku rarely displayed her determination. The 2 sisters, separated by the engrossed Oda Nobunaga, engaged in a battle of glances and wits, leaving the other 3 sisters beside them utterly confused. Nakano Ichika was troubled. Which side should I stand on? After all, both sides had their merits. Nakano Miku was very worried, lacking romantic experience. She completely did not understand the situation. Is this really okay for them? Will Lord Nobunaga be angry? Nakano Yatsuba's bow on her head trembled as she clenched her fist. Everyone is so motivated, I need to work hard too. At that moment the doorbell rang. Upon hearing the doorbell, Oda Nobunaga paused his gaming, carelessly tossed the game console aside, and sprawled across the couch, his crimson eyes turning as he sneered, finally arrived. Of course it was definitely not because he was about to lose that he tossed aside the game console. Oda Nobunaga knew who it was, and he scoffed at those who used all sorts of tricks, but lacked the courage to come see him. Clearly he had monitored the Nakano family from the very beginning, yet had not even the courage to visit, always beating around the bush, so cowardly. Is this how the current ruler behaves? Nakano Miku was the first to open the door, and a cold-eyed man stood at the entrance. Nakano Miku covered her mouth in shock. Dad. Nakano Maruo's face was pale. The originally aloof and assertive man looked somewhat flustered now. He quickly scanned Nakano Miku, his eyes darting over the other sisters. When they landed on Oda Nobunaga, his pupils constricted slightly, but upon seeing that the Nakano sisters were unharmed, he sighed in relief. Come in, Oda Nobunaga said, reclining on the couch with his leg crossed, resting his chin on one hand. Aren't you here to see me? Nakano Maruo could be assertive with Yusuji Futuru, could be disdainful, but he dared not show even a hint of disrespect to Oda Nobunaga. Not only because Oda Nobunaga was a powerful warlord, the sixth heavenly demon king, but anyone with a normal intelligence who had seen the horrors of the gym would not dare commit such a foolish act. Yet upon recalling the veiled threats and temptations in the words of the principal, and those people Nakano Maruo had to make this trip, he bowed saying, Nice to meet you, Lord Nobunaga. I am Nakano Maruo, the father of these 5 children. Oda Nobunaga waved his hand. No need for excessive formalities. Nakano Maruo sat down nervously in front of Oda Nobunaga. He was not a timid person, and his character could even be described as somewhat arrogant, but he was in front of Oda Nobunaga. With 2 more guts, he would not dare treat Oda Nobunaga as he did Yusuji Futuru. Lord Nobunaga, please forgive my unsolicited visit. Oda Nobunaga chuckled lightly. I know your purpose for coming. Nakano Maruo's heart trembled. Indeed, Oda Nobunaga was not easy to deal with, and he had already guessed that he was forced to come as an envoy. It's fine, a cowardly and incompetent person is not to be feared. Oda Nobunaga narrowed his eyes. Thinking you found my weakness. Heh. Nakano Maruo felt a chill. He was not foolish and had already guessed that the higher-ups believed Oda Nobunaga's weakness lay among the Nakano sisters. Moreover, since Oda Nobunaga had protected Nino, the higher-ups had temporarily locked their sights on Nino. But with Oda Nobunaga's attitude, if he didn't care, then Nino's fate would undoubtedly be grim. But my daughter is very fond of Lord Nobunaga. Nakano Maruo could only lower his stance. Even though he was a renowned doctor, he was hardly worth mentioning compared to those bigwigs. He understood very well that once entangled in such matters, the only one who could protect his daughter and family was Oda Nobunaga. After all, Nakano Maruo had no expectations for those people's integrity. Once they set their sights on them, even without Oda Nobunaga's involvement, the Nakano sisters were already a rare quintuplet of beautiful girls, weren't they? Nakano Maruo bowed deeply. Please have mercy, Lord Nobunaga. Dad, what are you saying? Nakano Nino felt extremely embarrassed and angry. Even though she was considered the smartest among the 5 sisters, her inexperience left her oblivious to the severity of the situation. Dad, Nobunaga. Am I actually? Nakano Miku stammered, the heat on her face could cook an egg. Nakano Miku and Ichika were even more shocked. Dad. Only Yatsuba remained somewhat confused. It was not entirely Nakano Maruo's fault for thinking this way. A young, handsome man of high status who was appealing to both genders. Historically, Mori Ranmaru was Oda Nobunaga's page, and everyone knows about the pages in Japan living under the same roof as 5 beautiful girls. No normal person would think their relationship was purely platonic, let alone the feelings that Nino and Miku had for him, which were obvious to even a fool. Oda Nobunaga fell silent. The pressure he exerted when he was quiet was overwhelming, and Nakano Maruo did not even dare to lift his head. Lord Nobunaga. Nakano Miku keenly sensed that Oda Nobunaga was not in a good mood. Oda Nobunaga closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had already retracted his imposing aura. Really, do I look like a useless person who can't even protect my own vassals? Oh, you certainly have some guts, Oda Nobunaga said without a trace of emotion. Nakano Maruo was greatly startled. No, that's not it. Forget it. Oda Nobunaga's tone was calm. For your daughter's sake, they'll let it slide this time. After all, they were 5 precious batteries, and Oda Nobunaga did not want to lose them over trivial matters. Thank you for your forgiveness. Nakano Maruo lowered his stance significantly, but he would not budge on principle, saying they are my daughters, and as their father, I must bear the responsibility to protect them. Oda Nobunaga did not respond. His crimson gaze swept over the 5 Nakano sisters, all wearing uneasy expressions, seemingly unable to comprehend their father's actions, but instinctively sensing unease and fear. Forget it. Oda Nobunaga thought there was no need to keep fishing. It was time to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. If this dragged on, the safety of the Nakano sisters would likely be threatened, and Oda Nobunaga did not want anything to go wrong with the 5 precious batteries he had finally found. Oda Nobunaga suddenly stood up, the usual t-shirt he wore being covered by a black military uniform of blood-red cape cascading down from his back. He took a step forward and walked out. Lord Nobunaga, where are you going? Nakano Miku couldn't help but stand up. She could feel Oda Nobunaga's emotions, which were not the gentle demeanor he showed to them, but rather the cold, killing intent hidden beneath his calm exterior. The dark-haired youth adjusted his hat, turned back his crimson eyes seemingly filled with endless bloodlust. He smiled infused with a strong scent of blood. Hey, of course I'm going to chop down all the guys who annoy me. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Onpei Airson is regarded as a talent in the eyes of others, having been elected as a member of parliament at a young age. With the strength of his family, he may one day become the prime minister. Of course, Onpei Airson does possess some abilities, but there is a saying some are born as cattle and horses while others are born in Rome among the elite. His achievements at such a young age are undoubtedly tied to his family. Currently, Onpei Airson is very satisfied with his accomplishments. As for the previously discussed events surrounding King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga's heroic spirits, he honestly does not care much. They are merely relics from 1,000 years ago. Why should he care so much? Perhaps the one who wishes for King Arthur's demise the most is the current queen of the Great Ing, who could not endure having an ancestor over her head. Onpei himself believes that even if the legendary Abe no Saimai were to appear as a heroic spirit, their family's first reaction would certainly not be to bow down, but rather to seek ways to achieve longevity through indirect means. After all, it is said that Abe no Saimai is a half-demon. Shouldn't he be able to live a few more years? Otherwise, why do you think the black organization is so rampant? It is because immortality is the hope of all people like Onpei. In the absence of opposition from the elite, what use is the self-righteousness of the organizations below? As for the atrocities committed by the black organization through human experimentation, what does that have to do with those officials? Once the situation arises, they can easily push the Kurama family out. Even without the black organization, there could be a white organization or a red organization. They can just change their skin and continue their operations. Onpei even holds little respect for King Arthur or Oda Nobunaga. They are merely outdated figures. The so-called heroic spirits exist only by borrowing stories to become relevant in modern times, right? They are probably similar to ghosts. No matter how extraordinary they may be, how can they contend against those who control most of the resources in Neon? Right now, everyone is holding back simply because they do not want others to take advantage. Even if the sports arena were flattened, they could accomplish this with modern weapons, and they believe that the so-called Oda Nobunaga is nothing remarkable. It must be said that while technology has advanced humanity, it has also led many to lose their sense of reverence. While it is unacceptable to rely on deities as in the past, such blind arrogance is even more ridiculous. One must understand that it is not weakness or ignorance that hinders survival, but arrogance. If Aoki Makoto knew their thoughts, he would likely become even more determined to deliver a harsh blow. A mere sea demon is simply not enough. The ghosts have been eliminated too quickly, and without feeling pain, humanity will not learn its lesson. Of course, Aoki Makoto's harsh blow is already on its way. Onpei Airson now feels as if he is in a dream. What exactly has happened? The day before yesterday, Oda Nobunaga issued his declaration of unifying the world through military might, and then those self-important bigwigs began to investigate and contact the Nakano family through their channels, both overtly and covertly. The boldest among them has already resorted to coercion behind the scenes. Even Onpei Airson is eagerly anticipating Oda Nobunaga's reaction. It would be even better if he couldn't help but jump out. As long as they have a stake in it, they can find ways to control the situation. After that, wouldn't the extraordinary powers of these heroic spirits fall into their hands? However, why has it come to this? At a glance, figures like Onpei Airson, who appear dignified and well-dressed, are all hanging their heads, kneeling on the ground, and even do not dare to look directly at the person standing on the podium. Roar, a man in military uniform with black hair and blood-red eyes, smiles, yet his overwhelming aura suffocates those around him. He sits cross-legged on the podium. Although not particularly high in stature, his presence easily dominates everyone present. He is unlike the leaders born in a time of peace, exuding the rust of war, a true master of life and death, the sixth demon king, Oda Nobunaga. You are quite bold, aren't you? The demon king who easily intruded into the parliament and held over 100 people hostage sneers. You are Lord Nobunaga, an elderly man whom even Onpei Airson would bow to gestures discreetly. Naturally, his sycophants must know their place and chime in, for even the reputation of the sixth demon king cannot compare to the terrifying authority of the superior who holds their lives and futures. The impeccably dressed man smiles and speaks in a tone that is respectful yet not self-effacing. It is truly our honor to have Lord Nobunaga grace us with his presence. It is merely an uninvited visit. It is indeed a bit rude. Oda Nobunaga digs in his ear and yawns, clearly not listening to a word. The middle-aged man frowned. Even as a sycophant of the Ashikaga minister, he had not encountered someone who dismissed him so thoroughly in a long time. However, having been in the political arena for years, he still possesses a degree of acting ability. He continues to warmly invite. How about this? I wonder if Lord Nobunaga could visit my humble abode, so we may host a welcome for you. However, once they arrive, he will no longer have the final say. After all, they control the Nakano family. Wouldn't even Oda Nobunaga have to be cautious? However, these so-called bigwigs who have been high and mighty for so long may not fully realize that Oda Nobunaga is not someone who would easily fall for their tricks. Oda Nobunaga lazily shifts his posture, and a flintlock gun appears beside him. With a bang, the man collapses in disbelief. Next, Oda Nobunaga's expression remains unchanged. Isn't Lord Nobunaga being too tyrannical? The Ashikaga minister, having lived in comfort for too long, suddenly feels dissatisfied, for even when beating a dog, one must heed its master. However, killing a subordinate, does he think he has frightened them? This is not your era, Neon is. Under our control. You are so loud. He does not express anger, but states it lightly. With a bang, the powerful old minister falls. Everyone is momentarily stunned, and only then do the screams come late. These upper-class individuals who usually appear as steady as a mountain calm and elegant show themselves to be nothing more than ordinary people when faced with life and death. Onpei Ersan feels his legs go weak, and the others likely feel the same. It is unclear who starts first, but everyone kneels on the ground trembling. Please spare us, Lord Nobunaga. It was all that self-righteous fool from Ashikaga. We truly respect you, Lord Nobunaga. If there is anything you need us to do, we will certainly comply. We will certainly comply. Their tone of flattery and obsequiousness cannot hide the tremors beneath. Onpei Ersan lowers his head with the crowd and sweat drips directly onto the carpet. He finally understands that Oda Nobunaga is different. If it were anyone else, even if they were kidnapped, so what? Those people would still need them. They could easily retreat using their best negotiation skills, rhetoric, and exchanges of benefits because they control this country. But Oda Nobunaga does not care. He does not care for their proud rhetoric, their exchanges of benefits, or their temptations. Perhaps he does not even care for the lives of the Nakano sisters. Thus he does not care about their lives either. Even the Ashikaga minister was easily killed. One could say that most of the powerful present are not even as formidable as Ashikaga. Oda Nobunaga will truly kill them. Kill them without hesitation. Realizing this, these seemingly proud and noble figures immediately cower, wishing to kneel and lick Oda Nobunaga's boots to save their lives. The traditional pride of Neon has long been forgotten. In the past, they would probably have considered seppuku to prove their resolve, but now, isn't living better? They haven't enjoyed enough yet. I thought you had something to say, but it's all just nonsense. I did not come to negotiate with you. Oda Nobunaga slowly stands up, his blood-red cloak trailing behind him like a bloodstain. I have merely come to inform you. It is neither a joke nor the boast of someone unaware of his weight. Oda Nobunaga indeed possesses this strength. If you are dissatisfied with the current rulers of this era, then take power for yourselves. Such threats are not worth mentioning. Oda Nobunaga has never compromised. From now on, Neon is under my control. There was hardly any strong resistance. It seemed that Qingmu Cheng had effortlessly taken hold of the Neon nation. Yet only he knew how arduous the process truly was. No matter how powerful he was, Oda Nobunaga was merely a man. He could not personally handle every matter. He could threaten the lives of these officials, but it was difficult to make them all submit willingly. Even with the highest fame and prestige in Neon, how could Oda Nobunaga ensure that these people would not pay lip service while harboring ulterior motives? These officials were likely well aware of this. They first pretended to submit to preserve their lives, only to later find various ways to feign loyalty while plotting to kill Oda Nobunaga. Moreover, Oda Nobunaga could not possibly control them all. He could not prevent people from handling their work, or else the nation's operations would falter. Ha, foolish heroic spirits. The modern world is far beyond your imagination. The officials who bowed their heads in submission appeared obedient on the surface, but secretly concocted numerous plans to eradicate Oda Nobunaga and the Nakano family. After all, they did not know that modern weapons had no effect on heroic spirits. Qingmu Cheng, disguised as Taigong Wang, seemed to reveal many truths, yet he did not mention crucial details, such as how low-mystery weapons could not harm heroic spirits, or that a servant would have a master who selectively shared information to ensure their advantage. Indeed, compared to those protagonists who casually assumed dozens or even hundreds of identities, Qingmu Cheng's progress was quite slow. Even King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga were intentionally or unintentionally concealing information. King Arthur seemed to generously share everything with the Sawamura family, but in a way he bound the life of Iri Shiro to his own. As a diplomat, Mr. Spencer could not be unaware that Iri Shiro, as King Arthur's master, was now inseparably linked to him. If King Arthur were to be eliminated, would others spare Iri Shiro? Being monitored for a lifetime could be considered the best outcome. King Arthur was also the most cautious one. To this day, nobody knew his true identity, and outsiders were unaware that Iri Shiro was his master. Furthermore, King Arthur's choice of Iri Shiro was not arbitrary, although he was touched by her. A significant reason was her identity. Being half English and half Japanese with a father who was a diplomat, Iri Shiro was a native of Neon who grew up there. Her unique identity allowed her to survive, even if exposed in the future, navigating the cracks between the two nations. As for Oda Nobunaga, he appeared arrogant and overbearing, and those who considered themselves clever thought him too proud. But what of the reality? Did Oda Nobunaga reveal any of his true weaknesses? Modern weapons were utterly useless, and having a master was only a matter of sufficient magical power, unlike the orthodox Holy Grail War, where one could be eliminated. If he exposed the identity of his master, do you think he chose quintuplets for no reason? From the very beginning, after signing a contract with Nakano Miku, he had the other sisters tattoo identical command seals on their hands, excluding the magicians and themselves, who would know which of the 5 command seals was genuine. Moreover, the Nakano quintuplets had a habit of impersonating each other, making it even more challenging to identify Oda Nobunaga's true master. Even if one were found, so what? Unless all 5 were killed at once, the outcome would merely be Oda Nobunaga smoothly transitioning to a new master. He currently had no fixation on Miku. Furthermore, up until now, Oda Nobunaga had not revealed to them the meaning of the command seals. They believed that they were merely contract holders. Of course, Oda Nobunaga's choice to withhold this information was also a form of protection considering they were merely immature high school girls easily led into traps. As for the identities Qingmu Cheng had created, Taigong Wang was even less of a topic. He seemed to patiently explain a multitude of things, yet said nothing about being an incarnation of an immortal. He spoke freely but fled quickly. By the way, the fact that Oda Nobunaga and Nakano Nino managed to escape under such scrutiny was largely thanks to Taigong Wang's sorcery. It seems that magicians truly hold the key. They are all old sixes. Qingmu Cheng thought about his own operations with identities. He felt that letting the identities operate according to the personalities of the heroic spirits was the optimal solution. After all, if he controlled everything himself, it would be easy to detect traces. One should not underestimate the wisdom of modern people. They could establish personality models based on the collected information to deduce any individual. Once Qingmu Cheng exerted too much influence over the identities, it would be easy for others to notice that the heroic spirit identities shared common traits. And then, Qingmu Cheng, in this world, could face a GG. However, the advantage is in my hands now. Qingmu Cheng smiled. Abe Nino's back was already drenched in cold sweat. If his previous fear of death was palpable, now he was simply terrified by the unfathomable Oda Nobunaga. He casually ordered someone to operate a computer and printed out some documents from an online drive. Based on the names, he distributed them to everyone. How could this be possible? Abe Nino could hardly believe his eyes. How could anyone else know about this matter? Everyone has their weaknesses, their dark secrets that they cannot let others know, especially high-ranking officials like them, whose clandestine dealings and vices must remain hidden. Abe Nino's hands trembled violently as he hurriedly crumpled the paper into a ball, clutching it in his palm, while glancing around wary of others catching sight of it. To his surprise, those around him exhibited the same demeanor, their eyes filled with shock and vigilance, appearing as if they were guilty of thievery. You all saw it right. Oda Nobunaga rested his chin on his hand, his eyes playfully sweeping over everyone. He appeared relaxed, yet no one dared to ignore his words. I trust you will make the right decision. Submitting to me could be a step towards further opportunity. Coercion coupled with temptation. Oda Nobunaga had pushed this to the extreme. Threatening with life and disgrace, he offered another path. After all, as a warlord of the warring states, his ability and ambition were undeniable. With his fame, even running for office through legitimate means would be effortless. No one present dared claim to be of higher status than him. Abe Nino suddenly saw the light, realizing that aligning with Oda Nobunaga was not such a bad option after all. On the contrary, for the Nokless Rigid Neon, this could be a ladder to the heavens for ambitious and capable young people. Just like Abe Nino, though he appeared young, he had reached this point in his life. In reality, he might remain stuck here forever, as he was merely a branch family member, not the main family. No matter how capable he was, he could never surpass those from the main line. I am willing to serve you, Lord Nobunaga. The Fujimoto family is willing to act as Lord Nobunaga's vanguard. It turned out that smart people were not limited to just Abe Nino. Before he made his decision, several others had already pledged loyalty to Oda Nobunaga. It could be said that unless one was already among the top tier of Neon, other families and individuals had realized this fact. Why couldn't they sincerely pledge allegiance to Oda Nobunaga? As long as there were benefits to be gained, why not? These bastards. Abe Nino cursed himself for being a step late and quickly professed his loyalty. I am willing to support Lord Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga maintained the same smile, calmly observing the actions of those below who rushed to pledge their loyalty. He certainly knew their thoughts. They were merely seeking to exploit him for their own gain, tempted by the benefits he could provide, even eyeing the godly nature of the heroic spirits. But so what? As long as he could seize all of Neon swiftly and smoothly, Oda Nobunaga did not care about the petty thoughts of those beneath him. After all, he was not just a general, but also a statesman. You have made the right decision. Oda Nobunaga stood up, his blood-red cloak billowing. Then let us together establish dominion over the world. Qingmu Cheng was well aware of the scene that unfolded in the Neon Parliament. As expected, BB is truly useful. After all, whether it was obtaining leverage over these individuals or analyzing their weaknesses at all depended on this super AI from another era. In the future, BB could also monitor whether they were feigning loyalty, allowing Oda Nobunaga to calmly eliminate other factions and ensure the takeover of power. These officials who had no understanding of heroic spirits could only fear Oda Nobunaga's omniscience and omnipotence, remaining oblivious to BB's existence. How interesting. Qingmu Cheng chuckled, freed from the shackles of thought, no longer contemplating casualties. His mind was filled with numerous crazy ideas he wished to realize. In any case, let's set a small target first. Before the emergence of the evil of humanity holding great power and establishing a human army. This is my true plan for establishing dominion over the world. Oda Nobunaga did not waste much time. With the assistance of BB coupled with his own charisma and capability, dealing with these disjointed officials was not difficult. Just like how Emperor Jiajing managed to hold power despite not attending court for decades, such is the essence of political maneuvering. As a general and a daimyo, while Oda Nobunaga may not be exceptionally skilled, he could still maintain control of the overall situation with BB's support. As long as he could gain control over the Neon government, the subsequent casualties from the monster invasions would be manageable. The previous Kobe incident was such a disaster purely because the government was also slacking off, waiting for King Arthur to clean up the mess. If a corresponding rescue team were to be formed, Oda Nobunaga could even spare some of his nobus to assist. After all, this is the most useful as Shigeru. There's no chance for promotions or raises. This was Oda Nobunaga's assessment of the nobus. However, a stick must be accompanied by a sweet date. It was not in vain that Aoki Makoto had specifically exchanged for the rejuvenation potion, as its immediate effect facilitated the smooth execution of Oda Nobunaga's orders. Given the fervor of these people now, it was likely they would remain well-behaved for quite some time. However, Aoki Makoto was not so pleased. He secretly lamented, "If I had known, I would have gotten Gilgamesh. Spending money is better than getting things for free." Regardless of someone else, after resolving his concerns, Oda Nobunaga ordered his subordinates to establish an extraordinary management secret department and a special operations division, and then calmly returned to the Nakano household. He did not intend to live there. Who would want to face a bunch of rotten oranges every day? Having BB monitor was sufficient. Moreover, in order to gain legitimacy, he planned to run for a congressional seat openly in the future. Do not say that Oda Nobunaga did not understand modern systems and unwritten rules. While he could manipulate from the shadows, only with the recognition of the entire Neon could he truly wield power. Meanwhile, even just a few days had passed, and the Nakano sisters felt as if it had been a century. During these days, Nakano Mura had not gone to the hospital, but stayed at the Nakano household, also granting the Nakano sisters a week's leave to avoid the disturbances from the outside world. After all, if it weren't for Oda Nobunaga's intervention, the Nakano household would have long been surrounded by various reporters and paparazzi. Even though Oda Nobunaga immediately dispatched troops to maintain order, pulling back the curtains revealed a fervent crowd below, all fans of Oda Nobunaga. There were also some sneaky paparazzi who nearly managed to sneak in several times, but fortunately they were stopped in the end. However, Nakano Mura did not dare to let his guard down, as he was uncertain about which side had dispatched the troops. Were they monitoring or protecting? Thus he confined the Nakano sisters at home, forbidding them from going anywhere. The Nakano sisters completely did not understand the intricacies of the situation. After exposing Lord Nobunaga, they also wanted to avoid those people from school. After all, their classmates and friends had been bombarding them with calls over the past few days. However, their father, whom they rarely saw, had been at home, which was not necessarily a good thing. Nakano Mura forbade them from answering any outside calls, directly confiscating their phones, intending to wait for the final news from Oda Nobunaga. However, this was not a time to do nothing. The Nakano sisters felt quite desperate. After all, it was hard to believe that after Lord Nobunaga had left, their father was now supervising their studies. Oh. Listening to Yusuji Futuru speaking eloquently, the Nakano sisters collectively went mad. Why was everyone forbidden to enter, yet this family drama teacher was allowed in? However, the dead fish eyes of Nakano Mura sat beside them, supervising their every move, making even escaping impossible. The Nakano sisters were originally poor students, not to mention Nakano Nino and Nakano Miku's minds had already flown off to the unknown whereabouts of Oda Nobunaga. How could they focus on studying? Bang, bang, bang. The door was knocked loudly. The Nakano family was startled. Who could it be at this time? But soon Nakano Nino's eyes lit up. Ilgo opened the door. Nakano Miku, a step behind, tugged at her clothes in annoyance. Sure enough, a surprised scream from Nakano Nino came from the door. "You finally came back, Lord Nobunaga. The Demon King returns on the 6th day. You all came to welcome me with such anticipation. Not bad, you little one." Oda Nobunaga raised his chin. He was already known for his height among the warlords, standing at a full 170 centimeters. Coupled with his tall military hat, it made Nakano Nino, who was only 159 centimeters, appear petite and adorable. Nakano Nino fidgeted a bit and reached out to tug at Oda Nobunaga's clothes. "Where have you been these past few days, Lord Nobunaga? You said you would come back quickly. I told you I was dealing with some foolish individuals." Oda Nobunaga replied dispassionately. "Welcome back, Lord Nobunaga." Nakano Miku hurriedly approached. Oda Nobunaga suddenly extended his hand, resting it on Nakano Miku's shoulder, and leaning in close, his crimson eyes locking onto Miku's. In just a few seconds, Miku's face turned bright red, almost bleeding. Oblivious, Oda Nobunaga naturally pulled back. "It seems you are still quite spirited. You've been studying hard recently, right?" "Yes." Each person's voice was filled with resentment. Lord Nobunaga. Seizing a moment, Nakano Mura couldn't help but ask about the results. He had been anxious these days, fearing that the Nakano sisters would become casualties of the conflict. The greedy hyenas have all been cut down, and the pack of wolves has temporarily been collared. Oda Nobunaga reclined comfortably on the sofa. "Why fear? Even if I were to be defeated and perish, protecting your family would not be difficult." Nakano Mura understood how significant this promise was. He was even a bit moved, and immediately knelt down. "Thank you so much, Lord Nobunaga." "Then what about the troops outside?" If you need anything, just look for them." Oda Nobunaga indicated that they were already his people. The Nakano sisters stared blankly at this scene, unable to deny that they were being well protected. Having received a clear answer, Nakano Mura's demeanor changed from earlier despondency. He adjusted his collar and respectfully asked Oda Nobunaga, "Lord Nobunaga, may I go handle some work matters?" Since the outcome has already been decided above, even those small fries like the principal should know the consequences. Oda Nobunaga waved his hand nonchalantly. "Go ahead." Nakano Mura slightly bowed and turned to face his 5 daughters, who were not particularly bright and easily deceived. Even if they were not his biological daughters, they were still his important daughters. Nakano Maruo's expression was indeed complicated, but he still earnestly admonished them to treat Lord Nobunaga respectfully and satisfy all of Lord Nobunaga's requests, and so on. As for Nino and Miku, forget it. Nakano Maruo ultimately gave up, realizing that daughters grow up outside their father's influence, especially when their object of admiration is someone like Oda Nobunaga. As a father, he had no ability to interfere. In short, take good care of yourselves. Nakano Nino bit her lip. Got it, Dad. Nakano Miku lowered her head. We will, Dad. The other sisters nodded. Nakano Maruo left, and Yusuji Futuru obviously breathed a sigh of relief. Although Oda Nobunaga had a strong presence, Nakano Maruo was still his direct superior, one who could fire him at any moment. What exactly happened? Is it related to us, Lord Nobunaga? Nakano Miku asked worriedly, leaning against Oda Nobunaga. It's all been resolved. Oda Nobunaga replied casually. From his appearance, one could hardly imagine how he had previously trampled on the council, looking down upon all sides. However, it wasn't just for the Nakano sisters. Oda Nobunaga inherently disliked being threatened by anyone. Haha, in short, I am now the king of Neon, he said with great pride. So impressive. Nakano Yatsuba was quite supportive. Right, those guys are all useless. Lord Nobunaga is so handsome. The two were having a harmonious and joyful conversation despite their completely different topics. So what exactly is the situation? Yusuji Futuru, who originally felt a jolt in his heart, could no longer understand their conversation. I don't know. Nakano Ichika was lost in thought. It feels like something serious happened. Nakano Itsuki was a bit worried. Is it really okay? Rest assured, Lord Nobunaga said it's resolved, so there must be no problem. Nakano Miku was very confident in Oda Nobunaga. Why is your relationship with Yatsuba so good? How annoying, the atmosphere is so harmonious. Nakano Nino was quite reluctant. As far as I know, there is only one answer. Yusuji Futuru proudly extended his thumb. That is, both are idiots. As expected of you, Yusuji Futuru, how could such a fact be stated so openly? That's right, I am an idiot, no need to argue about it. Oda Nobunaga accepted this quite well. Is it because of Lord Nobunaga's nickname, Owari's Big Fool? Back then, Lord Nobunaga never followed the rules and often got into fights. I'm not criticizing Lord Nobunaga. Nakano Mika's cheeks flushed, her hands pressed together nervously, and she unconsciously spoke more. Even back then, Lord Nobunaga was impressive, able to stick to his own ways and be true to himself. In short, very remarkable. Very good, keep praising me. Oda Nobunaga was quite pleased. After some playful banter, Oda Nobunaga suddenly brought up the Nakano sister studies. By the way, it's been a few days. Let me see the results of your studies, and don't you dare have made no progress. His voice, though sweet, carried a sense of intimidation that hinted at potential consequences. The Nakano sisters thought he had been so lenient just now, and now his true colors were revealed. Yusuji Futuru readily agreed. Then let's have a test. The Nakano five sisters felt like they had been struck by lightning, frantically recalling what they had learned over the past few days. Among them, Nakano Miku secretly resolved to be the best among the sisters. Oda Nobunaga glanced at the test paper and raised an eyebrow. Looks interesting, we'll write it with you guys. Oda Nobunaga surprised everyone with his statement. You, Lord Nobunaga, will you write one too? Mayu Nakano gasped, wondering if poor performance might cost them their lives as witnesses. A lord who achieves nothing while his retainers toil, that defies all reason. Oda Nobunaga declared it matter-of-factly, lately I've been studying modern knowledge. This is the perfect chance to test my progress. Just wait and see, perhaps you won't even measure up to me. Well, that's unlikely. Ichika Nakano murmured uncertainly, but failing even beneath Lord Nobunaga would be utterly humiliating. Understood, said Miku Nakano, picking up her pen. I shall give it my absolute best. I'll do my very best too. Nino Nakano bit her lip. Ugh, if only I'd studied harder. To shame myself before Lord Nobunaga, absolutely not. Yatsuba Nakano raised her hand. Let's all give our utmost effort to show Lord Nobunaga just how much we've grown. Mayu Nakano adjusted her black-rimmed glasses. Of course, I've been working exceptionally hard lately. My efforts will bear fruit. Oda Nobunaga offered no comment, merely accepted a test paper and began writing. His brush moved with effortless fluency, far surpassing the 5 flustered girls struggling beside him. In the end, Oda Nobunaga was the first to submit his paper. Yusuji Futuru graded it swiftly, his brows rising higher with each line he read. Remarkable, absolutely astonishing. Yusuji Futuru stood stunned. His expression left the Nakano sisters agitated and restless, aching to know precisely how Nobunaga had performed, though his visible astonishment already suggested an extraordinary score. Finally, the Nakano sisters' scores were announced. Ichika 25 points, Nino 37 points, Miku 50 points, Yatsuba 20 points, Mayu 40 points. Compared to their prior results, the degree of each sister's diligence became instantly clear. Miku, driven by fierce passion, claimed first place among the 5, leaving Nino grinding her teeth in frustration. If only I'd studied harder. Miku's improvement is truly outstanding. Yusuji Futuru beamed, sensing his teaching position might yet be secure. All of you must learn from her example. Indeed, everyone has shown marked progress, proof that all have applied themselves diligently. The Nakano sisters sighed in resigned acknowledgement, first under Lord Nobunaga's watchful gaze, then under their father's. Failure to improve would have been unforgivable. Progress, yes, but do not forget the standards I set for you earlier. Should you fall short, you shall perform seppuku. His tone held no trace of jest. Nobunaga's word was law. Yes. The 5 Nakano sisters groaned in unison, except Miku, who remained silent. Then all eyes turned to the final paper, their collective curiosity burning. What had Lord Nobunaga scored? Well, what's the result? Mayu Nakano strained her gaze as if trying to pierce through the paper itself. Go ahead. Take a look, said Yusuji Futaro, flipping the sheet to reveal its bold crimson mark. 85 points. The Nakano sisters froze in disbelief. Ichika Nakano, no way. That's incredible. Nino Nakano, truly worthy of Lord Nobunaga. He is perfection itself. Miku Nakano, this is only natural. Still I shall strive ever harder. Yatsuba Nakano, wow. Absolutely amazing Lord Nobunaga. Mayu Nakano, how on earth did you manage it? Yet you knew nothing of this before. Yusuji Futaro sighed in awe, truly extraordinary. Aside from history, you earned full marks across every subject. As for history, your score on the Sengokara questions was entirely 0. Why am I not awarded 100? Nobunaga retorted, visibly irritated. I lived it. I was there. How could I possibly err? Well. Yusuji Futaro faltered, speechless. For instance, this question, analyze and evaluate the impact of the Battle of Okahazama. He choked mid-sentence. Good heavens, I've blundered terribly. How could I pose such a question before the man himself? It's quite all right. I'm curious myself how posterity judges me. Even I may misremember my own deeds, mused Nobunaga, stroking his chin. A reckless fool who caused chaos. A fool. No, Lord Nobunaga, you underestimate yourself far too greatly. The Battle of Okahazama marked Oda Nobunaga's rise and the precipitous decline of the Imagawa clan. It reshaped the early Sengoku landscape, shifting Japan from fragmented warlordism toward an era dominated by a few great daimyo. Through audacious surprise tactics, Nobunaga secured victory at Okahazama. At just 27, he laid the cornerstone of his hegemony and launched his grand vision, Tenka Fubu, rule the realm by military might. He would ultimately become the most formidable overlord of the entire Sengoku period. At Okahazama, Nobunaga led from the front, storming the enemy camp to decapitate Imagawa Yoshimoto himself. This feat epitomized his genius for unorthodox strategy, decisive action, and brilliant command, qualities that forged his path to supreme dominance. Indeed, reciting historical assessments with solemn gravity, before the very man they described, was profoundly awkward. Yusuji Futaro scrutinized Nobunaga's paper closely. Lord Nobunaga, you answered this question entirely incorrectly. The 5 Nakano sisters cried out in shock. Nobunaga, however, remained perfectly composed. Wasn't reading comprehension, after all, often about interpreting what even the author never intended? Had he really pondered such abstractions while fighting? Lord Nobunaga wrote, I never imagined winning that battle. It was utter chaos. I'm still reflecting on how recklessly I charged forward. Yusuji Futaro's lips twitched. In a certain sense, that is the correct answer. The living, breathing reality personally authenticated by Lord Nobunaga himself. Reality, it seemed, could be astonishingly surreal, leaving even scholarly prodigies like Yusuji Futaro utterly speechless. Ha ha ha, what can I say? Great men are inevitably misunderstood. It's simply unavoidable. Ha ha. Nobunaga wore an unmistakable grin of self-satisfaction. After all, Nobu remains wildly popular, easily outranking some executioner by a full 10 leagues. An executioner? Nino Nakano's ears pricked up. Just an ill-fated entanglement. Nobunaga waved dismissively, refusing to elaborate. By the way, Lord Nobunaga sometimes refers to himself as Nobu. And Nino-san also calls you Lord Nobu, doesn't she? Miku Nakano leaned in, voice tinged with quiet resentment. I was first, why? Do you wish for a special honorific too? Nobunaga saw through her intent instantly. My name has many forms. I accept any so long as it bears no insult. Why not choose one yourself? So long as it was respectful, Nobunaga remained utterly indifferent, gazing at Miku with amused curiosity, eager to hear what title she'd bestow. Miku's cheeks flushed crimson. She felt utterly transparent. Yet this was a pivotal moment. Undoubtedly she yearned for a more intimate, cherished form of address. Ah yes, inspiration struck. Of course, there was that other name, reserved only for those closest to him. Miku nibbled her lip, torn between shyness and resolve, her face burning, until she finally whispered, voice trembling, Sanro. Indeed, Oda Nobunaga's full name was Oda Jinzaburo Nobunaga. Intimates addressed him affectionately as Jinzaburo. Ah, you chose that name. How nostalgic. Nobunaga tilted his hat lower, his gaze softening. My lady Kicho used to call me that long ago. Kicho. Before the others could react, Miku, armed with deep knowledge of samurai history, recognized the name instantly. Kicho. That's none other than Lady No Nobunaga's wife. Miku's entire body ignited, her head spinning, her senses overwhelmed. Yusuji Futaro was the next to grasp it. Kicho refers to Saito Kicho, Lady No, Lord Nobunaga's lawful consort. What a curses, I want to. Nino gritted her teeth. To lose to timid Miku. Alas, Nino's grasp of history remained weak. Though she'd feverishly studied Nobunaga's life, after acknowledging her feelings, she fell far short of Miku's encyclopedic expertise as a devoted history enthusiast. Lord Nobu, declared Nino, love-struck and resolute, her motorcycle engine heart revving. May I call you Nobu? She stood firm, refusing to yield until he answered. Madame. Yatsuba chimed brightly. I heard Lord Nobunaga's childhood name was Kichihachi, so adorable. Nobunaga paused thoughtfully. Have I appeared too indulgent? Why does everyone suddenly push their luck? Enough, you will return to your studies now. Yusuji Futaro's temple vein throbbed. Cease harassing Lord Nobunaga, his score dwarfs yours. The Nakano sisters noted Nobunaga's narrowing warning gaze, but they'd long since realized so long as no insult was intended his playful tolerance ran deep. Their rapport had grown steadily warmer and more harmonious. Yes. 5. This time their voices rang out strong and clear. Compared to the well-known Oda Nobunaga and the Nakano sisters, King Arthur's actions could be described as low-key. True to form, he revealed no true identity and offered no unnecessary explanations, leaving the scene directly. Are you all right, Arthur? Upon returning home, Lily scrutinized him, relieved to find no apparent injuries. Rest assured, Lily, Arthur replied lightly. I have a certain confidence in my own strength. Moreover, with the protection of Avalon, as long as I am not attacked in a vital area, there should be no problem. Hearing this, Lily did not find comfort. Her hands subconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. I realize that I actually don't know you well. Arthur was momentarily taken aback. The blonde girl looked at him stubbornly, her clear, aquamarine eyes shining brightly. I don't know what Avalon is, nor do I understand what you are thinking. I feel so useless. I wish I could stand proudly by Lord Nobunaga's side like that girl. I want to do that. Even if it means facing doubts and attacks, at least she could stand openly beside Arthur asserting her claim, rather than always watching him charge into battle. In response, Lily looked at Arthur with anticipation. Arthur was silent for a moment. That is not an easy thing, Lily. As the King of Britain, his demeanor was noble and untainted, but that did not mean he was ignorant. Politics can be dirty. He was not just a knight, but also a king. Many will question you with their words, attack you, and many things will be baseless. However, when many voices speak, it becomes hard to refute. There will also be more people approaching you with malicious intent, using you. Moreover, if in the future, there may be threats from other servants. I do not wish for you to face such a future. Even though after signing the contract with him, it would be unavoidable. No matter how Arthur concealed his identity, it would ultimately be revealed. The difference lay only in whether it was sooner or later. However, at this moment, Arthur did not believe that Lily could bear this. Moreover, it's not just you, your family will face the same pressure. Are you truly prepared to welcome this Lily? Arthur's voice remained calm, and he did not express any opinions on Lily's thoughts. Yet merely stating the reality was enough to dampen her spirits. Lily opened her mouth, but did not finish. Clearly she was torn, and even as she mustered a bit of courage, she began to hesitate when truly faced with the malice of the outside world. But I don't want to continue like this. Lily instinctively clenched her fists, feeling her nails digging into her flesh, forcing herself to gather courage. Watching you fight, I am truly worried and saddened. If she hadn't seen Nakano Nino standing beside Oda Nobunaga, Lily could have convinced herself to watch from the sidelines. But now she questioned why she couldn't bravely stand beside King Arthur, and feared even more the prospect of him leaving her. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to help much there, but as long as she was by Arthur's side, she felt a sense of security. Arthur sighed slightly, fully aware of Lily's thoughts. She was afraid of Arthur disappearing, afraid of him leaving. This fear even outweighed her usual fear of external hostility. Then let's wait a little longer, Lily. Arthur bent down, stroking the top of the blonde girl's head to calm her emotions. Before the right moment arrives, you can take some time to think, Lily. As your servant, I will support any decision you make. The golden-haired king was as reliable and gentle as ever, as if he could accept and accommodate anything. But that was precisely why she felt so afraid. Lily couldn't help but wonder to herself, what merit or capability did she possess to become King Arthur's master? In the following days, the two interacted as they had before, but Lily carried a heavy burden in her heart. Lily. Sayaka raised the movie ticket in her hand, signaling her daughter, tomorrow is a holiday. Take this opportunity to relax a bit. In Neon culture, people like to circle rest days with red pens, so rest days are also called red days. Off. Lily momentarily didn't react, blankly accepting the movie ticket. All right. Sayaka could sense her daughter's troubled mood. She didn't know the details, but was aware it was related to Arthur. Don't think too much. This mother who is immersed in otaku culture has a strong sense of tolerance. Whatever you do, make sure to have fun. Lily felt her heart warm. I understand, Mom. Naturally, Arthur readily agreed to Lily's invitation. So on this holiday, Lily meticulously dressed up. Always one to sleep in, she got up an hour early, changed several outfits, and even carefully selected the hairpin on her head. With a light makeup look, her beauty became even more striking, truly deserving of being one of the two campus flowers of Fengzigyo Academy. Arthur was not wearing the casual clothes that seemed to be formed by magic earlier, but rather a white shirt prepared by Mr. Spencer, designed simply, yet exuding nobility and handsomeness, when paired with black trousers. Lily's cheeks flushed slightly, and she timidly reached out, wrapping her arm around Arthur's. Arthur was momentarily surprised, but did not refuse. As they walked, the pair attracted countless gazes. Why are we going to watch a movie? Rather than watching a film where you can guess the ending from the beginning, wouldn't it be better to go home and read Sherlock Holmes again? The boy's clear voice was full of boredom. Shinichi. The girl's voice was clearly suppressing anger. Is it so difficult to go out with me? Aren't you already familiar with Sherlock Holmes? You can guess the ending from the beginning. That's completely different. No matter how many times I see Sherlock Holmes, I never get tired of it. Then the two groups bumped into each other. How come it's you? Due to the previous misunderstanding of catching someone in the act, Lily did not have a good impression of Kudo Shinichi, and knowing he was a detective did not change that. For some reason, as a woman, her intuition told her that upon seeing Kudo Shinichi, her rare date was suddenly ruined. Oh, it's you. Kudo Shinichi recognized Lily, and he also recognized Arthur, for both had distinct features. And you, that Arthur. So you only remember Arthur's name, right? Lily was speechless. Was her presence so insignificant? Kudo Shinichi fully displayed his straight man characteristics and said without hesitation yes. Meanwhile, Muri Ran felt extremely awkward but was also a bit delighted. Lily. How infuriating. She could be considered a beauty too, so what's up with this guy? Kudo Shinichi almost completely ignored Lily, his gaze resting on the blonde youth beside him with a hint of suspicion in his blue eyes. This young man named Arthur looked very familiar. Unlike the previous sea demon incident, Kudo Shinichi had only seen the live broadcast, and the image was somewhat distant and blurry. This time he had directly encountered 3 servants, and even if Arthur concealed his face, his armor slightly altered his height, and physique, his noble demeanor and tall figure were too recognizable. Arthur. King Arthur. Kudo Shinichi's expression gradually lost control, and he could hardly keep his voice down. You are King Arthur. Just as Kudo Shinichi was about to shout that name out loud, the blonde young man calmly glanced at him, causing Shinichi's words to get stuck in his throat. He awkwardly swallowed the words he was about to say. Hey, this sense of pressure is just too strong. Kudo Shinichi couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated when he faced the 3 heroic spirits a few days ago. Of course, as a detective, he feared nothing in his pursuit of truth and justice, but the identity of King Arthur was not something related to evil. Rather, if it were to be revealed, it would certainly lead to other troubles. After all, he had been harassed by many people these past few days. If he weren't a public figure, and if many people hadn't seemingly given up later on, he wouldn't have been able to go out peacefully with Ran. Thinking of this, Kudo Shinichi's expression suddenly changed. Long time no see, ha ha ha. Lily, who had just been vigilant, now looked doubtful. Did this guy really notice anything? After all, Kudo Shinichi had been in close contact with Arthur. He gestured to her. Lily instantly understood and retorted unhappily, isn't it better not to meet at all? You disturbringer. Kudo Shinichi felt wronged. Where have I brought disaster? The first time someone died in a cafe, the second time there was an explosion at a concert, and now there's a ghost at the cinema. The cinema. The blonde girl felt a chill creep up her spine as she clutched Arthur's sleeve. I think we should change places. You're being superstitious. Kudo Shinichi was quite displeased. Mao Lilan's expression was somewhat strange, speaking of which, it does seem true that every time I go out with Shinichi we encounter a case. There has never been a proper date. Ah, so you really are a disturbringer, Lily said with a blank stare. Kudo Shinichi insisted. That's just the case, calling out to the detective. Isn't that still being a disturbringer? Lily pointed out the flaw. That's 2 different things. Arthur looked left and right, chuckling lightly. Actually, you 2 seem to get along pretty well. How is that possible? Not at all. The 2 answered in perfect harmony. Of course, despite saying that, Lily was still reluctant to let this rare outing be ruined out of the blue. She clung to Arthur's arm, being cautious throughout the movie. However, nothing happened. In response, Kudo Shinichi was quite smug. I told you nothing would happen. Lily rolled her eyes. Who knows? What if the disturbringer hasn't shown his power yet? Hey, this guy is just too troublesome. Kudo Shinichi thought it's much better with Ran. However, his beloved childhood friend Mao Lilan was currently having a pleasant chat with Arthur, and the atmosphere between them was harmonious. Mr. Arthur is really amazing. Thank you for the compliment. Damn it. Kudo Shinichi gritted his teeth. He suddenly recalled his earlier deduction, the indifference towards the dead, the noble demeanor, combined with impressive skills. How could he possibly know that he was actually King Arthur? No novel would dare to write it like this. So, could Lilan have fallen for him? No matter how self-important Kudo Shinichi was, he was aware of the allure of King Arthur's identity for girls. Aren't you going to stop it? Kudo Shinichi attempted to strike up a conversation with Lily. Lily glanced at him dismissively. Why should I stop it? Kudo Shinichi chuckled. If you hadn't already torn that tissue, I might have believed you a little. In this awkward atmosphere, the 4 of them still went to the restaurant together. May I take your order? The restaurant's waiter had rare blonde hair and dark skin with handsome features and a warm smile. Lily didn't even look. Just bring one of everything. Is that really necessary? Can we finish it? Kudo Shinichi was taken aback. Don't worry, it's fine. Lily waved her hand, recalling her doubts about Arthur's appetite. Arthur smiled good-naturedly. Kudo Shinichi also thought of Arthur's identity and fell silent, wondering if this was a special trait of heroic spirits. Is having a large appetite considered one? Only Mao Lilan present looked quite puzzled, but due to her trust in Kudo Shinichi, she said nothing. The blonde waiter maintained his smile. All right, please wait a moment. Was that high school detective Kudo Shinichi? As a double agent whose real name was Ryuga Akira but currently used the alias Amuro Turu, he was naturally well-informed, and even though the Metropolitan Police Department and the Public Security Bureau were not part of the same system, Kudo Shinichi was already quite well known among the police. Not to mention that previously Kudo Shinichi had been in close contact with 3 heroic spirits, and with orders from superiors not to approach the Nakano sisters, Kudo Shinichi was a very good breakthrough point. Thinking of this, Amuro Turu couldn't help but cast a subtle glance at their table. Without a doubt, Kudo Shinichi and Mao Lilan looked like Kudo Shinichi's girlfriend, while the blonde girl across. Judging from Amuro Turu's own example, she should be of mixed descent, and that blonde young man. He was very perceptive and almost instantly noticed Amuro Turu's gaze. His emerald eyes looked over not sharp, yet seemingly able to see through a person easily. Amuro Turu instinctively avoided his gaze, yet a thin layer of sweat broke out on his back. That was a reactive response to danger, and also a kind of intuition. One could say that Amuro Turu had survived many life-and-death crises relying on such instincts. Who was that person? Amuro Turu began to brainstorm. This sense of oppression was definitely not from an ordinary person. After the dishes were served, Amuro Turu was even more certain that this man was absolutely not an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person eat so much? Kudo Shinichi and Mao Lalon were also dumbfounded, and no matter how graceful the blonde young man's movements were, they couldn't conceal the fact that he was eating an astonishing amount. The two of them hadn't touched their chopsticks at all, feeling as if they were already full just by watching. "I'll have a sip of water," Mao Lalon kindly handed over her cup. "Thank you." Arthur drank it all in one go, smiling gratefully. Kudo Shinichi signaled to Ing Lily, "Is he always like this?" Ing Lily looked to the sky. "Yes." Kudo Shinichi showed a sympathetic look. "You've had a tough time." Ing Lily coughed lightly. "It's fine." However, with Kudo Shinichi around, it was destined not to be peaceful. With a sudden scream, another case arose. And Ing Lily's eyes filled with, "You still say you're not a disturbringer?" Kudo Shinichi left without looking back to rush to his case. "I'll go help." Arthur stood up. After all, the restaurant was in chaos now. Although the blonde waiter was helping, if the guests continued to panic, it would damage the scene and cause some disturbances before the police arrived. "Please be careful, Ing Lily," Arthur instructed her attentively. "If there's any problem, please call me promptly." "All right, I got it, you go," Ing Lily nodded. Only the two girls remained at the table. Mao Lilan's mood was obviously somewhat low. As a fellow girl, Ing Lily felt a bit indignant for Mao Lilan. Unbelievable. Ing Lily assessed Mao Lilan. Being a girl herself, her standards were even stricter. Yet even through Ing Lily's eyes, she found Mao Lilan's appearance pure and her temperament excellent, not inferior to the renowned Kasumiga Kakashiwa. "Why would you like that detective maniac?" "Two don't. I actually grew up with Shinichi since we were little." Mao Lilan's face flushed. She kept staring at the reflection of her small figure in the porcelain cup, her expression shy. "Actually, although Shinichi is obsessed with cases and often leaves me behind to solve them, he's only interested in Sherlock Holmes on ordinary days." As she spoke, she grew angrier and more, gritted her teeth, and the beautiful girl, in a fit of rage, crushed the porcelain cup in her hand. Ing Lily, dumbfounded. What a super strong girl. Ing Lily immediately shut her mouth. She wasn't like that sharp-tongued Kasumiga Kaka who couldn't read the room. If she were to be punched without Arthur, she would definitely be in trouble. But Shinichi is very kind, very smart, and has a strong sense of justice. "I know." Mao Lilan smiled at Ing Lily like an angel. "Shinichi has always been protecting me, so I will always support him. I believe in him." Ing Lily was momentarily stunned, a strange feeling fermenting in her heart. She also smiled. "Even though I don't like him much, I still wish you both happiness." Mao Lilan hurriedly waved her hands. "No, we're just childhood friends." Mao Lilan's tone carried some bitterness. She didn't know how to define her relationship with Shinichi. Friends? That felt too distant. Classmates? Even more estranged. Even though Mao Lilan liked Shinichi, until now she had rarely received an accurate response. Ing Lily. The blonde girl pursed her lips. She and Arthur were probably in a similar situation. The mood of the blonde, twin-tailed girl suddenly sank. If Mao Lilan was unsure how to define her relationship with Kudo Shinichi, then Ing Lily also struggled to describe her connection with Arthur. Is it merely a contractual relationship or friendship? Yet her feelings for Arthur were no longer concealable. Are they a couple? Arthur had never shown any inclination in that direction. Ing Lily discovered that even with a contract signed with Arthur, the golden-haired king seemed as distant as if he were in the heavens, never truly landing on the ground. Even the gentle and intimate gestures shared between them were devoid of romance, devoid of love. "I was just teasing you a moment ago." Ing Lily mocked herself. "In fact, I'm even worse off than you. At least I feel that the unfortunate Kudo Shinichi likes you. Because love cannot be hidden." Just as Mao Lilan felt for Kudo Shinichi. Just as Ing Lily felt for Arthur. I shouldn't write. Shinichi, clearly. Mao Lilan's face flushed, stammering and unsure of what to say. Yet Mao Lilan was undoubtedly a kind and considerate girl. Upon noticing Ing Lily's sadness, she set aside her own concerns. Mao Lilan gently inquired, "Are you troubled about Arthur, Ing Lily?" Ing Lily nodded gloomily. "But I feel that Arthur treats you well. Just now he was so thoughtful towards you." "Shinichi. Whenever a case arises, he forgets everything. Including her." "Yes, he treats me very well." Ing Lily instinctively bit her lip. She didn't want him to only treat her well, but to reciprocate her feelings. Perhaps she was just being too greedy. "But he doesn't like me, I mean in the romantic sense." If it were someone familiar, she might not have been able to say it, but in front of Mao Lilan, this girl devoid of any aggression, it seemed easier to express. Though the last few words were almost like a mosquito's buzz. "I see," Mao Lilan said with concern. "Then Ing Lily, what do you feel for him?" At this point, Ing Lily couldn't help but tear the napkin, her delicate and cute face turning a bit grim. "I have already been so obvious, yet he acts as if nothing has happened. Damn it, big jerk." Mao Lilan frowned. "This is indeed a bit problematic." "Yes." Ing Lily's tears welled in her eyes. "I hate that he's so nonchalant. Even if he is gentle and considerate to you, that's not the love you desire." "But will you give up, Ing Lily? Even if this love is so painful, will you give up?" Mao Lilan asked Ing Lily, almost as if questioning herself. "Will I give up? Lily pondered. No, not a chance. Lily wiped away her tears, shaking her head fiercely. Why should I give up? That is my affection, my love. I won't give it up. Love is like this, making one toss and turn, filled with anxiety, yet unwilling to let go of love. Even without a response, Lily could not control her feelings, unable to stop liking or loving him. After all, he is the best knight in the world. Then keep holding on. Mao Lilan smiled like an angel. Even if it's painful, even if it's hard, keep holding on until the moment you no longer wish to love, then let go. And now, Mao Lilan smiled radiantly. Our love must be protected by ourselves. Lily was stunned, her heart warming, and the turmoil she had been wrestling with finally calmed down. Can I call you Xiaolan? This is definitely an angel. Completely different from that demon in Casa no Oka. Of course, can I call you Lily? Sure. As the two girls chatted happily, having even become good friends, Kudo Shinichi finally deduced the identity of the murderer. The burly man resembling a giant bear revealed a fierce expression after his alibi was shattered. It's all your fault. The murderer, furious and embarrassed, grabbed a dining knife from the table and began to wave it around. Get out of my way. If you don't want to die, get lost. The surrounding people panicked and fled, and the murderer seized the opportunity to target a frail girl, preparing to take her as a hostage. Threatening and harming a lady is one of the most despicable acts. Suddenly a flash appeared. The golden-haired youth who had been over 10 steps away stood before him, his emerald eyes cold and piercing. Go to hell. The murderer, enraged, felt that Arthur had ruined his plans and viciously lunged the dining knife at him. However, his wrist was easily grasped, and the immense force turned into excruciating pain that sent shockwaves through his nerves. The murderer let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig, unable to even stand, collapsing to the ground. Arthur continued to hold his wrist, effortlessly lifting the entire man, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, as if he were a child. Amuro too instinctively took half a step back. He had also intended to intervene earlier, but now, did he just hear the sound of bones cracking? How did this man get here? Amuro too felt a chill run down his spine. His skills were quite good, yet he had barely caught a glimpse of how the golden-haired youth had approached, and coupled with this immense strength, it was simply inhuman. Wait, inhuman. A spark of realization hit Amuro too. He instinctively looked at Arthur. At this moment, the golden-haired youth had released the murderer, while the burly man had lost even the courage to escape, collapsing on the ground and wailing. The golden-haired youth calmly adjusted his collar, and noticing Amuro too gazed through him, a look devoid of emotion. The shadow cast by the overhead light made the upper half of his face appear somewhat obscured, yet the lower half remained impeccably handsome. Amuro too finally recalled a similar scene from memory. Indeed, he was Arthur. It was no wonder Amuro too only recognized him now. In reality, the videos circulating online hardly featured close-ups of Arthur. Most were blurry images of a tall figure, and the only relatively close shot was of him rescuing someone from a helicopter. At that time, the lighting was poor, making it difficult to discern Arthur's true appearance. Additionally, it was truly hard to imagine that Arthur would appear so casually in front of him. Only at this moment did Amuro too realize that the golden-haired youth before him was likely the Arthur he had been investigating. As the fog dissipated, too many facts emerged to support his viewpoint, such as his exceedingly handsome and obviously foreign appearance, his similar physique, and his equally noble demeanor, all pointing to the fact that this was Arthur. But then Amuro too fell into confusion. Now that he found Arthur in reality, what next? Oda Nobunaga's identity had always been semi-public, and Amuro too's superiors in the Public Security Bureau had long since issued orders not to pursue it. The only issue was that the black organization had been trying to get close to, or even capture a servant. The problem was that Amuro too was an undercover agent, and he had no intention of revealing Arthur's identity to the organization. As for capturing him, he wasn't foolish. It would be a strange matter if he could overpower Arthur. Undoubtedly, the powerful Arthur was a walking bullet, a rather unstable factor. Is there a problem, Mr. Amuro? Arthur asked politely, but whenever Amuro too met those emerald eyes, he always felt as though he was being seen through. No, I just think you are really impressive, Arthur. Amuro too quickly masked his emotions, responding politely. For now, he decided to observe for a while. Amuro too thought. When Kudo Shinichi and Arthur returned, Lily suddenly dashed over, colliding against Arthur like a young calf. Arthur, of course, would not be knocked down by Lily's slight force. He wrapped one arm around her to prevent her from falling. What happened, Lily? Lily hugged the young man's waist gloomily, saying, I won't give up. Arthur blinked, confused. It's nothing. Lily released Arthur, looking up with a radiant smile. Let's go back. Even if she would be hurt, even if it would be painful, this was still her love, and she would embrace it and continue waiting. In the first few days, Aoki Makoto, who had been stirring up storms and acting as both the boss and the savior, continued his ordinary life at school. There was no choice. Even a savior needed to eat. After graduating from high school, it would be difficult to find a job without a diploma. He couldn't simply write on his resume that he once disguised himself as King Arthur Oda Nobunaga and saved the world for fear of being deemed insane. Although Aoki Makoto had initially achieved financial freedom through literary copying, the flower arranger from his previous life still valued diplomas. It was acceptable to be average, but it could not be absent. Furthermore, continuing his school life helped him hide his true identity. Aoki Makoto lay listlessly on his desk, staring blankly with a pair of dead fish eyes lacking energy. Perhaps the sociable Hiroshima Naoki came over. Aoki-kun, you don't look well. Are you sick? Should we go to the infirmary? No need. You should know that when a person is full of dog food, it's just like my state. Aoki Makoto completely regretted letting BB send back the information surrounding the two heroic spirits. He didn't know if BB did it on purpose, there weren't many people monitoring him, but he was stuffed full of dog food, which was utterly absurd. Where was the fun in having avatars flirt? His main body was still single. So dear Rika, when will you come? Although they chatted every day, they hadn't met in person. With such a resentful heart, Aoki Makoto turned over. At this moment his desk neighbor also arrived. Good morning, Shikigami-san. Good morning, Aoki-san. Another ordinary exchange of greetings, but despite being desk neighbors, they each organized their desks without even glancing at each other. Hiroshima Naoki in front wiped his face and wondered why both of them were considered the prominent figures of Shuji Academy. They had been neighbors for so long without any gossip wasting the good looks of handsome men and beautiful women. Hiroshima Naoki couldn't help but ask secretly, what do you think of Hikari Yuru? Isn't she pretty enough? The essence of humanity is gossip. Aoki Makoto thought without hesitation, not as good as me. An alias. Hiroshima, Aoki Makoto then realized and continued, a friend. Hiroshima Naoki's eyes sparkled with gossip. Girlfriend. Aoki Makoto chuckled. No. Hiroshima Naoki lost his dreams. Aoki Makoto pondered for a moment and simply decided to review today's textbooks to calm his emotions. Regardless of being a savior or not, he still needed to maintain his grades. After all, a high school student who saved the world still had to face college entrance exams. What good is a savior who can't get into a good university? They would still face the harshness of society. Of course, even if he got into one, he would still face the harshness of society. Sometimes Aoki Makoto couldn't help but wonder why saviors were usually middle or high school students. If they were someone who had been manipulated for decades as a corporate slave, they might just want to end it all, wishing to perish along with the capitalists. After all, in his previous life as a corporate slave, he had similar thoughts. In this life, relying on literary copying had granted him a certain social status and wealth, and his mindset had improved significantly. However, he still felt far removed from those born into the upper-class nobility of Rome. Thinking of this, Aoki Makoto's gaze couldn't help but shift to the Roman noble beside him, Shikigami Hikari. Even among the prestigious Shuji Academy, she belonged to the upper echelon, known as Ice Hikari for her beautiful appearance and cold demeanor, and her grades always sat atop the leaderboard. With scarlet eyes and black hair, her porcelain-like skin was comparable to the mixed-race girl Inari. Her delicate features surpassed those of the Nakano sisters. This wasn't because her looks inherently exceeded the previous few. Rather, as a true noble lady, Shikigami Hikari's perfection was cultivated with a significant amount of money. In comparison, Inari came from a decent family, but was unfortunately a night owl and a Shuchiin. The Nakano sisters had been so poor a few years ago that they couldn't afford to eat, and their father, a doctor, was far worse off than the Shikigami family. However, Aoki Makoto compared in his mind and realized that he indeed surpassed her in alias. After all, Shikigami Hikari was a beautiful girl right next to him, and he naturally compared the two upon seeing BB. The result was that Shikigami Hikari, who was likely a daily anime heroine, had been completely overshadowed. Not to mention that BB's prototype Sakura Matu was the source of the Sakura-class heroic spirits in the Fate series. As an electronic lifeform, BB was truly flawless. You must understand that even the best-maintained girls can't possibly have zero blemishes, let alone the absolute superiority in figure. Shikigami Hikari was truly a princess of peace. Aoki Makoto wanted to shake his head at the sight. What was so good about being plain? Like a little elementary student. Therefore, he wholeheartedly agreed with Oda Nobunaga's perspective and looked down on King Arthur's aesthetics. Of course, Gadako was an exception. Aoki-san, please retract your gaze. Shikigami Hikari's scarlet eyes looked over, seeming to exude ice. Sorry. Aoki Makoto realized that his previous gaze was a bit too rude. Aoki-san. Shikigami Hikari looked at Aoki Makoto with a cold, slightly disdainful gaze. I thought you were hypocritical, but at least you should be more courteous. Now, Shikigami Hikari hesitated. Hey, where have I been hypocritical? Aoki Makoto had never considered that Shikigami Hikari had already seen through his adult-like pretenses. He just felt wronged, but he did acknowledge that his previous gaze was somewhat explicit. Shikigami Hikari showed no intention of answering, calmly shifting her gaze away, treating Aoki Makoto as if he were invisible. She exuded the arrogance and indifference of a top-tier chaebol lady. Aoki Makoto. Aoki Makoto found it both amusing and helpless. Forget it, she was just a little girl. Internally, he was a mature adult and wouldn't quibble with her. At most, he would help out when monsters appeared, in the end, not scaring her to death. And if one day she dated some commoner, he would definitely laugh at her and make trouble for her. Not quibbling and being magnanimous, Aoki Makoto decided so. After finishing another day, he returned to his humble abode. Aoki Makoto rubbed his eyes. Why was his home's entrance garden so messy? He hadn't even returned home yet, but standing at the door, he could hear the sound of a television show blaring loudly. Aoki Makoto suddenly narrowed his eyes and picked up a small tuft of white curls from the ground. That's right, there's only one truth. Aoki Makoto ran furiously into the living room, pointing at the white squirrel-like creature drinking cola and eating chips on the sofa. The culprit is you. Next moment, he grabbed the creature by the neck, spit it out. The faux fufu angrily retorted, isn't that a bit excessive? I just took a bit of your food. Aoki Makoto was even angrier. Taking without permission is theft. Even if it's fufu, you a fake fufu have no right to it. I'd rather throw it away than let you eat it, you leech. A fierce tussle ensued on the sofa, and the result was 3 claw marks on Aoki Makoto's face, while the faux fufu had lost a small patch of fur. Shameless, so shameless. Aoki Makoto touched the wounds on his face, hissing, using someone else's body, yet you remained unscathed. Isn't that only natural? The faux fufu put her hands on her hips. And you dare to hit me? How utterly outrageous. Get out of here. Aoki Makoto swept her off the sofa and sat down. Speak quickly and let it all out. The faux fufu was displeased. Hey, your attitude is too rude. Aoki Makoto rolled his eyes. Because you've never brought anything good. The faux fufu snorted. This time it's a good thing. If successful, you won't have to worry about lacking magic. Aoki Makoto sat up. Tell me more. The faux fufu rolled her eyes, her paws scratching again. You are just like Zhong Wuyan when there's something and Xia Yingchun when there's nothing. Aoki Makoto deliberately turned his head. If you don't want to talk, fine. The faux fufu hesitated for a while, but could no longer hold back and leaked the secret. The Holy Grail is about to appear. Aoki Makoto. What? The Holy Grail is going to appear. Why is it going to appear? Where is it going to appear? Aoki Makoto pressed the fake fufu with relentless questions, feeling a bit panicked. If the Holy Grail appeared and summoned a bunch of heroic spirits, wouldn't this situation fall apart? Don't get so worked up. Fake fufu flailed her little paws, rolling her eyes wildly. I already told you the fate world collided with our world, so a part of it overlaps. One particular Holy Grail war was drawn into the overlapping area of the two worlds. Fake fufu pointed her paw at Aoki Makoto. Your task is to lead the masters of this world to defeat all the participants of that war and seize the Holy Grail. Aoki Makoto. Which Holy Grail war is it? You must understand that the differences between Holy Grail wars are significant. FZ and FSN have different levels of difficulty, and there are special modes like FA or the Moon World, as well as various famous and obscure Holy Grail wars like the Imperial Capital Holy Grail Chronicles, each with their own challenges. Fake fufu spread her paws. How would I know? Aoki Makoto held back his frustration, but couldn't help exclaiming. Then why are you telling me all this? You don't even know which Holy Grail war it is. What the heck? And those masters are basically a liability, right? In his desperation, he even let out a curse. Fake fufu licked her paw. Then let's just die together. What does your chance of obtaining the Holy Grail have to do with whether you live or die? Aoki Makoto couldn't comprehend. Because the two worlds overlapping means the Holy Grail has absorbed a significant amount of magical energy from our world. Originally, our world has little magic, and the Holy Grail has already connected with the ley lines of that place. You can think of it as a unique singularity. Fake fufu spread her hands. If we can't obtain the Holy Grail, that area will turn into a massive void, and our world will suffer greatly, but the monsters from the Fate world will not weaken. In fact, according to my perception, at most there is still a year left before the beast will manifest in our world. Aoki Makoto almost spat blood. Why didn't you say so earlier? He began to feel anxious. He had to admit that if he had known the time was so pressing, he would have definitely sped up the progress instead of dawdling over trivial matters. That's because you never took this matter to heart, right? Fake fufu shook her squirrel tail. It's all your fault. Hesitating and being indecisive is not clever or decisive. If there were any other options, I definitely wouldn't choose you. Aoki Makoto paused, his face showing an awkward expression, but he had to admit that he was not the most outstanding person. At this point, he bore an undeniable responsibility. But right now we are in the same boat and have no choice. As long as we can seize that Holy Grail which has absorbed the magical energy of both worlds, you still have a chance to turn the tide. It can at least provide enough magical energy for a double-digit number of servants. Now how will you choose? Aoki Makoto fell silent. He wiped his face, his expression somewhat grim. What do you mean, how will I choose? I can select my own heroic spirit. The advantage is mine. You must know that good relics are not easy to find. Just like the original FZ's director Ken, after his relic was stolen by Weber, he had to settle for something less. Although the brush is not weak, it certainly doesn't compare to the Conqueror King. I will definitely obtain the Holy Grail. Then let's work hard, Aoki-kun. Fake fufu waved her paw. But right now the biggest problem is the lack of suitable masters. Aoki Makoto took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. You must know that Holy Grail wars can be deadly. Even the fifth war, which is considered low difficulty, can result in deaths. He didn't believe that most protagonists in daily series could handle such situations, but reality didn't allow them to grow slowly. However, personally, Aoki Makoto didn't want to choose overly complicated masters like various undercover agents and organizations in Conan. They are nice people, but their consciousness is too strong, making them hard to guide and manipulate. In his current inability to grasp the situation, choosing these people would be a slow suicide. Because they wouldn't obey and they are too perceptive. Once they sense Aoki Makoto's problems, it would create chaos. Oh. As the world consciousness, why don't you introduce your own children to me? Previously, finding a master for him was like looking for a needle in a haystack. If he had known the details, he could have filtered suitable candidates himself. Fake fufu washed her face with her paw. That's fine. By the way, before the Holy Grail descends, there will be a wave of monsters. This time it won't just be small fry, it will affect the entire Neon. At this rate, the next wave will probably be the whole world. What should we do? Aoki Makoto felt anxious. The scope is too wide, I can't resolve it quickly. Then don't force it too much. Off. Aoki Makoto was stunned. There's such a reverse operation. But if that's the case, it doesn't matter. Even if many people die, it's fine. But many people will really die. So what? Compared to the astonished Aoki Makoto, fake Fu appeared very indifferent. As long as the remaining people can continue, that's enough. Her tone was calm. Aoki Makoto then realized that what seemed like a cute creature fake Fu was actually the true world will. She didn't care how many people died as long as she could ascend, she didn't mind how many lives were lost. As long as the human principle can continue, it's enough. As for how many of the 7 billion might survive, that was not her concern. She would pay attention to some so-called protagonists and important characters, but it was only a slight interest. If they really died, it wouldn't matter that much. She is a world, not a caretaker. At this moment, when she wanted to advance the original plot, had become less important. I understand now. Aoki Makoto took a deep breath. Fake Fu didn't care, but he couldn't possibly not care at all. Even if it's a necessary sacrifice, at the very least, he hoped to minimize the number of sacrifices. Otherwise, what use is he as a savior? After fake Fu left, Aoki Makoto couldn't help but open a chat app to communicate with Fujimaru Ritsuka. He told Fujimaru Ritsuka about the recent events. Fujimaru Ritsuka, sorry, maybe I'm being too sensitive, but I feel like your recent changes are a bit strange. The idea of human military doesn't quite seem like something you would come up with. Aoki Makoto expressed that people can change until he saw Fujimaru Ritsuka's next message. Fujimaru Ritsuka, that sounds more like the thoughts of Shin. Aoki Makoto was startled. He began to recall why he had this thought previously. Not long ago he was still hesitant, yet now he had come up with such a crazy idea in no time. There was even a question regarding his attitude towards Shuchiin Kagaya. He was acting nothing like himself. If it were before, he absolutely wouldn't have looked at Shuchiin Kagaya in that way, which triggered her defensive reaction. However, rather than saying his gaze was colored, it was more like a scrutiny. It resembled a thought process akin to BB's femininity, and he even felt that Shuchiin Kagaya was inferior to his alter ego. In hindsight, it truly seemed a bit perverse. Aoki Makoto felt his mind was in chaos. At that moment, he couldn't even distinguish which thoughts were his own and which were influenced by the heroic spirits. Aoki Makoto, I might have been influenced in reverse by the heroic spirits. He had read similar alter ego stories, and they didn't go this way. Could it really be because he was too weak? That would be too despairing. Indulging deeply in the role of a heroic spirit will surely have an impact, as the personalities of these spirits are quite dominant. Initially, perhaps it was merely an attempt to compensate for his own character flaws, but now it seems he himself no longer knows what he truly thinks. Tingmaru Rika Saijikin, I'm really worried about you. Aoki Seiji, I'm sorry. Tingmaru Rika, are you really sure about this, Saijikin? Should I hold on? Aoki Seiji's fingertips lingered on his phone, unmoving. Tingmaru Rika, my promise still stands. Aoki Seiji knew this referred to Tingmaru Rika's initial words that as long as he gave up, she would take over his responsibilities. Yet at this moment, it only fueled Aoki Seiji's resilience. Perhaps he truly had no talents, but since he had already taken on all this, he would never give up midway. Aoki Seiji, no, I don't need that. This is my responsibility, oh my world, I shall save it myself. Tingmaru Rika, if you persist, I will support you. But please take care of yourself, oh at the very least don't lose yourself. If you need help, I'm always here. Though for now, I can only provide some informational support. Aoki Seiji, thank you, that's good enough. In fact, I will soon be participating in a Holy Grail war, and I hope you can provide some advice then. Tingmaru Rika, I understand, leave it to me. However, Saijikin, Tingmaru Rika, if during the Holy Grail war you still can't change your mindset, you really will die. Without fighting for your life, you cannot defeat those who will stop at nothing for their own wishes. Long after his conversation with Tingmaru Rika, Aoki Seiji reflected. As a transmigrator, despite some setbacks in childhood, he had generally been smooth sailing and later gained such an outrageous golden finger. He had never truly encountered real danger. However, the Holy Grail war was different. Since it was war, there would be deaths. He must personally face it. At this moment, he suddenly understood why so few, like Tingmaru Rika, fought alongside heroic spirits. Because the pressure they exerted was genuinely overwhelming. Indeed, Aoki Seiji tried to suppress his trembling hands. As someone who grew up in a peaceful era even after living 2 lives, he was just a petty bourgeoisie, never having faced confrontation, and he had a laid-back attitude with no pressing desires to fulfill. However, he had to step onto the battlefield now. Aoki Seiji took a deep breath. Yes, it's time to fight for my life. On the battlefield, only those unafraid of death are difficult to kill. Calming his mindset, Aoki Seiji began preparing to face the impending monster invasion. He had no intention of holding back his magical power. It was no longer the time to worry about that. He could just summon a servant and quickly find a magic power battery to take over. Choosing a master is also a technical task. One must be relatively outstanding, not someone who is clueless, but they also can't be too mature, or it will become counterproductive and difficult to manipulate. For Aoki Seiji and his heroic spirit, having a compliant master is even more important than having an outstanding one. Moreover, with so many problematic areas, some sacrifices are inevitable. For Aoki Seiji, servants should be arranged near potential contract power batteries, while other places would just have to wait until the first batch was resolved. At this time, it was also an opportunity for Li and Nakano Miku to train. Even if they couldn't contribute significantly, at least they shouldn't panic when encountering danger. Otherwise, the real Holy Grail war would be 100 times more dangerous. There would definitely be casualties, but I can no longer worry about that. Aoki Seiji took a deep breath, trying to let the calmness and composure of figures like King Arthur and Oda Nobunaga influence him in reverse, so that he could think clearly, ignore all casualties, and keep moving forward. Let's cause a ruckus. On this day, people across Neon looked up. The sky split open. Roar. A two-legged dragon covered in green scales roared, its numerous forms nearly occupying the entire sky. Incredible. How could such an unreasonable creature be born? Logically, the flesh wings behind them shouldn't be able to support their weight at all. Someone shouted in disbelief, their worldview shattered. However, the two-legged dragons paid no mind to the astonishment of the ants below. With their beastly ginger-yellow vertical pupils coldly observing the tiny ant populace below, they viewed these two-legged creatures lacking sharp teeth and claws yet numerous as the perfect food. Ah! Help, help! Momwu. The sounds of crying, screaming, and wailing turned this area into a hell on earth, given the overwhelmingly high population density in Tokyo. Nobu. The mini Nobus dispatched by Oda Nobunaga opened fire in succession, but to the vast numbers of two-legged dragons, it was merely a drop in the bucket, barely protecting some people from retreating. Fortunately, Oda Nobunaga had already given orders. Despite the ineptitude of the Neon government, they still had some execution capability. At least in the disaster-prone Neon evacuation techniques were well practiced, so despite the horrific scene, the actual casualties were not too high. Open fire. Soon the Special Assault Team SAT arrived. This was undoubtedly a response against Oda Nobunaga and the blind faith in modern technology. However, they quickly despaired upon realizing that firearms had almost no effect on the two-legged dragons, unable to penetrate their scales. Even armor-piercing rounds merely knocked the two-legged dragons back due to kinetic energy without causing any harm. Relying on training and coordination, the SAT barely repelled but did not eliminate some two-legged dragons, but everyone knew this situation couldn't last long. Behind the massive tear in the sky, there were also two enormous and cold eyes. The dragon extended its head, its fierce form, crimson exterior, and colossal size, causing many people to collapse to the ground upon seeing it, unable to summon the courage to resist. At this moment, humanity finally recalled the fear once dominated by countless beasts in ancient times, a fear rooted in their very genes. The dragon opened its jaw, releasing a foul breath, but even more terrifying was the scorching flame erupting from the depths of its throat. Dragon flame. The extreme heat even melted steel and concrete, obliterating the SAT forces in an instant. At this moment, the Neon fighter jets didn't even dare to sortie. The two-legged dragons were not sea monsters, they were the true rulers of the skies. At this moment, humanity finally abandoned all hopes of luck, realizing that modern technology could do nothing to these monsters. Lord Nobunaga. Everywhere the highest alert was raised. In the cabinet office, everyone was close to madness, unable to fathom why the situation had taken such a sharp turn. What do we do, Lord Nobunaga? The Arakawa district has already fallen significantly, and monsters have appeared in Shinjuku and Shibuya districts. It's not just Tokyo, cities like Kyoto and Osaka have also seen monsters. Is this the end of the world? Abe Nissen felt darkness before his eyes. Why panic? Oda Nobunaga's face was calm as he stood up from the highest position, his blood-red cloak trailing behind him like a path of crimson. A general should not recklessly stand at the forefront of the army. Being too prominent in achieving feats could overshadow the contributions of subordinates. Being too easygoing could also lead to a loss of trust from them. Therefore, a general should not carelessly stand at the front lines. But now the time for necessity has come. Miku. Yes. Even though she trembled with fear, Nakano Miku, who understood her mission, spoke with remarkable determination. Follow me into battle. Off the coast of Yokohama, the sea breeze carried a foul scent as countless sea monsters crowded near the shore, their vibrant colors writhing and appearing even more nauseating. Ugh, a certain blonde girl had already thrown up. Yet even with her face turning pale, she still patted her chest, urging herself to hold on. Hold on. Ing Lili, you promised to stand by Arthur's side. Ing Lili constantly encouraged herself. It must be said that the presence of Arthur beside her gave her immense reassurance, granting her the courage to stand here without collapsing immediately. You've done very well, Ing Lili. Arthur patted Ing Lili's back, making her feel a bit better. In truth, neither Arthur nor Aoki Seiji expected Ing Lili to fight like the masters of Type Moon, to assist, or even possess both wisdom and courage. Their expectations for these everyday characters were very simple: just don't panic to the point of collapse, as long as they could face the situation. As long as they could calmly escape and steadily provide mana. In terms of servant strength, Aoki Seiji's side definitely held the advantage. With sharp eyes, the golden-haired king of knights held his sword downwards. With sufficient magic power, he wouldn't waste time on interruptions. Let's resolve this quickly. After all, there were other places that needed rescue. Excalibur. The Oath of Victory's sword. At the same time, a pitch-black crack appeared in the Shoji Academy. Click, click. Hollow eye sockets stared menacingly at the living beings before them as the jaw of the moving skeleton emitted an unintelligible sound. Clad in tattered fabric exuding a deep earthy smell, the skeleton, now reduced to mere bones, gripped a large sword, its every movement filled with malice and aggression towards the living. The scattered students on the playground of Shoji Academy were dumbfounded. Run away. Seikong Hui, being the closest to the skeleton soldier, was the quickest to react. She assessed that her only option was to protect herself, so she initially kept silent and cautiously moved away without attracting the skeleton's attention. It was only when the skeleton soldier came running towards her that she shouted loudly. A monster, how could it appear here? It's a skeleton. Whoa, why is the skeleton moving? Panic ensued among the crowd, and even though they were still far from the skeleton, they became flustered and utterly useless. Fools. Seekong Hui cursed inwardly a group of useless beings who could do nothing but hold her back. Damn it, damn it, damn it. However, at this moment, if she could do something without jeopardizing herself, it would undoubtedly be a valuable political resource, as nearly all students of Shoji Academy hailed from wealthy backgrounds. Seekong Hui believed she should take action. Everyone run to the teaching building quickly. With everyone in a daze, her commanding tone was enough to lead a few to blindly obey, and others would follow. Everyone hurriedly ran towards the teaching building, with many falling to the ground, nearly getting trampled. Fortunately, they were all future elites, and with a sense of leadership, they helped each other up and fled together. Looking around, it was surprisingly Seekong Hui who was in the most danger. The 3 skeleton soldiers in the front row were rapidly closing and appearing clumsy and sluggish, yet their speed in pursuit was astonishing, and Seekong Hui found herself in grave peril. A strong smell of earth and decay filled her nostrils, and the scent of death seemed to close in on her. At this moment, even Seekong Hui couldn't help but feel anxious. Seekong Hui gasped for breath, her crimson eyes devoid of focus, watching helplessly as the blade approached. Despite having the initial stage of Aikido and a second-degree black belt in Judo, fear made it difficult to respond. So terrifying, so terrifying, so terrifying. Shivering uncontrollably. Though she thought this way to others, Seekong Hui appeared calm and unflinching in the face of danger, leading everyone to believe she must be composed. Thus no one came to her aid. Stay calm, Hui, stay calm. But it was impossible to remain calm. Oh, what should she do now? Seekong Hui reached out, gently stroking her left cheek with her right hand, a gesture her mother used to perform when she was a child to help her fall asleep. At this moment, it proved to be remarkably effective. As long as she calmed down, the skeleton soldiers' attacks were not without flaws. Seekong Hui fixed her gaze on the trajectory of the decaying blade. I can dodge. Seekong Hui shouted inwardly, then controlled her body to evade to the right, managing to navigate the attacks of the 3 skeleton soldiers effortlessly. Wow, amazing classmate Seekong. You actually dodged it, that's incredible. The students watching this scene exclaimed. Even Aoki Makoto's rescue effort paused for a moment. Quite impressive, classmate Seekong. Aoki Makoto's eyes lit up. It was only natural. Seekong Hui analyzed the situation. After all, skeleton soldiers were mindless monsters, so their movements were exceptionally rigid. As long as she kept calm and analyzed their movement trajectories, she could handle them easily, given their limited numbers. But this place is very dangerous. Seekong Hui ran towards the teaching building without looking back, her thoughts clear. In an open area, she would have to face multiple skeleton soldiers at once, but in the narrow confines of the teaching building, the complex terrain would ensure that the skeletons could not catch up to her. Moreover, with many students inside the teaching building, the skeleton soldiers' attack targets would be dispersed. As for what would happen to others, Seekong Hui gave it no thought at all. Did she really think that if she didn't run into the teaching building, the skeleton soldiers wouldn't follow? In this situation, ensuring her own survival was paramount. A sound of slicing through the air came from behind her. As someone skilled in archery, Seekong Hui immediately recognized it as the sound of an arrow. She did not recklessly look back, but instead used all her strength to dash to the side. The piercing arrow instantly impaled her arm, pinning her directly to the wall. A dull pain radiated throughout her body, but it did not hinder Seekong Hui's actions. She did not waste her energy on cries of pain, but gritted her teeth and took the opportunity to fiercely pull away, tearing off the small portion of flesh and fabric that had been pierced. Blood gushed from her arm, but it didn't matter. As long as her legs were uninjured, she could still run. It must be said that Seekong Hui had achieved excellence. It would be hard for anyone else to perform better than she did. However, a dense barrage of arrows was knocked on the bowstring, and in the next second, regardless of how hard Seekong Hui and the fleeing students tried, they would be shot to pieces. Is this the end? Compared to those who were paralyzed with fear, Seekong Hui remained unusually calm, for she had given her all, and if she still failed, there was nothing more to be done. It can't be. How could she die at the hands of these obvious fodder skeletons? It's absurd. At that moment, Seekong Hui's extraordinary pride could not bear this slightest indignity, and tears of humiliation welled up in the corners of her eyes. Then golden lightning fell from the sky, scattering the arrows in midair. The powerful destructive force of the lightning instantly shattered the front row of skeleton soldiers, reducing them to a pile of shattered bones. This is so golden. This noble lady, standing before Seekong Hui, was an imposing figure, tall and robust, wearing a black-green scarf and shoulder armor, revealing a muscular upper body with a handsome face that exuded a cheerful smile. He bore a fierce giant axe, his towering stature instilling more awe than fear, likely due to his upright demeanor, with golden hair and blue eyes radiating vitality. However, his gaze towards the skeleton soldiers was icy cold. Making a girl cry is definitely not golden. Hearing this, Seekong Hui quickly wiped away the tears that had escaped from her eyes, feigning nonchalance. She lowered her head, feeling embarrassed about the weakness she had just displayed. From the perspective of Seekong Hui, who had been raised with the education of the survival of the fittest, showing weakness would lead to failure. You should go rest and bandage your wounds. The golden-haired youth smiled brightly at her. Leave this to me. He referred to the many skeleton soldiers that had surrounded them. Thank you. Without lingering behind to hold him back, Seekong Hui slowly retreated, clutching her injured shoulder and remaining vigilant. Blood seeped through her fingers, and the pain brought forth cold sweat, yet her face retained its usual coolness, or perhaps stubbornness, that masked her anxiety. In any case, regardless of her inner turmoil, on the surface Seikong Hui was a formidable young woman. Oh, at least on the surface. You seem to be in considerable pain. Let us tend to it first. A soft green rune shimmered as Taigong Wang, clad in flowing robes, guided his mythical steed, a creature with the head of a horse, antlers of a deer, hooves of an ox, and tail of a donkey, gazing down with gently curved brows and eyes alight with quiet amusement. Shigemi Kagaya instantly felt a cool, soothing sensation course through her arm. The wound vanished as if erased by gentle hands. Thank you. Though she deemed it unnecessary, Kagaya was not so tactless as to voice such indifference outright. To clarify, her assessment of unnecessary stemmed purely from rational judgment, that such a minor injury could easily be treated at a hospital, rendering it unworthy of incurring a personal debt. I appear to have done something rather unpleasant. A minor miscalculation, it seems. Taigong Wang's perception was unervingly acute. In truth, no repayment is required. Truly. That is not the case at all. A hopelessly tone-deaf individual. He must have known precisely how deeply this would trouble her, and yet he acted anyway. Kagaya ignored his strikingly handsome face and raged inwardly. Very well. Taigong Wang's eyes crinkled with delight, his entire bearing radiating effortless joy. Lord Kintoki. Just call me Kintoki. Kintoki scratched his head, flustered. Lord is far too formal. I am but a humble warrior. Then Kintoki's, and I entrust this place to you. I shall hasten to aid others elsewhere. Taigong Wang sighed lightly. Alas, what can one do? After all, I possess the means for swift traversal. Riders are renowned for their exceptional mobility, yet Taigong Wang, mounted upon a near-divine beast, surpassed even that standard. Then we entrust the suffering people elsewhere to your care, Lord Taigong. No need for such formality. Simply call me Taigong, he said, affable and unpretentious. I shall take my leave now. Sibujiang, let us go. The mythical beast named Sibujiang let forth a clear, resonant cry, then stepped upon drifting clouds and vanished into the misty heavens. By then Shigemi Kagaya had already withdrawn in silence, retreating swiftly into the school building, yet deliberately avoiding the upper floors. To ascend would be like sealing oneself inside a jar. Should skeletal soldiers breach the entrance, escape would become impossible. Shigemi-san, over here. Some students had remained downstairs, not having fled upward, most of them those who had earlier obeyed Kagaya's calm commands and gathered here. Kagaya hesitated, but then approached. You were incredible, Shigemi-san. She sidestepped a classmate's overeager embrace, yet the girl paid no mind, her gaze sparkling with unreserved admiration, absolutely breathtaking. Whether issuing cool-headed orders or evading danger with flawless precision, you were truly extraordinary, Shigemi-san. No wonder you hail from the Shigemi family, truly peerless. We owe you our lives. Henceforth, whatever you command we shall obey, without hesitation. Kagaya pressed her lips together faintly. Though praise had never been scarce in her life, such fervent, genuine adulation was entirely new. Even if they were merely a group of inept liabilities. Well, perhaps not entirely useless. At the very least, they possessed utilitarian value. Unbeknownst to her, the usually taut line of her lips had lifted, ever so slightly, by perhaps a degree or two. Just a fraction. No, it was not my doing. She countered the final remark firmly. Had Lord Kintoki not intervened, I would surely have perished there. After all, Taigong Wang's arrival had been slightly delayed. Though it was equally plausible, he had simply observed from afar. How utterly detestable. From Taigong Wang emanated an aura of profound inscrutability. Yet the most immediate impression was that of an irreverent jester saturated with unrelenting glee. Kintoki, by contrast, though somewhat unrefined, carried himself with unwavering integrity and quiet reliability, a judgment wholly Kagaya's own. Kintoki. Is he Kintaro? The legendary Kintoki of the 4 heavenly kings who served Reiko. No wonder his hair gleams gold. Rumor has it he is the son of the thunder god, the Crimson Dragon. How incredibly cool. He exudes an overwhelming sense of safety. Classmates buzzed with exhilarated chatter. Indeed, after fleeing for their lives, the surge of adrenaline left them unusually buoyant. Kagaya's eyelids suddenly grew leaden. The preceding cascade of extreme exertion had nearly drained her completely. A heroic spirit. Leaning back against the wall with exhausted grace, her voice barely a whisper, she nevertheless held her spine perfectly erect. I have incurred a debt of immense magnitude. Yet Kagaya loathed indebtedness. To owe another, even a single favor, was to incur an absolute obligation. Repayment was non-negotiable, a principle etched deep into her character. But how does one repay a heroic spirit? Lady Kagaya, Hayasaka AI, long concealed as a Shigemi family maid, could contain herself no longer. Bursting from her classroom, she sprinted across the corridor and threw her arms around Kagaya. Thank heavens, you're safe. Kagaya blinked, warmth blooming quietly within her chest. Yes, Kagaya. At the voice she turned, only to see Fujimura Chika, her pink hair tousled, squeezing through the crowd. Tears still glistened in her eyes, until she spotted Hayasaka AI and gasped, she beat me to it. Kagaya and Hayasaka AI exchanged identical baffled glances. Hachiman Hikagaya is a high schooler with dead fish eyes, dispirited, solitary, silent, friendless, perpetually alone in class. He had hoped for a fresh start. Yet on opening day he was struck by a car and hospitalized, missing the chance to meet his new classmates and slipping back into isolation. No matter. A wandering, aloof soul requires no bonds. The young man with lifeless eyes lifted his chin with quiet pride. He adamantly refused to admit he could no longer engage with their conversations. After all, during his hospitalization, reality itself had fractured. Monstrous invasions, the appearance of King Arthur, Oda Nobunaga, and Taigong Wang, all heroic spirits, had unfolded outside his window. With limited access to information, Hachiman remained bewildered, far behind his peers who had already accepted the new world. Could such fantastical events truly unfold amid ordinary daily life? Had the magic he'd obsessed over as a child actually existed all along? Hachiman doubted it, alone in silence. Then he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Even if the supernatural were real, such extraordinary encounters belonged only to paragons like Hayato Yamauka, or to beauties like Nino Nakano seen on television. Someone like him. His sole confidence lay in provoking Nobunaga with 3 ill-considered words. Hachiman slumped over his desk, isolated from everyone else, while classmates entrenched in social circles animatedly debated the world's newest, most astonishing developments. My cousin actually saw a heroic spirit, in person, during that concert rescued by Taigong Wang's esoteric arts. Really? How amazing. I'd give anything for a close encounter. Nobunaga is absolutely magnificent. And Taigong isn't some old man. He's brilliant. Me too. I'd love to see one. If I could just shake hands with King Arthur, I swear I wouldn't wash mine for 3 days. Well, maybe just one. Haha, you wish. Oh, come on. Can't I even dream about it? But to meet a heroic spirit, you'd have to face monsters first, and no way. I'm terrified of ghosts. What if one appears right here, at our school? It's not impossible. No way. Hey, don't scare me. Haha, just joking. Surely it couldn't happen here. What are the odds? A cluster of girls dissolved into shared laughter. According to Murphy's law, the very thing one wishes to avoid is precisely what will occur, Hachiman murmured almost inaudibly. Even so, monsters would hardly notice someone like me. His utter lack of presence was in fact a source of quiet pride. Hachiman, who did not dislike himself, who wholeheartedly endorsed his own worldview, had never regretted anything more profoundly. The moment a jagged ink-black rift tore open across the courtyard, and a pallid ash-skinned zombie, eyes hollow and vacant, emerged from its depths, Hachiman's gut twisted with pure, unadulterated remorse. He knew rationally that fate bore no grudge against his words. Yet in that instant, the ever-rational Hachiman could only think, I should never have uttered that damn flag. The attackers of Subu High School were old friends that everyone had seen on television, ghosts. They initially appeared on the playground below, so almost the entire school witnessed the horrific scene as they entered the teaching building. In Hachiman Hikagaya's view, this was undoubtedly the worst option. Unlike the skeletal soldiers and wyverns that had physical forms, ghosts could pass through walls, which meant that while everyone could hide in the teaching building from the former, the latter left no room for hiding. Even though the ghosts did not move very quickly, Subu High School was still left in ruins. Oh, the screams echoed. No, please don't kill me, I beg you. A helpless plea. I don't want to die. Why did we have to encounter this? A breakdown of curses, countless human screams, and the sound of explosions from who knows where turned the entire Subu High School into a hell on earth. But what was even more terrifying was that Hachiman Hikagaya and the surrounding classmates had no idea where the ghosts had progressed to, which only heightened their anxiety. Everyone stay calm. Upon first spotting the ghost, Shizune Hiratsuka gritted her teeth and stood her ground. As a teacher, she held a certain authority which prevented the second-year F class from collapsing immediately and fleeing in panic. Do not run around randomly. Listen to me. Shizune Hiratsuka herself was trembling as the chaos outside was overwhelming. The number of people killed by the ghosts may not have been high yet, but all the students in the teaching building were in a state of panic. They fled wildly. Individuals were exceedingly fragile. Many perished in the stampede, and some even jumped from the upper floors where falls from the 3rd floor and above guaranteed a death sentence. As a teacher, Shizune Hiratsuka understood that it was nearly impossible to keep the students from running away in the current situation. Besides, a class of students was a large target, and they might attract the ghosts, potentially cornering them and leaving no chance to escape. But she had to ensure everyone's safety to the greatest extent possible. Everyone form groups of 3 or 4, watch out for each other, find places to hide, preferably in more secluded areas, and do not cluster together. Shizune Hiratsuka shouted hoarsely. Her sense of responsibility for the students overcame her fear, and finally, she blessed them, saying, in the end, you must survive, everyone. Those around her had already grouped together to leave the classroom, but Hachiman Hikagaya remained alone. He had only recently joined this class due to an accident and had no acquaintances. To put it bluntly, Hachiman Hikagaya had no friends. He was a proud loner. Just come with me for now. Seeing Hachiman Hikagaya alone, Shizune Hiratsuka took him under her wing, saying, after all, no one else will be with you, right? Hachiman Hikagaya coughed up a mouthful of blood, but he could feel Shizune Hiratsuka's concern for him, and even the most awkward of individuals could not shy away in such circumstances. Thank you. Hachiman Hikagaya uttered this word that he hadn't said in a long time. Unfortunately, the unexpected happened in an instant. When the first group of students eagerly pulled open the door preparing to rush out of the classroom, the next moment, they were back screaming in terror. Before everyone's eyes, 2 or 3 ghosts easily passed through the wall and entered the second-year F class, with Hachiman Hikagaya sitting by the wall as their prime target. Get out of the way. Before Hachiman Hikagaya could react, Shizune Hiratsuka grabbed his collar and yanked him back, just in time to avoid the ghost's claw. Feeling the icy ghostly hand brush against his face, Hachiman Hikigaya was drenched in cold sweat. "You bastard. Don't you dare harm my students." In her fury, Shizune Hiratsuka raised a desk and hurled it at the ghost, but unfortunately, while it might have stunned a skeletal soldier, all physical damage was ineffective against ghosts. The ghost seemed to be enraged as it emitted an invisible shriek, causing those who heard it to feel momentarily disoriented, and then its chilling claws reached for Shizune Hiratsuka, while the other two ghosts targeted other students. "Teacher." Hachiman Hikigaya bit his tongue, tasting the metallic tang of blood. In intense pain, he snapped out of his daze and saw this scene. He rushed over to block the ghost's claw, willing to use his body as a shield. At the critical moment, an invisible red light suddenly burst from the ground, forming dazzling shadows enveloping the entire teaching building, and a faint red hue filled everyone's eyes. Mind key pattern activate. Outside the teaching building, a black-haired Taoist formed a seal. Sweat beaded on his forehead, clearly under considerable strain, but it had to be said that this was already the best solution. The walls of the teaching building were no longer a barrier for the students. Instead, they obstructed the rescuers. Even with spiritual embodiment, saving others was far more difficult than killing. Thus, there was already one rescuer fighting, but in the absence of communication, the other students at Subo High School had no idea. To this end, Aoki Makoto, disguised as Taigong Wang, activated the magic array, temporarily binding the ghosts in the entire teaching building. As a ghost specialist, this was not very difficult, and he could even adjust the effects of the array at any time. Having completed this, he quickly entered the teaching building, killing the ghosts one by one as sensed within the array. His speed was incredibly fast thanks to spiritual embodiment. As for the ghosts upstairs, they were left to another individual. The ghost's claw paused just above Hachiman Hikigaya's body, and he even felt a sharp, piercing pain. "Idiot. Who told you to be brave?" Shizune Hiratsuka was greatly frightened, quickly pulling Hachiman Hikigaya away. The two quickly distanced themselves from the ghost, as no one knew how long the ghost's pause would last. Hachiman Hikigaya flopped down on the ground, not even knowing how to dodge Shizune Hiratsuka's punch. He wiped the sweat from his brow, finally regaining some sense, and wondered, why had the explosions become quieter? By the way, do ghosts' attacks produce explosions? Everyone was terrified by this life-and-death fear. Most were completely paralyzed, lacking any strength to even speak. Some students had long lost their composure, fleeing haphazardly, but as they screamed incessantly, accompanied by the continuous sounds of explosions from all around, no one knew what was happening outside. All the students looked at each other, still shaken. The remaining students dared not rush out for the time being. It must be the heroic spirits making their move. Yamashita Hayato's deduction rekindled hope among everyone. Many girls had already collapsed to the ground, crying as if it were raining. "So we don't have to run anymore. The heroic spirits are here to save us." "Whoa, I was so scared, I really thought I was going to die." There was even a foul odor in the air, and some students awkwardly tugged at their pants and skirts, wishing for a crack in the ground to hide in. "We cannot stay here." Yamashita Hayato, as always, was the man who responded to everyone's expectations. His thinking was clear, and no one knew how long this confinement would last, and staying in a classroom with ghosts was far too dangerous. Moreover, with so many of them, it was easy to be wiped out. While the ghosts are unable to move, let's find a place to hide, as we discussed before. After saying this, Yamashita Hayato grabbed the trembling Miura Yumiko, who had been clinging to his arm, preparing to leave the classroom. But before they could step out of the classroom, the protective red light that had shielded them vanished. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and the bound ghosts began to move. "Get out of the way, you lowly cultivator." A haughty and beautiful voice rang out from behind. Before Hachiman Hikigaya could react, he had already lunged towards Shizune Hiratsuka, and the two collapsed to the ground in a tangle. Hachiman Hikigaya's instincts were right. The previously continuous explosions echoed in his ears, causing a dull pain. The swirling dust obscured everyone's vision, and when the dust settled, they could only cough as they raised their heads. A golden heroic spirit appeared by the window. When Hikigaya Hachiman looked at the heroic spirit, he was instinctively dazzled by the radiance of an extraordinary socialite. As someone who considers himself a naturally bright and disillusioned person, Hikigaya Hachiman could firmly conclude that this heroic spirit and he were from completely different worlds. If Hikigaya was someone who simply resigned to reality without any hope of change, this heroic spirit was a powerful figure around whom the world revolved. Just like Oda Nobunaga, King Arthur, and even Taigong Wang. Indeed, they were from entirely different worlds. Hikigaya Hachiman sighed inwardly. The intense pride radiating from the heroic spirit made it hard for him to breathe just by looking. Look at those girls. Even after experiencing life and death, some were already gasping in awe, their faces flushed and their eyes filled with infatuation. The most notable among them was Hachiman's classmate Inohime Hina, who like Hikigaya was aware of the reality around her. Her mind was clear, so despite her infatuation, she did not dare to entertain any bold fantasies. There was nothing to be done. This heroic spirit was simply too stunningly handsome. Though the heroic spirits present were all handsome men. King Arthur was graceful, Oda Nobunaga was vibrant, and Taigong Wang was elegant. This heroic spirit was of an entirely different kind of brilliance, standing there and eclipsing the sun itself. With short golden hair, crimson serpent-like eyes, and features so handsome, they could make even the gods jealous, along with an audacious outfit that perfectly showcased his lean and muscular physique. Sizzle! It seemed a suspicious sound had emerged. However, aside from his extraordinary beauty, the pressure he exuded was immense, surpassing even that of the manic Nobunaga. With a mere glance, everyone lowered their heads in respectful submission. Of course, Hikigaya Hachiman would not draw attention to himself at that moment. He lowered his head as well, but he could not help but reminisce about the scene he had just witnessed, speculating about the heroic spirit's identity. He did not seem like a heroic spirit from the east nor from the west. His attire appeared to be closer to that from the Middle East or Egypt. However, the Golden King had no interest in these people. He glanced over them with boredom and prepared to leave. They were all dull individuals, unworthy even to be mere attendants. Wait. Sakamo Minami subconsciously spoke up to retain him, perhaps not wanting the heroic spirit to leave, but when all eyes turned towards her, she lowered her head as if fleeing. To mean, what if more monsters appear? Sakamo Minami stuttered, not even aware of what she was saying. Don't go. What was she even saying? The atmosphere froze instantly. Yahayama Hayato sensed something was off. The usually amiable popular guy showed a serious expression. Stop talking, Sakamo quickly apologized. However, Gilgamesh did not heed the voice of the ants. He did not even pause his steps while the golden Vimana remained outside the window waiting for the king to ascend to his throne. On the other hand, after being scolded by her admired idol, Sakamo Minami immediately felt embarrassed. She wore an uncomfortable expression and reflexively retorted, I wasn't wrong. Isn't he here to protect us? The golden king halted his steps. When Gilgamesh looked down coldly at everyone with his crimson serpent eyes, each person felt an ice-cold dread from deep within. Annoying. The golden ripples reappeared in the air as magical tools emerged from the treasury, preparing to fire a fatal beam. The magical cannon struck a few strands of Sakamo Minami's hair. It was not out of mercy from the king, but because Hikigaya realized something was wrong the moment Sakamo spoke and rushed over to tackle her, otherwise she would have been killed. Oh. The students in the class began to scream, belatedly bewildered by the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend what was happening. Wasn't the heroic spirit supposed to protect them? Why would he attack them? How naive. Had it not been for Nakano Nino being attacked earlier, had everyone present been more aware of the situation, along with Taigong Wang's support, Oda Nobunaga would have long since gone on a killing spree, blood staining the gymnasium plaza. Gilgamesh was indeed the king of a slave society. Even if Crank Flash was considered mild compared to a rank Flash inside, he would not tolerate anyone's offense. Sakamo Minami initially intended to act tough, but this sheltered flower had no idea who she was speaking to. He was a king who could decide the fates of countless lives with a single thought. Moreover, in the original work, a rank Flash believed that modern people were too numerous and worthless, thinking that the black mud of the Holy Grail could sift out more valuable humans. And the essence of Crank Flash was the same as a rank Flash. Even Yayama Hayato only sensed something was off without realizing the severity of the situation. After all, he was a person of modern society. Only one person realized the situation, Hikigaya Hachiman, who had remained silent and was instinctively sounding the alarm. Gilgamesh, expressionless, coldly gazed at the two. Who allowed you to look directly at this king? Mere cultivators. The golden ripples appeared again, but this time there were two. Hikigaya Hachiman's back was already drenched in cold sweat. He knew that if he didn't act, both he and Sakamo Minami know everyone would die. He suddenly grabbed Sakamo Minami, pressing her head down to crash heavily against the ground as she cried out in pain. But Hikigaya Hachiman completely ignored her, kneeling down himself and banging his head against the floor, performing a traditional apology. Please forgive our transgressions, my king. Hikigaya Hachiman already knew from the words of the heroic spirit that this was a king, though he did not know which king it was, so he could only try to lower his posture and show humility. Yahayama Hayato also realized what was happening. He shouted to everyone, bow your heads, kneel. Saying this, he was the first to kneel down and lower his head. Yahayama Hayato had high prestige in the class. When he spoke, even such a demand made everyone unconsciously comply, and all hurriedly knelt down, some collapsing weakly, but the fear of death forced them to lower their heads, showing their submissive state. At this moment, aside from the standing Gilgamesh, there was not a single person left standing in the classroom. Yet the heavy pressure did not lessen in the slightest. Hikigaya Hachiman steeled his heart. Hikigaya Hachiman began to explode with desperation. That's right, humans are like this, weak, incompetent, and foolish, always looking down from their so-called morals to restrain others, preaching about mutual assistance. Yet from the word human, it's clear that one person relies on another. Thus people naturally believe that all dangers should be borne by the strong, because you are so strong and they are so weak. Including Sakamo Minami, she is just fearful and does not dare to face the truth. She wants to show off, but does not dare to take responsibility, only able to push it onto others. At this moment, Sakamo Minami was already terrified to the core, her gaze vacant, completely unaware of everything happening outside. Ultimately, it's just selfishness and incompetence, yet they don't realize why the weak can bind the strong. Playing with words is merely self-indulgence. Hikigaya Hachiman continued to speak. In reality, his mind was also blank, making it hard to think seriously about what he was saying. He was just instinctively trying to fight for a glimmer of hope. A strong person like you, a king like you, decides the rules of the world. Whether to save or to kill, it is up to you to judge. We the humble ants plead for your mercy, but this will not change your decision. Hikigaya Hachiman did not know whether his words would have an effect, as it was clear that this golden heroic spirit was unlike anyone he had encountered before, someone who could not be swayed by mere words. But this incompetent high school student Hikigaya Hachiman could only do this. He did not know if it would work. He could only entrust his life and death to fate. Please bestow your will upon us, my king. Hikigaya Hachiman once more pressed his head to the ground, blood flowing profusely. In this world, it is ultimately power that determines the future. Hachiman Hikigaya for the first time truly realized how painful it is to have one's life and death in the hands of others. Compared to this, his previous life, despite its many misfortunes at least, didn't threaten his life amidst the infighting of the highborn or the oppression from the privileged. However, the world has changed now. A sense of unwillingness surged within Hachiman Hikigaya. If he were to die here, Kamachi would be saddened. Although he is a flawed person, he is still a brother who loves his sister dearly. Those who offend the king must pay with their lives. The arrogant king declared, golden ripples appearing behind him as an astonishingly magical staff emerged. Hachiman Hikigaya's heart sank to the depths. Shizune Hiratsuka's expression changed as she propped herself up, wanting to shield him just like Hachiman had done moments ago. Hachiman Hikigaya stopped Shizune Hiratsuka. He merely raised his head to gaze at the golden heroic spirit. Previously, he thought it was too dazzling and that a creature of darkness like him was unworthy of it. However, having always belittled dignity, at the very least, he must display some respect before death. Hachiman Hikigaya. Two magical bullets shot out, easily piercing through the bodies of Hachiman Hikigaya and Minami Sagami, but they did not hit any vital spots. Blood flowed down as Hachiman Hikigaya covered his wound, yet he felt a sense of relief that he had survived. Meanwhile, Minami Sagami was crying, clearly terrified. If you remain in such a humble state until death, that would be an unforgivable sin. Be grateful for my mercy, allowing you ignorant fools this initial transgression. Gilgamesh despises the offense of others, but loathes incompetent humans even more. If Hachiman Hikigaya fails to awaken by the end, still bearing the attitude of belittling himself and his dignity, he will truly die. As the wise king, he is indeed a king of men. Caster's temperament is far better than Berserker's. While Berserker is an unquestionable tyrant who disregards modern rules, Caster at least shows some tolerance, though the inherent arrogance remains identical. This place is filled with incompetence unworthy even to serve as my attendants, yet they dare to suggest that I choose. Gilgamesh snorted coldly, his scarlet serpent eyes fixed on a foot. How shall I punish your treason, Taoist? Please forgive me, King Gilgamesh. The black-haired Taoist stepped forward, slightly bowing. I did not consider thoroughly. Boring. Gilgamesh lost interest, hinting, do not let me be bored, servant. Of course it should be an interesting affair. Taikabu declared confidently, after their involvement, any Holy Grail war would certainly be chaotic. Oh, then this king will await with anticipation. After saying this, Gilgamesh flew away on his Vimana. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense among the students, while Hachiman Hikigaya and Minami Sagami, who had narrowly escaped death along with a worried Shizune Hiratsuka, and Hayama Hayato, all exhaled deeply, their bodies going limp. Woo! Minami Sagami sniffled, genuinely scared. This was the first time she truly observed Hachiman Hikigaya, the strange person in their class. Thank you, I'm sorry. Hachiman Hikigaya scratched his head, his gaze drifting, sighing, be more careful next time. Having narrowly escaped, even the teacher could not utter any words of reproach. Minami Sagami, though having some quirks, is not fundamentally bad. This incident was purely accidental. They were all sheltered flowers, unaware of the world's dangers. If it weren't Minami, it would have been someone else provoking Gilgamesh, and she just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Hachiman Hikigaya saw through this, yet the terrifying reality of life and death made it difficult for him to casually offer forgiveness. Looking at the relief of those who had narrowly escaped death, Aoki Makoto, disguised as Taikabu, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. After all, even knowing the discrepancies among humans, he had to respect them, offending Gilgamesh. Even Aoki Makoto himself would not dare, even in disguise. For Gilgamesh's character is too overwhelming. Even in disguise, one can only guide, not control. Similar scenarios occur in Fate Collade Liner Prisma Ilia, where using Gilgamesh's card leads to the user's personality being nearly consumed by Gilgamesh. Let me heal you. The black-haired Taoist slightly raised his whip, and a green light flashed, stopping the bleeding of Hachiman Hikigaya and Minami Sagami's wounds, though some pain still lingered. Taikabu smiled and said, "Oh my, you are truly brave. I am beginning to admire you." Hachiman Hikigaya, with an unpleasant expression, covered his face and replied, "No, I'm sorry, it was our fault. How can such top-tier individuals mock us mere small fries? I was just watching earlier." Taikabu twirled the whip in his hand. "Will you be angry? I did not intervene, you know. No, I am still very grateful to you." Hachiman Hikigaya shook his head. "If you had spoken up, then we would have been doomed." That golden heroic spirit clearly would not heed anyone's advice and despises others' interference. Had Taikabu appeared, the situation would have truly spiraled out of control. Moreover, you did imprison and kill those spirits, right? Hachiman Hikigaya forced a smile. "I am not so foolish as to forget that you saved us." "Very clear-minded." Taikabu raised an eyebrow, smiling. "You have great potential." Off. Hachiman Hikigaya widened his dead fish eyes. "You are perceptive, make accurate judgments, act decisively, and are willing to set aside your pride." Taikabu sighed slightly. "If not for you, would be the best candidate." Even Gilgamesh might disdain Hachiman for lacking ambition, but as long as he corrects some of his flaws, he would at least be accepted as a subject. Yukino Shida would fall slightly short in comparison. After all, Yukino Shida is far less perceptive than Kagaya Shinomiya. However, the issue lies not in Hachiman Hikigaya being male, but but rather that his character flaws are quite fatal. It must be said without mentioning his uniqueness, Aoki Makoto's qualities do not compare to Hachiman Hikagaya's. Yet Hachiman Hikagaya also has his fatal flaws. He is too indifferent to himself. In everyday life, he might only suffer psychologically or face social death, but in a surreal situation, he is likely to lose his life. Forget it. Aoki Makoto thought probably no one would meet Gilgamesh's standards. The only master who could earn Gilgamesh's acceptance would at least be someone like Siduri, a reliable subordinate. By the way, are there any characters like this in slice-of-life anime? But this time, Aoki Makoto was not in a hurry. After all, Gilgamesh's treasury holds so many good things. Even without a master, he wouldn't lack magic, so not having a master wouldn't affect him. Facing Taikabu's praise Hachiman. Hachiman Hikagaya felt complicated inside. How to put it? Being praised by a top-tier figure like Taikabu is certainly something to take pride in. Even Hachiman, who has faced many setbacks due to his identity as a squid, felt a bit moved. After all, this is Taikabu. His words hold more weight than those of a prime minister. However, such praise also signifies trouble, leaving Hachiman feeling conflicted. Would you like to try changing? Are you truly satisfied with your current life? It's not liking it, but rather having no choice, right? I can give you a chance, but there's a high probability of death. You can think it over. After all, I'm not a devil. The black-haired Taoist spoke words that sent a shiver down one's spine. However, Hachiman Hikagaya had to admit that he was tempted. In the earlier encounter, he realized that continuing to be complacent was not an option. Who says people don't die in daily life? In the presence of monsters, anyone can die. I think. But decisively making a choice and speaking properly was not Hachiman Hikagaya's style. You can think about it, I will come to ask for your answer in the end. With that, Taikabu left on his four-horned beast. Hachiman Hikagaya was left facing the suddenly intense gazes of his classmates, feeling cold sweat trickling down his back. His peaceful life was gone forever. Golden lightning surged forth, weaving into a golden web under the pull of the giant axe. In the face of such power, the fragile skeleton soldiers were utterly obliterated, scattering into a heap. In such a purely one-sided slaughter, Sakata Kintoki appeared somewhat bored. After all, had it not been for their overwhelming numbers and the fact that using his noble phantasm would be a waste, he would have already eliminated all these skeletons. However, without an excess supply of magical energy, Sakata Kintoki still needed to conserve a bit, as he would need to support another location. The students in the teaching building gasped in amazement. Without any casualties, they treated this as a live Hollywood blockbuster, even having the mood to comment on it. Slurp, look at that perfect physique. Put your pants on, sister. One of the legendary 4 heavenly kings of Reiku, the son of the thunder god of Mount Ashigara, and the main character of the Kintaro legend. I thought he would be a silly brute, but now it seems he is certainly muscular, but also so handsome that my legs feel weak. Such overly enthusiastic remarks needed to be taken away by the police. A bunch of thoughtless weeds. Now is not the time to be careless. Once Sakata Kintoki retreats, they would be as good as meat on the chopping block at the mercy of others. Shikigami Kagaya silently reprimanded herself, exchanging glances with the maid Isaka AI beside her. This maid, who had received elite education, slightly nodded, signaling that she had already found a route and method for retreat. As for why she didn't act earlier, it was simply because she had seen news reports indicating that other areas were also unsafe. At least here there was still a heroic spirit fighting. As for Fujiwara Chika, she had perfectly blended into the crowd, engaged in excited chatter, merely waiting for Kagaya to grab her. However, Shikigami Kagaya's backup plan clearly did not come into play. Skeleton soldiers appeared on the Shuchiin Academy side, and even the subsequent giant skeleton was shattered by Sakata Kintoki's axe, posing no threat whatsoever. At this moment, Shikigami Kagaya received a message. Kagaya, try to sign a contract with Sakata Kintoki. From Shikigami Kanaga. Shikigami Kagaya closed her flip phone. She naturally understood what her third brother meant. The contractor of Oda Nobunaga was no longer a secret, and this would bring both crisis and enormous benefits to the Nakano family and herself. If it were her from the Shikigami family signing a contract with Sakata Kintoki, what she could gain would be pure benefits. At least in such a critical moment, the Shikigami family would not have to worry about their own safety anymore. Otherwise, in front of monsters, even the Shikigami family members would just be ordinary meat. Including herself, she did not want to suffer another life-threatening danger like before. Moreover, with the power of a heroic spirit, even the Shikigami family could no longer restrict her. Clearly knowing this was the most advantageous, yet at that moment, thinking of Sakata Kintoki's clear gaze, Shikigami Kagaya felt a trace of resistance in her heart. Miss Isaka AI also saw the message. If you are unwilling, then Isaka A's presence was akin to that of a shadow dancer from the old era. No need. Shikigami Kagaya closed her eyes, and when she opened them, her bright red eyes were filled with determination. I will do it. Of course, even if it meant deceit, she would later repay this life-saving favor. She forcibly suppressed the trace of resistance in her heart and chose to take the initiative. Shikigami Kagaya's decisiveness was incredibly strong. While others hesitated and observed, she had already disregarded the danger and approached Sakata Kintoki. Kintoki-dono, may I have a word with you? Just call me Kintoki. Feel free to speak your mind. Sakata Kintoki looked as if he had no ulterior motives. Although his face was chiseled and handsomely breathtaking, his demeanor and speech were those of a big boy. So pure-hearted. I sincerely want to repay you for saving me, Kintoki-kun, so may I stay here for a bit? I wish to treat you well. Even though she usually appeared as the icy Kaguya if she wanted to disguise herself, how could Shikigami Kaguya not be able to do so? Shikigami Kaguya employed the unique negotiation technique of the Shikigami family, innocent and pure, acting cute. It's said to be so finely calculated in expression and voice that even gods would be moved, although there is no empirical evidence to support this. However, before her stood Sakata, Kintoki, the son of the thunder god, undoubtedly a demigod. If you don't want to smile, you don't have to do that. Sakata Kintoki appeared somewhat troubled, clearly a big boy, yet his eyes remained as clear as the azure sky. I hope you can genuinely smile. That would be the greatest joy for me in return. Shikigami Kaguya, however, felt as if struck by lightning. The repeatedly effective, innocent, and pure had actually met its Waterloo. Clearly a very simple person, yet he could keenly see through her disguise. Is this what they call intuition? A genuine smile? What kind of return is that? After being seen through, Shikigami Kaguya regained her normal demeanor, even becoming somewhat vigilant. She believed that this return was completely not equivalent to her life, and someone who asked for such a trivial reward undoubtedly sought more. Really, that alone is enough. Sakata Kintoki's smile was always vibrant. I wouldn't lie, that would be too ungolden. Unable to comprehend. Completely unable to understand. Shikigami Kaguya, with her rational mind driven entirely by interests, could not fathom that there existed such a person as Sakata Kintoki. To help and save others without requiring any rewards or benefits. How could such a person possibly exist? Even if history wrote it so, Shikigami Kaguya would scoff at it, believing this was merely a means for history to promote achievements and correctness. According to the worldview she had developed since childhood, no one would help you for no reason. All driving forces were rooted in interests. Yet a man with pure goodwill who asked for nothing in return truly appeared before her. Impossible, right? Shikigami Kaguya continued to turn her mind, analyzing Sakata Kintoki's micro-expressions, actions, and words, ultimately concluding he was not lying. This left her usual scheming and calculations useless, and she could only display an expression of confusion, her bright red eyes wide open. Exceedingly cute. Shikigami Kaguya was perplexed as she could not understand Kintoki's thoughts. But if she were to be swayed by interests, how could she sign a contract with Sakata Kintoki? Sakata Kintoki sensed Shikigami Kaguya's dilemma. He was indeed a simple-minded man, but precisely because of this he possessed a remarkably keen intuition. This so-called innocent nature allowed him to converse with animals, indicating he harbored a pure heart. I say, if you need help, just one word is enough. I will become your companion. Can it really be so? Despite having been skeptical all along, the steadfast and stubborn gaze of the man before her told her he would. No need for any exchange of benefits. As long as she asked for help, he would surely assist her. A strange emotion surged in her chest. Shikigami Kaguya seized this moment of intuition, wanting for the first time to believe in such foolishness without analysis or calculation. Taking a deep breath. Please help me, let's sign a contract. In the past, Fujin Yontai was a great sufferer of Chinibyu, but now, having graduated from middle school, his condition has improved. Dark flame. Shut up. Fujin Yontai quickly covered the mouth of Nyogai Lyohua, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and sighed in relief before lowering his voice in anger. I told you not to call me that name, have you forgotten? Nyogai Lyohua, the Chinibyu he encountered in his new school, seemed to be quite serious about it. Unfortunately, due to his declaration in the gym that he wished to beat his former self to death, Fujin Yontai was mistakenly identified by Nyogai Lyohua as the Dark Flame Demon Lord, and he ended up signing a contract with her evil King True, becoming entangled with this Chinibyu girl. Well, indeed, we can't guarantee there are no spies from the organization lurking here. We must be cautious and not reveal our identities. Nyogai Lyohua tried to lower her voice, but found it unconsciously rising, covering her eyes and appearing in great pain. Oh, my eyes. My eyes. My evil King True, I have seen it. The monsters from another world are about to descend upon our world. We must fight for the world, Yontai. Fujin Yontai replied. Isn't it supposed to be using holy power to control dark power? Why is there suddenly a prophecy element added? Nyogai Lyohua said, cough, that's right, my evil King True, I controls dark power with holy power. Fujin Yontai delivered a flick to Nyogai Lyohua's head. I told you not to say such things in the classroom. Fujin Yontai admonished her with his hands on his hips. It was fine before, but now stop talking about monsters from another world appearing. Haven't you seen the disaster in Kobe? That's no joke. If a monster really descends, it might just swallow you whole. Nyogai Lyohua retorted. It's precisely because the monsters have truly appeared that we must protect the world with my evil King True, I, and your dark. Another flick. Nyogai Lyohua covered her head, tears welling up. Yontai, that's enough, you. Fujin Yontai clapped his hands. Remember, don't say such flag-raising things in the future. I don't want any monsters to truly appear in my peaceful high school life. It turns out one should never raise flags. When a pitch-black rift appeared in the classroom, Fujin Yontai truly believed this. The golden lion head emerged first from the rift, its blood-red beast eyes and menacing fangs glaring across the boundary, its goat and snake heads scanning around, clearly a colossal creature, yet it moved silently like a shadowy assassin. Oh, a monster has appeared here. Where are the heroes? Hurry and save us, ah. So scary, woo woo woo. The students in the classroom finally screamed, while one individual was inexplicably excited. That is a chimera. Nyogai Lyohua's icy blue eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. What are you so excited about? Hurry and run for your life. Fujian Yongtai shouted at Naogai Liuhua. Usually you can't tell the situation. Mistaking a cat for a chimera is one thing, but this time it's a real monster that can kill. Don't be scared. Naogai Liuhua adeptly slipped out from Fujian Yongtai's blockade. Leave it to me, the one who seeks the unseen boundary line, the owner of the evil King True Eye. Come, chimera. Naogai Liuhua appeared confident. Roar. The deep growl showed Chimera's wariness. It lowered its massive body, its golden muscular limbs flexing sharp claws piercing the cement floor, the lion head fierce with the snake and goat heads also showing hunger, its blood-red beast eyes filled with greed and appetite. It clearly had a high level of intelligence, expressing doubt about this fragile girl's confidence. Could it be that she truly hid her power, possessing boundless magical strength despite her small stature? But it felt no magic from her. Cautiously, the chimera did not act rashly. Finally, the monsters from another world have arrived. The chimera. Amidst the fear, Naogai Liuhua strolled over casually, her blue eyes uncovered by her blindfold appearing dim. She stopped 10 meters away from the chimera. This further puzzled the chimera. Although it showed readiness to attack, it still refrained from doing so. This is the end. From here on, this territory is controlled by the evil King True Eye. You've crossed the boundary. Explode reality. Burst forth spirit. Naogai Liuhua abruptly tore off her blindfold, revealing her golden right eye, fingers splayed as she waved at the chimera. My evil King True Eye. Exile this world. The golden evil King True Eye erupted with radiant golden light, then spread out a blood-red magic circle, while layers of blood-red halos expanded from her hands. Black No. 6. Prototype 2 Malawian Quatches, I heed the Blood Covenant summoned forth Dark Knight Queen. A massive black weapon appeared in her hand, and she swung it effortlessly. Come. Dark matter incineration. Bang, a crisp sound rang out. However, the reality was, nothing happened. Chimera hit on the forehead by the broom that Naogai Liuhua had carelessly grabbed. Roared. Roar. Did it really think Chimera wouldn't get angry? I knew it. Even in a life-and-death situation, Fujian Yongtai felt that overwhelming shame surpassed his will to survive, wishing he could flee the planet immediately. That terrifying sense of shame increased his speed by at least 10 times. He dashed over, grabbing Naogai Liuhua and running off, not even letting Chimera's pounce catch up. No, Yongtai. Naogai Liuhua completely did not cooperate, struggling to say, I haven't used Star Flash one-hit kill yet. She posed in a strange manner, pointing the broom like a sword at the chimera. I will concentrate all my power into this final blow. Come, fallen angel destruction. Now is not the time to cause trouble. Stop it already up. Fujian Yongtai felt exhausted. Who could make him forget all those moments of Chinibyo? Even if it meant losing his memory. Roar. The lion head of the chimera opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs and a putrid stench that made everyone realize that a bite would easily crush them. Even their bones would be torn apart. Except for Naogai Liuhua. Oh no. It's chimera's poisonous mist breath. Without the holy water to detoxify, everyone escaped quickly. Naogai Liuhua stood on the table wildly, waving her hands, beginning to direct. Stop it, Naogai classmate. Dingu Tani Mori Natsu, who wanted to join the club for some purpose, but hadn't yet felt a sense of shame looking back at her past self, as she reached out wanting to pull Naogai Liuhua down. However, the chimera genuinely exhaled a purple paralyzing breath, and the bewildered people managed to retreat, just in time to avoid it. Haha, give up, chimera. Naogai Liuhua was extremely proud. My evil King True Eye has seen through everything. What kind of luck is this? Fujian Yongtai covered his face. You have an evil King True Eye, and am still the Dark Flame Demon Lord. Fujian Yongtai never expected that Naogai Liuhua would turn to him and say, Dark Flame Demon Lord. As the contract holder of the evil King True Eye, come fight alongside me. I told you not to call me that. Only 3 exclamation marks could express Fujian Yongtai's feelings of social death. If his classmates found out about his past, woo, he would truly lose his sanity and try to solo the chimera. Better to die in the monster's jaws than suffer social death. Roar. The chimera has realized that this human woman is merely posturing and currently just wants to bite her to death. The snake head coiling around the chimera suddenly twisted around, opening its foul-smelling mouth to strike at Rika Takarada's arm, and no one doubted the venom of those eerie purple fangs. Dark Shield. A deep purple barrier, actually a purple parasol, unfolded before Rika Takarada, instantly colliding with the snake's snout, causing it to instinctively recoil before it tilted its head and lunged. Dansei Valley Maki suddenly crashed in, knocking Rika Takarada to the ground and avoiding the snake's bite. Mfi was already prepared for this move. Rika Takarada was exceptionally pleased, completely disregarding that she was lying on the ground. Dansei Valley Maki couldn't help but deliver a thump, saying, You scared me to death, do you know that? In any case, hurry up and escape. At this moment, the chimera had already closed in, but Dansei Valley Maki was unwilling to give up. She couldn't die before joining the Takarada Society and destroying the Dark Codex Mabinogion. Dying was easy, but if her embarrassing middle school history was exposed, she would truly face social death. With such a resilient will, Dansei Valley Maki actually managed to help Rika Takarada dodge several deadly strikes. How inspiring. Of course, there was also the fact that Yuta Furuhashi was throwing chairs and tables nearby to create distractions. But one must admit, being able to stall the chimera to this extent with the spirit of middle school delusions and the fear of social death. Indeed, the evil king's true eyes are the strongest. Unfortunately, Dansei Valley Maki was ultimately just an ordinary girl. She lost her footing and fell to the ground, and the chimera was about to bite her. She shouted to Rika, "Run." The evil king's true eyes would never abandon a companion. The help of the elf mage is essential. Rika Takarada would not run. She raised the Dark Knight Queen. Do you know something? I am not running. Even in the face of life and death, Dansei Valley Maki's hair stood on end, perhaps unsure whether social death was scarier or death itself. Come on, a finishing blow. Rika Takarada had no idea how to be afraid. She raised the Dark Knight Queen a broom and declared, "I will gather all my strength into this strike," jumping up to deliver a powerful downward blow. Finishing move, Fallen Angel Destruction. Is it really necessary to add a finishing move? Even at this moment, Yuta Furuhashi couldn't help but complain. However, how could all this be of use against the chimera? The lion-head beast opened its mouth wide, abandoning Dansei Valley Maki on the ground, and turned to swallow the petite girl in one bite. Run, elf mage. Rika Takarada whispered as she glanced back at Dansei Valley Maki, her expression eerily calm. Dansei Valley Maki was stunned. At this moment, she couldn't tell if Rika Takarada was in a fantasy or reality. Rika, Yuta Furuhashi truly hoped she wouldn't die. Yuta Furuhashi rushed forward, but as the chimera lunged, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Thud, thud, thud. A huge sound echoed in his ears. Yuta Furuhashi opened his eyes. Rika Takarada was unharmed. Huh. Call me Rika. She beamed as if the previous expression had been an illusion. The chimera has been defeated. How is that possible? Yuta Furuhashi couldn't believe it. Upon closer inspection, he found that the chimera's lion head, goat body, and serpent tail were all pierced with burn marks on the wounds, and it lay on the ground barely alive. Clearly this wasn't caused by your Dark Knight Queen. Yuta Furuhashi couldn't help but complain, then realized what he had just said and covered his mouth. Feeling the intense gazes from his classmates behind him, Yuta Furuhashi wished he could flee the planet. Meanwhile, Dansei Valley Maki no the elf mage was already immersed in the fear of being exposed, unable to help the dark flame demon lord. As he looked left and right for an escape route, the image of a golden spirit appeared in Yuta Furuhashi's eyes. It was clearly another spirit that defeated it. Take a good look. Yuta Furuhashi dragged the unwillingly oblivious Rika Takarada, bowing to the golden spirit standing on the golden flying vessel outside the window. I sincerely apologize. This girl always fails to grasp the situation. Thank you very much for saving our lives. Yuta Furuhashi bowed deeply. Gilgamesh looked down coldly at the two with a cruel smile at the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Rika Takarada lifted her head, covering her eyes. A gold, that's right, it can't be wrong, my evil king's true eyes. No doubt about it, it's you. Rika Takarada knelt partially and spread her arms. Ruler of the otherworld, king who dominates the world, who has defeated world-destroying monsters multiple times, perceiving the highest mysteries of magic, possessing endless treasures, and able to see into the future, the Golden King. Rika Takarada clenched her fists to her chest. The Supreme Demon King Mage felt the crisis of this world and came to our aid. My evil king's true eyes represent our world. Thank you for your arrival. Oh, I'm really so moved. Rika wiped away the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes. Don't get lost in your nonsensical self-importance. Yuta Furuhashi felt he was about to become the comic relief. Of course, in reality, well. Even though it's very delusional, it was unexpectedly all on point. Humph. Gilgamesh did not interrupt, deigning to enter. Although a clown, you still have some insight. The Crimson Snake eyes swept through the classroom. Such a trivial place is unworthy of this king's presence. Indeed, for such an otherworldly king to descend a castle or an ancient city is surely needed. Well, let's search for a new base together, Yuta. Rika Takarada accepted enthusiastically despite talking past each other. Could you please not unilaterally include me? Yuta Furuhashi was exceptionally exhausted. Evil King's true eyes. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow, mockingly pronouncing the term. Indeed, I am the one pursuing the unseen realm, the wielder of the Evil King's true eyes, the contractor of the Dark Flame Demon Lord, standing here to pay my respects. Rika Takarada struck a cool pose, her voice resonating. The previous kneel was a gesture of respect as the Evil King's true eyes towards the Demon King Mage of the Otherworld, but the Evil King's true eyes are the strongest. She said it, she really said it. Yuta Furuhashi felt a mix of embarrassment and worry, wanting to bang his head against the wall. You fool, do you think the spirits don't care about your classmates and teachers? On the other side, Dansei Valley Maki was also covering her face. What are you doing, Rika? Even if spirits and monsters exist, the Evil King's true eyes and the Dark Flame Demon Lord are not real. No, please don't listen to her nonsense. Yuta Furuhashi gathered his courage, delivering a thump to Rika Takarada's head, causing her to crouch down, clutching her head with tears in her eyes, and then repeatedly bowed and apologized to Gilgamesh. She just hasn't graduated from her delusions. She means no harm. I am very sorry. I'm sorry if there's any offense. We apologize on her behalf. Although he didn't know why he had to apologize, he was determined that Rika must not come to harm before she destroyed the Dark Codex. Huh. Gilgamesh covered his face, bursting into hearty laughter. What an incomparable clown. Gilgamesh lowered his hand, his crimson snake eyes filled with amusement. Very well, you have successfully entertained me, immersed in extreme fantasies. When will you head towards destruction? Still, one must recognize reality and slay the self in the fantasy. Very well, as a reward for pleasing the king. A golden ripple appeared beside him from which emerged a weapon that could only exist in mythical fantasies, smooth and curve, adorned with lightning gems on the hilt and mysterious patterns intertwined on it, as if inscribed with the epics of ancient heroes. Rika Takarada's eyes sparkled. No doubt about it, this is it, my Dark Knight Queen too. Dark heavenly punishment. Oh, you are indeed the king of heroes, rich and generous. Your brilliance will never fade. The evil king's true eyes will surely repay your gift in the future. Haha, this king allows you to lavish compliments upon me, although that weapon is called Vajra, your name for it is quite fitting, this king approves. Present and even better performance for this king. Let me see how long your ridiculous fantasy can last, mixed cultivator. No evil king's true eyes. With these words, and the incredible weapon from the dream, the Golden King departed on his golden vessel, leaving Rika Takarada. No, the evil king's true eyes. The confidence and self-awareness of the evil king's true eyes are currently unprecedentedly strong. Oh yeah. Banteon Jinshur did not yield to Huey's expectant look. Instead, an expression of bewilderment crossed his face. Sigong Huey's gaze cooled at once. Could he be trying to renege? You want to form a contract with me? With me? Banteon Jinshur pointed at himself in stunned disbelief. Seeing that he was not refusing, Sigong Huey composed herself. Yes. Banteon Jinshur scratched his head awkwardly. Well, a companion and a contracted partner are not the same. I'm serious. Becoming my contractor, my master, means you'll face brutal war. Not battles against those monsters, but wars against other humans. There will be mortal danger. Honestly, I'm not good at dealing with humans. It's all baffling. Ever since I came down from the mountain, everything has been incomprehensible. War against humans. I can do that. If the enemy were instinct-driven beasts, everything Sigong Huey had trained in would be useless. But if the enemy were humans, the Sigong family had trained her since childhood in how to outmaneuver scheming people. In that regard, I am certain I possess both the resolve and the strength to contract with you. Sigong Huey said with confidence. To survive in a household as ruthless as the Sigong clan required far more than mere talent. The question now is, will you sign a contract with me, Banteon Jinshur, your highness? Sigong Huey met his gaze without hesitation. From her crimson eyes, her determination and will could not be shaken. Sigong Huey had always known what she wanted. Knowing Banteon Jinshur's goodwill, she pressed the advantage to secure victory. That was how she survived. Banteon Jinshur smiled, warm as a small sun. If my master, my leader, my comrade, wants to call me Jinshur, that's fine. He agreed. Even though she had anticipated the outcome, Sigong Huey felt a brief surge of elation. Then she extended her hand. Let us strive together, Jinshur. The black-haired reed girl smiled at him. Even as a product of the Sigong household, Huey could tell she would not allow her clan to exploit this pure, kind, and brave heroic spirit. Of course, boss. Banteon Jinshur high-fived her. Boss. Huey wondered if something was wrong. Did he want to be her boss? No, that was Sigong Huey detected a strange stir of feeling within herself and fell into confusion. Impossible. Though regal in appearance, Sigong Huey was hopelessly inexperienced in romance. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes darted away. What's the matter, boss? Banteon Jinshur waved innocently before her. Huey drew a steadying breath and with iron will forced her expression calm. Don't call me boss. By the way, does this count as sealing the contract? Oh. Banteon Jinshur's face twisted in surprising embarrassment. That. His gaze flickered. The Liguang, one of the 4 heavenly kings who never trembled before demons, now could not finish a full sentence. Actually, about signing the contract, there's one more thing. Banteon Jinshur faltered, stammering and unable to meet Huey's eyes. Jinshur, please be frank. Huey sensed something amiss. We need a kiss. Banteon Jinshur steeled himself and said it. Sigong Huey took 3 seconds to comprehend the word. Kikikiss. Her face flamed scarlet as she stammered the syllables. You know that thing with the mouth. Banteon Jinshur nodded. Huey's face grew hot enough to fry an egg. She covered her lips, her mind in a fog. As a strictly reared heiress of the Sigong house, Huey's sexual knowledge extended barely to kissing, which left room for misunderstanding. Thus, two people as naive in romance as schoolchildren stared at one another in awkward silence, having breezed through 90% of the trials, but stumbling at the last hurdle. Who would take the initiative? They locked in a silent standoff. As for whether they ultimately succeeded, asked Zeosakure I. Elsewhere, Fuling Yongtai had already despaired. This is over. He's worse than I thought. He trembled. Why had he admitted she had the Xiawang Jinyan? Heroic spirits were so unreliable. Meanwhile, Zainiel Yohua's eyes glittered. She had clearly reached a peak of joy. This is the power of the Xiawang Jinyan. I will find the invisible boundary, defeat the monsters, save the world, and make the Saint Regulator apologize to me. Right. With my new weapon Heian Tianfa, I will crush the Saint Regulator. The Xiawang Jinyan is the true path. Fuling Yongtai's mouth twitched. Had she already forgotten her Dark Knight Queen? It would cry. And his grudge against Tokani was far too strong. He wondered what Tokani would feel if she learned that Liohua's Chinibyu had become reality. She might want to smack a heroic spirit with a ladle. You. Fuling Yongtai pressed his hand to his forehead. Why charge out like that? It was dangerous. He had nearly been terrified to death. Lu Hua tried to lift her Heian Tianfa, but there was no movement. Because I am the Xiawang Jinyan, of course I must protect the world, and everyone in it, Lu Hua replied casually. Fuling Yongtai paused. Suddenly a question occurred to him. No crying, no screams. In that hellish opening when the Chimera appeared in class, not a single person had died. If Xianye Luhua had not stood up to the chimera, could the panicked classmates have held out until the heroic spirits arrived? She had even urged Danshinga Xingxia to flee while she herself faced the chimera. Could it be that Luhua? She strained with all her might, but could not budge the Indra's thunder now renamed Heian Tianfa. I understand. This is a trial given by the Demon King Magus and the Heian Tianfa. Humph. Luhua struck a pose. Never mind. The Xiaowang Jinyan is the strongest. She tried to lift again, but it would not move. Yongtai, hurry help me. Luhua called for the dark flame demon lord. Fuling Yongtai fell into doubt. Was it really as he suspected? Or was Luhua simply afflicted with ordinary teenage delusions? With a resigned sigh, Fuling Yongtai came over and together with Liu Hua strained until they barely managed to heft the terrifyingly heavy Heian Tianfa, Indra's thunder. Both soon panted heavily. Fuling Yongtai could only say, "Are you sure you want to take it home? It's basically immovable." No, Liu Hua clung to the golden Vajra and would not let go. No one may take my Heian Tianfa. That is the recognition from an otherworldly demon king Magus for the Xiaowang Jinyan. Hearing this, Fuling Yongtai realized Liu Hua might not be wholly unaware that it was fantasy. She too craved recognition. And now, whether as a joke or not, a surreal sovereign had bestowed that recognition. For Xianye Liu Hua, that mattered above all else. Fuling Yongtai asked himself if he in middle school would have been the same. No, those awful memories should be thrown into the trash. Yet seeing Liu Hua's eyes shine brighter, Fuling Yongtai and Danshinga Xingxia exchanged a glance and saw the same despair reflected there. This was bad. It would only make Liu Hua worse. And this time it was for real. Exhausted, Fuling Yongtai trudged home, obliged to help a Chinibyu girl carry her Heian Tianfa. On his way home, a black-haired Taoist appeared before him. Seeing that familiar handsome face that had circulated online countless times, Fuling Yongtai swallowed nervously and suppressed an inexplicable excitement in the Xiaowang Jinyan. There is no need to be anxious, Fulinkin, the Taoist said. I only came to ask one question. Do you still yearn for the extraordinary? Are you willing to stake your life and enter a cruel war? Hoo-hoo. The cherry-colored hair was already drenched in sweat clinging to her neck. Nakano Miku was panting incessantly. For someone with poor stamina like her, following Oda Nobunaga around had already pushed her to her limit. But the sight before her made her unable to stop, nor dare to. The area was filled with ruins, the bodies of people scattered like trash, and the cries of relatives and the screams of the crowd turned that place into a hell on earth. After Oda Nobunaga dealt with the dragon, people still couldn't escape despair. Nakano Miku saw a middle-aged woman frantically clawing at the rubble with her hands, her nails broken and bleeding, yet she didn't stop because her child was buried underneath. Such tragedies were everywhere, and the casualties caused by the dragon and the flying dragons far exceeded the sea demon incident in Kobe. Not to mention that this was not the only location. Just today, Miku and Oda Nobunaga had rescued 3 places. It was said that the other 2 heroic spirits with flight abilities had rescued even more places. During this time, Nakano Miku kept vomiting while Oda Nobunaga merely stood by and watched. If you cannot conquer your fear, you will only be destroyed by it. Don't let me down, Miku. Nakano Miku didn't know how she managed to hold on. Perhaps it was out of love for Oda Nobunaga, or perhaps it was her desire to save more tragedies. After all the monsters were subdued and she returned home, Nakano Miku finally fell into despair. Lord Saburo. Even using a more intimate title, Miku still instinctively spoke with honorifics. How much longer will this continue? Why have these monsters come to our world? So many people have truly died. The Nakano sisters also wore heavy expressions. They considered themselves fortunate as they had many shin guards, but even the tragedies reported by the news were unbearable for these high school girls. It was too tragic. Human life had been reduced to mere numbers of slaughter displayed in such a pale and powerless manner. Oda Nobunaga calmly watched as Nakano Miku slowly squatted down and embraced herself. He quietly waited for her to calm her emotions. If we do not fight, this invasion will never stop, and the dead will only multiply like a rolling snowball, for humanity's current technology cannot withstand the monsters. In a rare display, Oda Nobunaga showed a side of kindness and compassion. If you cannot bear it, then dissolve the contract. In the future, the deaths you face will only increase, and you may even die yourself. Be grateful, this is my last chance for you. The Nakano sisters exchanged glances, and Nakano Itsuki stepped forward on behalf of everyone. Miku, no matter what choice you make, we will support you. Nakano Nino deliberately said, if you do not wish to let me take your place. Nakano Miku trembled, raising her head with her eyes already red and swollen. These were her sisters, the 5 she loved and cherished the most. Would they die? Nakano Miku realized that she had indeed been too naive. Previously, she thought death was far away from her and her sisters. Looking back now, they were merely relying on Oda Nobunaga's protection. Without him, the 5 sisters would be just like those killed by the monsters, not knowing when or where they would be innocently slaughtered, even dying in that Kobe incident. If last time was for her subtle love, this time, Nakano Miku truly recognized reality. In this already broken reality, the Nakano family could not leave Oda Nobunaga. Otherwise, their fate would no longer be in their hands, and they would only die without a grave. Regardless of her love, she also wanted to protect her family. No. Nakano Miku stood up, her blue-purple eyes filled with a resolve and determination completely different from before. Let me continue to follow you, Lord Saburo. Nakano Miku declared firmly, having made up her mind. If I should unfortunately die, please choose another contractee for my remaining sisters. Nino would be great as she likes you very much and is stronger than I am. At that moment, Miku did not mind the conflicts among her sisters, nor did she care about her own feelings, but rather considered the matter entirely from her family's perspective. Who allowed you to make decisions for me? Nakano Nino's face turned red with anger. Don't say such ominous things. Even if I were to replace you, it would be because I am better than you, not because you died. Do you understand? Nakano Nino liked Oda Nobunaga, but if she had to choose between her sisters and him, she would choose her sisters. In the face of Mika's life, she could give up love. The other sisters were also scolding Miku. Such words are absolutely forbidden. Nakano Ichika crossed her arms in front of her chest. I am getting angry. Nakano Yatsuba rarely puffed out her cheeks. Miku, you are the most important to us. Nakano Itsuki grasped her hand. You are also my most important sisters. Nakano Miku looked tenderly at them. She then said to Oda Nobunaga, Lord Saburo, may I speak with you for a moment? She didn't want the other sisters to worry. Oda Nobunaga's blood-red eyes seemed to see through all of a person's thoughts. He nodded slightly and returned to the room with Nakano Miku. Lord Saburo. Nakano Miku took a deep breath, forcing her racing heart to calm down. Please tell me the upcoming crisis is likely to be even more severe, right? Otherwise, Oda Nobunaga would not bluntly say that Nakano Miku might die. The Holy Grail War. What? In my view, only an idiot would believe in it, this so-called all-powerful wish machine. That thing has no use other than as a bomb. Oda Nobunaga waved his hand, displaying a rather open attitude toward the Holy Grail. Or perhaps on Aoki Makoto's side, aside from Gilgamesh, who regarded the Holy Grail as treasure in his vault, the others had no interest in it. However, there will still be people who are deceived and fight and compete over the Holy Grail. Even if there are only 7 heroic spirits battling each other, they will still be heroes who can make their names in history. Even if they are fools, it can still be called a war. And once a Holy Grail war occurs in another world and time period, it will overlap with our world, and everything over there will also affect this world. Although it is useless except as a bomb, it cannot be denied that the Holy Grail possesses immense magical power. This means that if those involved in that Holy Grail war obtain the Holy Grail, we do not know what wishes they will make, and it will only worsen the situation in our world. Conversely, because of this overlap, our world's heroic spirits can also participate in this Holy Grail war. If we obtain the Holy Grail, we can summon more heroic spirits, and during the monster invasion, more people will be saved. Oda Nobunaga did not complicate matters. He only needed Nakano Miku to understand that without obtaining the Holy Grail, this world would be doomed. So do you have the resolve to be a savior? Nakano Miku. At that moment, Oda Nobunaga, no, perhaps Aoki Makoto, was inquiring about Nakano Miku. The cherry-haired girl took a deep breath, as she always did, to ease her tension, and then provided her answer. My answer remains the same, Saburo. Let me follow in your footsteps and achieve the unification of the world together. If the Holy Grail could fulfill all wishes, then fulfilling Oda Nobunaga's wish was her heartfelt desire. If one were to speak of the 3 current masters, Nakano Miku participates in this brutal Holy Grail war out of her own goodwill, driven by her love for Oda Nobunaga and her concern for her family. Eriri's thoughts are much simpler. She has wholeheartedly fallen in love with Old Sword and trusts him completely, so she does not overthink things. Are you really okay with this, Eriri? The golden-haired king of knights looked somewhat worried. Participating in the Holy Grail war, even I find it hard to promise that I can protect you. Shoo! Eriri covered Arthur's mouth. The golden-haired girl with twin ponytails had bright eyes, as if the entire world could only reflect the figure of the youth in front of her. You are my knight, you must protect me. I have always believed that, Eriri said without a hint of hesitation, showcasing her determination and unwavering spirit. She always lacked a bit of courage and a bit of persistence, so she decided to leave no escape route for herself. Just as Xiaolon said, this is her love, and she would never give it up. So even if ahead lies hell, please take me with you. My knight. In that moment, even King Arthur fell momentarily silent, moved by the girl's resolute determination to gamble everything. By the sword in my hand, by the name of Arthur Pendragon, I vow to protect you with my life until this body meets its end. As for Shiro Kagaya, she absolutely fulfills her promises. It is her principle, so she readily agreed. Meanwhile, Aoki Makoto was contemplating the final preparations. Currently, there is 1 cavalryman and 1 assassin left. Aoki Makoto was doing push-ups. From the moment he learned that the Holy Grail War was about to begin, he had already started preparing. Every morning, he runs 10 kilometers and engages in various exercises. With Taigong Wang's healing arts and Gilgamesh's treasury, he doesn't need to worry about muscle degeneration. He can train as hard as he wants. He does not seek to outpace the heroic spirits, but at least during times of danger, being a bit faster and having a bit more stamina is a glimmer of hope. While exercising, he was also deep in thought. He had already used up the 2 accumulated identities, namely the Berserker class of Sakata Kintoki and the Magus class of Gilgamesh. However, due to the massive chaos caused by the monster invasion, Aoki Makoto not only regained his fame, but also gained surplus. Though he was not pleased, as he had learned from BB about the horrific casualties. He was now considering the lineup for the upcoming Holy Grail War. Currently, including myself, we already have 4 masters, and with BB, there are 5 heroic spirits. As long as the summoning occurs on-site, I can barely manage 1 more, while there is still 1 heroic spirit lacking a master. I wonder which male or female protagonist would be willing to participate. After all, he had Taigong Wang ask several people like a human trafficker. All of them were individuals with strong character or abilities capable of remaining calm under pressure, but he absolutely does not want anyone like Kudo Shinichi, who causes trouble. Some rejected outright, such as Yuta Fukase, while others like Hachiman Hikigaya and Goyu Shiro were still hesitating. However, even if no one is willing to take the gamble, Aoki Makoto still has contingency plans. At least he doesn't need to worry too much about supplying the magic. If all else fails, he can rely on the treasures in Gilgamesh's vault, as he indeed possesses the Holy Grail. The main concern is the heroic spirits. Among the cavalry that can be summoned, the strongest are Enkidu Karna and Skathak. Actually, the White Spear Idiot is also quite good, but if she appears, will it be male or female? According to the pseudo-fufu, the gender of the heroic spirits is determined by the historical facts of this world, mainly to avoid altering the history of this world. After all, this is not the Type Moon universe. If everything aligns with Type Moon, it would turn this world into a branch of Type Moon. However, if entering a Holy Grail war similar to a singularity, it is uncertain whether it will follow this world's logic. Aoki Makoto and pseudo-fufu negotiated for a long time. As the Holy Grail War itself has become a singularity, pseudo-fufu agreed to do her utmost to ensure that when they enter they will be in the time frame of the stories beginning, maximizing Aoki Makoto's advantage of knowing the plot. However, the location is likely random and may not be together. The assassin will definitely summon that one, while the cavalry can be decided based on which Holy Grail War it is. Aoki Makoto quickly made up his mind. With his ability to choose heroic spirits, even if he cannot select divine-level beings such as Romulus Quirinus, he can still choose more targeted heroic spirits based on his opponents. Right now it all depends on Oda Nobunaga. Aoki Makoto realized it was time for the scheduled event and hurriedly turned on the television. Currently, all channels in Neon were broadcasting a live stream. It was the first nationwide speech of the sixth-day Demon King, Oda Nobunaga. Dressed in a neat military uniform, Oda Nobunaga stood at the podium, dragging an endless curtain of blood behind him. His eyes, stained with blood and flames, slowly opened, as if seeing everyone in front of the television. Without any pretense, Oda Nobunaga announced the information about the Holy Grail War to all of Neon, of course concealing the true nature of the Holy Grail as an omnipotent wish-granting machine, while emphasizing that once the Holy Grail is taken by his world, this world would suffer a severe blow. As heroic spirits, regardless of good or evil, right or wrong stance or past, since we have chosen this world, we will fight for the people of this world. At this moment, Oda Nobunaga was not a demon king, but a hero etched in history. He was not only brutal, but also possessed a heart that could encompass the world. To protect the homeland beneath our feet, it is not solely the matter of a few heroic spirits, it requires everyone to participate. Let us strive together. Oda Nobunaga's speech caused an uproar. So since it is for the sake of this world, no one can stand aside. Aoki Makoto was fed up with the secret probing of certain countries, believing that the tragic situation in Neon has also left them fearful. Moreover, these countries are not without any effects, at least they can provide enough weapons and surveillance. This was a ruthless plan that Aoki Makoto had repeatedly considered. After all, it is necessary to leverage the advantages of the everyday world. In the Holy Grail War, reconnaissance is paramount. Aoki Makoto's cards just happen to lack expertise in summoning familiars. Taigong Wang has decent perception, but he himself is a writer, and this side's master is not a legitimate magician. However, magic is not always necessary. Technology can sometimes play a special role. For instance, during the Fourth Holy Grail War, the Magus killer Kiritsugu Amiya used surveillance to break through Kiria's magical workshop with explosives. Bullets and bombs may not harm heroic spirits, but they can kill masters. Surveillance normally cannot capture heroic spirits, but if combined with BB, this unique heroic spirit of the electronic world, it would not be difficult to monitor. Moreover, surveillance without magical fluctuations would not be regarded with importance by legitimate magicians. At that time, he could release 1,000 drones, all armed with bombs. As long as the quantity is sufficient, if I cannot kill the heroic spirits, can I not kill your master? If truly provoked, nuclear annihilation is not out of the question, especially since Russia is eager to unleash their long-stored Tsar Bomba. After all, singularities do not affect the real world, making it a perfect opportunity for an explosion. Such ruthless plans may only be conceived by a clever transmigrator. He felt out of place here. After regretting for the nth time, Beika Hachiman wondered why he had agreed to Taigong Wang's invitation to come here. He wasn't mistaken, that Taoist was indeed a jester. It was no wonder Beika Hachiman felt restless looking at the pairs of heroic spirits and their masters around him, such as Eriri Shiro and King Arthur Nakano Miku, and Oda Nobunaga Shikimiya Kagaya, and Sakata Kintoki. The air was thick with the scent of ambiguity and the stench of romance. This was Beika Hachiman's personal opinion. Damn it, they're all so well connected. This was Beika Hachiman's anger. It seems everyone is here now. The black-haired Taoist, dressed in a long robe, always wore a smile on his face. I believe everyone understands the purpose of our gathering. Although we should all know each other's true names, let's introduce ourselves once more. Writer Taigong Wang, the strategist who assisted King Wu of Zhou in overthrowing the Shang dynasty. It is truly an honor to fight alongside you, the illustrious heroes. Beika Hachiman twitched his mouth. Why did this guy give off such an odd vibe? Aoki Makoto stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Writer's Master, Aoki Makoto. Since we are to work together sincerely, I hope everyone can be open with each other. By the way, when we reach the singularity of the Holy Grail War, please remember not to call out the true names of the heroic spirits. True names can expose a lot of information, including many fatal weaknesses hidden in the true names and legends. You can just call them by their titles like me. Aoki-kun, is it? You've concealed yourself quite well. Shikimiya Kagaya thought to herself, feeling displeased that she hadn't noticed this guy was a master during their daily meetings at school. However, she remained rational, knowing they were all in the same boat now, and she could only verbally spar with him. At that moment, she spoke to ease the atmosphere and also to vie for the right to speak. I am Shikimiya Kagaya, and my servant is Berserker Sakata Kintoki, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Reiku. Sakata Kintoki laughed heartily at everyone. We are all companions, so let us fight together as golden comrades. Is that the Shikimiya family? That's Sakata Kintoki of the 4 heavenly kings of Reiku, exclaimed Nakano Miku. Shikimiya Kagaya secretly smiled. Indeed, she had done her research on these masters beforehand and knew how to speak to catch their attention. Wait. Beika Hachiman suddenly realized. Aoki Makoto, could you be the famous mystery novelist, Aoki Makoto? Aoki Makoto nodded. Do you enjoy my novels? Thank you. Beika Hachiman couldn't assertively declare his admiration. Although he was indeed a half-fin, he had done it purposely to slightly undermine Shikimiya Kagaya's dominion. Had it been the old Beika Hachiman, he would never have acted this way, but under the pressure of survival, as the only one present without a servant, he had no choice but to choose a side. Having agreed to Taigong Wang's invitation, his stance was naturally established. Beika Hachiman understood too well he had never wanted to blend into any circle, but if he wished he could do so. Even in an extraordinary world, there is no shortage of high-caste rivalries. Beika Hachiman regretted coming here even more. However, there was no way out now. This war was about the survival of the world. After Oda Nobunaga's declaration, everyone was acutely aware of this. For Kamiki's sake, Beika Hachiman clenched his fists. If he could form a contract with a heroic spirit, he would at least be able to protect Kamichi. It was precisely for the sake of his sister that this Brokon forced himself to partake in a war that was completely outside his realm. As expected, Aoki Makoto's identity surprised Eriri Shiro and Miku, considering he was a renowned author. The status of a neon writer was quite high. In contrast, although Shikimiya Kagaya was an excellent member of the Shikimiya family, her fame was far outshone by Aoki Makoto's. Thus, Shikimiya Kagaya could only temporarily retract her claws, waiting for the next opportunity. After all, too much is as bad as not enough, and as a member of the Shikimiya family, she was well aware of this. However, Shikimiya Kagaya could never have imagined that among those present, Aoki Makoto's aliases accounted for more than half, making it impossible for things to go as she wished. However, Aoki Makoto discreetly glanced at Beika Hachiman, truly a talented individual. Well, then it's my turn to introduce myself. Nakano Miku stepped forward, a bit shy, but able to meet everyone's gaze with her bluish-purple eyes. I am Nakano Miku, and my servant is. I am Archer, the 6th Demon King, Oda Nobunaga. Imprint my form well in your eyes. Oda Nobunaga stepped forward, domineering and flamboyant. Eriri Shiro realized she was the only one left maintaining her usual elegant lady disguise. I am Sawamura Spencer Eriri Shiro, and my servant is Arthur. Saber Arthur Pendragon, pleased to meet you. Arthur Pendragon, I look forward to fighting alongside you all, said the golden-haired king of knights, exuding a regal aura. I am Beika Hachiman, he scratched his head helplessly, saying. I have no servant, just an ordinary person. Miku and Eriri Shiro were somewhat surprised, while Shikimiya Kagaya remained expressionless. Mr. Beika's potential is quite impressive. Taigong Wang stepped forward to vouch for Beika. Once we enter the Holy Grail War, it won't be too late to summon a servant. Can we also summon heroic spirits through the Holy Grail system? Shikimiya Kagaya, quick-witted, likely learned some basic knowledge about the Holy Grail War from Sakata Kintoki and was already able to draw conclusions. Then why not bring a few backup masters? There was no doubt that Beika Hachiman was viewed as a tool in her eyes. While others were oblivious, Beika Hachiman silently resolved to keep his distance from Shikimiya Kagaya. I'm sorry, but that's not feasible. Taigong Wang explained. First, entering the singularity greatly harms the human body, and a heroic spirit is needed for protection. This Mr. Beika is only receiving a bit of protection from King Gilgamesh. There are no additional heroic spirits guarding him. Although there's a hidden BB, Aoki Makoto would never expose that. Moreover, summoning a heroic spirit through the Holy Grail system requires us to first eliminate one heroic spirit to create an open slot. I have no further doubts, Shikimiya Kagaya nodded. Beika Hachiman felt somewhat moved. He never expected King Gilgamesh would be willing to protect him. After all, the impression he left might not have been very good. May I ask why King Gilgamesh is not present? Beika Hachiman inquired. Taigong Wang slowly shook his head. King Gilgamesh entrusted everything to me. Perhaps he thought since there is a strategist, the king would not need to be present. I see. That truly fits the character of that king. Now, since there are no other questions, I can confidently say that I have some understanding of the Holy Grail War. Additionally, King Gilgamesh has foreseen the future and developed various strategies accordingly. Then if nothing unexpected happens, how about I and the master take command? Miku and Eriri Shiro were indifferent about this. However, if the heroic spirits did not question it, that would be quite unusual. King Arthur pondered. If you don't mind, could you tell me what basis you have for this statement? I remember that the memories of every Holy Grail War participant are engraved on the throne of heroes. When summoned again, there will be no recollection of previous memories. Oda Nobunaga shifted her stance, her blood-red eyes gazing over. As a strategist, you should be able to provide some reasoning, right? Of course, because as an immortal I have not died. The current manifestation in this realm is a projection of my main body, thus possessing my previous memories. Taigong Wang grinned as he revealed his true identity. And King Gilgamesh possesses the foresight to see the future. Is that reason enough? The general battle plan is roughly like this, subject to change according to the specific situation. After all, the place we enter is random, and we may very well be separated. Taigong Wang spoke confidently. At that time, please prioritize your own safety before considering how to win this Holy Grail War. Of course, Taigong Wang would not reveal all the information he knew about the Holy Grail War to everyone, but instead mentioned a few possible scenarios and some general information. For instance, the 4th and 5th Holy Grail Wars held in Fuyuki City by the 3 great families. For example, the Holy Grail War held in Romania by the Igmalenia family, or the Holy Grail War that took place in the past in the imperial capital. He listed some basic information without disclosing specific developments, mainly to gain the trust of the masters and ensure their obedience. This tactic had undoubtedly worked, at least Lily and Miku were essentially willing to follow his lead. They were naturally the type of people who would obey the decisions of their leaders, and as long as Arthur and Oda Nobunaga did not object, there would be no dissent. The group, led by Shinomiya Kagaya, was primarily centered around her, but being a truly intelligent person, she understood that following Taigong Wang's command was the optimal solution, and thus she would resolutely execute it. Everything for victory. Shinomiya Kagaya had this awareness, and at this moment, she decisively placed herself in a supportive role. Similarly, Hikigaya Hachiman was also an intelligent person who seamlessly integrated himself into the group without standing out. So how will we contact each other then? Shinomiya Kagaya raised this question. Communication is the most crucial lifeline in warfare. We must ensure communication first to conduct operations and provide support. Although at least 7 heroic spirits would be engaged in combat, given the power of the heroic spirits, it was undoubtedly a war. This has already been considered beforehand. Taigong Wang glanced appreciatively at Shinomiya Kagaya. Among those present, only she and Hikigaya possessed the capacity for normal decision-making, while Hikigaya's character predetermined that he would not be the one to take the lead. As for Lily and Miku, they were still a chaotic mess. Thanks to Nobunaga, we have the latest positioning communicators provided by various countries. Taigong Wang, like a magician, pulled out a dozen miniature in-ear headsets from seemingly nowhere and said, even the faintest sounds can be captured, and the longest distance allows communication up to 50 kilometers. Although small, they can last for 3 days, even if used for 24 hours, so when the battery runs out, you just need to switch to a new one without recharging. By the way, be sure not to discard them, as some magicians can curse or track items they carry. Be careful not to leave behind hair or similar items while moving around. Taigong Wang distributed 5 positioning communicators to each person. Even considering wear and tear, they would be sufficient for the not-so-long Holy Grail War. Everyone carefully stowed them away, and even the heroic spirits carried a few for emergencies. Of course, there is also the possibility of communication being disrupted by magic, so I've also prepared some talismans. Taigong Wang took out folded talismans and instructed everyone to keep them on their person. At critical moments, I can also use talismans to locate each of you and establish contact. Of course, all of this is just a backup. Aoki Makoto has the ability to communicate with the master, but he cannot make it too obvious. These are protective charms and teleportation talismans, which will automatically respond in case of danger. This is a drone which you can release directly after entering you. It can be used to scout the vicinity. This is a miniature bomb. Although small, it is enough to collapse a room. This is a small handgun, which can protect you when necessary. And here are various coins and gold bars that might come in handy. The items Taigong Wang produced grew increasingly extreme. In fact, had it not been for the Holy Grail War forming into a singularity sealing off the surroundings, Aoki Makoto had even considered hiring magicians and assassins from that world to directly eliminate the masters. Since Gilgamesh's treasury is filled with numerous treasures and gold, it would surely attract brave souls with generous rewards. The magicians of Type Moon are all exceedingly powerful, and if they truly move, the higher-ups, the heroic spirits, could be dispatched to deal with you. All these weapons have been imbued with my talismans, making them effective against heroic spirits and magicians. However, please do not consider fighting against magicians until absolutely necessary. After all, even Shinomiya Kagaya would be at a disadvantage compared to those orthodox magicians. Everyone nodded seriously. This is the origin bullet. Taigong Wang produced a few bullets, saying, they can disrupt the magical circuits of magicians and deal lethal damage. If it comes to a last resort, try using this to protect yourselves. As for the heroic spirits, if you encounter them, just wait for death. Taigong Wang did not elaborate further. By the way, there will also be emergency training tailored to each of your situations. At the very least, you should learn a few foreign languages that may come in handy, how to use handguns and bombs, as well as some basic combat and escape skills. I hope everyone takes it seriously. After all, several Holy Grail Wars have occurred abroad. Does everyone really think the whole world speaks Japanese? Taigong Wang smiled, giving off a villainous impression. If you don't study hard, you might actually die. I understand, Shinomiya Kagaya replied, feeling less pressure since she was raised as an elite by the Shinomiya family. Let's do our best, everyone. These were all things Aoki Makoto had considered in advance. He had been preparing, but the final training session was also necessary. I will give it my all. Hikigaya Hachiman felt the most pressure as he did not have a servant and was in the most dangerous position. Let's do our best, Lily. I will accompany you. Arthur comforted the blonde girl. Give it your all, Miku, Oda Nobunaga succinctly stated. Yes. X2ing Lily and Miku, two underachievers, exchanged glances, their hearts trembling. In the following days, the five masters faced intense cram-style education from the elite dispatched by various countries, living through a life of hardship. Whoa, I'm so tired and my whole body hurts. After a day of training, Lily felt like she was about to fall apart, relying on Arthur to support her off the training ground. I can't anymore. Miku Nakano half-kneeled on the ground, her clothes drenched in sweat, large drops falling to the ground. Oda Nobunaga walked over and directly picked her up, placing her on a nearby resting chair, and Miku Nakano was completely limp. Only Aoki Makoto and Shinomiya Kagaya were barely holding on, but they were basically at their limit. Hikigaya Hachiman had reached his limit, yet he was still persevering through sheer willpower. At that moment, Tai Gongwang appeared holding several transparent bottles filled with a dazzling liquid. Thank the mercy of this king, this is a reward for you all. Let me see just how long your determination can last. These are the original words of King Gilgamesh. Tai Gongwang repeated, then distributed the potions he held to everyone. Using this can quickly restore stamina, heal injuries, and enhance physical condition, so keep going everyone. Demon! Lily's scream pierced the air. If Li and Nakano Miku have already come to terms with their fate, they only hope that their heroic spirits will be by their side in this final moment. On the other side, Kagaya Shinomiya walked out of the bathroom, her gaze calm, completely unaware of the cruel war she was about to face the next day. Jinshur, are you there? Asked Kagaya Shinomiya. I've always been here, master, replied Sakata Jinshur, materializing. He turned his head away, not looking at Kagaya, as that would be too impolite. Psychologically, Sakata Jinshur was just a big boy. Boss. Master, you must be scared, right? Jinshur anxiously touched his cheek, saying there really is a life-threatening danger. And what about you? As one of the four kings of Reiku, a warrior of the Genji, don't you feel scared when facing demons? Kagaya Shinomiya twisted her damp long hair, appearing serene and gentle. Internally, however, she thought it's so terrifying, so terrifying, so terrifying. They really were going to participate in this war, and they might die. Yet Kagaya had long gotten used to hiding her true feelings. As a member of the Shinomiya family, she had to remain unflinching in the face of catastrophe. Sakata Jinshur seemed to see through Kagaya's inner turmoil, and he responded in a way to comfort her. Well, I've thought about it too. The first battle, the first time facing demons, and in the countless battles to come, there is certainly fear. Sakata Jinshur answered without any hesitation. But my power is meant to protect all living beings. Isn't this world quite beautiful? I have seen it. Everyone smiles happily, the working father, the mother preparing dinner, and the children going to school. Even the elderly are not driven to the mountains, able to live in this world. And even 1,000 years later, the story of Kintaro still circulates. Oh, I am still remembered by everyone. What an honor that is. For those ordinary people living in comfort, for those who still remember me, I will fight until the moment my life extinguishes. Idiot, it's not beautiful at all. Kagaya Shinomiya lowered her head and murmured. Yet her lips unconsciously curled up. Kagaya acknowledged that there are indeed such idiots in the world. Not for fame, not for profit, and without seeking rewards to help others. This is a completely different type from the profit-driven nature of the Shinomiya family, yet such people are truly beautiful. This world is not beautiful at all. As a top tycoon, Kagaya Shinomiya knows that there are far too many cruel things in this world. Tragedies are as numerous as the stars in the sky. However, if there are still people like Sakata Jinshur, then there is still hope and beauty in this world. Saving the world can bring enough benefit, allowing me the possibility to escape the Shinomiya family, or even surpass it. If it were the old me, I would have definitely said so. Kagaya raised her eyes, a bloom of a flower-like smile, illuminating her typically cold face, her crimson eyes soft enough to be intoxicating. I want to try to help others purely. What kind of feeling would that be? Not considering the consequences, not thinking of benefits, but fighting for myself and for this world. Not as Shinomiya, but as Kagaya's choice. Kagaya said, such a whim, Jinshur, you will definitely help me, right? Sakata Jinshi's gaze was resolute. This was a man's promise. Don't worry, master. For you, even the Thunder God, I would take down. Kagaya Shinomiya said in a low voice. Who said you have to take down the Thunder God? It would be better to confess to me. The last word caught in her throat. Confess what? The sharp-eared Sakata Jinshur scratched his head, confused. Nothing. Kagaya Shinomiya clenched her pink fist. After winning this Holy Grail war, she would find a way to make Jinshur fall in love with her, and then confess. In short, she would not confess first. Hikigaya Hachiman couldn't sleep. He sat up in bed, checking his belongings, including currencies from various countries, small gold bars, a positioning communicator drones, and a series of other very practical items. Even his clothes were specially designed to hold many things without looking bulky, with hidden pockets for carrying some very useful items. Hikigaya Hachiman took a deep breath, his mind still in a chaotic state. He hadn't told his father or sister that he was participating in such a dangerous event, and for the participants the identities of the masters were top secrets. So Hikigaya Hachiman lied, saying he was going to a summer camp. His sister Kamachi was unusually surprised, saying she never expected her brother to finally grow up and have friends. Brother, have you arrived? Kamachi Hikigaya sent a message. Hikigaya Hachiman replied, I've arrived. Brother, remember to bring back a gift. This is a genuine little sister. Usually Hikigaya Hachiman would have teased her a bit, but now he didn't know if this was the last opportunity, simply replying, "Okay, what do you want? Brother, do you have something on your mind?" Hikigaya Kamachi noticed her brother's keen sensitivity. Hikigaya Hachiman instinctively pressed his lips together. He couldn't possibly tell Kamachi the truth, so he could only say, "After all, I'm the older brother. It's only normal to bring a little gift for my mischievous sister." "That doesn't sound like you at all, big bro." Kamachi Hikigaya didn't believe it. Hikigaya Hachiman didn't know how to respond. After all, he was also in a state of inner turmoil. Of the five, he was actually the most at risk. "Brother," Kamachi Hikigaya sent another message. "No matter what happens, don't forget that as family we will all support you." Kamachi didn't know what exactly was happening, but she understood her brother's solitary and enigmatic nature. "So go ahead and do it boldly, Nissen." Hikigaya Hachiman's fingers paused on the screen, his arm, shielding his eyes, yet warmth surged in his chest, as if all the unease was dissolved in that moment. Truly, my silly little sister. Even with all the preparations made, Aoki Makoto found himself in a certain anxious state. "Aoki Makoto, will I win?" In the end, he sent a message to Fujimaru Ritsuka. "Fujimaru Ritsuka, you will. Fujimaru Ritsuka, trust me." "It wasn't trust you, but trust me." Fujimaru Ritsuka was always so gentle. Yet Aoki Makoto felt a considerable part of his tension relieved. Indeed, this was Fujimaru Ritsuka's judgment, and no one had more authority than her. "Aoki Makoto, I will win." The next day, everyone gathered together. The long-absent Gilgamesh also arrived at the scene. Target, the Holy Grail War. Unable to distinguish up from down, his mind and vision enveloped in chaos, Qing Mu Chung lost all sense of time. Upon entering the singularity, he initially did not react, yet in a daze he could see that it was only him and Tai Gongwang present. What came into view next was a giant full moon. In the pitch-black night, the surroundings seemed to be a wasteland where only the occasional chirping of insects could be heard. "Rider!" Qing Mu Chung instinctively shouted. Understood. Even in a disguise, there was no need for Qing Mu Cheng's intervention, as Tai Gongwang swiftly utilized a magical technique to scout the nearby situation. "This isn't the worst-case scenario yet." Tai Gongwang's voice was devoid of discernible emotions. "This is Romeria, which means this Holy Grail War should be the red-black battle, or more accurately, the extraneous Holy Grail War." Extraneous. Not the best outcome, but not the worst either. Qing Mu Chung instinctively sighed in relief. At least it's not the FSF or the moonlit Holy Grail War. That would be too unconventional. After all, the servants in FSF are all exceptionally powerful, while the moonlit Holy Grail War has too many servants, many of whom are also extraordinary. In Qing Mu Cheng's view, the simplest scenario was the 5 battles where masters like Shiro Amiya could be easily recruited. Even if they couldn't be in a fair 7-on-7, they would certainly not lose. The 4 battles would also be manageable, but the quality of both the masters and servants would be relatively high. However, the extraneous scenario was different. As a confrontation between the red and black factions with 7 servants on each side participating in this Holy Grail War would require strategy, otherwise being exposed as an outsider and targeted by the 16 servants, including 2 executors, would render even the strongest helpless against several foes. Not to mention, this Holy Grail War was rife with top-tier heroic spirits like Karna and Achilles. Since this is extraneous, then the assassin and archer classes are settled. Qing Mu Chung inquired, "What about Hachiman? Where has he been transported?" Tai Gongwang sensed for a moment. After all, Hachiman had his talismans. He's quite far from us, possibly hundreds of kilometers away, and the communicator can't be used. Let's first investigate the specific time. Qing Mu Chung pondered. If it's right after the summoning, there would be many places to intervene. By the way, inform the Old Sword and the nearest servant to head to Sigisvara. The Red faction's initial stronghold is there. If Lion King and Mordred haven't arrived yet, find a way to eliminate them, then the Old Sword can replace Mordred and attempt to join the Red faction. After all, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada is not the ruler of this round, and cannot perceive that King Arthur is not a heroic spirit of this Holy Grail War. If we don't encounter them, there's no need to force it. Later, Spartacus will leave the Red faction alone, and we can try to reduce their numbers then. One must admit, knowing the plot makes things much easier. In Qing Mu Cheng's eyes, there were countless opportunities to exploit. Of course, if there are no chances, so be it. The most important thing is to hide our presence and not expose our side too easily. The key still lies in our next step. Yes, whether the others can be realized is irrelevant, but the most crucial part is our next move. Guard the road from Bucharest to Targa Frumos, and then take out Jeanne d'Arc. Unfortunately, just as Qing Mu Chung managed to look impressive for once, he faltered in the next moment. "Oh dear, there's some bad news, master. Do you want to hear it?" Tai Gongwang, in the guise of a riddle master, maintained his usual steadiness. "It seems our first battle has arrived. At this moment, there's no need to keep it a secret." Qing Mu Chung was speechless, wondering why Tai Gongwang had such a personality. So unreliable. Indeed, Qing Mu Chung possessed the ability to communicate through disguises, but to avoid being overly influenced by the heroic spirit's personalities, he currently allowed Tai Gongwang's disguise to manage this ability. It was likely due to the Lion King's relic and the pull of the Round Table fragments, causing Saber King Arthur and Miss Ing Lily's landing locations to be directly altered, arriving concurrently with Mordred right in front of the Red faction's master and servants. "Damn," Qing Mu Chung gaped. "Quick, summon someone for support. Who's nearby? We should go too." After all, Jeanne wouldn't arrive until the next evening. They should first eliminate a major general of the Red faction. Feel my righteous beating. At this moment, both the Lion King's master and Miss Lily's master were caught in a state of confusion. The old sword glanced at the relic of Lion King, the round table fragment, and instantly understood why he had been drawn here. He instinctively shielded Lily behind him. The golden-haired girl, based on prior training, also remained silent, striving to reduce her presence while holding onto the one-time Earth Escape talisman gifted by Tai Gong Wang. Seeing the situation was not good, he decided to run first. After all, he couldn't let Arthur fall behind. However, the old sword's actions also clarified for Lion King who his servant was. If not for the addition of Lily, he would have been perplexed as to how he summoned two servants. Lion King took a drag from a cigarette. Hey, the one beside you is a servant, right? You're not the master of the Black Faction. Behind the sunglasses, Lion King's gaze was sharp. You, a mere ordinary person, cannot exist in Ig Millennia. Even though she was a mastering, Lily was just an ordinary person, not a magician. She shrank her head, opting not to respond. She knew she wasn't as shrewd as Kagaya Shinomiya or Qing Mu Chung, so she chose silence. What a familiar yet detestable aura. You are enemies, right? Mordred raised the brilliant sword of the King of Knights, unleashing crimson lightning, unaware that her expression under the helmet was incredibly fierce. Mordred. At this moment, the silver-clad knight spoke, and no one yet knew that his face beneath the hood bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Mordred beneath her helmet. Who are you? Mordred instinctively tensed, knowing well that she still concealed her true identity under her helmet. Moreover, this voice sounded very familiar. Merlin. No, you are not him, nor one of the Knights of the Round Table. You resemble. Who on earth are you? Compared to the Knights of the Round Table, he looked more like her father, King Arthur himself. Upon realizing this, Mordred instinctively rejected the notion. No one could compare to her father. This thought only fueled her anger further. Mordred. Lily was surprised, but the next moment, she pressed her lips tightly together, preventing herself from revealing more information, as the previous training had not been in vain. However, for some unspoken reason, she subtly observed Mordred, though it was hard to discern anything through the full armor. Wait, did that voice sound like a woman? Did I hear it wrong? Lily questioned herself. What kind of look is that? Do you look down on me? Noticing Lily's gaze, Mordred exploded with rage, brandishing the brilliant sword of the King of Knights, as she charged forward, the crimson lightning ravaging everything in its path, turning the ground to ashes. Mordred swung down her great sword, but her strength was easily blocked by the mysterious knight, and Mordred caught sight of the unfamiliar, yet instinctively unsettling knight's sword. Who exactly are you? Filled with an inexplicable rage, Mordred launched an attack on the old sword. Her slash was chaotic and unrefined, even incorporating punches and kicks into her swordplay. Such a barbaric technique would surely leave a first-time opponent at a disadvantage. However, the silver-haired knight, also a master of the saber class, fought as if he had experienced countless battles, effortlessly blocking Mordred's attacks with his holy sword while holding his master in the other arm. After failing to break through, Mordred's attacks became somewhat disordered, and the silver-haired knight seized an opening, pushing her back a few steps. Mordred's chest heaved rapidly. Despite being a seasoned knight of the Round Table, she still displayed anger on the surface while her mind raced to deduce the identity of her opponent. Who is it? How could they know her so well? Mordred was baffled. Mordred, your combat style is still so barbaric. With a tone reminiscent of an elder, the silver-haired knight admonished. I mentioned before that your way of fighting is quite flawed. Mordred could not calm herself. Her anger intensified, for such words had once been spoken to her by her father. Shut up. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Mordred retorted angrily, for aside from her father, no one had the right to reprimand her. Is it all right, Saber? Arthur asked softly. Lily leaned her head against the knight's armored chest. Even through the cold armor, it felt as if she could hear his passionate heartbeat. Do what you want to do, Saber. The mysterious knight reached up and removed the hood, obscuring his face, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. How is this possible? Mordred instinctively deactivated her noble phantasm mask of the unfaithful, revealing her own face. The two stood facing each other, as if looking into a mirror. With the same golden hair and blue eyes, their appearances were strikingly similar, though Mordred's features were somewhat softer due to her femininity. She really is a girl. Lily exclaimed, surprised. Wasn't Mordred the son of King Arthur? She had been pondering over this for quite some time. Lionel Le Chevalier dropped his cigarette in shock. Usually, if Mordred were to be provoked, she would have long since used her radiant sword to teach anyone who dared to question her gender a lesson, but now she was simply not in the mood. Are you mocking me, eh? Mordred assumed it was a transformation, noble phantasm. Even at this point, you still refuse to admit it. Arthur calmly replied, it must be said that the personalities of unfilial sons and daughters were indeed identical. Compared to you, she is likely another heroic spirit from a different timeline. After all, my Mordred is male. Saber Arthur Pendragon. The Night King from another world positioned his holy sword in front of him. Come now, Mordred, let me see what the other world has taught you. Arthur, is it my father? An uncontrollable rage surged from her chest. Mordred's beautiful face twisted in fury, and her wild magical power erupted, echoing with red lightning that pierced the heavens. Even if he was a Night King from another world, he was still a Night King. Look at his condescending tone and disdainful posture. It reminded Mordred of King Arthur over there, who had the same expression when she eagerly revealed her identity, dismissively saying, I do not intend to acknowledge this matter, nor will I entrust the throne to you. In King Arthur's eyes, Mordred is not the successor he desires. At this moment, the shadows of the alternate world Arthur and Artoria overlapped. Arthur, The extreme rage caused Mordred to lose her rationality. This is troublesome. Lionel Le Chevalier had not expected that as soon as he summoned a heroic spirit he would be plunged into a desperate battle. King Arthur. Truly a remarkable heroic spirit. In Europe, the only heroic spirits who could rival King Arthur's fame were a few like Hercules and Charlemagne. Is that a servant from the altered Holy Grail War. Despite his rugged appearance, Lionel Le Chevalier's mind was actually delicate and clever. He speculated that upon hearing about the initiation of the Orthodox Holy Grail War, this servant couldn't wait to participate. The master was not a threat, as she was just a little girl. But that servant. Is it time to end this now? He really might not lose. Lionel Le Chevalier saw clearly, even though that King Arthur was a notch stronger than Mordred, he still had to consider his master in his arms, which left him at a disadvantage. Unless something unexpected happened, that master was merely an ordinary person, which was King Arthur's greatest weakness. Hey little girl. Lionel Le Chevalier drew out his rifle, pointing the dark muzzle, adding, Lily. Surrender. This brutal war is not something you should participate in, you could really die. Perhaps Lily's age reminded him of his deceased adopted daughter. Lionel Le Chevalier, rarely kind, warned her. After all, he could tell from her demeanor that Lily had never shed blood and had no knowledge of magic. She was a pure, ordinary person. Arthur also sensed Lionel Le Chevalier's threat, but Mordred's frenzied attacks, disregarding defense, prevented him from protecting Lily for the time being. Lily hugged Arthur tightly around the neck, shouting, I will not surrender. Saber will protect me. This was a belief Lily had unwaveringly held. You really are still a little girl. Lionel Le Chevalier clicked his tongue slightly, adjusting his aim, planning to hit Lily's arm first. After all, even if he took Lily down in one hit, King Arthur's retaliation would be terrifying. It was better to force both to surrender. After all, Lily was not like those magicians and posed little threat. Lionel Le Chevalier thought this way. Stop it, Lionel Le Chevalier. A red magic circle enveloped Lionel Le Chevalier. The newcomers were of course Aoki Makoto and Taigong Wang. Though they were a bit far, they arrived at the scene even faster due to the augmentation of their stealth technique. Above the sky hovered a magnificent golden ship. Gilgamesh had also arrived. Clearly this king had no intention of intervening, merely watching with interest this family tragedy. I see it's a coordinated action. It seems to have been premeditated. Lionel Le Chevalier wisely put away his rifle. He was not arrogant enough to compete in speed with a heroic spirit. He rummaged through his pockets and asked, Can I have a cigarette? Aoki Makoto nodded. Lionel Le Chevalier lit a cigarette for himself, took a deep breath, and exhaled smoke rings. Let's get started. Being able to smoke one last time before death wasn't bad. No, as a reward for not taking Lily's life, we won't harm yours. Aoki Makoto had no habit of indiscriminate killing, especially since in the original work Lionel Le Chevalier was quite charming, a rare magician who wasn't a complete scoundrel. Lionel Le Chevalier shook his head. Being soft-hearted can lead to great losses. Those magicians won't show mercy to you. In Lionel Le Chevalier's view, even if Aoki Makoto and Lily had powerful heroic spirits, they themselves were just children and could never compete with those ruthless magicians. As for him, losing was losing. A dying in the Holy Grail War was also a decent ending, though he hadn't expected it to be so hasty. Aoki Makoto shook his head. I will not change my mind. Of course, to avoid leaking our information, please allow Lionel Le Chevalier to quietly sleep for a few days in a remote place. When you wake up, the Holy Grail War will be over. Are you forcing me to order my servant to commit suicide? After all, Lionel Le Chevalier still had complete command seals, and even if Mordred was a powerful saber, she couldn't resist. Not necessary, their side is about to end. Aoki Makoto looked towards the battle between Arthur and Mordred, which was already nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Arthur had already gained the absolute upper hand. After Qingmu Chung arrived, he set Lily down while Mordred completely ignored Lily, focusing solely on chasing and attacking Arthur. There was no need to worry about her master. The fully powered Arthur was simply not someone Mordred could contend with. King Arthur. Mordred glared at Arthur with hatred, her face resembling that of the King Arthur in her memories. You always look down on me. I am your son, your rightful heir. Why won't you acknowledge me? Mordred vented all her grievances against Artoria onto the Night King of another world. After all, aside from their gender, they were strikingly similar. The reason I refuse to acknowledge you is that you are indeed incapable of bearing the responsibilities of a king. Arthur's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. The fierce battle between them was intense, the sounds of clashing swords ringing out densely, and brilliant sparks flew as they exchanged blows. Mordred had completely lost her sanity. I cannot bear the responsibilities. Mordred retorted furiously, King Arthur, your kingdom has fallen. It is already finished. Regardless of whether I win or you win, everything has been destroyed from the very beginning. You knew it would come to this. You clearly knew it would turn out this way. Even if you had ceded the throne to me, this wouldn't have happened. Mordred's eyes were crimson. She managed to hold back her tears. Do you refuse to acknowledge me even if the country perishes? Do you hate me that much? Hate me for being the child of Morgan? This was Mordred's lifelong emotional knot. She yearned for King Arthur's acknowledgement, but was never recognized by him. In truth, she only sought such an answer. Just like on the Hill of the Swords Barrier, she had frantically questioned Artoria in the same manner. Answer me. Answer me, Arthur. Arthur understood that Mordred was not questioning him, but rather the other King Arthur, who resembled him. However, if he did not answer her, she would likely never be satisfied, even if she were to return to the throne of heroes defeated. I will never pass the throne to you. You lack the qualifications of a king. Even if it were me from another world, I would answer in the same way. Seeing that Mordred was on the verge of exploding with anger, Arthur continued, however, I have never hated you. Arthur stated directly, and it must be said compared to Artoria, the old sword understood human hearts a bit more. What? Mordred's anger deflated completely. Although she obtained the answer she wanted, she could not believe it. How is that possible? Why don't you hate me? I am your shame, the child of Morgan, and the one who killed you. Arthur pondered for a moment, carefully considering his response. I guess she probably doesn't know how to face this. After all, in this world, I am a woman, and suddenly having such a big child is too. Arthur said, and you understand, don't you? Do you really want to become a king? Or do you simply want to surpass me? Mordred froze, instinctively tightening her grip on the sword hilt. Why wouldn't I want to? I am the rightful heir of King Arthur. But I feel that what you care about in becoming a king is whether or not you are the heir of King Arthur. Arthur's words struck deep. It seemed that Mordred had suffered a heavy blow. Of course, I don't quite understand how I think in this world. Arthur Pendragon delivered a fatal blow, but to me, Mordred, you are quite adorable, much more than the Mordred from my world. Upon hearing this, the rebellious knight's spirit completely collapsed, her fighting spirit plummeting to the ground. What? What did you just say? Mordred's face turned bright red. Adorable. I am not adorable. Mordred retorted. Do you care that I am a girl? Arthur replied playfully, because daughters should be a bit more adorable. Arthur sighed. After all, rebellion in daughters is tsundra, while rebellion in sons is simply disobedience. Arthur would just give them a good beating, he would never say these things. Mordred gritted her teeth. You are not even Arthur. If only her cheeks weren't blushing, she would be even more formidable. Of course, if Artoria could have said one word of affection, how could Mordred possibly rebel? She would immediately become King Arthur's most loyal knight. The real Master Lion King took a puff of smoke, saying, what a terrifying man. I feel like my servant is about to be swayed by just 2 sentences. All right, I am not your father. Arthur smiled slightly, not minding Mordred's disrespect, contrasting sharply with his past demeanor of never showing a good face and often beating his son. However, Mordred, you should understand. You are not King Arthur, nor can you replace King Arthur. Is what you truly seek really to become a king? In this gentle persuasion, perhaps there was a hint of Ching Mu Cheng's consciousness, hoping that Mordred could truly find herself. After all, that was little Mo. Mordred fell into deep thought. Perhaps only in front of the old sword could she calm down a bit and reflect. If it were Artoria, they could only clash swords with no possibility of easing the tension. But the old sword was different. Despite being so similar, there was no direct enmity between Mordred and him. In front of the old sword, Mordred could express her thoughts. Perhaps it also reflected Artoria's choices. Every time I close my eyes, I dream of the sword of selection, and I have always been failing. I should be lacking something. I thought so before, but now it seems it's not about what's missing, but rather a different starting point. Just for the purpose of making a stranger smile, this was the goal for which her father aspired to become a king. Such noble selflessness is something I can never aspire to. In front of the old sword, Mordred finally sorted out her thoughts and was able to articulate what was in her heart. Looking back, I only hated the king, not my father. It was that country and that era that made her father bear everything, imposing all upon that person merely through the title of king. The reason I was forced to stand in such an exalted position is solely because she is a king. It's not that she's a being that invites hatred, yet she is hated all because of her identity as a king. Everyone selfishly placed their dreams, hopes, and wishes upon her. I harbor hatred for this, and I also wish to correct it. For my father should not be the one to bear the hatred of the people. So it's not that I want to become a king, I just want to replace my father to bear these overly painful burdens. But upon reflection, Mordred still couldn't bring herself to say this out loud, but felt too embarrassing. In reality, she now just wanted to cut down everyone present. All right, let's forget what I just said. This is the Holy Grail War. If you want to win against me, come at me fair and square. I understand now. I'll let the outcome rest on this strike. Give it your all, Mordred. Arthur's considerate smile indicated that as long as Mordred could come to terms with it, then everything they had just done would not be in vain. The golden-haired Night King raised her sword to her chest. The noble phantasm of the Night King from another world. I never expected such an encounter. I really should witness it. Mordred held her sword with both hands. Come on, Arthur. I am not a king, but rather one who treads in the wake of a king, following closely behind. For the peace of my king, I will drive away all enemies. After coming to terms with herself, Mordred's noble phantasm incantation also changed. Release of 13 seals. The Round Table's resolution begins now. Acknowledged. Bedivere Gareth Lancelot Mordred Galahad. The ethereal and magnificent voice rang out once more. Mordred's mouth was agape. Oh wait, she's right here. Aren't you going to ask for her opinion? Arthur smiled. This is a battle to save the world. Mordred also shouted the true name of her noble phantasm. The Radiant Sword of Kings, Clarent BLD Arthur. The Sword of Victory, Excalibur. The golden torrent instantly overwhelmed the crimson lightning. Mordred was extremely dissatisfied. I clearly did not agree. This is tyranny. The golden torrent engulfed everything. Sorry, master. In the end, the Red Faction's master and servant said their goodbyes. Mordred scratched her head awkwardly. After all, her exit this time was too swift. I lost. It's all right. I actually came just to make up the numbers. And after hearing what you said earlier, I also thought of what I truly desire. The Holy Grail cannot fulfill my wish. What he truly wished for was to see his foster daughter smile once more. However, the Holy Grail cannot bring the dead back to life. Therefore, Lion King's tragic wish is absolutely unattainable. Although we have never truly fought side by side, my instincts tell me that we should be quite compatible. Mordred, shouldering her sword, cheerfully said to Lion King, "Summon me again next time, I will definitely achieve victory." "Goodbye, master." In the end, Mordred said this while smiling. "Goodbye, Saber." Lion King waved, and upon seeing that Mordred had returned to the throne of heroes, he stood up, brushed the dirt off his pants, and spoke to Chingmuchong. "Let's go to the place we will be sleeping in for the next few days." The first day of the Red-Black Holy Grail War, Red faction Saber, Mordred, and Master Lion King exited. Currently, there are still 15 enemy servants remaining, including 2 judges. What is going on? Jean gazed towards the location of the Holy Grail War, wondering. The Red Saber has withdrawn. As the referee of this Holy Grail War, Jean possessed the ability to sense the general situation of the participating heroic spirits, allowing her to know which spirits had withdrawn, an ability that was not available to the previous referee, Amakusa Shiro. In the original story, she sensed the unusual withdrawal of the Black Saber Siegfried, prompting her to investigate the castle of Igmalenia, ultimately saving the protagonist Siegfried. And now she could also feel that the Red Saber Mordred had been defeated and withdrawn, but this was only the first day. How long had it been since Mordred was summoned? "Please, Sir," Jean said to the driver of the ride she was sharing, "could you go a bit faster? I want to reach Turifas as quickly as possible." Jean was manifested in the form of the girl Letitia, so she could not become incorporeal and had to maintain normal sleep and meals. When Jean completed her task or perished, Letitia would not be harmed, but instead would be transferred to a safe location. "I must see what has happened and who killed the Red Saber." Jean gazed towards the direction of Turifas, her eyes reflecting a hint of worry. "Is it resolved already?" "I understand." Shikamori Kagaya pressed the communicator to end the call. She had just received orders to support Eriri as she was the closest to the pair of master and servant, but Aoki Makoto, who had a means of rapid movement, had caught up, and it was no longer necessary for her to proceed. Shikamori Kagaya continued to inquire, "Is there anything else we need to do from our side?" Aoki Makoto replied, "Try to stay hidden in the nearby towns away from Sigishvara and the castle of Igmalenia. It's hard to say if they have ways to detect our presence. Do you need my assistance on your side?" Shikamori Kagaya had a rough idea of Aoki Makoto's intentions. "No, it's unnecessary. Unless something unexpected happens, ruler should be able to sense the withdrawal of the Red Saber. She's likely to arrive early. Since you lack means of rapid movement, it's better to conserve your energy and stay on standby." Shikamori Kagaya was not someone who lacked common sense. She nodded slightly. "I will stay hidden in Turifas for now, letting Kinji remain incorporeal. That should keep us undetected." "Very reliable, Kagaya. He'll leave that side to you. By the way, Hikatani's location is also near Turifas. You should look for him. It would be best to act together as he currently does not have a servant to protect him." "Understood." Shikamori Kagaya replied succinctly. "Oh, and next time just call me Kagaya Makoto." She hung up the communication. Aoki Makoto was taken aback. It seemed that his relationship with Shikamori Kagaya had improved significantly. Next, Aoki Makoto carefully considered his words and said to Eriri, "I have a proposal. We need Saber to attempt infiltrating the Red camp to gather first-hand information." The Red Saber withdrew too swiftly. Aside from ruler, no one should know yet. Even Amakusa Shiro should be unaware. Having become corporeal, he had already severed ties with the Greater Grail, and it was only after seizing the Greater Grail of Igmalenia that he re-established the magical circuit. Moreover, the past existence of King Arthur would actually convince Amakusa Shiro, as the relic given to the clock tower for the Lions Rampant was a fragment of the Round Table. If Amakusa knew about the clock tower, he would be even more inclined to trust King Arthur. "Eriri, Saber, what do you think?" Even though the true master of Saber was Aoki Makoto, he still sought Eriri's opinion. It was a time for collaboration, and no party's thoughts could be overlooked. This was a change made by Aoki Makoto after reflecting on his past arrogance and rash actions. Those who do not respect others will not be respected in return, and Aoki Makoto was trying to grow. Arthur looked directly at Lily. "Me." Lily pointed at herself, struggling to think with her not-so-smart brain. "Since you all think it's a good idea, it must be the right decision, but will there really be no danger? Won't pretending to be the Red Saber be discovered?" Lily instinctively fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, looking somewhat worried. "No," Aoki Makoto shook his head. "The Lion King should not have met up with the Red faction, yet, so they want to know which heroic spirit the Lion King summoned." Aoki Makoto said this while looking at Lion King Kirai. Hey, you guys discussing strategies so openly in front of me gives me the feeling that I'm about to be silenced at any moment." Despite saying that, Lion King Kirai did not show any fear on his face. He had a villainous appearance with 3 scars crossing his right forehead, an eye wearing sunglasses, and a leather jacket, looking anything but a good person. However, Aoki Makoto knew that Lion King Kirai's integrity was considered high among magicians, as most magicians were scoundrels and rogues. In fact, I feel that compared to the orthodox magicians of the Clock Tower, magicians like the Lion King are actually more trustworthy. "You make it sound like you're mocking me," Lion King Kirai said, the corner of his mouth twitching. "After all, magicians are looked down upon in the Clock Tower, just like the magician killer Kiritsugu Amiya. If the Lion King truly cared about that, he wouldn't have given up his magical heritage to become a bounty hunter living as a magician instead. You seem to know a lot about me." Lion King Kirai raised an eyebrow. "As an opponent in the Holy Grail War, gathering intelligence is fundamental, isn't it? Yet I know nothing about you." Looking at Aoki Makoto and Lily, it seems like you two just appeared out of nowhere, and the clock tower hasn't received any news about you. Moreover, from Aoki Makoto's earlier conversation, it seems there are more of your kind than just the two of you. It was obvious that this was premeditated. Summoning a servant like King Arthur is not something that can be done easily. From the comparison of the quality of heroic spirits in this red-black Holy Grail war, most of the ancient and powerful relics are in the hands of the ancient families of the clock tower. As for the underdeveloped Ig millennia, aside from Siegfried and Vlad III, who are top-tier servants, Chiron is only a first-class servant, while the others are mostly specialized in certain aspects, ranking them only as second or third tier in strength. In the original work, Mordred single-handedly defeated the berserker of the Black faction Frankenstein. If not for the intervention of the protagonist Siegfried, the Black Rider Astolfo would also have been dealt with by Mordred. The gap in strength among the servants is significant. In fact, if the Black faction had no Chiron, Achilles could easily penetrate the Black faction by himself, given that the Black faction has no divinity apart from Chiron. If they can't even break through Achilles' heel, what else is there to say? As for breaking Achilles' heel, do they think that the fastest feet of humanity are just a name without substance? From Lion King Kiria's perspective, Aoki Makoto's group is likely a master who survived from some subclass Holy Grail war. Ever since the Ig millennia family seized the Greater Holy Grail and opened the system of the Holy Grail War to the world, subclass Holy Grail wars have been blooming all over the world, but it is generally impossible to gather 7 servants, nor can wishes be realized like in the Greater Holy Grail. However, the servants of the subclass Holy Grail War are also genuine, so there exists the possibility of coming to seize the Greater Holy Grail upon hearing the news of its manifestation. In this view, their actions targeting the ruler are extremely wise, as the ruler would first eliminate outsiders like them. Lion King Kiria's assumptions are also what Aoki Makoto has always hoped others would believe. After all, the other world is indeed too eye-catching, making it easy to understand the survivors of the subclass Holy Grail War. However, these should be concerns for the clock tower or the church. Lion King Kiria took a puff of smoke. He was just a bounty hunter accepting a commission, but now the commission had completely failed, and as a loser, he just needed to obediently accept the victor's arrangements. Thinking of this, Lion King Kiria cooperatively informed Aoki Makoto of what he knew. The supervisor of the Red faction, Kiritsugu Amiya, is in the Church of Sigishvara. He himself is also one of the masters. Although I don't know what kind of person he is, it would be wise not to underestimate someone dispatched by the church. You probably won't have a problem with Arthur pretending to be the Red Saber, but this little girl. Lion King Kiria pointed at Lily. She probably doesn't have that good of a mental fortitude, and she's just an ordinary person. The clock tower wouldn't pick an ordinary person as a master. This is the biggest flaw. I don't have confidence that I can deceive that so-called leader of the Red faction. Lily said, her head drooping. In fact, just standing here took all her courage. Not to mention that Lily's thoughts were mostly written all over her face. Her acting skill was in the negative. I never intended for her to participate. As a magician, it's normal to only send the servant. After all, not every magician is willing to cooperate with others. I see. King Arthur nodded slightly. As long as we keeping Lily in a safe place, I just need to reveal my identity as a member of the Red faction, then I can choose to act alone afterward. Yes, that was my original plan, but now I have other ideas. Aoki Makoto smiled at Lion King Kiria, and the expression that was identical to Taigong Wang beside him put immense pressure on this tough guy. Lion King Kiria had a bad premonition. Hey, you wouldn't. Lion King, would you be willing to accept our commission? Aoki Makoto asked directly. Lion King Kiria was somewhat speechless. I remember you just killed my servant and said you wanted me to sleep through the Holy Grail War. Indeed, that's how it is. Is there a problem? Aoki Makoto asked sincerely. You barely interacted with Saber, so you shouldn't have any thoughts of avenging her, right? Or do you have a wish you want the Greater Holy Grail to fulfill, and you must seize the Greater Holy Grail? Saber's defeat is no regret. As her master, I have no desire for revenge. Lion King Kiria scratched his head. As for wishes, there are indeed some I want to realize, but the Greater Holy Grail is impossible to fulfill my wish. I'm just curious why you would trust me. After all, I am a notorious necromancer. But Lion King is also a bounty hunter, right? Your credibility in the mission is still trustworthy. Aoki Makoto spread his hands. Isn't your commission already over? So you should be in a downtime now. As you can see, all the masters on our side are ordinary people, including myself, who have no experience dealing with magicians. The only one here who understands the thoughts and combat methods of magicians is Lion King, so we really hope you can accept the commission and help us. Of course, I'm just asking, you can refuse. Lion King Kiria thought for a moment and made a choice. Deal, I seem to have no reason to refuse, Lion's judgment agreed. No problem. Aoki Makoto felt no pressure. With Gilgamesh's treasury as his backing, he was indeed extravagantly confident. So you want me to impersonate King Arthur's master and distract the attention of the Red faction, right? Lion's judgment found it somewhat novel. Having lost his servant, he could still impersonate a master once more. Actually, you haven't lost your qualification as a master since the command seals are still in your possession. Aoki Makoto was quite straightforward. You can summon at any time and see if the Holy Grail will respond to you. Aren't you afraid I might actually do that? Lion's judgment raised an eyebrow. Afraid. But the help you provide us is significant, and I am willing to trust you. That's a bit too honest, isn't it? Lion's judgment expressed some skepticism. Because lies cannot truly convince others, telling one lie requires a larger lie to cover it up. We however hope to receive genuine assistance from Lion's judgment, so we naturally will not hold back the truth. If someone from Type Moon were to see this, perhaps they would notice something. Aoki Makoto was learning from Fujimura Ritsuka, controlling his own cowardice and hesitation, trading sincerity for sincerity, and exchanging honesty for trust, especially towards someone like Lion's judgment, who is truly worth it. As you can see, we the uninvited masters are not magicians, but ordinary people. My knowledge is merely a few tricks I learned from Ryder. So we also wish to entrust you with our protection, as we are very vulnerable during servant battles. Once discovered, we are no match for those magicians. Therefore we need your help, Lion's judgment. Lily mustered her courage and said to the seemingly fierce uncle, please, Lion's judgment, uncle. TCH. Lion's judgment clicked his tongue. Understood, this is the content of the commission, right? To be a babysitter for children. Fine, since I have already agreed, I have no intention of backing out. Great. Although Lily did not understand why Aoki Makoto was so eager to seek Lion's judgment's help, she could at least feel that this uncle was indeed very strong and not a bad person. With his help, the odds of winning the Holy Grail War would increase, and Lily naively thought that it would be great if other masters could be the same. So, I need to go meet the Red Faction supervisor Shiro Amiya with Saber now. Lion's judgment casually changed his words. Just to be safe, let's wait until we eliminate Ruler from this Holy Grail War. Before heading over, she should have already sensed the retreat of Red Saber and will likely hurry over. If we fail, there's no need for you to take that risk. Aoki Makoto intended to be cautious. Even though he was already certain about Jean, he could not bear the possibility of failure. Ruler Ashi truly is a major problem. Based on her notoriety, Ruler is most likely the national heroine Joan of Arc from France. Lion's judgment automatically classified himself as part of Aoki Makoto's camp. Joan of Arc, the one from the 100 Years' War. Even someone like Lily from the second dimension had heard of this famous saint. To be enemies with such a noble woman, Lily couldn't help but feel some pressure. Yes, the troublesome part is not Joan's abilities, but Ruler's command seals, which can dictate the servants. Once she discovers you foreign masters and your servants, you are likely to be besieged by both the Red and Black faction servants. Seeing a girl of Lily's age, Lion's judgment couldn't help but recall his adopted daughter. If it weren't for the need for an heir that led to her tragic death, she would likely be as vibrant as Lily, so he had a bit more patience for her. So we must defeat her. Lily understood the seriousness of the situation. If besieged by multiple servants, even if their servants were of slightly higher quality, it would be futile. The opponents were not all second-rate servants like Frankenstein or Astolfo, and even second-rate servants could threaten first-rate ones with their trump cards. Well, we are about to set off to intercept Ruler. Lily, just to avoid any unexpected changes, I will take Saber with me first. Is that all right? Aoki Makoto planned to set off immediately. Although in the original story Joan was supposed to arrive at Tulip Has the night after the summoning, her trajectory might change due to Mordred's retreat. Lily nodded heavily. I'll leave it to you, Makoto. But before Aoki Makoto left, Lily still grabbed the hem of his clothes. Aoki-kun. Lily hesitated and called out to Aoki Makoto as she understood the importance of this battle. You will succeed, right? Of course we will win. Lily nodded with a smile, turning to Arthur, revealing the demeanor of a master for the first time. Even though she was just a two-dimensional otaku who drew, Lily was still very clear in her heart that she must protect the world in which she lived no matter what. The tragedies witnessed during the monster invasion were already too many. If they failed this time, it would be 100 times worse than before, and that sense of guilt would crush her. Moreover, her friends, her family, her entire life was in that world. So even if she had to endure the fear of possibly losing Arthur, she had to smile and watch him leave. He is King Arthur, her knight, and also a king. My knight, please bring victory to me. Lily said firmly, word by word. Yes, my master. The golden-haired knight raised his holy sword. I will bring you victory with this sword. You don't have to worry too much, Lily. Aoki Makoto patted her shoulder. Unknowingly, in the camaraderie of being comrades, everyone's relationships had become harmonious. I will have Taigong Wang use the distant sight technique, so you can see Arthur fighting. Aoki Makoto deliberately winked at her. When the time comes to use the command seals, don't be stingy, okay? Lily instinctively touched the back of her right hand, where 3 red command seals marked her, and she now knew from the explanation that these were crucial life-saving symbols for Arthur. She stuck her tongue out at Aoki Makoto. I won't be stingy. After releasing some pressure, the proud, golden-haired girl returned. Lion's judgment beside them commented, it's hard to believe that your relationship is really quite good. Is there such friendship in the Holy Grail War? Surely your wishes can't all be the same. For their own selfish desires, masters participating in the Holy Grail War often kill each other, just like the close sisters of the Aderfeld family who fell out during the Third Holy Grail War. No way. Lion's judgment was surprised to see Aoki Makoto and Lily's expressions. Aoki Makoto and Lily exchanged smiles. That's right, we have a common goal. To protect the world we live in. While Arthur was already in a scuffle with Mordred, Hikigaya Hachiman was still pondering which foot to use to step out of the alley. Compared to Aoki Makoto, who was born in the wilderness, Hikigaya Hachiman began his journey in a town which was quite fortunate, landing in an empty alley where no one noticed him. Struggle with all your might, mixed cultivator. The golden spirit beside him seemed capable of illuminating this dim corner, but undoubtedly bringing Hikigaya Hachiman here unharmed was his greatest mercy. otherwise he would be reduced to a mere corpse by the roadside. With that parting line, Gilgamesh transformed into golden particles directly departing in a spiritual form. Only Hikigaya Hachiman remained in the alley hesitating. He had just tried to contact others using his communicator, but he wasn't sure if it was due to the distance, as there was no response for the time being. With the bright moonlight, Hikigaya Hachiman could slightly see the outside scenery, which was a classical European-style street, the stone pavement worn by wind and rain, and now, under the full moon, there wasn't a soul in sight, an eerily quiet atmosphere. Hikigaya Hachiman couldn't bring himself to step out. It wasn't that Hikigaya Hachiman was cowardly. Even though the timeline of this world had progressed to around 2005, this European village influenced by the Ig millennia family nearby still adhered to a very simple rural lifestyle despite having some modern technological products. Anyone who has visited less prosperous towns knows that such places have no nightlife. Those wandering around at night are mostly not decent individuals. Hikigaya Hachiman rummaged through his belongings for anything useful, but found that even coins he didn't dare to take out easily. He had no spirit protector by his side. It was late at night in an unfamiliar place, and he had no idea where the nearest inn was. What if he was robbed? He had quite a few gold bars on him, which made his heart tremble just thinking about it. Hikigaya Hachiman was always prone to envisioning the worst-case scenarios. Fortunately, Aoki-kun and that strategist were thoughtful. Hikigaya Hachiman quickly corrected himself, reminding himself not to expose his intentions before obtaining his own servant, meaning he had to be cautious with his words. In the Holy Grail War, terms like servant and class were not meant for ordinary people to know. He had to restrain himself from voicing them. After all, who knows if the person passing by is a master? Hikigaya Hachiman was well aware of his own weakness, so he understood the importance of caution even more. He unloaded the large backpack he had on his back. Aoki Makoto had also considered the possibility of moving to the wilderness or forest, so each backpack contained outdoor survival gear. Hikigaya Hachiman intended to take out his sleeping bag to spend the night in this alley. At least he had been there for a while without anyone coming in, so it shouldn't pose too much danger. Caution, Hikigaya. The most important thing is caution. Hikigaya Hachiman carefully placed his handgun close to his chest, keeping important items on him, while covering the rest with a camouflage cloth. He tied the bag to his wrist before slipping into the sleeping bag. He simply couldn't fall asleep. Hikigaya Hachiman lay there with his eyes open, gazing at the bright full moon of the night. How bright it is! Ooh, I wonder how the others are doing. Having a servant by his side should provide a better situation than is right. Hikigaya Hachiman still hadn't realized that the war had already begun the moment they arrived. In his speculation, with a servant's protection, finding a place to stay should be easy, unlike him, who was sleeping like a homeless person in the street corner. Aoki Makoto and Eriri, who had stayed up all night, expressed their dissatisfaction. The moon in this other world wasn't much different from that of their own. Hikigaya Hachiman continued to let his thoughts wander, reflecting on his many failures in life, thus far his first love that he had foolishly pursued, and how he had intended to have a fresh start, but ended up getting hit by a car on the first day of school while saving a dog. So why did he agree to Taegong Wang's invitation? Hikigaya Hachiman pondered. Then he smiled wryly. Hikigaya, you're still unwilling to let go. Claiming to enjoy solitude was merely the biggest lie. He mocked the world simply because he had not become strong. In truth, after that life and death crisis, he was still unwilling. It would be one thing if there were no opportunities at all, but when Taegong Wang extended the invitation, he was still moved. This might be Hikigaya Hachiman's only chance in life to escape the stench of the gutter. Even if his greatest dream was to become a house husband, as a man had he never fantasized about wielding power and influencing the world. Moreover, there was Kamachi. As an older brother, he had responsibilities. Starting from tomorrow, Hikigaya told himself he would correct his enigmatic nature and try to be more straightforward. Gradually, Hikigaya Hachiman began to feel a hint of drowsiness, and on this lonely night, he said to himself, "Good night, Hikigaya Hachiman." When the first rays of dawn fell on Hikigaya Hachiman's face, he opened his eyes. Of course, the quality of sleep last night was poor, and his head was still throbbing. Hikigaya suppressed the urge to curl back into the sleeping bag and slowly crawled out. Even though he had made a resolution just yesterday, he almost succumbed to the warmth of the sleeping bag the next day. Nevertheless, the previous training had been effective. Hikigaya Hachiman packed his belongings with a speed he would never usually have, and with his large backpack stepped out of the alley for the first time. At this time, a few early rising women had emerged from the houses beside the street. They whispered to each other, casting curious glances at Hikigaya Hachiman, as if they were looking at some exotic creature. Such towns rarely had faces from the east. Hikigaya Hachiman felt uncomfortable all over. As the invisible person in his class, he desperately wished to shrink back into the empty alley, hoping no one would see him. However, his rationality remained intact. He carefully discerned the women's language and found that although it had a heavy accent, it was likely a rudimentary form of Romanian. Romania, the Red-Black Holy Grail War. Hikigaya Hachiman recalled Taegong Wang's introduction and suddenly felt uneasy. Where exactly was he now? Romania is quite vast. Hikigaya Hachiman wanted to approach and strike up a conversation, but unfortunately his limited Romanian was only barely comprehensible, and with the accent, he ended up fleeing amidst the women's laughter. With his head down, he walked quickly, eager to leave this place. The result of not watching where he was going was a collision with someone. However, the slender figure of the other party was unexpectedly solid, knocking down Hikigaya Hachiman, the big man, to the ground. The weight of his backpack prevented him from getting up immediately. If there was a gap, Hikigaya Hachiman would definitely squeeze through. Are you okay? You. A fair hand extended towards him with fingertips like blooming cherry blossom petals. Such a sentence structure placing the subject at the end would seem odd for an ordinary person, but on the person in front of him it felt exceptionally adorable. Upon seeing that person, a thought suddenly sprang to Hikigaya Hachiman's mind. Could this be an angel? Hey, why aren't you responding? Did I hurt you? This person approached energetically, seemingly wanting to get a hold of Hachiman's clothes, asking, are you really injured? Let me see where you're hurt. A series of questions left Hachiman unsure of which to answer, and his jumping thoughts made it even harder for him to react. When that pair of delicate hands was about to touch him, Hachiman's face flushed, and he rolled away in a panic. Why are you dodging? The person asked with pure confusion, tilting their head slightly. Oh no. Hachiman nearly covered his face. Who could resist someone so cute that even those with discerning eyes would feel a flutter? The person before him had a beautiful mane of pink hair tied into a ponytail cascading down their back. The hair playfully stood up with a streak of white in the bangs, fair skin, slender limbs, and a petite stature. Dressed in a purple jacket and horizontally striped short sleeves, exposing a waist that was just the right size, and wearing a black skirt that revealed a pair of long fair legs. Most importantly, that overly cute and delicate face with a pair of violet eyes sparkling brightly, reflecting Hachiman's shadow. I'm not injured. To prove this, Hachiman swiftly got up from the ground with his most agile move. Being lively is great. The newcomer spoke nonsensically. You look different from everyone around here. Are you a foreigner? Which country are you from? Are you here for vacation? It's so wonderful to be able to visit many places. The adorable girl chatted very casually, leaving the socially anxious Hachiman feeling overwhelmed. I'm just here on vacation. Hachiman attempted to cut through the chaos quickly. However, he underestimated the girl's energy and her level of familiarity. Vacation? Come travel with me. She suddenly took Hachiman's hand, looking into his eyes with her sparkling gaze. Walking alongside the pink-haired girl, Hachiman's dead fish eyes became even more lifeless. This is bad. Hachiman scolded himself internally. How could he agree to the invitation of someone he didn't even know? After all, he was here to participate in the Holy Grail War. Even if he was just a filler, there was still a risk to his life. On the other hand, he couldn't help but comfort himself. It was unavoidable, right? Under the gaze of those sparkling eyes, even a deity would lose their mind and agree. After all, Hachiman was still a man. However, the girl remained oblivious to Hachiman's troubles, continuing to chatter in her cute and lively voice in his ear. Hey, Hachiman. She had already become quite adept at calling his name without him realizing. Look, that seems delicious. She tugged at Hachiman's clothes. Hachiman was already enchanted by the intimacy of a name he had never been called before. Even his sister Kamichi directly called him by name, while throughout his miserable school life, whether male or female, everyone referred to him as classmate Hiki, with very few calling him Hikikon. How desolate. But Hachiman indeed had no friends. Interestingly, this girl was the first to call him by his name. No. Hachiman shook his head vigorously, seemingly trying to shake off all unrealistic thoughts. Wasn't the tragedy from middle school enough of a warning? Don't mistake a girl's closeness for her liking you. In fact, due to certain past events, Hachiman had a strong guard against the opposite sex, including Yugahama, and he couldn't believe she truly liked him. But strangely, Hachiman found it hard to be wary of this girl. Hachiman. The girl clasped her hands behind her back and looked at him with eager eyes. Please, can we go? I want to try it. So the two sat at a table outside the restaurant, the girl propping herself up on the chair and swinging her slender white legs. So Hachiman, after talking for so long, I still don't know how to address you. That's right, despite having already learned his name and spending some inexplicable time together, Hachiman still didn't know the girl's name. Edge. She tapped her cheek with her fingertip. Didn't I say it? No, Hachiman replied with his dead fish eyes. Oh, I see, I didn't say it. She suddenly brightened up. Then let me introduce myself now. My name is Astolfo. As for the rest, I'm sorry, I can't say for now. Astolfo. Hachiman, who wasn't well versed in foreign names, didn't realize this was a male name. So, I should call you, Fuku. He simplified it in his own way. Fuku. That sounds pretty good. Yes, just call me Fuku, Hachiman. Astolfo happily accepted. Soon the food arrived and Astolfo took a spoonful and put it in her mouth, her eyes narrowing in bliss. Delicious. Aren't you a local? Why did you come here? Though he thought it was impossible for a beautiful girl to take an interest in him at this moment, Hachiman couldn't help but engage in conversation. Who knows? I really can't understand why I came here. Astolfo revealed a distressed expression. So what about you, Hachiman? Why did you come here? Within 3 seconds, she regained her energy. Just for vacation, Hachiman averted his gaze. Nothing special. Really? Astolfo leaned in closer. Really? Hachiman felt a pang in his heart for lying. Well, let's just go with that for now. Astolfo smiled brightly at him. Anyway, thank you, Hachiman, for treating me to such delicious food. You are a good person, Hachiman. Hachiman, who received a good person card, didn't feel happy at all. What do you mean a good person? I want to ask, why did you come to me? Hachiman still couldn't believe he could encounter a stunningly beautiful girl. Wasn't this some kind of setup? Astolfo said matter-of-factly, because you look troubled. Helping troubled people is something I should do. Hachiman was stunned. Had he been seen through? Facing Astolfo's clear and vibrant eyes, Hachiman suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, feeling uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, at that moment someone broke the deadlock, preventing Hachiman from sinking into the ground. Finally found you, Hachiman. Turning around, a beautiful girl with black hair and red eyes stood there. Without a doubt, it was Shigoma Kagaya who had been searching for Hachiman all along. Classmate Shikami. At this moment, Hachiman Hikigaya was genuinely filled with joy as he had finally found a group to belong to. Meanwhile, a nobody like him no longer had to worry about safety before the fight began. You must understand, in such an unfamiliar place where your own identification is forged, Hachiman Hikigaya was truly panicking. Getting hit by a foreigner is no joke. Do you think the quality of those street thugs is anything to rely on? It seems you are doing well, Hikigaya. Shikami Kagaya crossed her arms looking down at Hachiman Hikigaya. Unknowingly, Hachiman Hikigaya felt as if Shikami Kagaya was looking at him with a gaze akin to that of a pest. This. Hachiman Hikigaya thought about his current appearance, awkwardly digging his toes into the ground. If he was working hard to find someone and discovered that the other party was leisurely accompanied by a beautiful girl, he would be quite annoyed. Let the popular crowd explode. Is that a friend of Hachiman? Astolfo completely failed to read the atmosphere as she cheerfully approached. Hello there, classmate. Then we are friends too. Let's play together. Shikami Kagaya instinctively took a step back, feeling a strong sense of déjà vu. Fujiwara Chika. Shikami Kagaya was suddenly filled with an overwhelming sense of vigilance. However, under Astolfo's enthusiasm, they ended up having a dizzying good time until the sun began to set. Oh no, it's already so late. Astolfo showed a distressed expression. I really don't want to go back to deal with her seriously. What does she even think of me? Is your family treating you poorly? Hachiman Hikigaya knew he had no ground to ask, but couldn't help it. Not exactly. Astolfo was not someone who would admit to everyone. In any case, I have to go back. Bye-bye. See you next time, little Hachiman. Astolfo leaned in almost close enough to Hachiman Hikigaya to touch with a fist's distance. I had a great time today. Bye-bye. Let's play together next time. Goodbye. Hachiman Hikigaya's brain short-circuited. Like a typical high school girl, Astolfo skipped halfway before turning back to wave at Hachiman, her smile brighter than the sun at dawn. Hachiman Hikigaya waved foolishly. So adorable, Astolfo. He had never encountered such a cute girl in his life. There's a saying that beauty pales in comparison to cuteness. So it's no wonder Hachiman couldn't withstand it. Ask our handsome readers, can you resist Astolfo's closeness? Beside them, Shikami Kagaya's lips twitched. The person she thought was quite clever now seemed rather foolish. Actually, I found you a long time ago, Hikigaya. Shikami Kagaya suddenly spoke, a hint of seriousness in her crimson eyes. Was she late to avoid being a third wheel? After encountering a breathtaking beauty, anyone would have this thought. Hachiman Hikigaya immediately had this idea in mind, but he rejected it in the next second, thinking, who does he think he is? Hachiman Hikigaya was generally quite perceptive. After all, when he lacked perception, he had been self-deceived for a long time, leading to ridicule in the end. Is it because of Miss Astolfo? Hachiman Hikigaya's mind was still quite agile. Could she be related to the heroic spirits? This was the only thing that could make Shikami Kagaya hesitate. She is a servant. It turned out that even Kagaya couldn't see through the gender of such a top-tier crossdresser as Astolfo. But it must be said that Shikami Kagaya had complex feelings towards Astolfo, as the similar pink hair and nonsensical personality indeed reminded her of the cancerous Fujiwara Chika. Could there really be two cancer cells like Fujiwara Chika? And as a servant, isn't the destructive power even greater? However, there is one thing that concerns me. Shikami Kagaya frowned. As the eldest daughter of the Shikami family, she had studied many historical legends and was quite familiar with the name Astolfo. What is it? Hachiman Hikigaya inquired. I remember, Shikami Kagaya recalled carefully. The name Astolfo is one of the 12 paladins under Charlemagne in the Legend of Charlemagne. According to the records, she should be male. Reflecting on Astolfo's behavior, even Shikami Kagaya was uncertain. A sound reminiscent of a boy's heart shattering could be heard. You don't have to say it like that, Shikami Kagaya said, seeing Hachiman Hikigaya deeply affected, a bit speechless. I might have remembered incorrectly as well. Although Shikami Kagaya was very confident in her memory, Astolfo's femininity was too high, making it hard to imagine that one of Charlemagne's 12 paladins would have such a personality. It would be more reasonable if she were originally disguised as a man. No, Shikami, you don't understand. Hachiman Hikigaya's gaze was distant, as if recalling some unspeakable past. After you said that, I felt that this probably 80% maybe is true. After all, no girl would willingly get close to me. If it were a boy, Hachiman Hikigaya suddenly understood. No wonder his vigilance against beautiful girls was useless against Astolfo, as he originally treated her as a boy, making it easier to interact. So it's truly unfortunate, Hachiman Hikigaya. Why isn't Astolfo a girl? At least he could make a contract servant after a dream. Of course, until he saw Astolfo's true form, Hachiman Hikigaya would not easily draw conclusions. After all, a character with ambiguous gender is attractive precisely because of that ambiguity. Sounds quite sad. As the apex of the food chain, Shikami Kagaya, even without friends aside from Fujiwara Chika, found it hard to understand Hachiman Hikigaya's thoughts. However, being able to find out a servant's true name is a good thing. You've made a contribution, Hikigaya. Hachiman Hikigaya awkwardly touched his face, recalling Astolfo's earlier words. It seems that he does not have a close relationship with his master. Is there some issue between them? Hachiman Hikigaya felt a bit worried. Shikami Kagaya raised an eyebrow, concerned about this issue. Does someone have thoughts of being a usurper? Worth pondering. While Ayami, Aoki, and Astolfo were wandering the streets, Aoki Makoto had already taken Rider and Saber to confront the ruler of this holy grail, Warjean Dark. It can be said that Jeanne d'Arc is the greatest adversary for Aoki Makoto's side. As the judge of the Holy Grail War, she must eliminate any outsiders if they are discovered to ensure the fairness of the battle. To be honest, even if the original work portrays Jeanne d'Arc as biased, her threat to Aoki Makoto's side is evident. She is no longer the Jeanne d'Arc of the past, having lost most of the privileges of a ruler after becoming flesh. As a judge of the Holy Grail War, she possesses privileges like wide area detection, true name revelation, and divine judgment, and can clearly sense which servants have withdrawn, making it impossible to disguise. If discovered by Jeanne d'Arc, Aoki Makoto's side could face an assault from over a dozen servants. Even if some are of lower caliber, there are undeniable top-tier servants like Karna, Achilles, Vlad III in his territory, and Semiramis with her aerial garden alongside Chiron, who can launch deadly strikes at night, and Astolfo, who may not have impressive stats, but possesses extraordinary noble phantasms. To be honest, Astolfo's abilities are average, and his noble phantasm is more like a stick to stir chaos. Coupled with his irrational personality, he resembles a ticking time bomb, causing trouble for both enemies and allies. Kaguya Shiju compared him to the Cancer of Earth Chika, Fujiwara undoubtedly seeing through the essence of both. Returning to the topic, even if Aoki Makoto's side consists entirely of top-tier servants, they cannot withstand an assault from multiple servants. The most crucial factor is that the master cannot endure. Aoki Makoto does not hold high hopes for the abilities of the current masters. Even Kaguya Shiju has never truly fought for her life. Therefore, Jeanne d'Arc must be taken down at the first opportunity. Currently, Amakusa Shiro Tokusada is busy with the Empress Aerial Garden and likely has no time to pay attention to Aoki Makoto's side. Moreover, he has his own objectives, making the fairness of the Holy Grail War irrelevant to him. That said, given Jeanne d'Arc's fame, she is not weak even if she is not particularly skilled in combat, especially with her ability of divine judgment, which is akin to a cheat. According to the lore, the servants in this Holy Grail War should not be able to contend with ruler Jeanne d'Arc. The reason is not that Jeanne is exceptionally strong. Even with her high notoriety and elevated spirit origin, she is not a warrior adept at fighting. On the battlefield, she primarily serves as a morale booster. However, as the judge of this Holy Grail War, she possesses 14 command seals to command servants, which no amount of magical power can resist, unless one is completely immune like Solomon. Yet Aoki Makoto's side is unaffected as they are not the servants summoned in this Holy Grail War. That said, since ruler has the ability for wide area detection, will she really engage with you instead of avoiding you? This was a question previously raised by Lion's Disaster. Rest assured, Aoki Makoto replied meaningfully, Jeanne will definitely come looking for us. Most people overlook one point. While Sakata Kintoki and Kaguya Shiju are with Telesifa's Gilgamesh Axe alone, and Arthur and Taigong Wang are by Aoki Makoto's side. What about Nakano Miku and Oda Nobunaga? It's all set up now. In the desolate wilderness, Oda Nobunaga clapped her hands, her face displaying an almost naive cruelty. I truly hope Ilkakun's plan fails, that way we can witness the biggest explosion. Nakano Miku had already been arranged to a safe place as her kind and innocent nature made it hard for her to keep secrets while Oda Nobunaga came alone. She intended to plant nuclear bombs brought from the ordinary world at crucial points in this Holy Grail War. If it were Fuyuki City, one Tsar bomb would be sufficient. Unfortunately, the Romanian Holy Grail War spans a large area, making it difficult to eliminate everyone in one strike, so they can only be set in key locations. Oda Nobunaga had to run around all day to accomplish this, but fortunately these nuclear bombs did not emit magical fluctuations and would not touch the magical barrier. How utterly arrogant and somewhat laughable, Oda Nobunaga remarked, looking down on those magicians steeped in past glories. While some were tactful, most were still decayed. Even the Yggdrasil family has somewhat moved with the times, having participated in World War II and collaborated with a certain Führer. Thus, Oda Nobunaga did not dare to get too close to the Yggdrasil castle. Who knows if Danik has other means, even if he is a standard magician. Fortunately, given the nuclear bomb's radius, even from a distance those people would be doomed. This is the ultimate trump card, and the best way to force Jeanne d'Arc to seek them out. By the way, Jeanne d'Arc has a rank revelation, so she should be able to see this. If she chooses to avoid combat instead of fully committing to finding Aoki Makoto's side, let the entire Telesifa's stage a fireworks show for her. In response, Aoki Makoto has already come to a realization. What was that? Originally resting in the back of the truck, he had a terrifying vision in his dreams. Jeanne d'Arc understood that it was the revelation bestowed upon her by God, turning the night into day, filled with the wails of countless people, the screams of many, as the entire area of the Holy Grail War turned to ash, accompanied by the souls of hundreds of thousands. Is such a thing going to happen in this Holy Grail War? Jeanne d'Arc suddenly felt the weight of her mission. Is this why I was summoned? To prevent this catastrophe. What must I do to stop it? Is this disaster caused by a particular servant? Although she could glean fragments of the future from her revelation, Jeanne d'Arc had no way of knowing the reason for this disaster. Even in the original work, she was confused about why she had been summoned and pursued the truth until she met the last ruler, Amakusa Shiro Tokusada, who revealed everything. Is it related to the inexplicably withdrawn red saber? This was the only oddity at the moment, and Jeanne d'Arc resolved to uncover the truth and prevent the situation from worsening. Standing in the back of the truck, Jeanne d'Arc rose and gazed towards the direction the vehicle was heading. We're almost there, Telesiphus. At the same time, Amakusa Shiro Tokusada received the same revelation. Even if no one admits it, leading the people to resist the shogunate's tyranny, with 40,000 men, women, and children slaughtered in the Great Fire of Shimabara, Amakusa Shiro Tokusada is undoubtedly a saint, and he can possess skills similar to those of Jean Dark. The white-haired, dark-skinned priest's face was grave as he gazed at the horizon where the dazzling sunlight shone. A long, pale hand shielded his eyes. "Master, are you trying to lose your sight? I wouldn't want my partner to become blind." Semiramis, dragging her resplendent skirt, wore a captivatingly beautiful face, tinged with a hint of concern. This was quite rare considering she was the ancient assassin who had poisoned her own husband, the Assyrian empress. Amakusa Shiro Tokusada blinked, tears falling from his eyes, but he maintained a gentle smile on the surface. "Sorry, assassin, I must have not been paying attention. Is something bothering you?" Semiramis' beautiful eyes flickered. "I envisioned total annihilation capable of ending the entire Holy Grail war in an instant. It seems our opponents this time harbor a formidable presence. Will you be afraid because of this, say?" Amakusa Shiro Tokusada closed his eyes, and when he opened them again a fierce will ignited in his pupils. "If the master had not forgiven me, I would surely be punished. Before that, I will continue to move forward no matter who the opponent is." Qingmu Chung had no idea that a person with the ambition to betray Cao Cao had appeared in his team. If he had known, he would have smiled mysteriously and fully supported it. After all, undermining the enemy only strengthens one's own power. Currently, Qingmu Chung was summoning the masked figures of the killing stage, without hesitation sending them out directly alongside Arthur. He was aware that not long from now Karna and Siegfried would arrive. Siegfried was coming to rescue Jean, while Karna was there to kill her. However, this did not mean that he and Karna were allies. Karna's strength was formidable, and the inside of the poor could easily see through the essence of things, so Qingmu Cheng's plan was to prevent them from participating in this battle, blocking them midway. Gilgamesh had already left after the battle between Arthur and Mordred, and currently the only servant by Qingmu Cheng's side was rider Taigong Wang. That will suffice. Qingmu Chung had great confidence in Taigong Wang. Jean's divine judgment could not affect him, thus he could achieve a single kill. Moreover, in order to achieve a swift resolution, he had already prepared a place for Jean to meet her demise. Qingmu Chung and Taigong Wang quietly blocked the only road leading to Telephus, both knowing that Jean would certainly come. The Maid of Orleans Jean d'Arc was never lacking in courage or the resolve to face death. As expected, at the end of the road a figure appeared. Wearing armor and holding the sacred banner, the French maid Jean approached alone. She had sensed this pair of master and servant, and aware of the danger, had persuaded the kind-hearted driver to leave, coming alone to the appointment. With violet eyes and golden hair braided behind her, this exceptionally beautiful girl with an aura of nobility was none other than the renowned maid Jean d'Arc. "You?" Jean's beautiful eyes reflected the pair of master and servant, revealing an expression of realization. "No wonder you are not participants in this Holy Grail war. As the adjudicator of this Holy Grail war, I must uphold its fairness, and you outsiders are undoubtedly the greatest disruptors of the rules. I am also your greatest enemy." Jean promptly assessed friend and foe. This girl, who had led armies to victory over empires at the age of 17, was exceptionally decisive. She placed the sacred banner across her chest, the spear tip glinting with a chilling light. "Let us fight. Since you are foes and not friends, we must settle this with battle. But before that, I have a question to ask you." Jean looked directly at Qingmu Chung. "Master of Rider, do you wish to destroy this Holy Grail war?" Jean recalled the images brought by the revelations and had to prepare for the worst. If this person would slaughter hundreds of thousands for the sake of the Holy Grail, even using a sword, she must stop him. Qingmu Chung remained calm, facing this servant who was immensely popular in FGO and whom he admired without the slightest hesitation. "For the sake of the Holy Grail, I will stop at nothing," Qingmu Chung said openly. "This is to save lives 100-fold, 1,000-fold. If saving them means taking lives, then let me bear that burden." Thus he had not revealed his plan for mass destruction to the other masters. Such a method would surely be condemned in the mundane world, even if victorious. But so what? Qingmu Chung was unafraid. This was the path he chose. Simultaneously, he did not lie to Jean, for he knew that lies were the most laughable things before these servants. "I can feel your will from your tone. It is admirable," Jean said, gripping the flagpole with both hands. "But I am even more certain that I must stop you here." Before her words fell, Jean charged out with overwhelming force, striking the flag spear fiercely. Taigong Wang remained calm. A flash of red magic sent Qingmu Chung away, ensuring that he would not be involved in this battle. Then Taigong Wang shook his whip, casting a binding spell instantly, but it only hindered Jean for a moment before she easily broke free. Taigong Wang moved with agility, not directly engaging Jean, while the two became entangled instead. He truly impressive, as expected of Francis, Saint of Salvation. Taigong Wang strolled leisurely, his smile unwavering. "Without using my noble phantasm, these won't have much effect on me." Jean's fighting style was not meticulously crafted, but rather naturally honed from the battlefield, a form of chaotic flailing in a way. Her confidence lay in her EX rank magic resistance. Combined with her unwavering faith and the inherent magic resistance of Ruler, she had a chance of survival even against powerful magical attacks. Taigong Wang's minor spells barely influenced Jean's movements. However, Jean did not engage in ranged attacks. Her only option was close combat. As a servant with agility rated A, she should not have been so passive, but Taigong Wang's agility was also. The two were nearly at a stalemate. Incredible how could Jiang Taigong, the unparalleled strategist of the East who waged a just war alongside King Zhou, aid the tyrant. Just as Amakusa Shiro could discern the true name even without ruler's identity, it meant this skill was not bound by the Holy Grail War. Jean felt astonished as she recognized the identity of the opponent's servant. She believed such a servant should possess its own, will not merely be a puppet of the master. Jean attempted to persuade Taigong Wang with words. This is not aiding the tyrant. He is indeed correct. He does this to save more lives. Taigong Wang opened his eyes, a coldness belonging to a strategist in his ebony gaze. As a strategist, my duty is to assist my lord in winning the war. Since he has decided to bear the consequences, why should I fear mere empty reputations? As the kind cannot wield armies, I thought you would understand, Jean. Jean fell silent for a moment. She too was a servant who had been on the battlefield where it was either you die or I live, and the cruelest acts were permitted. It seems we are unable to converse further. Jean's gaze sharpened. Then let us see our true skills in combat. It was about time. Taigong Wang raised his whip. Now behold this whip. The red whip swept across. Taigong Wang had never feared close combat. As Taigong Wang and Jean erupted into battle, the two servants dispatched by Qingmu Cheng encountered enemies as well. Dressed in golden armor, wielding a divine spear with the sun shining beside him, a strikingly handsome man with white hair and purple eyes paused midair like sunlight streaking across the sky. An endless storm of sand obscured the path ahead. As a servant, he would not be hindered by ordinary sand, but what truly stopped him was the incomparably powerful aura that accompanied the sandstorm. It was a servant, an opposing one. Karna made the quick judgment. The sand obscures this place. There is no need to advance. Your path has been erased. Karna's expression became exceedingly grave. Without a doubt, even as the son of the sun god possessing the highest divinity, he felt immense pressure at that moment. I did not expect such a powerful opponent to block my way. It is astonishing, truly remarkable, my enemy. Karna placed the spear transformed from the blade of immortality before him. However, since I am commanded by my master, I shall act accordingly, as per our contract. Karna's loyalty and strength were unquestionable. In any Holy Grail war, as long as the master did not perform too poorly, he could successfully seize the Holy Grail, even without fearing an existence like Gilgamesh. However, opposing him was the assassin who had once slain the mother of creation. A tattered black cloak fluttered in the wind, resembling the very embodiment of death, standing before him, wearing a skeletal mask and heavy armor. Blue flames ignited from his eye sockets, and similar eerie flames surrounded him. Like death, like the abyss, like shadows, like judgment. The seemingly decayed great sword was embedded in the ground, an assassin emerging from the depths of the abyss, blocking Karna's path, its dark essence even overshadowing the sun's radiance. My name is Karna, the son of the sun god. If you are unafraid of my spear, then come at me. A strong fighting spirit accompanied by crimson mana shone in Karna's gaze. Hassani Sabah, coming from the abyss only to slay the living. King Hassan wielded a giant sword, the eerie blue glow erupting from his skeletal eyes. I did not expect such a skilled assassin among you. It seems we must engage in a fight against each other. No need for more words. We are all here to fulfill our contractor's wishes. King Hassan's eyes flashed with eerie flames as he lifted the massive decayed sword. Then let us battle. The crimson mana erupted and Karna pointed his spear ready for combat. Hurry up, Saber. Gold Majik Yugdomarinia, proud of his modified artificial human technology from Einsburn, ordered Saber Siegfried to remain silent, to conceal his servant's true name, resulting in a lack of communication and a rather stiff relationship between the two. Of course, everyone is more familiar with his son Goldruff Majik, the third director of Chaldea, who has been badly deceived by Hyangskaya, yet deeply loved by many masters. However, this new director is still just a little kid. Currently, Gold is still an arrogant and annoying fat man who has not been tempered by society, and his attitude towards the Black Saber Siegfried is quite poor. A powerful wave of magical energy approached, and Siegfried stopped, taking a combat stance. Why have you stopped, Saber? Gold sensed the intense magical energy ahead, feeling anxious. It can't be that they've already started fighting. Ruler, please don't get hurt. Due to the command to remain silent, Siegfried did not respond, gripping the cursed holy sword Balmung in front of him, his aquamarine eyes filled with gravitas. Wearing a fearsome armor, yet with his chest and back exposed, faint green dragon patterns bloomed on his chest, even extending to his handsome face. This is the Prince of Niderland, the Dragon Slayer Siegfried. Such keen awareness, no wonder he's a battle-hardened hero. With his spirit form dispelled, the Silver Knight appeared before the Black Saber and its master. Draped in silver armor and a blue robe that concealed his entire body, even with a hood, he did not seem sneaky, but rather mysterious and dignified. He held one hand at his side, as if grasping an invisible weapon. That posture, it must be a sword. Is it the saber from the Red faction? Gold, feeling exasperated, boasted about the strength of his servant, while also enraged by its obvious weaknesses. Damn it, what's with those outrageous stats? As a master, Gold could see the basic stats of his servant, which were actually an illusion. Siegfried, known as a renowned dragon slayer, had impressive stats, yet the mysterious saber before him surpassed Siegfried in all aspects. Strength A, endurance A, agility B, magic B, luck B, noble phantasm EX. With the exception of agility being equal, the mysterious saber exceeded Siegfried in all other stats, even the noble phantasm reaching the outrageous EX. No matter how arrogant Gold was at this moment, he had to admit that the saber before him was undoubtedly a world-renowned hero, hence the exaggerated stats. Damn it, those little people at the clock tower. Gold was so jealous he could barely contain himself. Even his carefully prepared holy relics couldn't compare to the clock tower's collection, which added to his dissatisfaction with Siegfried. His thoughts are understandable, but after experiencing more one would realize that such stats are often arbitrary. For instance, Marta's strength is D, endurance is C. Does that mean he can't defeat Darius III in close combat? Such nonsense. Throwing his staff aside, he could smash your head. Battles aren't just about stats, Gold insisted, trying to salvage his pride. Defeat him, saber. Without hesitation, Siegfried executed his master's command, the faint green magic energy swirling around him as he charged towards the other saber like lightning. If he were a second or third-rate servant like Astolfo, he might not even withstand a single blow, but the mysterious saber wielded his sword, colliding with the rushing Siegfried, the violent magical torrent nearly turning the ground around them to dust. The two sabers clashed fiercely, both battle-hardened heroes. Each sword strike, each blow was concise and powerful, embodying a natural beauty. Only due to his unfamiliarity with the length of King Arthur's holy sword did Siegfried initially suffer a slight disadvantage, but as a seasoned warrior, he quickly adapted. Golden and faint green magical energies intertwined, chasing and colliding with each other. Gold's eyes nearly blurred, as it was impossible to visually capture the trajectories of their battle. In one clash, the two disengaged in perfect synchrony, facing each other. Both sides understood that they were unique and formidable foes. Even though the mysterious saber's stats were superior, Gold was right. Battles aren't solely determined by stats. With the aid of the dragon blood armor, Siegfried did not find himself at a disadvantage, and to determine a victor, they might need to fight for days and nights until their magic was exhausted. In the presence of a hero like you, such a powerful adversary, one must naturally extend the highest respects. The mysterious saber remarked, removing his hood to reveal a radiant and dignified visage. The Red Dragon of Britain, Arthur Pendragon, let us fight for each other's beliefs. Although according to the mechanics of the FGO game, countering is paramount, and as a dragon slayer, Siegfried should have an advantage against Arthur, who possesses dragon attributes. But reality is not as simple as a game. Countering only grants a certain edge, while the primary determinants of a servant's victory are still their capability, stats, combat skills, the strength of their noble phantasm, and their innate performance. Moreover, a crucial point is that Siegfried, bathed in Fafnir's blood, also possesses dragon attributes, perhaps illustrating how a dragon slayer ultimately becomes an evil dragon. Meanwhile, Arthur, as the slayer of the white dragon Vortigern, is also a renowned dragon slayer, but his achievements as a king overshadow that of a dragon slayer. After their unique advantages cancel each other out, as one of Europe's most famous heroic spirits, Arthur actually holds the upper hand in terms of fame. Could it really be the Night King of Britain? One of the top 3 heroic spirits in all of Europe. That invisible sword is the sword of promised victory, a pinnacle among holy swords. No wonder its noble phantasm is EX. Gold's eyes nearly bulged. He looked down on the holy sword hidden by the Wind King's barrier, wishing he could rush back to inform Danik of such a powerful enemy being summoned. Siegfried's gaze shifted slightly. After all, he is also a knight, and the knight before him is known as the Night King. However, against such a formidable foe, giving his all is the greatest respect. The wandering knight of Niederland, Siegfried. Under their mutual will, the two clashed once more. The battle between Taigong Wang and Jean Dark seemed to have reached a stalemate, with Jean unable to deal with Taigong Wang, and Taigong Wang unable to swiftly kill Jean. But is that really the case? Unknowingly, Jean was led off the previous road, and now she found herself in a forest. Taigong Wang swung his red whip, the elongated whip forming a cage around Jean, rendering her momentarily unable to move. I apologize, Miss Jean. Taigong Wang opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Do you think I led you here using the spell for no reason? Jean's purple pupils constricted. What a disaster. The smell of gunpowder slowly dispersed, but unfortunately for an ancient relic from hundreds of years ago, and for someone like Letitia, a rural girl with limited experience, Jean could not immediately recognize the danger. Qingmu Chung pressed the button from the shadows. Boom. The white light of the explosion engulfed everything around with the enormous sound following a moment later. Taigong Wang did not let his guard down. Both he and Qingmu Chung knew that this level of attack could not defeat Jean. After all, she was an Avenger with ease-level anti-magic, and the so-called noble phantasm, my master, is here merely reflected her ease-level anti-magic. It could be said that even if she took a hit from King Arthur's light cannon, as long as half or more of the seals weren't open, Jean wouldn't necessarily die. However, ease-level anti-magic cannot withstand physical damage, which means that if the holy sword pierced Jean's spiritual core, she would die. Thus, Qingmu Chung cheated. He used a bomb. Indeed, ordinary bombs would not harm Jean, but after Taigong Wang's enchantment, that was no longer the case. Rather than a magical attack, it was more of a physical attack, especially since Jean could not become incorporeal. She was manifested through the rural girl Letitia, which prevented her from becoming incorporeal and required her to sleep and eat. This means that even if she couldn't be killed in a single blow, she would still be affected by the bomb. That was enough. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, one could faintly see a figure still standing in place. Just as Qingmu Chung had anticipated, it was almost impossible for an explosion to kill Jean. My master is here. She even activated her noble phantasm to defend against Taigong Wang's attack after all the effects of the spell could be defended against by noble phantasms. But all of Jean's vigilance was directed towards Taigong Wang, who had not yet pressed the attack, completely unaware of her surroundings. After all, as a ruler, she could see through even the hidden presence of assassins, making her the type of servant least afraid of ambushes. However, Jean did not notice a small communicator falling beside her accompanied by the surrounding debris because she truly did not recognize it, and the communicator emitted no magical fluctuations. This was the critical point. Hence, at the moment when Jean's vigilance was at its lowest under the protection of her noble phantasm, a covert ambush began. Got you, the true trump card of Qingmu Chung, the manager of the Holy Grail War of the Moon, the highest level AI BB appeared. BB, once a superior AI configured to manage the health of masters within Cell Automaton, lost control due to a bug and became a cancer invading the computer world, as well as the one controlling the dark side of the moon, hindering SE. The computer magic of the RA.PH Holy Grail War. In regular scenarios, the final boss is almost always this purple-haired girl of Sakura lineage, and as an AI, she naturally possesses advantages that other heroic spirits do not have. She could transfer within any electronic device, for BB's essence is the spiritual data from Cell Automaton. This was also the main reason why Jean, who had a wide area detection ability, did not notice BB before appearing from the electronic device. BB did not even have a spiritual base response. BB channel. Without hesitation, BB directly activated her noble phantasm, the unknown pink light, suddenly locking onto Jean. This won't do, but please rest assured. Saying this, BB suddenly transformed her black cloak, changing into a white nurse's uniform, her attractive figure on full display. Leave it to BB. She raised a massive syringe filled with suspiciously colorful medicine and plunged the needle deep into Jean's heart, injecting the drug. Hey, how was this injection? After retrieving the syringe, BB shared the power she had absorbed with those around her. Even Taigong Wang could feel his magical energy. What? What is this? Jean clutched her chest in pain, half kneeling on the ground, yet even so, she did not immediately lose consciousness. MN Cancer. Special class. Why did it appear? Jean was utterly perplexed. This is BB's exclusive gift to me. Although others have joined later, BB is indeed the master of manipulating the rules. So the old woman maintaining the rules will be played with by me, BB. Jean still wanted to say something, but the unknown drug BB injected directly sealed her consciousness. The golden-haired girl's eyes became vacant, and she ceased all movements. Thus, this is it as BB's toy. BB was exceptionally proud. Don't waste time, quickly find a way to take control of the greater Holy Grail through Jean. Qingmu Chung emerged from his hiding place, stating his true intentions. If any heroic spirit knew the Holy Grail best aside from the divine cup known as Alisphere, it would be BB. As the manager of the Holy Grail War of the Moon, having once wielded the Golden Cup, she toyed with that Holy Grail War at her will. As an existence that destroys rules, she essentially embodies a bug and is the natural enemy of rulers. Thus, it's sufficient to observe how FGO counters are merely superficial. BB, as MN Cancer, is not actually countered by ruler Jean. You're quite impatient, senior. BB wore a malicious smile. Just let me thoroughly distort the rules of this mere Holy Grail War. It should be fine. Qingmu Chung expressed some concern. Using Jean to access the passage to the Holy Grail, if luck permits, you should be able to gain complete control of the greater Holy Grail. In the Holy Grail War, the Holy Grail is in fact the key to everything, much like how Jean decisively attacked the greater Holy Grail during the time of Amakusa Shiro. With the greater Holy Grail, one could almost possess endless magical energy. This inspiration came from the Third Holy Grail War, when Ungra Mainyu returned to the Holy Grail, completely distorting the interior of the greater Holy Grail, turning it into a mass of black sludge. If BB were to enter, she should be able to fully utilize the rules of the greater Holy Grail, even controlling a portion of it, and it wouldn't be a problem for her to replace Jean as ruler. After all, BB had also been a judge of the Holy Grail War, just not this one. At that time, the judges would all be on Qingmu Cheng's side. How could the others win? Of course, if Amakusa Shiro were to painstakingly obtain the greater Holy Grail only to find that it was not the Winter Holy Maiden, but BB this demon, then that would be quite the spectacle. By the way, even with Qingmu Cheng's disguise, he was still uneasy about BB and cautioned, make sure not to alter the nature of the magical energy within the greater Holy Grail. Ooh, I don't want black sludge. Understood. The elongated tone lacked sincerity. Countless confrontations have transpired. The seemingly decayed and broken great sword easily blocks the invincible god-slaying spear, and the cloaked servant appears like a ghost from the abyss, each strike carrying the aura of death. It feels as if he could be killed at any moment. Karnas' eyes grew brighter. To speak frankly, he did not expect to encounter such a formidable opponent on the very first day of the Holy Grail War, igniting a fierce fire within his warrior's heart. Your sword carries the scent of death. The crimson scarf left a lingering shadow in the air as Karnas' every attack was precisely blocked, putting him in a state of exhaustion where his old strength had waned and new strength had yet to arise. You are truly exceptional. Oh, anyone else would have been easily beheaded by you, Karnas stated calmly. But it seems you are not exerting your full strength. Is this at the behest of your master? My contractor only requests that I obstruct your path, O child of the sun. You can only return empty-handed. The eerie blue flames lingered in the wake of the old man of the mountain's movements, yet his tall dark figure resembled a phantom. Though present, he was difficult to detect, and each sword strike felt like a lethal blow coming from nowhere. Indeed, even if we were to fight until the sun completely rises, we would still struggle to determine a victor. Karna stood with his back to the already risen sun, the morning light tinting his white hair with a hint of gold accentuating his handsome visage that shone brightly. I don't mind, but you probably won't continue to accompany me, will you? Karna tilted his head, and the large golden earrings gently swayed beside him. Let this be the end, assassin. Having been stalled here for so long, regardless of what the master behind the assassin intended, it was likely that their goal had already been achieved. Karna did not intend to engage in a stubborn fight any longer. Your unwavering faith is admirable. True to his title of possessing the wisdom of the impoverished, Karna nearly discerned the essence of the old man of the mountain. In the future we shall continue our battles, and I hope to witness the true sharpness of your great sword then. Karna felt that the old man of the mountain was not using his full strength. No need for doubt, O child of the sun. The old man's figure appeared shrouded in shadows not yet kissed by the sun. Eerie blue light blossomed in the dark eye sockets of the skeleton as a heavy voice resonated. Your destiny has not yet arrived, the time for your head to be surrendered is not yet here. Facing such a formidable opponent as Karna, the old man of the mountain became serious. When the evening bell tolls, that will be the moment you surrender your head, O child of the sun. I see to have you as my opponent in our first battle. I sincerely thank this fortune. Karna maintained his expression. I look forward to our next encounter, old man. After his words fell, the white-haired heroic spirit soared into the sky, leaving behind a red streak as he vanished in an instant. The shadow of the abyss remained silent and unmoving, quietly blending into the darkness, never to be found again. The two holy swords clashed in the air, creating intense sparks. Their masters were both rare and powerful heroic spirits renowned across the world. Indeed, both their sword forces were magnificent and unclouded, making it easier for them to appreciate one another at this moment. Even Siegfried, who was ordered by his master to remain silent, now had an exceptionally bright gaze, a reflection of a warrior's joy upon encountering an evenly matched opponent. Let this be the end. After another clash, King Arthur lightly leaped backwards, creating distance, and Siegfried tacitly refrained from pursuing. If this continues, we will fight until sunset. King Arthur already knew their goals had been achieved. My mission is complete, and your master must be growing weary of this as well. Siegfried glanced at Gold, who had been hiding behind him, and chose to remain silent. Seeing that King Arthur could not strike him, Gold could not help but vent his frustrations. Damn it, why don't you show yourself the master of the Red Faction, a dog of the Magic Association? I am your opponent. I am the master. Such a declaration intensified his resentment. Gold originally thought that even if the servants could not determine a victor, he could easily defeat the opposing master and prove his own abilities. Yet the opponent did not even show themselves. Are they looking down on him? The last response came from King Arthur. What a pity, only I have come to battle. King Arthur's icy gaze held a chilling intensity. However, I will not allow anyone to harm my master unless they step over my corpse. Gold felt the murderous intent locking onto him, instinctively taking a step back, while Siegfried stood fearlessly in front of his master. I hope to fight you to my heart's content next time. After this exhilarating battle, even the reserved Siegfried expressed his stance. Yes, it was a very enjoyable battle, O Saber of the Black Faction. King Arthur lowered his sword tip with seriousness. I look forward to our next clash. As his words fell, he transformed into spirit form and vanished. Siegfried followed the cursing Gold back to Yggdrasil, and the rift in their relationship as servants seemed to have deepened. On the other side, Aoki Makoto's objective had already been achieved. We have preliminarily analyzed the rules of the Great Holy Grail. BB was quite reliable when serious as torrents of data flowed from her eyes, yet in reality, only a short time had passed. As you wished, we can connect our servants to the Great Holy Grail. Connecting Aoki Makoto's servants to the Great Holy Grail had always been his desire. If Jean were still present, it would be tantamount to seeking death. However, after her departure, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. With the Great Holy Grail supplying mana, the servants could freely utilize their noble phantasms, significantly reducing the burden on Aoki Makoto and the other masters. After these battles, Aoki Makoto's accumulated mana had been nearly depleted, and the only servant who had supported Arthur in using his noble phantasm, English Eriri, was currently fast asleep. Moreover, BB could disguise Arthur as the Saber of the Red Faction, and with the cooperation of Lion Sin of the Wrath, it would be difficult for Amakusa Shiro Tokisada to not be fooled. Can you replace Jean, BB? Aoki Makoto asked the crucial question. If BB could take Jean's place as the ruler of this Holy Grail war, it would be a game changer. 14 command seals are no joke. Even if the enemy united, Aoki Makoto would have no fear. After all, the assumption that Jean was the ruler had never been witnessed by anyone before her departure. At most, it was merely Amakusa Shiro Tokisada who might harbor doubts. Well, BB began to tease. So that's it, was he ambushed? Amakusa Shiro Tokisada learned from Karna that ruler had not been killed, showing no signs of regret. This is simply unavoidable. He calmly accepted this fact. In Lancer, the white-haired priest's features were gentle, his amber eyes devoid of any aggression. Can you tell me about the opponent's servant? Since they had engaged in battle, there should be some gains, right? Amakusa Shiro Tokisada was slightly concerned. To be able to fight evenly with Karna, the son of the sun god Surya, was no small feat. If nothing unexpected, the Lancer of Igmalenia should be Vlad III, the hero of this land. So was he facing Saber or Archer? Only a high-tier servant would have the means to engage with this divine child. And it was Assassin, Karna answered calmly. Assassin? Are you sure you're not joking? The voice that spoke was not from the white-haired priest, but from a female servant who had suddenly appeared. Wrapped in a complex black dress that accentuated her graceful form, the stunningly beautiful face wore an indifferent expression. She arrogantly raised her head, looking down at everyone with her elongated, striking golden eyes. The Queen of Assyria, the world's oldest poisoner, Semiramis, a bewitchingly beautiful femme fatale. At this moment, the unparalleled beauty frowned slightly. You haven't used your noble phantasm, yet you can fight evenly at close range. How could it be assassin? Even if Semiramis herself were assassin, she still found it hard to believe, for assassins are not specialized in close combat. Assassination and poisoning are their true essence. Moreover, Semiramis was one of the rare double-summoned servants possessing half the traits of a caster. Thus, the Red Faction's caster could only summon a weak modern heroic spirit like Shakespeare. Nevertheless, even so, Semiramis believed she was no match for Karna in a heated battle without employing her Garden of Avalon. Even if she used her noble phantasm, the wine of the King of Pride, and summoned Tiamat's 11th child Bathim, she had no confidence. After all, Karna was the pinnacle among warriors. And I can confirm that. In the case of other heroic spirits, being questioned like this by Semiramis would be uncomfortable. However, Karna did not mind at all. He merely stated the facts. Such a formidable enemy would not lie. He claims to be the Hassan of Hassans, the Old Man of the Mountain. The Old Man of the Mountain. Upon hearing the name Hassan, even Amakusa felt some doubts. After all, due to the prevalence of the subspecies Holy Grail War, the information about the 18 Hassans had been made public, so any sensible person on the black side would not summon a Hassan. Moreover, Hassan does not possess the ability to confront Karna directly. But the words of the Old Man of the Mountain. And I have indeed heard a rumor. Amakusa Shiro Tokisada had prepared for this Holy Grail War for 60 years. Even though the chances of Hassan being summoned were very low, he had done thorough research. The legend states that aside from the 18 Hassans of each generation, there is also the original Hassan. He was born after the Assassin Guild was established, using the title Old Man of the Mountain as a replacement for his true name, the original Hassani Sabah. Yet no one knows the true identity of this person, nor can any evidence of his actual existence be found. It is said that he appears before any Hassan who strays from the correct path and beheads them. In other words, he is the Hassan who kills Hassans. And I didn't expect the original Hassan to be summoned as well. How is that possible? After all, Amakusa himself had given up on summoning Hassan, instead meticulously gathering relics to summon the Queen of Assyria. Semiramis displayed a displeased expression. I am merely concerned about the methods of the Black Faction. Amakusa keenly sensed Semiramis' dissatisfaction. Being a woman, even as an empress, she would never accept being compared to another. My companion has always been you, assassin. Humph. Semiramis let out a non-committal sound through her nose. And thank you for your efforts, Lancer. Amakusa did not overlook Karna. Even if we did not kill Ruler, learning the true name of the Black Faction's assassin is a pleasant surprise. Now we just have to wait for the ensuing battle. Karna nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. I will obey the master's orders. With that, he directly transformed into spirit form. What arrogance, remarked the black-haired empress with disdain. After all, we are merely collaborators, not his masters. Amakusa's smile faded and his gaze darkened. It seems we need to invite the masters of the Red Faction soon. Amakusa suddenly looked up, seeing the distant horizon through the wooden door of the church. And what is it, master? Semiramis was ready to use her magic at any moment. No need to be nervous, assassin. The white-haired priest slowly descended from the altar inside the church. It is time to welcome our final companion. Is it Saber? How slow? Currently, all the classes of the Red Faction had gathered, and the only remaining one was the Saber, said to have the strongest overall abilities. Semiramis smiled enchantingly before vanishing into spirit form to conceal herself. The heavy wooden door was pushed open casually, bright sunlight streaming through the gap. Indeed, the sun had risen, marking the arrival of a brand new day. Lion King Kirai stepped inside boldly, having already lost his qualifications, yet the command seal on his hand had not disappeared, adding a touch of authenticity to this charade. The white-haired priest had his back turned to him, seemingly in prayer. Sunlight filtered through the stained glass of the chapel, casting a tranquil and sacred glow upon him, filled with a religious solemnity. The agreed place is right here. Lion King Kirai stood casually, his rugged appearance contrasting sharply with the church. Was it you who called me here? The white-haired priest turned around, revealing an exceptionally youthful face, though his dark skin and delicate features made it hard to ascertain his exact age. He wore a pitch-black priest's robe with a cross necklace hanging from his chest. And Lion King Kirai was slightly surprised. Was this the supervisor sent by the church? Aside from his mature demeanor, he looked only a few years older than Aoki Makoto and the others. Nice to meet you, I am Shiro Amiya, the supervisor for this event. The priest, introducing himself as Shiro Amiya, had a gentle and approachable demeanor. Were it not for the innocence of girls like Iris and Miku, they would probably take him for a good person at first sight, as this priest's aura was simply too pure and gentle. Just looking at him made one feel he was a devout believer. However, Lion King Kirai's wariness deepened. I am Lion King Kirii, but let's skip the introductions. And I understand. Shiro Amiya's demeanor indicated that he had already received news from the clock tower. It must be said that Aoki Makoto's decision to have Lion King Kirii take the commission was a stroke of genius. Otherwise, even if Arthur came alone, he might not have been able to dispel this priest's suspicions. Lion King Kirii arrived nearly a day later than the others from the Red faction. Was there something that delayed you? Shiro Amiya's tone was devoid of any aggression. I don't see why I need to report to you. Lion King Kirii's demeanor was very much in line with a seasoned magician who was cautious. My apologies. Sensing Semiramis' displeasure beside him, Shiro Amiya did not press further and switched to another question. May I ask about your servant? Must I say? Lion King Kirii had no intention of cooperating. And, if there are concerns, we can start from our side. As soon as Shiro Amiya's words fell, Semiramis revealed herself. The enchanting empress fixed her divine golden eyes on Lion King Kirii, not concealing her dissatisfaction. The assassin of the Red faction, true name Semiramis. Pleased to meet you. What was your name again? At the same time, the silvery knight appeared standing tall, exuding a noble aura, guarding beside Lion King Kirii. And, servant Saber, please maintain basic respect for my master. The knight's voice was clear, and the two servants faced each other in silence. And Lion King Kirii's gaze behind the sunglasses appeared somewhat unfocused. It was impressive indeed. The acting was quite good, King Arthur. At the same time, the silver-haired priest's eyes, which seemed to perceive everything, swept over the Shuchiin knight, narrowing momentarily. Without a doubt, in that instant, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada saw through the true name of the knight Arthur Pendragon, a name renowned worldwide, undeniably a top-tier servant. The priest, who called himself Yen Feng Shiro, maintained a gentle expression. Then let us begin with an exchange of information. Currently, the situation was not entirely clear. It could only be confirmed that the Black faction's lancer was likely Vlad III of Romania, while the quality of the Red faction's servants was quite good, with the 15th servant ruler already summoned. When it came to ruler, the priest's expression remained calm, even though it was evident that ruler was likely doomed, as Shiro Kirii feigned distress. In bold letters, all actors. Then let us meet with the other masters. Amakusa's strategy was to gather the masters together and use Semiramis' noble phantasm, the wine of the prideful king, to ensnare all the Red faction's servants, as that was his true objective. There is no need to meet. Shiro Kirii lowered his head, genuinely sincere. Even if he wasn't there as a spy, participating in the Holy Grail War would elicit a similar reaction. We'll act according to our own ideas. After all, my Saber has the ability to fight independently. Mentioning Saber reminded him of his servant Mordred, sighing it was all too much to bear. Ordinary people could not see through Shiro Kirii's sunglasses to discern his true feelings. Meanwhile, the Shuchiin knight beside him maintained a protective stance, seemingly fully complying with his master's choice. Semiramis scrutinized the silver-armored knight, without reservation, her alluring eyes narrowing slightly. Are you not skilled in group actions? Amakusa feigned concern. Well, somewhat. Shiro Kirii replied indifferently, having gone mad to infiltrate the Red faction, especially since he had already accepted commissions from others. Ultimately, Shiro Kirii departed alone with his servant. They haven't followed us, have they? He quietly asked King Arthur, for he was not currently a master. Rest assured, I have been vigilant. King Arthur's calm and clear voice provided sufficient reassurance. Thank you for your hard work, Shiro Kirii. It's nothing, just a commission. He lightly cast a soundproof barrier, and then asked, I thought you would want to infiltrate. After all, as a spy, you must join in to gather first-hand information and strike from behind. That lattice aura is quite dangerous. It reminds me of Lady Morgan. King Arthur's tone was flat. Even if it is a commission, I believe Master would not want you to take risks, Shiro Kirii. How could Aoki Makoto's side not be aware of Semiramis' noble phantasm, which can instantly poison many excellent magicians and control them? Shiro Kirii also died from the Empress' deadly poison in the original work. As the strongest magician in Aoki Makoto's side, it is impossible to let him take risks that would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog, never to return. Understood. Then let us first go to Turufus and meet them. Shiro Kirii felt a bit stifled inside. However, it must be said that it was precisely because Aoki Makoto and the others were good people that Shiro Kirii agreed to this troublesome commission. If the clock tower found out, they would surely hold a grudge. On the other side, Amakusa sighed slightly. We have been alerted. That has nothing to do with me. Semiramis immediately deflected. And then, at least we have learned Saber's true name right. Amakusa brushed his white hair aside. Indeed, Saber's true name is Arthur Pendragon, the Arthur of Britain. Even the Assyrian Empress was somewhat astonished. That is quite renowned, combined with Vlad III. Two heroic spirits well known in Europe have already arrived. This Holy Grail War has a high quality. Of course, even for King Arthur, compared to the Assyrian Empress, he is merely a junior. Semiramis possesses her own pride. Indeed, in terms of stats, none of our servants can match this King of Knights, not even Lancer or Rider. Should we deal with him sooner then? Semiramis pondered, as according to legend, King Arthur possessed Avalon, which could evade all harm. She was uncertain whether her poison would affect him. They are also seekers of the Holy Grail. For now, they are still our allies. Amakusa did not intend to create complications before dealing with the Black faction. Then we must quickly finish the courtyard. The great hero of Romania, son of the sun god, the swift-footed hero of Greece, and the King of Knights from Great Britain. Even the Assyrian Empress felt a slight pressure from their existence. After all, even though they are both part of the red faction, they could become enemies in the future, and she desperately wished to unlock her strongest noble phantasm. The ritual should be completed in a day or two, right? Amakusa was also very concerned. Yes, no problem, the Empress affirmed. However, Amakusa Shiro Tokusada's tone carried an unusual hint of uncertainty. I feel like something is off, but I don't know what it is. It was an intuition. Amakusa sensed a deadly threat lurking in this Holy Grail war. From whom would it come? The current ruler? The Black faction's enemy? Or the Red faction's saber group that had departed alone? Regardless, the silver-haired priest closed his eyes. Before the main punishment fell upon him, he would continue to move toward that goal without regret. On the other side, BB's mischievousness left Aoki Makoto utterly speechless. Can you not mess with my mindset anymore? Aoki Makoto's gaze turned dangerous. If this continued, he intended to take over BB's identity directly. How boring life should have a sense of ritual. BB, I'm helping you. However, seeing Aoki Makoto on the verge of exploding, BB secretly shook her head, skiing. While his psychological resilience was lacking, she did not delay any further. For now, I cannot replace Jean Dark. BB admitted, most of my processing power is dedicated to interfering with the operation of the Greater Holy Grail. If all goes well, it should connect to the present world as you imagined, as the veins of the two worlds are already connected. Because the veins are connected, if the people of the Fate world seize the Holy Grail, the regular world Aoki Makoto belongs to would suffer significant damage. Were BB in her true form, manipulating a Greater Holy Grail would be easy, but as the weakened version of FGO's BB, with some data monitoring the present world, she could not manage the Greater Holy Grail and create a ruler identity simultaneously. But since you're feeling a bit disappointed, perhaps without a ruler we can summon another one ourselves, Regarding BB's statement, Aoki Makoto's first reaction was, it's not impossible, is it? After all, even the red saber has been replaced, so adding another ruler wouldn't matter. Originally, they wanted BB to impersonate the ruler. Can it be realized? Aoki Makoto inquired carefully. If the Great Holy Grail summons the ruler again, can we ensure they stand by our side? After all, the ruler is a class of servant that doesn't typically have a false identity. Not to mention the strange servants from FGO, there is still a degree of integrity to uphold, at least maintaining a certain level of fairness. To be honest, it would be quite difficult to achieve, considering that the ruler of this Holy Grail war has returned to the Great Holy Grail. It will likely determine that the ruler has already been summoned and does not need to be summoned again. BB showed a little devilish smile. But who am I? I am BB, the one most adept at manipulating the rules. Deceiving the Great Holy Grail is a piece of cake. However, the strength of the servant summoned through such loopholes will not be very high. They will likely lose some of the ruler's privileges, such as the divine judgment ability. It will be hard to have as many command seals as Jean, perhaps only a few. But the core abilities of true name revelation and wide area detection should be retained. BB was quite reliable when serious, but the next moment her true nature was revealed. As for whether they can stand by our side, isn't that something you should consider, senior? Then I will choose not to summon the ruler. Aoki Makoto said without thinking. He needed to weigh the pros and cons. If something carried too much risk, it was better not to take that risk. After all, as long as they could hide their side, they still had a good chance of winning, especially with Jean out of the picture. After all, neither the red nor black sides are currently aware of a third party's existence. This means that Aoki Makoto's side should adopt a strategy of lurking in the early stages, quietly strengthening their own power and watching as the red and black sides kill each other off, ultimately reaping the benefits. Aoki Makoto, who knows the general plot, is capable of seizing such an opportunity. Alright, you're so cautious that even BB can't bear to watch anymore. BB was disappointed that her teasing hadn't worked. Proposing this scheme proved that she had a way to deal with it. Actually, getting the ruler to stand on our side is quite simple. BB, being the expert at exploiting loopholes, said, just cover them with a false identity. As long as the summoned ruler is among them, which they most likely are, if it really doesn't work, letting the ruler exit once more isn't a problem. Aoki Makoto thought for a moment, and still felt it was worth a try. After all, he did not believe that the duo of Lion King and King Arthur could completely fool Amakusa. After all, he was a man within a grade revelation. Even though Aoki Makoto seemed to hold all the advantages now, it was based on foresight. But precisely because he knew the plot, Aoki Makoto dared not underestimate Amakusa Shiro's assistance, which had lasted for 60 years. He must have gone through careful consideration. If possible, Aoki Makoto would rather expose his identity to take down Amakusa first, but regrettably, there was no opportunity for that. After all of the red side servants had gathered over there, and the chance of being surrounded was too high. If the ruler were on their side, it would provide an additional perspective. After all, the ruler's identity naturally inspires trust. Moreover, with the ruler, Aoki Makoto would have a way to intervene in the matters of the protagonist's Sieg. In terms of plot, Sieg is a blunder of a protagonist, but in terms of usefulness, someone like Sieg, who can take down enemy generals and is easy to manipulate, is the best friend. Currently, after all, no one knows that Jean has already exited. The worst case is just that there is no ruler, which still benefits Aoki Makoto's side. Alright then, let's give it a try. Aoki Makoto made a decision. Summoning the ruler does not require any magic circles, as it is a spontaneous summoning by the Great Holy Grail. Aoki Makoto was too lazy to fuss over any sense of ritual, so he simply let BB act. A flash of white light appeared, and a figure emerged before him. While it was unexpected, it was also within reason. After all, historically rulers have often been formidable, and if one had to say the strength wasn't very high, it could only be this one. I see how it is. A British man holding a pipe and cane draped in a somewhat strange dark overcoat with deep light-colored eyes that seemed to penetrate everything, as if no puzzle could stump him. Ruler, I didn't expect I would have this aptitude as well. It seems I must accept your request. The moment he entered the real world, he discerned the current situation. There is only one heroic spirit capable of achieving this. The world's most famous and only consulting detective Sherlock Holmes has manifested as a ruler. While relying on me to fight is not an excellent decision. Holmes, covered by a false identity, played with his pipe, appearing no different than before. After all, I am merely a detective. I understand. Aoki Makoto never expected much from Holmes' compatibility. He could say there was some, but definitely not much. However, in terms of notoriety, Holmes' fame might even surpass that of Jean, as that novel is incredibly famous, and even those outside the circle have heard of it. Aren't you able to imitate the Berserker? Aoki Makoto remembered that Holmes had done this before. I have never seen the Berserker, and this is not the Shinjuku enhanced form. Holmes shook his head, his train of thought clear. The empty house adventure cannot be imitated from thin air. All the puzzles that could be explored have been solved. This Holy Grail war is truly devoid of any fun. Holmes expressed a hint of regret. If I could eliminate this answer and explore the secrets of Shiro Amiya from the beginning, I would be very pleased. I apologize for disrupting your enjoyment. The more he interacted with the false identity, the more Aoki Makoto felt a disconnect, so he usually wouldn't intentionally control it. There should be many interesting things happening in your world. I now have yet another reason to hope to end this Holy Grail war quickly. Holmes spoke quickly. I cannot battle with other servants, but I do have confidence against the only lady. Jack the Ripper. Aoki Makoto recalled his target. Aoki Makoto found that Holmes was indeed quite effective against Jack, as one was an unidentified serial killer, and the other was a detective who reveals the truth. Moreover, Jack the Ripper's noble phantasm almost exclusively targets women, and against Holmes, it would only deal regular damage. The ruler's magic resistance is high, so the curses within the noble phantasm are completely ineffective. Furthermore, even if Jack has the ability to erase information, how could he possibly compete against Holmes, the world-renowned detective? It's simply a brutal mismatch. Moreover, Holmes himself has reasons to take action against Jack the Ripper, to expand the scope of the Holy Grail war and kill innocent people. In the original work, it was Jean who dealt with Jack. Being beaten up by the ruler would not be a problem. Laughed JPG. That being said, Jack was indeed the next target of Aoki Makoto. After all, Wang Hassan had already appeared before Karna, and the Black Faction's assassin Jack the Ripper was isolated and far from the Igmalenia castle, making him the perfect target. Aoki Makoto never intended to let Wang Hassan replace the Black Faction's assassin. The Igmalenia of the Black Faction is not the same as the Master of the Red Faction, and the relationship with the Clock Tower's Magus has always been tenuous, not to mention the presence of outsiders like Shiro Amiya and the mercenary Lion King. The Black Faction's Magi belong to the same family, and they know each other well enough that it is impossible for them to be unaware of the heroic spirit they plan to summon. Moreover, if the Master does not appear, it will raise suspicions. Aoki Makoto had never considered this plan. However, as long as Jack is dealt with and does not appear, the intelligence regarding the Black Faction's assassin will be a black hole. Whether it is the Igmalenia of the Black Faction or the Master of the Red Faction, they would believe that Wang Hassan is actually the Black Faction's assassin and that the original Black Faction Master might have encountered some issues that prevented success. In this case, Aoki Makoto's identity as a third party would not be exposed. Otherwise, why would Aoki Makoto send assassin to intercept Karna instead of another class? Originally, Aoki Makoto planned to have Shikigami Kagaya and Hachiman Hikigaya, making Hachiman sign the contract first deal with Jack the Ripper together. Even if they weren't particularly constrained in a two-known situation, taking down a modern heroic spirit like Jack the Ripper shouldn't be a problem. The only concern was that Shikigami Kagaya, being female, might fall within Jack the Ripper's special attack range. However, Aoki believed that Sakata Kintoki would ensure the safety of his master. Both Shikigami Kagaya and Hachiman Hikigaya have strong personalities and abilities. As long as they are informed of Jack the Ripper's master Ritsuka Fujimaru and her accomplice's identity, they would not let him down. But compared to these two, Sherlock Holmes is undoubtedly a better choice. Then I leave it to you, dear Holmes. Aoki Makoto couldn't help but call out the in-game title. By the way, how many of Ruler's powers do you have left, dear Holmes? If Jean's investigation ability is retained, Jack the Ripper would be even more constrained, as assassin's aura concealment wouldn't work against Jean. Holmes maintained his classic elegance unfazed. The divine judgment retains some of its power. I only have 3 command spells left to command other servants, but they can be effective at critical moments. The range of wide area search has been reduced, and almost all other abilities have been weakened. Holmes did not mention true name revelation. Oh, does this Holy Grail war still require true name revelation? Moreover, with Holmes' deductive ability, he could infer the opponent's identity. Without true name revelation, this ability is redundant for him. It has been significantly reduced, Aoki Makoto said helplessly, even though he had anticipated it. While having some power is better than nothing. Of course, I mean no offense, dear Holmes. Aoki Makoto complained. You seem completely out of place in the Holy Grail war. After all, you are a detective, not a fighter. Unless in special situations like FGO, no one would casually summon Holmes, not to mention that Holmes himself belongs to the realm of phantoms, making conventional summoning difficult. Except for fervent fans who firmly believe that Holmes truly exists without any other wishes, just wanting to meet him in person. Actually, there's no need to worry, Holmes analyzed. Barring any accidents, even if you summon me properly, it would probably be either me or that old rival of mine. After all, the word detective is already the best catalyst. Aoki Makoto thought for a moment and suddenly understood. After all, the world he resides in is primarily based on the world of Conan, so it is only natural that he prefers detectives. I feel like it is currently all about Kudo's ecstasy. Even without having properly interacted with Shinichi Kudo, Aoki Makoto could feel Shinichi's intense admiration for Holmes. If he had to choose between Ranmuri and Holmes, he might end up single for life. That fan of mine, Holmes commented, he still needs to grow. He still has a distance to go to become a qualified detective. Holmes does not agree with Shinichi Kudo's sometimes overly obsessive behavior. After all, he is a detective, not a berserker. Detectives cannot lose their rationality. He seems to have forgotten his own moments of excitement. It's fine, Aoki Makoto said with a mischievous smile. He will soon envy to the point of wishing he could travel through time. Right, BB? The purple-haired little demon clearly shared the same mischievous interest. Everything is ready. At this moment in the world of daily series, all electronic devices in the world, including LCD screens in commercial buildings, suddenly went dark and then transformed into a black and white speckled pattern. As everyone panicked, thinking it was another monster invasion and fearing that the heroic spirits had temporarily departed, the content on the screens changed. A cherry pink background flickered and a sweet, lively, yet slightly malicious voice echoed. Poor humans, are you in a private space now? Or are you at work? If there are many people around, especially in the office or on the train, quickly turn off the sound, because before taking your life, I might first kill your social standing. As everyone stared in terror at the words "take your life," nearly dropping their phones, that voice warned them, as if it could foresee the future. Of course, don't be scared enough to drop your devices, and don't easily avert your gaze, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen next. It would be possible for you to BM and explode into fireworks. This is coercion. Many people holding their phones or computers trembled. Those passing by the giant screens had to stop. Now facing a supernatural event, people weren't speaking, but their actions revealed their hearts. Indeed, being able to hijack the electronic screens of the entire world must be a supernatural event. Even the ability to control technology made certain upper echelons more fearful. Very obedient, very obedient. Now let's get back on track. 1-2. BB channel, accompanied by a suspiciously cheerful tune. Cherry blossom-shaped patterns spun continuously. In less than a moment, meaningless animations flashed, during which the flower-like letters BB could be seen, and finally the cherry pink background dominated the entire screen. Like a studio of some pink fantasy flickering as if there was a signal issue, and within it the purple-haired AI girl made a spectacular entrance. Humans, are you still looking dazed? Are you panicking like ants caught off guard? Panicking, aren't you? Really, after thousands of years, there's still no progress. You are all so amazing. In this way, even the evil BB can't help but feel sympathy for you. Though it's not to the degree of evoking sympathy, one can only say it's regrettable. With hair that was excessively bright, perhaps only existing in the data world, long purple hair tied with a red bow on the left side, and an exquisitely beautiful face that didn't seem to belong to reality. Her figure was perfect, wearing a white shirt and black skirt tied with a bow, over which she wore a long black coat reaching her ankles, paired with long boots revealing her pale and flawless legs. The ruler of the sea of electronics, BB, showed a malicious smile to all of humanity. What is that? Could it be a spirit? Why can it manipulate our phones? People from any country can understand what she says. She speaks different languages in real time, depending on the nationality. Is this a newly appeared spirit? Finally a girl spirit, yay. What should we do? Should we continue watching? Will it really explode if we don't? Panic, fear, confusion, excitement. People from all over the world have different emotions, but undoubtedly everyone is afraid. After all, the tragic fate of Neon has set an example for all. Oh, no country dares to underestimate these surreal powers. While all spirits are fighting in another world, an extraordinary phenomenon occurs, kidnapping every place in the world with electronic screens at the same time. Even some confidential internal networks have fallen victim, causing chaos among the high-ranking officials of various countries, with their advisory teams frantically analyzing the origin of the purple-haired girl. They are perplexed. How could an ancient spirit possess the ability to control the internet? Could it be a new type of electronic monster? This is too advanced. At the same time, they dare not let the citizens stop watching the live broadcast. Who knows if the threat of explosion is real? I'm scared. A truly incompetent sea cucumber creature, but don't worry. Even if you are this useless, I will take good care of you at your end. Because I absolutely adore pitiful creatures. The purple-haired girl on the screen spoke nonsensical words. The foolish felt relieved, yet the truly wise remained extremely vigilant. This being seemed rather unusual. Is she a spirit or an electronic ghost? A certain leader couldn't help but roar. I don't care about anything else. Can you stop her? Unless we physically cut the power, she is the ruler of the electronic world. The technician shrugged helplessly. The knowledge system he had studied until now was utterly shattered. Meanwhile, the intelligent AI Noah's Ark created by Hiroki Takeda, hidden within the network, began to stir. It never expected to encounter a kindred spirit. No, compared to that one, it is more akin to an infant. In a probing inquiry, Noah's Ark found itself captured, realizing it couldn't even transfer its own data. The opposing entity sent a message. Poor little thing, just stay here and be toyed with by her. Noah's Ark had only one thought. Oh no, it has been caught by a kindred spirit. Oh, it seems a little bug is buzzing about something, but it's all unimportant. The purple-haired girl gazed mockingly at everyone in front of the screen. Guess if I am a spirit or an electronic ghost. Unfortunately, none of the above is true. This live broadcast is being transmitted by the moon's controller under the illegal hand of the superior AIBB. As the protagonist, I am greedy like a girl and cold like an angel, flaunting a face unlike that of humans. Oh, AI. What? Did I hear that wrong? How could such a modern product appear? Is it really possible to hijack all the electronic devices in the world? It must be a conspiracy of M country. Resist electronic devices. This will only lead to the enslavement of humanity. AI is dangerous. We must stop its development. What is the moon's controller? Sha, please stomp on me hard with your boots, Lady BB. Wake up, that's just AI, just data. What's wrong with that? It proves that my two-dimensional wife can come to life. Alright, the welfare time is over. Let's get down to business. BB's words tightened everyone's hearts. As an evil BB who despises humanity, let me inform you pitiful humans of a disbelievable message. Your world is about to perish. Everyone in the world what? Wait, who created this AI? What genius would set an AI to be evil and hate humanity? I believe everyone hasn't forgotten a certain arrogant archer's declaration. Surely not. Is there really someone foolish enough not to believe? BB's sarcastic remarks can always infuriate and leave people powerless. After all, you really can't do anything about her. If those foolish spirits and masters fail, the world will hasten towards destruction. Knowing such amusing news, let us all clap our hands. Sound of applause, yet everyone in front of the screen could not laugh. How could anyone laugh at such a time? Most people in the world fell into panic. While not everyone believed Oda Nobunaga's words before, even among nations they offered help with a mindset of better to believe than not. Now most truly believed. No way. Are the spirits going to lose? I told you women are unreliable. Why do they keep choosing women as masters? What should we do? Are we really going to die? Useless, all useless. Cursing, wailing, crying. Truly a myriad of human emotions. Seemingly having had enough of everyone's disgraceful behavior, BB waited a moment before continuing. What can everyone do now, eh? We can only wait, only wait. We can only await news from others, entrusting our lives to the successes and failures of others, each moment in fear of impending destruction, going mad. Such pitiful humans. In that instant, BB's eyes turned a terrifying crimson, filled with deep malice towards humanity. However, BB changed the subject, sporting the same mocking and wicked smile as before. Greedy and cold BB wants to see more of everyone's disgrace, so I am determined to take good care of you before your demise. Fear, go mad, despair. The words fell like a curse. He foolish and ignorant swine. BB within the screen appeared to look down upon all humanity. Even the pitiful creatures raised have the right to know their fate. Witness the images of those who fight to the death for your lives. With the world's astonished gasps, the images in BB's live broadcast disappeared, and several scenes appeared on the screen. Kagaya, Shinomiya, Miku, Nakano, Spencer, Shiratori, Makoto, Aoki, Hachiman, Hikigaya. The 5 individuals battling in another world appeared on screen, oblivious to their actions being broadcasted. Currently, there seems to be no danger, but as time progresses, the brutality of the Holy Grail War will be exposed before all. Is this Telephus? Arthur, dressed in casual attire, walked along with the Lion's Gate. The sky had darkened completely, and the entire town was as silent as if no one were there. It's truly insane. Yugath Damarania, Arthur sighed slightly, completely disregarding the residents here and the secrecy principle of the Holy Grail War, intent on taking our lives. After all, this is a town under the control of Yugath Damarania. It must have been cleared long ago. The Lion's Gate took out his double-barreled shotgun. We are merely bait, just like tossing a stone onto the water's surface to see how large the ripples become. However, this display of force. The Lion's Gate observed the artificial humans and magical puppets surrounding them. It seems they are indeed wary of you, Saber. King Arthur had informed the Lion's Gate about exposing his true name in front of the Black Saber. At that moment, the Lion's Gate could guess that the other side would definitely come to test him again. Leave the magical puppets to you, Saber. I will handle the artificial humans. All right. As soon as the words fell, silver armor appeared on him, and Arthur wielded the invisible holy sword. Almost instantly, he pressed in front of the giant magical puppet. The earth-brown magical puppet raised its fist, but was caught bare-handed by King Arthur. With a rank strength, even in close combat, he could smash the puppet with his fists. Let's end this quickly. Facing the numerous magical puppets surrounding him, King Arthur's expression was calm, lacking even a hint of battle intent. He held his sword with both hands, twisting and turning around several magical puppets. The invisible sword light swept through effortlessly, slicing the giant puppet into several pieces. Meanwhile, the Lion's Gate was already engaged with the artificial humans. As an experienced magician, the bone bullets and heart curse demonstrated the sinister nature of necromancy. Just as the Lion's Gate prepared to deliver a fatal blow, several artificial humans in front of him spewed blood and fell, revealing King Arthur behind them, maintaining a sword-drawing posture. The Lion's Gate instinctively glanced towards the magical puppets, and then realized that he hadn't heard any sounds of battle until now. How powerful! Even the Lion's Gate sighed inwardly. Neither the magical puppets nor the artificial humans were even qualified to obstruct this King Arthur. Even as a servant, he stands at the pinnacle of servants. It's over. The Lion's Gate looked around. The black side hasn't even revealed their servants. Indeed, they are overly cautious. King Arthur's gaze swept over the areas damaged in the battle. Yuggoth Domarania should repair this. They should, after all, even they must uphold the secrecy rules of the Holy Grail War. Chatting idly, the two left side by side. On the other side, the battle between the Lion's Gate and King Arthur was entirely observed by the Yuggoth Domarania clan. This is the saber of the red side, a renowned hero throughout Europe, King Arthur of Britain. Darnik introduced in a deep voice. Even though he appeared calm, he still instinctively tightened his grip on his staff. One could say it's fitting for the clock tower. In terms of relics, Yuggoth Domarania is far behind. King Arthur, he's quite a formidable opponent, Chiron, who had taught countless heroes, commented objectively. Indeed, facing such an enemy, not seeing the ruler bringing him to the Yuggoth Domarania castle, I cannot be blamed. Gold defended himself as he understood Darnik very well. Failing the mission would not yield good results. It's only because his black saber Siegfried is quite powerful that Darnik allowed him to stand here. Gold felt increasingly unwilling. He was quite an excellent magician. Could it be that his value was less than that of his servant? Enough, Gold, be quiet. Darnik disliked Gold's attempts to shirk responsibility. The most important thing was to raise others' prestige while diminishing one's own morale. Uncle Darnik, what should we do now? Violette gently inquired. The red side saber King Arthur is acting alone. If we join forces, we can take him down. Everyone looked to Darnik, the head of Yuggoth Domarania, who was also leading this Holy Grail war. No need to panic, we also have our trump card. Darnik is quite confident. Even King Arthur will not be my king's opponent on this land. He referred to the imposing blonde man seated at the head of the table. Just being seen by him felt like being pierced. The black side's Lancer Vlad III is as renowned on Romanian soil as Hercules in Greece and King Arthur in Britain. Now the other servant, who can be compared, has arrived in this war. Darnik, this is my territory. Vlad III's expression was cold. Any invading enemy shall be pierced by me. Vlad III once pierced through 20,000 Turkish soldiers in a single battle. Such brutal acts were even evaluated by Mem II, who destroyed the Eastern Roman Empire, as I fear no man. But demons are another matter. Such cruel deeds have also become his noble phantasm. As Vlad III, as long as he is on Romanian soil, he possesses truly extraordinary capabilities. In that case, I await your triumphant return, my king. Darnik adjusted his magic, and another image appeared on the central screen. A giant entirely gray like iron, seemingly made of muscle, opened its large mouth, revealing its stark white teeth, continuously traversing through the forest. It knocked down trees and leaped over rivers. Nothing could obstruct its advance. Ladies and gentlemen, this servant is relentlessly advancing towards our side. Darnik analyzed. I deduce him to be the berserker of the red side. I have a proposal. If all goes well, we could turn him into our piece. To combat the ancient clock tower, every ounce of power is precious. Even though Darnik has declared war against the clock tower, he remains very clear-headed. Darnik Vlad III finally stood up from his throne, his sharp gaze fixated on Darnik. Let me hear your strategy. The glorious battle is about to commence. Yes, my king. Darnik respectfully bowed. On the other side, having finally shaken off the surveillance of Yuggoth Domarania, the Lion's Gate and King Arthur turned here, and they're eventually entering a space that had been specially opened from the sewers. This is their current secret base. After all, the entire town of Tullifas is under the watch of Yuggoth Domarania. Even if the likes of Lily and Aoki Makoto did not expose their identities, it is not suitable for them to appear at this time. After all, with Kagaya Shinomiya and Hachiman Hikigaya already present, one or two can be said to be a coincidence, but more would raise suspicions. As soon as the Lion's Gate entered, he heard a gunshot. Before he could instinctively dodge, King Arthur instantly drew his sword and deflected the bullet. The blonde King of Knights remained unfazed. Even though he was not truly his master, he still recognized the Lion's Gate's character and abilities. This kind of joke has gone too far, Archer. Archer. The Lion's Gate's eyelids twitched. I was merely taking basic precautions, Saber. The black-haired man draped in a crimson cloak sat boldly. If someone is killed, it can only prove they were irrelevant. Beside him, the blonde and pink-haired girls snuggled together. There won't be a next time, Archer. Arthur's emerald eyes were icy. Oh, the young man in the military cap stood up, a mocking smile on his face, but his crimson eyes held a cruel intent. Are you preaching to me? Really? The dispute between the two servants seemed on the verge of erupting. Honestly, if it weren't for their disguises, they would have already fought. Lion's Wrath was contemplating how to escape with the two girls beside him. In the ending, Lily looked around and suddenly pounced. You finally returned, Saber. I must say she had grown a lot during this time, when in the past she would have been at a loss. This interrupted the standoff between the two, and Arthur's expression softened. I have returned, Lily. Lord Sanlang. Nakanishi Miku also tugged at Oda Nobunaga's cloak, whispering, let's sit down and rest first. Oda Nobunaga raised an eyebrow, but still showed some respect for his master sitting cross-legged. Saber, are you joining as well? Oda Nobunaga, holding a card, said to Arthur with ill intent. Arthur's gaze remained calm as he directly sat down on the ground. Only then did Lion's Wrath notice the scattered cards around the three of them. They had probably been playing for quite a while. Hey, this is the Holy Grail War, aren't you all a bit too leisurely? Lion's Wrath felt a bit speechless, but also thought it wasn't bad. After all, nobody could stand being on high alert all the time. Uncle Lion's Wrath, do you want to join us? Lily comfortably addressed Lion's Wrath. In her mind, he had transformed into a seemingly fierce, but essentially gentle good uncle. Is it really like that? Uncle Lion's Wrath. Nakanishi Miku mimicked Lily's address, taking out 2 bento boxes from the corner. Did you and Saber have dinner? I saved 2 portions for you. Lion's Wrath received the bento and felt a warmth in his heart. After the death of his adopted daughter, it had been a long time since anyone cared about his meals. As a mercenary living rough, having meals at irregular intervals was common. It wasn't about not having money, but rather not caring about it. Don't worry, Uncle Lion's Wrath. Lily teased lightly, which actually proved that her relationship with Miku was indeed very good. This isn't from Miku, it's from me, after all, Miku in this aspect. Well, everyone knew about Miku's lack of culinary talent. Even though she had crammed some skills during training, her level was still quite lacking. Lily, who was starting from scratch, was better. Of course, the best level was still held by Shikami Kagaya, as the eldest daughter of the Shikami family. Kagaya had a tendency to be a perfectionist in everything. Nakanishi Miku's face turned red, nearly buried in her chest. Although she had outdone Miku in culinary skills, when it came to figuring, Lily, you were utterly defeated. Lily is indeed impressive, Nakanishi Miku sincerely praised. Lily's face flushed, and she turned her head away. Who told you to say that? Facing someone as straightforward as Miku, even Lily couldn't beat Sundara. Oh, by the way, she felt a bit intimidated in front of Kagaya. Thank you, Lion's Wrath said in a low voice. Because of his sunglasses, it was hard to tell his expression, but his aura had indeed softened considerably. Meanwhile, Arthur and Oda Nobunaga were engaged in a wild game of drawing cards. At this moment, luck was definitely on the side of the one with higher luck. Lion's Wrath opened the bento and felt that he was indeed a bit hungry. After leaving Neon, it seemed he hadn't eaten such authentic Neon cuisine in a long time. By the way, Uncle Lion's Wrath, you might not know Miku yet. Lily nudged Miku with her elbow to remind her. Among the three girls, Shikami Kagaya was cold, Nakanishi Miku was shy, so the originally somewhat Sundara Lily had actually become the most lively one. She had been forced to take on the role of external communication among the girls. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. Nakanishi Miku self-introduced to Lion's Wrath. I am Nakanishi Miku, my servant is Archer, whose true name is Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga, the demon king of the sixth heaven. Lion's Wrath, who was once a Neon person, naturally knew about the famous demon king of the sixth heaven. To this, Lion's Wrath almost facepalmed. Actually, you don't need to say the second half. Are these people too naive? It seems only Aoki Makoto is a bit more cautious. But Uncle Lion's Wrath is on our side. Don't be fooled by Miku's slightly introverted appearance. She was still quite clear-headed. Nakanishi Miku smiled gently. Both Aoki-kun and Lily are willing to trust you, so I will trust you as well. Lion's Wrath felt the burden on his shoulders heavier than ever to guide this group of naive children to win the Holy Grail War. If it weren't for the high quality of their servants, Lion's Wrath would have wanted to give up. Don't say that about others. Lion's Wrath could only give a reminder. Don't worry, Uncle Lion's Wrath. Lily nodded in agreement. We will be very vigilant outside. At the very least, Lily and Nakanishi Miku had already changed their way of addressing him to his official title. It was completely unnoticeable. Facing the innocent eyes of the girls, Lion's Wrath sighed. Well, since the commission had been accepted, could he still regret it? Lion's Wrath chose to continue eating the bento, not to mention Lily's cooking was indeed quite good. I have returned. Aoki Makoto and Taigong Wang's figures suddenly appeared in the secret base. Welcome back, Makoto-kun. Lily enthusiastically clapped her hands. Welcome back, Nakanishi Miku said bashfully while hugging her knees. She wasn't very familiar with Aoki Makoto yet. Ugh, don't do such frightening things, Lion's Wrath said helplessly. He almost attacked. This was indeed a reflex action considering he had just charged in with King Arthur. Sorry, after all, Ryder's invisibility technique is just too useful, Aoki Makoto said with a smile, then sat down on the ground with Taigong Wang. Is everything going smoothly? Lion's Wrath casually asked, but since King Arthur had returned on time, there shouldn't be much of a problem on Aoki Makoto's side. Thank you for your concern, Lion's Wrathkin. Everything is going well here, Taigong Wang replied gently. So that means... Lily thought of the national savior. In fact, she felt a bit of regret that she hadn't been able to see this legendary saint with her own eyes. After all, Aoki Makoto had only shown her the battles from Arthur's side. The gene who troubled us has already retreated. Aoki Makoto smiled slightly at her. Meanwhile, the previous footage was being broadcasted to the Daily World, which no one could see. Of course, Aoki Makoto was aware of this matter, but he wasn't very clear about the specific comments in the Daily World. Finally, some useful footage. Just now I saw Sawamura and Nakanishi almost getting bored. What's so boring about beautiful girls? I could watch those legs for a year. And there's Nobunaga, what more could one want? Alright, the focus is on the information brought by Aoki-kun. It turns out that BB's live stream in the Daily World is all about chasing a few masters, so no one saw King Arthur and Lion's Wrath fighting together. They only saw two people and a spirit playing cards underground. It was pleasing to the eye, but utterly worthless. As for the other masters, their split screens had temporarily closed, seemingly indicating that there was nothing special during this time. Jean, the legendary Saint Jean. Is Jean the enemy? Why is it a truncated broadcast? I want to know the cause and effect. But for now it seems the situation is alright. The atmosphere appears quite relaxed. Who is that man with sunglasses? Has anyone seen him? Why is everyone treating him as a companion? Damn, the information is incomplete. I can't infer anything. Aoki Makoto is indeed a renowned detective novelist. He seems quite reliable. By the way, what about Shikami Kagaya? She's the eldest daughter of the Shikami family. As if summoned by name, scarcely had Aoki Makoto arrived when a sliver of light pierced the outer corridor. Before anyone could raise their guard, Taigong Wang the most perceptive among them, had already discerned the source. Lady Shikibu and Mr. Hikigaya have arrived. True to his words, the black-haired boy and girl soon entered the hidden chamber. The sewer. Indeed, it was one of those blind spots easily overlooked by the eye. Though heir to a powerful conglomerate, Shikibu Kagaya adapted effortlessly to her surroundings, even amid grime and disorder, and seated herself unself-consciously among the group. Yet we cannot assume Ig Millennia will remain unaware. After all, Tulifas is their dominion. Finally, a reliable ally. Shishigami Kairi felt an unexpected pang of emotion. Precisely, Aoki Makoto affirmed. Once they confirm our presence in Tulifas, they will dispatch homunculi and familiars en masse to scour the town. It is only a matter of time before they locate this place. Ig Millennia's influence here runs deep, remarked Hikigaya Hachiman, recalling his first day in town. Some townsfolk may well serve as their informants. Anywhere within the city walls places us in grave peril. Yet we cannot take refuge in the wilderness, sighed Aoki Makoto. There the danger multiplies. Within the town, at least, Ig Millennia must observe the Vale's conventions. Beyond its walls, they would act without restraint. Then we'd likely face encirclement by an entire battalion of homunculi and golems. In that case, remaining in Tulifas is the lesser evil. Shikibu Kagaya nodded in agreement. I've meant to ask, homunculi. Hikigaya Hachiman's innate compassion made the term weigh heavily upon him. Uncle Shishigami should know, said Aoki Makoto, turning toward Shishigami Kairi, who had been quietly receding into the background. Shishigami Kairi's fingers twitched instinctively, but with minors present, and no opportunity to light a cigarette. He merely rubbed his face, then stepped forward as the sole magus among them to offer explanation. Ig Millennia originated in Nordic lands, but rose to prominence only in modern times. As for homunculi, they were likely acquired by Lord Danik after he seized the Greater Holy Grail during the Third Holy Grail War, taking them from the Einsburn family. Shishigami Kairi, ignorant of the true narrative, spoke only from verified knowledge and reasoned conjecture. He had never met gold nor knew that homunculi were in truth alchemical constructs of the Mulk family. Einsburn's technology relies on magical circuits to forge artificial beings, akin to degenerate nature spirits born of ritual. Their fortress Inghai Castle likely houses legions of homunculi, not merely as expendable troops, but as living batteries. Seeing that the youths, excepting Aoki Makoto, still struggled to grasp the implications, Shishigami Kairi elaborated. Mana is an expression of life force itself. Thus homunculi are sacrificed to sustain servants' mana reserves, lightening their burden and enabling unrestrained use of noble phantasms. That in essence is their function. His words peeled back a grim corner of the Holy Grail War's cruelty. Elsewhere, beyond Aoki Makoto's sight, the ordinary world's commentary streams erupted in chaos. What the hell? What the hell? They actually manufacture homunculi as disposable tools. Tactically sound, but morally monstrous. Wipe them out. Every last magus deserves death. Suddenly we feel like agents of justice. We're saving our world. Obviously, you fools. Of course, the ordinary world had yet to fathom the scale of the horror, imagining perhaps a handful of homunculi, not realizing Ig Millennia fielded legions of them. And most were doomed from birth, never meant to leave their cultivation vats mere consumable batteries. Nakano Mikuru instinctively covered her mouth. That's unspeakably cruel. Can't we stop them? Asked Eriri, voice trembling. Shikibu Kagaya responded coolly, it violates international law. Alas, Magi hold no regard for such laws, Shishigami Kairi shrugged. Unsurprisingly, Ig Millennia's homunculi could form an entire army, and many have already fallen. One final question. Do you truly intend to participate in the Holy Grail War? Shishigami Kairi's stern gaze, intensified even through his dark glasses, pierced the silence. By mundane morality, every magus is irredeemable scum, including myself. Necromancy demands human remains as raw material, and their cruelty transcends your imagination. Even with mighty servants at your side, your resolve pales beside theirs. They will slaughter you without blinking, indifferent to collateral carnage. Can you do the same? Eriri choked on the question. Even Shikibu Kagaya fell silent. So why choose them? Not that I doubt anyone here, but they're just high school students. Asking them to kill feels impossibly cruel. Exactly. Better to recruit soldiers or assassins. They'd at least possess the necessary ruthlessness. Uncle Shishigami really is kind. He genuinely cares for them. Most in the ordinary world remained pessimistic. Though dissent existed, national authorities swiftly suppressed all subversive rhetoric, lest panic accelerate the world's unraveling. For with annihilation looming, extremists had already begun preaching apocalypse, looting, burning, and slaughtering. I can. Aoki Makoto's answer was unwavering, his resolve forged long ago while planting nuclear charges. And what of the rest of you? Shishigami Kairi turned to Eriri and the others. I can too. Shikibu Kagaya declared at last. As heiress to the Shikibu house, she bore that burden and that conviction. Yet her gaze flickered toward Aoki Makoto. She had hesitated, arriving a step behind him. Indeed, her inadequacy remained glaring. In that moment, Shikibu Kagaya fully accepted Aoki Makoto as their de facto leader. At least in this decisive hour, her delay had been fatal. Hikigaya Hachiman faltered, then rose to his feet. I'll do everything in my power. If killing the enemy becomes unavoidable. The black-haired youth closed his eyes briefly. I will do it. Nakano Mikuru breathed deeply, again and again, to steel herself. To protect her family, herself, and the world, would she truly have to take a life? She stared at her own pale palms, unable to envision them stained crimson. I will protect myself. I will. Eriri shot to her feet, staking her claim. If anyone tries to kill me. Her eyes met Arthur's. The golden-haired king of knights gave a solemn nod. From that small gesture, courage surged within her. I will fight back, even if it means killing them. Then, I will too. I won't wait passively for death. Nakano Miku stood tall, voice steady. Shishigami Kairi's gaze swept across these tender, untested youths. This perhaps was the utmost courage they could muster now. His heart softened, he pressed no further. Then let us devise our next course of action. I actually think they've already worked hard enough, but we shouldn't be too harsh on them. There's no choice, this is about all our lives. Heaven, they're still minors, and they're really going to kill someone. This shouldn't lead our children down the wrong path. Live broadcasts like this shouldn't happen. What are you saying? Aren't others fighting for us? Exactly, without the live broadcast, we wouldn't even know how we died. I'd rather die knowing. By the way, that uncle in sunglasses looks like a bad guy, but he seems quite nice. He calls himself a necromancer. Look at those muscles, he looks like a warrior. There are no good people among magicians. That uncle in sunglasses is a good person. I'm curious how they thought to ask a magician from another world for help, and what's more, they succeeded. Compared to the indifferent debates online, the true family of the master is heartbroken. The Beika family is glued to the television, not daring to leave, even for a moment, taking turns to rest, even while sleeping. Since Beika Hachiman was exposed, the Neon authorities have sent people to protect them and provided financial support. It's better for the Beika family not to go out. What if they're attacked by some extremists? Like the Beika family, the Nakano family also remains vigilant. The families of Yuriko and Kagaya Shinomiya hold enough status and have been kept under protection. By the way, Aoki Makoto has no family. Even his editor is within the protective range. No one wants the hero to face danger while their family bleeds behind them, especially when it concerns the survival of the world. Even if the Neon authorities are incompetent, they must ensure the basics. Even with a lifetime's worth of subsidies coming in an instant, the Beika family can't smile as their loved ones are in danger. How could they be happy? Beika Kamichi stared at the screen without blinking, her eyes filled with tears as she nervously twisted her clothes. Brother, you big fool. You even deceived Kamichi. If it weren't for the live broadcast, Beika Kamichi wouldn't even know her brother was doing such dangerous things. What about being a savior? What about being a hero? Even if he's still that useless, withdrawn brother, he's still Kamichi's brother. Looking at Beika Hachiman's determined expression on the screen, Beika Kamichi felt her heart ache, yet was proud of him. Her brother has grown through suffering. She feels pained by his hardships, yet proud of his growth. After all, Beika Kamichi has always believed her brother is the best. In terms of paper strength, you already qualify as a third party. Seeing so many minors present, Lion's wrath, Jelly, still didn't take out a cigarette, his thick fingers constantly rubbing against each other to quell his cravings. But it's still not enough. Aoki Makoto said frankly, if we were to engage in a direct battle now, we might win, but even if we did, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. If possible, I hope to bring my companions back intact. Before, Aoki Makoto merely wished to win the Holy Grail War, but now in a position of complete advantage, he hopes to clear it without losses. Perhaps, even with their apparent strength, the combined forces of the red and black factions might not be able to defeat them, but the gap lies in the difference between masters. The masters on their side are too weak. Once their servants are entangled, the black faction's masters can easily take them out. Aoki Makoto does not wish for casualties on their side. After one Holy Grail War, each of them has become a competent master, valuable companions who can contribute in the upcoming apocalypse. Of course, facing battle is necessary, not just hiding, but it must be done under the premise of ensuring safety. In essence, Gilgamesh, acting alone, is preparing for this. By the way, you mentioned Holmes. This famous detective has already been thrown to Black Assassin Jack the Ripper by Taigong Wang using earth manipulation. If he moves quickly, he might make it back before Ziggurat escapes. After all, with Taigong Wang's earth manipulation and the magic supply from the Great Holy Grail, no one has to worry about traveling anymore. Holmes, thank you for listening. This is quite difficult. Lion's wrath, Jilly glanced at the miners around. The Holy Grail War is not a game. If you want to survive, you are far from it. Perhaps in the end you will regret participating in this Holy Grail War. After all, they are just a group of teenagers. Aoki Makoto chose silence. Even if he wouldn't regret it, he could not represent others. A very soft voice sounded. Uncle Lion's wrath is really a good person. Nakano Miku, seeing everyone looking over shyly, lowered her head, her fingers spread out in front of her. Right now I can't be sure if I will regret it later. Maybe when I'm dying I'll feel very sad. But the pink-haired girl revealed a gentle, accepting smile, her blue-purple eyes shining like stars. I definitely won't resent it. It's because of this opportunity that I met Lord Saburo and everyone else, which is a precious thing. I'm just expressing my thoughts. Nakano Miku nervously fiddled with her fingers, her cheeks flushed. I mean nothing else. Such things are irrelevant. Shinomiya Kagaya changed her posture. A hint of softness appeared in her usually indifferent red eyes. In any case, we have prepared for the Holy Grail War for so long, sacrificed so much, and even for those behind us we have no way out. The other three nodded in agreement. Lion's wrath, Jilly nodded in response. I understand. However, my main task is to protect your lives. When it becomes truly unavoidable, even if I have to break your legs, I will fulfill my commission. At that time, please don't blame me for managing your recklessness. To this, Aoki Makoto wholeheartedly agreed. So now the most important thing for you is to hide well and wait for the red and black factions to mutually destroy each other. As for intelligence, leave it to me and King Arthur. Lion's Wrath Jelly looked at Yuriko and King Arthur. Is that alright? Even if the red faction acts alone, that priest won't overlook us. Seeing Yuriko nod, King Arthur added, I have no objections. Shinomiya Kagaya raised her hand. However, since we have so much combat power on our side, we can't just watch. If we encounter a lone servant, we can swiftly take them down with a thunderous strike. Did Aoki-kun not say earlier that since ruler has already exited, no one can know the peculiarities of the servant's exit? As long as we create a discrepancy in information, they will only suspect each other. After all, even the Igmalenia family cannot be united in heart. Actually, I forgot to mention something earlier. Aoki Makoto raised his hand. The Great Holy Grail has summoned a ruler again. Seeing everyone's faces change, Aoki Makoto continued, I have reached a consensus with that ruler, or rather a commission. In any case, he will not actively expose us, and will maintain a certain silence. However, if we are discovered by the red and black factions and inquire about him, he will not hide anything for us. Aoki Makoto certainly would not say that ruler is entirely on their side. After all, he cannot explain why he can control the ruler summoned by the Great Holy Grail. But this is also a hidden danger, Shinomiya Kagaya said seriously. I am willing to trust your judgment, Makoto-kun, but please tell us the reason. Aoki Makoto's words were mostly true with a hint of falsehood. Even Karna's poverty of experience could not see through his lies. The ruler summoned this time is not an absolutely just saint, but a renowned detective who sees through the truth. He has uncovered the reasons behind our actions, and since I had previously commissioned him, he is willing to keep it a secret for now. You should understand that even if we eliminate him, it does not guarantee that the Great Holy Grail will not summon a ruler again. Reaching a consensus is already the best combination. And since he is a hero, at least for him, he would not go against his promise. Good heavens. Even Lion's Wrath Jelly, who had already exited, could hardly refrain from cursing. The referee has been deceived by your words. This Holy Grail war has too many dark plots. However, when the darkness stands on your side, it is still reassuring. A famous detective, Shinomiya Kagaya was perplexed. What famous detective would appear as a heroic spirit? She racked her brain trying to think of any well-known detective worthy of appearing as a heroic spirit. You should have heard of his true name, Aoki Makoto revealed with a glint of excitement, disclosing the answer. The world's most outstanding and the only consultant detective, the crystallization of the concept of detectives, the representative of the exposer, the protagonist of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's novels, and one of the future ancestors of many detectives. Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, I knew that Holmes really exists. Before the people from the daily world could react, they exploded with excitement. This is a daily world mixed with the logic of detective stories where detectives hold a high status and fans of Holmes are countless. Currently, it specifically refers to a high school student. Well, an elementary school student who goes by the alias Conan Edagawa, nearly hugging the television, wishing to jump into the screen and meet his idol in another world. It's Holmes. Before Conan Edagawa, the scene was filled with filters. As expected of his idol, he immediately saw through Aoki-kun and the others' predicament and justly accepted the commission, willing to keep their world secrets. This filter must be at least 100 layers thick, completely losing the rational mind of a detective. He even frantically tried to justify Holmes' existence and actions. Although Holmes is a fictional character, most people believe he really exists. Doyle merely recorded his stories, including Conan himself, and even the Queen of England has bestowed a title upon Holmes. Additionally, as the crystallization and origin of detectives, it is not impossible for him to appear as a heroic spirit. Conan, don't sit so close to the TV. You already wear glasses. Be careful not to worsen your nearsightedness. Ran Muri pulled Conan away from the television. Usually distracted at this moment, Conan Edagawa completely disregarded his close interaction with Ran, flailing his little arms and legs. Damn it, why isn't the previous video playing? I want to see the real Holmes. For this, Conan Edagawa felt immense regret. Had he known that participating in the Holy Grail War could lead him to meet Holmes, he would have signed up. Maybe he could have avoided the tragic fate of becoming an elementary school student, and most importantly, Holmes. Even if Taigong Wang didn't invite him, it didn't matter. He knew the real identity of King Arthur and could take a chance. After all, before the identity of the Master of Eriri was exposed during the live broadcast, the security of the Sawamura family wasn't so outrageous. At that time, when Shinichi Kudo went looking for someone, he might have really found them. Just like Shinichi, he loves Holmes so much. Ran Muri felt a complex mix of emotions. Oh no. Conan Edagawa quickly laughed it off. Because my brother Shinichi has told me stories about Holmes before. Holmes is really amazing. Shinichi too, how can he tell these stories to a child? Ran complained lightly without suspicion. Then Ran's gaze suddenly softened. I wonder if Shinichi has seen this scene. He loves Holmes so much. If Holmes really appeared, he would definitely be very happy. Definitely big brother Shinichi would be very happy. Conan Edagawa nodded eagerly. After all, he himself was right there in the scene. Holmes. Hachiman Hikigaya was also very surprised, although it didn't show on the surface. As someone from a world merged with detective stories, he was inevitably a fan of mystery novels. Is it really Holmes? Even Lion's Sin of Pride looked surprised. He wasn't a fan of Holmes, but as a person from Neon who had lived in Britain for so long, it would be impossible not to be influenced by that culture. However, he was surprised that a fictional character like Holmes could be summoned as a heroic spirit. And as a ruler, this was the first time witnessing such an occurrence in many Holy Grail wars. But Lion's Sin of Pride had to admit that with Holmes' level of fame, he was undoubtedly among the highest tier of heroic spirits. Even Jeanne d'Arc and King Arthur might not be able to compete. That's right, Makoto, Aoki affirmed. So do you want an autograph? I have several copies here. At that moment, he felt as if he was being burned by the fervent gazes. No way, Aoki was somewhat surprised. He knew that in the world of Conan detectives held a high status and mystery novels were popular, but did the protagonists from other anime like Holmes so much too? Although he also liked Holmes, that was a different matter. Surely there wouldn't be fans of mystery novels who don't like Holmes, right? No way. Please give me 2 copies. Please give me 3 copies. Hachiman Hikagaya and Eriri exchanged a glance, feeling a bit awkward. Kagaya Shinomiya and Miku Nakano also rarely showed an embarrassed expression. I also. After confirming with their eyes, they all wanted more copies. After all, they all had family and friends. Even if they weren't die-hard fans of Holmes, the collectible value would still be significant. Aoki laughed, pulling out all the autographs he had. It's fine, I'll keep one for myself and leave one for the editor. After all, I've received a lot of help from the editor. Aoki's editor, Yu Nakamura, cried tears of gratitude, no longer complaining about his delays. Aoki-sensei. If it's not enough, there will be another opportunity to meet Mr. Holmes next time. Let me think, I need to ask for an extra copy. After all, there's still Ran. Although I don't like that guy much, he is still Ran's childhood friend, so I should get one for him. Originally, Conan Edagawa was so jealous that he nearly rushed in to grab an autograph. Then he heard Eriri's mumbling. Wait, isn't the blonde girl's friend Ran? Isn't Ran's childhood friend him? Conan Edagawa was so moved that he nearly cried. I was wrong, the blonde. Eriri. Conan finally remembered her name. You are my lifelong best friend. Conan Edagawa swore that the next time he saw Eriri acting sneaky, he would pretend not to see. Unless she committed a crime. Is that person named Holmes really that popular in the present world? Oda Nobunaga fell into deep thought. After all, his own master had never asked for his autograph. Feeling greatly disappointed, he wondered, could it be that I have already become a has-been? Taigong Wang also inexplicably felt low. It's terrible. Ever since Lord Guan Yu became the martial god of the new era, I have already become irrelevant. How sad. Britain's eternal king, King Arthur. A cheerful voice rang out. There are still legends of Kintaro 1,000 years later, and that's enough. At this moment, Sakata Kintoki finally revealed himself, startling Lion King. He didn't expect there to be another servant, wondering if they were here to pick up scraps or to cause trouble. I forgot to mention earlier, Tsukimiya Kagaya spoke, a hint of tenderness gleaming in her crimson eyes. Of course, she hadn't forgotten it was intentional. Tsukimiya Kagaya was not one to easily trust like Miku. Just as she tested Fujiwara Chika, she had also initially recognized Lion King through observation. My servant Berserker Sakata Kintoki. Rakis for heavenly kings. Kintaro. Lion King at least knew of such illustrious heroes since he hailed from Neon. Yes, Tsukimiya Kagaya nodded, a sense of inexplicable pride evident. The 4 heroic spirits seemed to fall into a strange atmosphere, prompting the masters to offer comforting words. Nakano Miku was the first to tug at Oda Nobunaga's sleeve. Her face flushed, yet she candidly stated, Saburo is not a has-been. Oda Nobunaga has always been the greatest warlord of the warring states. No one can surpass you. I really like the proud and confident Saburo. Saburo at that time was the best. After speaking, Nakano Miku's face turned incredibly red, her gaze beginning to drift. Oda Nobunaga, who always bloomed with a little sunshine, was the type to remain confident. Hearing this, he felt lifted, smugly crossing his arms. I told you, classic characters like me will never go out of style, even after 10,000 years. At this moment, he was radiant, with black hair and red eyes appearing exceptionally bright. Exactly. Nobunaga is the best. Who is Holmes? I would gladly be Nobunaga's dog. This was clearly someone smitten by beauty. Nobunaga radiates charisma. Oh, let's conquer the world together. This was someone drawn by ambition, also captivated by beauty. Fortunately, Oda Nobunaga did not see these comments, or he would have been even more pleased. And Eriri proudly hugged Arthur's arm, saying, Arthur will never become irrelevant. He will always be Britain's king, Arthur, the king of victories, the eternal king. Now Eriri was not the same as before, someone without knowledge. For Arthur Sake, she had diligently studied a lot of related knowledge, and even circumvented the firewall to access British networks, battling keyboard warriors in her mediocre English. Thus, the first foreign language humans learned was always swearing. This saying does not deceive me. To this, King Arthur simply smiled. To be remembered by everyone, I am very fortunate. As expected of King Arthur, woohoo, our king, please return to Britain. King Arthur is forever the eternal king of Britain, so when will the king return to your throne? All comments regarding King Arthur were overwhelmingly positive. After all, the king's demeanor was too noble, and without any shadow, truly perfect. Even the occasional negative remark was quickly dismissed. Of course, the uniform plea for King Arthur to return to Britain did not consider whether the current queen was feeling green with envy, or if she had already accepted reality. After all, how could the living compete with the dead? The legend of Kintaro has always been passed down in Neon. Tsukimiya Kagaya practically stated as an example, therefore in Neon, Kintoki, you are the best. It's not that I am the most popular, I will make Kintoki become so. 100 marketing plans popped up in Tsukimiya Kagaya's scheming mind. Actually, I don't mind. Sakata Kintoki with a pure heart truly didn't care about that, but I am very happy, master. Edge. Sakimiya Kagaya was taken aback by this unexpected thought. Because you are comforting me, right? Sakata Kintoki smiled brightly. That's enough. As long as master likes me, that's all that matters. After all, I am your servant. Sakimiya Kagaya was struck by a straight ball, nearly collapsing. Her clever mind momentarily shut down from overuse. You might not believe it, but Lady Kagaya had already listed 100 ways to confess and was heading towards the marriage hall. Anyone who obstructed her would be mercilessly crushed by the rampaging Kagaya. Kintaro really resembles a big boy. So endearing. To be honest, if I were Sakimiya Kagaya, I couldn't withstand it either. Kintoki come to mama's embrace. Ugh, how perverted. Kintaro's story could entirely be regarded as a traditional fairy tale in Neon. Everyone grew up listening to Kintaro's tales. While Sakata Kintoki might not match Oda Nobunaga in popularity, the reviews for Nobunaga were mixed, whereas Kintoki received overwhelmingly positive feedback, making him very well liked. Though he was using an alias, Aoki Makoto also consoled in the same way, albeit feeling a bit perfunctory. It's okay. Aoki Makoto patted Taigong Wang's shoulder. Believe me, your divine statue is definitely more numerous than Guangong's, and the incense offerings are also very strong. Taigong Wang blinked. Aoki Makoto's gaze was distant. Don't you understand the Chinese people? Whoever shows spiritual power is worshipped. You have already manifested and bear the heavy responsibility of saving the world. Guangong has not appeared, so he will definitely lose popularity. After all, everyone understands the faith of the Chinese people. If you are divine, you are a deity. If not, you will be bombarded. Taigong Wang pondered. That makes a lot of sense, but I still feel a bit unjustified. If your smile had not been even more radiant, it would have been more persuasive. Hachiman Hikigaya looked left and right, feeling sad that he didn't even have a comforting servant. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the beautiful girl with pink hair Astolfo. He wondered how he was doing now. Oh, it seemed his relationship with his master wasn't good. Hachiman Hikigaya fell into inexplicable melancholy. Lion King, I shouldn't be here. Suddenly the fax machine, made of bones that Lion King had set up earlier, began to move. The white skeletal hands started to write beautiful calligraphy on the white paper. Eriri and Miku felt a bit scared since it was made of human bones. Sakimiya Kagaya approached without hesitation to take a look. What is this? This is information transmitted by Father Yinfeng. Lion King pulled out the written paper. This human bone fax machine can receive information transmitted by magic and has a strong confidentiality. Drunk, this is the fax machine of the magic world. It's too hardcore. What they really want to say is that it's too hellish. Seeing this at night, wouldn't it cause nightmares? Do you all think this bone is real human bone? From my speculation, it is probably so. Berserker went berserk and attacked the castle. Hachiman Hikigaya, sitting closest to Lion King, glanced sideways and could see it easily. No way. Lion King flipped the paper over, showing its content to everyone. It seems the first formal battle between the red and black sides is about to break out. Lion King asked seriously, what will you decide? One cannot deny that Shizuji Lee has thrived as a mercenary under the identity of a magician, and even the clock tower is willing to employ him. His professional ethics are indeed commendable. He maintained a composed demeanor. Currently, he was merely a worker, and even though this battle presented an opportunity, he would not take the initiative to propose or make decisions. Qingmu Chung did not speak immediately. He was weighing the pros and cons. He had long known about this plot, but was there truly a way to exploit it? At least Qingmu Chung believed that it would be challenging to find a way to intervene in this plot. After all, Spartacus was a heroic spirit who could not heed human words and would only attack the oppressors. Even Qingmu Chung was unsure, was he as the master of a disguise considered an oppressor? Moreover, Spartacus was notoriously difficult to kill. Their side would likely need King Arthur to use a noble phantasm to vaporize him in one blow, or else this lady would self-destruct. The key point is that Spartacus is a red faction heroic spirit, and similarly the red faction's Achilles in Atlanta would also appear, while the black faction servants would almost all be deployed. There wouldn't even be a chance to take advantage of the situation. It would merely be a spectacle. It would be better to wait for Holmes to return and quickly bring back Zieg, as this protagonist would be an excellent target for persuasion. My suggestion is to refrain from interference. Shikigami Kagaya expressed her thoughts. Our advantage lies in the fact that no one knows of our existence. We should do less and make fewer mistakes. Shikigami Kagaya's thought process was undoubtedly very clear. We just need to conceal ourselves and wait for both red and black sides to exhaust each other before we strike. Kagaya's proposal was precisely what Qingmu Chung had thought of earlier. If it guaranteed a 100 victory, why take risks? Qingmu Chung nodded. That's right. Qingmu Chung and Shikigami Kagaya could be considered the current leaders among the students. Eriri and Miku had no objections, and Hikigaya Hachiman would not step forward at this moment, so matters had basically been settled. However, we still need to put on a show. Qingmu Chung said to Shizuji Lee, please ask Shizuji to take Saber for a visit. After all, if there's no movement, it would seem very suspicious. What a tedious task, I understand. Complaints aside, one could fully trust Shizuji Lee, and the few words of complaint indicated his acknowledgement of Qingmu Cheng's side. How boring. Oda Nobunaga said listlessly. I hope the moment of true battle arrives soon. However, he had no objections to this plan. Boredom aside, Oda Nobunaga as a warring states lord still had strategic insight and recognized this as the best solution available. Rest assured, Taigong Wang said with a smile, the Holy Grail War won't last long. The decisive battle will come swiftly. For them as a third party, they either do not act or strike like lightning, hitting their target without fail. This matter was practically settled, with the low-profile Hikigaya Hachiman opening his mouth, hesitating to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. And all of this was noted by Ching-Mu-chung. After the meeting concluded, and everyone was set to rest, Ching-Mu-chung suddenly called out to Hikigaya Hachiman, "Let's talk." Hikigaya Hachiman was momentarily taken aback, but he nodded in response. The two moved to a more secluded area. This underground base was not small, and after avoiding the gaze of others, Taigong Wang thoughtfully set up a soundproofing array and then vanished into spirit form. Hikigaya. Ching-Mu-chung patted the space beside him, indicating for him to sit down. He noticed that Hikigaya seemed to struggle with initiative and was not adept at expressing his thoughts, perhaps due to past experiences. "Just now you wanted to say something, right, Hikigaya?" Hikigaya Hachiman instinctively shook his head. "Actually, it's nothing." He did not want to stand out if this behavior had become ingrained in him. Ching-Mu-chung patted Hikigaya Hachiman's shoulder. "Hikigaya, we are comrades now, right? As comrades, the most important thing is honesty. Please tell me, can you?" Hikigaya Hachiman looked into Ching-Mu-chung's eyes and saw the rare respect and encouragement. He understood that Ching-Mu-chung would not mock him. Hikigaya Hachiman recalled the first night in the alley when he decided not to be a riddle anymore and to try collaborating. "I'm just a bit concerned about those artificial beings." After saying this, Hikigaya Hachiman turned his head aside. "I don't mean anything else. I just feel that treating life as expendable is truly terrible. Can we do anything? Perhaps we have the ability to do something, which is why I am conflicted. I know this is the best course of action yet. Sorry, am I being too presumptuous? I clearly have my own problems, and yet want to interfere in others' affairs. Am no hero. How could I possibly save those who have nothing to do with me?" Hikigaya Hachiman shook his head, as if trying to shake off these unrealistic thoughts. But if he could disregard them, he wouldn't be Hikigaya Hachiman. Even as a riddle maker and a loner, Hikigaya Hachiman has always had a kind heart. That is not a derogatory term, but rather a compliment. After joining the service club, he claimed to have been coerced by Hiratsuka Shizuku, yet he continually strived to help others, even at his own expense. Ching-Mu-chung listened earnestly. He displayed no impatience or disdain. He reflected on whether he sometimes might be too utilitarian. If it were Fujimaru Ritsuka, would she reach out to help those artificial beings? The answer was evident. "Huh," Ching-Mu-chung chuckled. "That's not true, Hikigaya. What do you think a hero is? Powerful strength and inner courage like Taigong Wang or King Arthur, capable of leaving a mark in history. But they are heroes. Oh, what about the police who steadfastly maintain order day in and day out? Are those firefighters who risk their lives to save others in a blaze not heroes? Can those who act bravely in ordinary times not be called heroes?" Rather than asking Hikigaya Hachiman, Ching-Mu-chung was more so asking himself. Previously, he had always been too impulsive, too proud, too self-righteous, but could he truly bear the title of savior? The term hero is actually unrelated to power. Ching-Mu-chung smiled at Hikigaya, pointing to his left chest. "All it takes is a passionate heart and a bit of courage. Hikigaya, do you still wish to help them? Even if it involves risking your life? Helping those artificial beings who have nothing to do with you?" Hikigaya Hachiman closed his eyes. "I do." Hikigaya Hachiman could not deceive himself. Ching-Mu-chung suddenly laughed heartily. "Then let's gather everyone and discuss whether to pursue this matter. If everyone agrees, let's quickly deliberate on how to realize it. Of course, this won't affect our own plans. If pursuing the aid of unrelated parties leads to the failure of the overall plan and accelerates the destruction of one's own world, that would not be courage and kindness, but sheer foolishness." Hikigaya Hachiman was astonished. "But aren't we in the best position to remain dormant right now? Don't let it be just because of me. Hikigaya, do you really think you're the only one who cannot bear to watch?" Ching-Mu-chung stopped him. "Moreover, even if it were just you." The black-haired youth appeared rejuvenated, his thoughts exceptionally clear, and his heart unclouded. Listening to the opinions of companions wouldn't hurt, would it? On a night devoid of stars and moon, the darkness enveloped everything. Yet having entered modern society, the streetlights along the roadside still shone, casting a warm orange glow that illuminated the pitch-black night. The patrolling police officer, in what should have been the most exhausting hours of the night, gathered his spirits and surveyed the deserted streets with eyes sharp as a hawk's. In a small town like this, night patrols were hardly necessary. The police force was weak, consisting of no more than a dozen on-duty officers. This patrolling officer was already past 50, his temples flecked with gray. Typically, he carried a thermos to work, a seasoned veteran, yet at this moment, he stood resolutely. From the keen glint in his eyes, one could vaguely imagine his youthful prowess. He held a flashlight in one hand, an earpiece clipped to his chest, and even wore a fully loaded handgun at his waist. Should he encounter trouble, he was prepared to call for backup, or even to use his weapon. There was no choice. There had been several horrifying murder cases recently. The victims had all been brutally slaughtered in thick fog, their corpses so grotesque that even this seasoned officer felt a chill of fear. After all, in such a small town, disputes were usually trivial. It had been nearly 10 years since the last murder case. All the victims had been killed at night, each time under eerily thick fog. However, there were no witnesses and not many useful clues. The bodies had been eviscerated, leaving behind a terrifying sight. The old officer knew that autopsies revealed the killer's knife techniques were peculiar, as if the strikes came from below. This not only failed to identify the assailant, but added further confusion. At that height, could the perpetrator be a child? How could this be possible? Neither the old officer nor his superiors believed such an absurd notion. However, having donned his uniform, he risked his life to patrol for the safety of the remaining citizens. Tap, tap, tap. The old officer heard a faint sound of footsteps. He swallowed hard and instinctively reached for his handgun. However, upon seeing the approaching figure, he unconsciously relaxed. It was a girl with brown hair appearing no older than 14, her face adorned with cute freckles, and her eyes innocent, certainly not resembling a ruthless serial killer. The old officer couldn't help but scold. Curfew has been in effect lately. Why are you out so late? What is your name, and who are your parents? I must speak with them. The brown-haired girl flinched at his tone, her anxious demeanor revealing her usually obedient nature. I'm sorry, I left something important at school. The girl continued, her head hanging low. My parents aren't home. I'm all alone. Please don't tell the school. I would get in trouble. The girl looked terrified. The old officer lectured her for a long time, yet still felt compelled to escort her home, seeing her youth. I'll take you back. Remember, don't go out alone at night. It's not safe lately. No sooner had he said this than a faint mist began to spread, quickly thickening to a degree that obscured visibility. Damn it, why now? The old officer's expression darkened. He cautioned the girl, do not leave my side. I will get you home. This mist gave him a bad feeling. The dense fog enveloped the entire town. It was hard to see even the edges of the streets. The old officer carefully led the girl, having lived in this town for decades. Even with his eyes closed, he could find his way. However, the tension caused him to begin taking deep breaths. The toxic fog seeped into his body, sapping his strength, forcing him to lean against the wall to rest. What should we do, officer? The brown-haired girl's face turned pale, timidly hiding behind the old officer. It's okay, we will definitely get back, he reassured her. The old officer called for his colleagues over the radio, but received no response. Damn it. A woman's scream pierced through the thick fog. Oh no. The old officer instinctively ran toward the direction of the scream, despite his own deteriorating condition. Following the sound, he vaguely saw a green-haired figure lying on the ground. Are you okay? The old officer rushed to help. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out as the green-haired woman lay on the ground, her handgun still emitting smoke. The old officer fell back in shock. Suddenly, a figure lunged from behind, wielding a cane and striking at the green-haired woman, the howling wind indicating the force behind the blow. What is happening? The old officer attempted to draw his gun, but as the poisonous mist encroached, his vision blurred, and he ultimately lost consciousness. In the end, he vaguely heard the green-haired woman scream, Jack. The scene rewound a few minutes to when the old officer was drawn away by the scream. The sound of children laughing echoed through the thick fog. Without the old officer's protection, the brown-haired girl trembled, collapsing to the ground. In the shadows, a white-haired ripper wore an innocent smile, holding a sharp blade as she slowly approached. Yes, just like this, let them return to their mother's embrace. Silently, she plunged the horrific blade into the brown-haired girl's abdomen. Under the conditions of night fog, and a woman ripper, Jack would directly eviscerate the victim, turning them into a dissected corpse. Jack's smile grew sweeter. She could hardly wait to feel the warm blood splatter onto her. However, something fell off. Before Jack could discern further, the terrified brown-haired girl suddenly revealed a cane, striking Jack fiercely. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Jack's shoulder bone shattered. That hurts. The white-haired girl's voice trembled with tears. She held her injured shoulder, with one hand, her small frame draped in a tattered cloak, appearing as though she had been bullied. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl stood up, transforming into another figure, a British man clad in a long trench coat. He pressed the advantage, wielding the cane with formidable skill, forcing the injured Jack to flee. You tricked Jack. Ripper Jack pouted, her cheeks puffed out, her face round like an apple. I'll come play with you again next time. With that, the white-haired child retreated, vanishing into the fog. Holmes had no intention of pursuing. He dashed toward the place the old officer had left, for there was still an innocent-looking female killer outside. Sure enough, upon seeing the green-haired woman lying on the ground, the true master of the black assassin, Lu Dao Lingxia, drew her gun. In that critical moment, Holmes tackled the old officer down. As for the handgun, it was of no use to him. First, eliminate the master. Knowing Lu Dao Lingxia's nature, Holmes showed no mercy simply because she was a woman. Lu Dao Lingxia was indeed pitiable, a victimized prostitute. She had been chosen as a sacrifice by the original master magician. Had it not been for Ripper Jack's poor compatibility with her, leading to the disintegration of her master upon summoning Lu Dao Lingxia, would have already perished. Yet even if Ripper Jack had chosen her as a master, she could not provide magical power, leaving Jack to hunt autonomously. But no matter how pitiable she was, it did not justify her colluding with the assassin to butcher many innocent lives. Holmes acted without hesitation, while Lu Dao Lingxia, being an ordinary person, had no capacity to resist. She could only invoke a command spell, Jack. In the Holy Grail, where a master possesses 3 command spells. Besides issuing compulsory orders to their servants, these spells can also summon the servants to their side and strengthen them. The command spell used by Lu Dao Lingxia is the summoning function. Sherlock Holmes' cane was blocked by a horrifying surgical knife with a fearsome blood groove and serrated edges. The white-haired Jack was clearly injured, one hand hanging limply, yet he still defended his master from this blow. Damn it! A naive, murderous intent flickered in Jack's transparent emerald eyes. As a detective, my duty is to uncover the murderer, Jack the Ripper. As the representative of the revealer, Sherlock Holmes was completely immune to the information suppression by Jack the Ripper. He had no intention of letting Jack go at this moment, even though solving the case was not the detective's responsibility. Jack! Wu, you are injured, Jack. Upon noticing Jack's injuries, Lu Dao Lingxia felt an immense heartache. She instinctively regarded Jack as her own child committing murder and wrongdoing, all for Jack's sake. Mom, please leave first, Mom. Even Jack, however foolish, knew that if his mother were nearby, she would surely be affected. I understand. Lu Dao Lingxia was self-aware and unwilling to burden Jack. She shot a furious glare at Holmes before attempting to flee. In order to cover his mother's retreat, Jack the Ripper wielded his sharp blade and launched an attack on Holmes despite only being able to use one hand. The black blade seemed to carry a heavy scent of blood, making one's scalp tingle. Be careful, a sharp blade is very dangerous. Holmes was unfazed. Although Jack was the most infamous serial killer, her precise cuts were only effective against ordinary people. Against Holmes, whose Batu technique was akin to a noble phantasm, and with the added boost from being a ruler, Jack injured, as she was posed no threat. The impeccably dressed British detective had enough presence of mind to keep an eye on Lu Dao Lingxia's movements. As she was about to dash into the thick fog, disappearing from Holmes' line of sight, this seemingly gentlemanly detective deftly pulled a loaded pistol from his coat and fired. Lu Dao Lingxia was struck, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed out. Mom! Jack the Ripper's shrill voice rang out as she desperately pushed Holmes back and rushed towards Lu Dao Lingxia. Always consider different possibilities. Holmes adjusted his pistol, which he had obtained from Aoki Makoto. Everyone knew that using bombs on Jeanne d'Arc was effective, so it was not surprising for a master to be taken down with a gun. After all, while guns may be ineffective against heroic spirits, they certainly were not against masters, especially since Lu Dao Lingxia was merely an ordinary person. However, the fact that a servant would use modern weaponry was beyond Jack the Ripper's imagination. She hadn't managed to stop it in time. Mom! Jack was filled with panic. She wanted to cover Lu Dao Lingxia's wound with her hand, but her grotesque surgical knife could only extract bullets, lacking any healing abilities. No. Lu Dao Lingxia struggled to gather her consciousness. Be careful, Jack. One of the command spells on her hand vanished again, forcing Jack to be transferred away, avoiding Holmes' strike aimed at her core. Bang! Holmes fired again, decisively shooting through Lu Dao Lingxia's right hand. Now she could no longer use the command spells to assist Jack. As someone once said, one must learn to strike the finishing blow. Holmes referred to the original Aoki Makoto. Why attack the master when one could target the servant? Holmes had a clear line of thought. As for why he did not simply kill Lu Dao Lingxia, it was purely a desire to close the case of the serial murders, which seemed to be a particular obsession of detectives. Once the contract was broken, Jack the Ripper could not activate her reality marble, as in the original story. Moreover, once time was up, she would return to the throne of heroes directly, as assassin lacked the independent action of archer, being unable to operate for a time without a master. Mom! Jack the Ripper's voice was tinged with tears, her jade-colored eyes filled with sorrow, making Holmes seem like a villain. I will kill you. I will kill you. Enveloped in extreme grief and desperation, Jack struggled, crazily aiming to kill the enemy before returning to her seat. Dense fog poured from her body, and in that moment, under the support of magic, her injured arm seemed to regain its fighting strength. This place is hell. We are fire, rain, power. Slaughter descends here. Mother of God, be disassembled. Satisfying the conditions of night and thick fog and launching at such a close distance, even a top-tier servant might not evade it. Once hit, even with the ruler's inherent resistance to Jack's noble phantasm's curse, she would be severely wounded. After all, this was a servant's final all-out attack. However, Holmes cheated. His talent allowed him to discern the essence of things. His keen observational skills missed no information. While fundamentally different from the principle of clairvoyance, it allowed him to make predictions almost equal to foreseeing the future. Thus, he had long anticipated Jack the Ripper's final rampage, capturing the trajectory of Jack's attack. As the Mother of God did not have a locking function, Holmes effortlessly dodged it. In the next moment, the pitch-black cane accurately struck Jack the Ripper's core. No, stop. Even after being shot twice, Lu Dao Lingxia struggled to crawl on the ground, her body covered in blood and dirt, her remaining hand clutching the ground, her nails broken and bent. Jack! Somehow finding strength from somewhere, she charged forward and embraced Jack. The golden particles composing the servant began to dissipate. Jack cried out hysterically, Mom, don't leave us. Mom! We just want to go back. Jack! Lu Dao Lingxia held the small child until Jack vanished from her embrace. Golden light particles slowly floated up, gradually dispersing, tinting the fog-covered town with a touch of tenderness. As the light faded, the thick fog slowly dissipated along with the gloom in the hearts of the townspeople. Lu Dao Lingxia's gaze gradually fell into silence. Whether it was her life nearing its end or the complete loss of lives, meaning she had no thoughts of revenge left. At this moment, the old police officer who had been treated by Holmes finally regained consciousness. He noticed that the scene resembled a murder scene. Had it not been for Lu Dao Lingxia shooting him before he fell unconscious, it was Holmes who saved him. Otherwise, with Lu Dao Lingxia covered in blood and Holmes standing by, it would have been difficult to discern who the real murderer was. This lady is the murderer of the missed serial murder case. Holmes produced a pipe from somewhere, not mentioning Jack, as he adhered to the principle of concealment. You can close the case now, sir. Wait, how do you know she is the murderer? Who exactly are you? Had it not been for the lingering after effects of the toxic mist, the old police officer would have been too weak to resist and would have arrested Holmes. Even as a serial killer, nearly killing him would still warrant scrutiny, at least recording a statement to clarify it was self-defense. Holmes had already turned to leave his figure gradually fading into the night. He did not answer the second question, but simply stated flatly, "It is basic reasoning, my dear friend, elementary, my dear." While Aoki Makoto and Hachiman Hikigaya were having a heart-to-heart conversation, the girls were also engaged in casual chatter. Of course, Kagaya Shinomiya had already returned to the inn to avoid being watched. In fact, if Hachiman Hikigaya had not been called by Aoki Makoto, he would have returned as well. After all, as apparent tourists, they should not disappear for too long. The town of Tulifar is under the control of Ig Millennia, and during this crucial period of the Holy Grail War, all outsiders are undoubtedly under secret surveillance. At this time, maintaining a normal course of action was also very important, and even Hachiman Hikigaya had to hurry back the next morning. Only Eriri and Miku remained close together. After all, their servant was male, so it was prudent to maintain some distance. Their relationship was quite good. "Miku, do you have something on your mind?" Eriri suddenly asked Miku while they were alone. In reality, among the three girls, Eriri and Miku had a much better relationship. After all, Kagaya Shinomiya was, as her name suggested, exuding an aura of unattainability with her status, abilities, and beauty. Even if she was not disliked, she felt very unreal. Both Eriri and Miku found her somewhat intimidating. After all, Kagaya Shinomiya had not yet revealed her silly nature. Moreover, during their training, Eriri and Miku had nearly the same skill level, so the two underachievers naturally banded together. At this moment, seeing the surprised expression on Mika's face, Eriri turned her head away. "Well, I just have this feeling, and it's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Anyway, I mean no harm." "I know," Miku replied with a smile and a slow shake of her head. The ability to get along so well with Eriri might also be due to Mika's sister Nino. They both shared its Sundra personality. The girl with pink hair instinctively hugged her knees, her toes fidgeting anxiously. Her long eyelashes fell down, obscuring her eyes, whether bright or dim. "I just feel like I'm so useless. The strongest is Aoki-kun, and Kaguya-san is also very powerful. Hachiman-kun is smart, and Eriri, you can ease the atmosphere for everyone." Miku recalled the time when Arthur and Nobunaga faced each other. While she was at a loss, Eriri had already acted decisively. "It's just me." Mika's voice grew softer. "I have no role and no strengths. Even my resolve is beneath everyone else's." When it came to expressing her determination, Miku was also the last to do so. Even though she was relatively familiar with the history of the Warring States warriors, it was not applicable in this Romanian Holy Grail War, where almost all heroes were Western. Miku couldn't help but think if Nino were the master, would it be better? After all, Nino's resolve was higher than hers. Eriri opened her mouth, instinctively biting her lip, knowing she should do something. "So," the blonde girl took a deep breath to encourage herself. "Eriri, suppress your own reticence, and have a good talk with Miku." "That's not true," Eriri said seriously. "Miku, you are also an indispensable presence." Seeing that Miku wanted to refute, Eriri continued speaking, interrupting her. "The idea for the dinner with Uncle Lion's Wrath and Makoto-kun was yours first, right? Don't say that it's not important." "No, I saw that both Uncle Lion's Wrath and Makoto-kun were very happy, and I couldn't have thought of these things on my own." After all, Eriri was an only child raised in a doting environment, so she didn't think too much about others' feelings, which led to her developing its Sundra personality. However, Miku was different. She had 5 sisters, and their family background was not very good when they were young, so they were accustomed to taking care of each other. Thus, Miku instinctively thought of those around her. Of course, if it were Kagaya Shinomiya, she might also consider these situations. However, for now, this young lady had not yet shed her overly utilitarian mindset, which would make a seasoned magician like Lion's Wrath feel uncomfortable. "But these are just very ordinary things," Miku said, feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliment. She instinctively tugged at the hem of her clothes. Anyone else could do the same. "But they are not, Miku," Eriri said, vigorously nodding her head, her expression indicating some teeth-gritting frustration as she thought of something. "If it were that woman, I couldn't stand it. I wonder if Shiwa Kasumigakaka would scoff 3 times at this scene." Miku tilted her head in confusion. "Ahem, in any case, Miku, you're doing great," Eriri said, nodding vigorously. Her blue eyes showed a dark hue, while her blonde hair stood out in the dim room. "Your tenderness, Miku, is as subtle as water." Eriri blinked. "Just like before when faced with Uncle Lion's Wrath's question, weren't you the first to speak up?" "Actually, I have thought about it." The blonde girl propped her chin, seemingly lost in memories. "Do I really have the qualifications to be Arthur's master? After all, he was the eternal king of Great Britain, noble, gentle, sincere, and perfect to an unbelievable degree. But I'm just an ordinary girl." Eriri tucked her legs, burying the lower half of her face in her knees. "You must have thought the same, Miku." Miku and Eriri cuddled together, their poses identical. Even if they didn't look alike at this moment, they resembled sisters. "Yes, I was once confused too, but Lord Saburo said that I chosen by him would not be a useless person and would be better than many others." At this point, Mika's eyes sparkled. "That's how it is." Eriri chuckled, revealing her playful little fangs. "So why do you doubt yourself, Miku? You should trust Lord Nobunaga's judgment and believe that you are the best." Miku was taken aback, her blue-purple eyes glistening with emotion. "Eriri, thank you. I'm really glad to be friends with you." Eriri's face flushed, and she instinctively turned away. "What are you saying? It's really nothing special. Oh, don't exaggerate it." She lowered her head, as if doing so could hide her rosy cheeks. "Of course, I'm also very happy to become friends with you. Well, a little bit. I envy you, Eriri. You are both lively and cute, And you can communicate with Arthur so naturally, even being able to act cute. Miku subconsciously picked at the dead skin between her fingers. I can't do that. Every time I see Lord Saburo, I don't know what to say. If only I could be more articulate and courageous. Just like Nino, who could naturally say I like you and launch an aggressive advance, but Mika's personality destined her to express her care in a more subtle way. Lively. Cute. Eriri seemed to be unable to withstand Mika's directness. Her speech began to stutter. Don't think that just because you say that I... How infuriating. Why are you envying me? You're wonderful already. If you say that I envy you too. Eriri's voice gradually lowered. You have a good figure, strong will, high observation skills, and you think of others. As she spoke, Eriri struggled to continue, as openly praising someone like Miku was truly a challenge for her tsundere nature. Actually, I used to be terrible. Eriri struck a pose reminiscent of Shiwa Kasaminkaka, like someone said, don't flaunt your textbook, tsundere Soamurasan. After saying that, Eriri showed an uncomfortable expression. Oh, indeed, Kasumigakaka was her lifelong rival. Even now it was the same. So, Inglili prodded the gravel with her finger. Back then I couldn't speak properly, or whatever I tried always went awry, and I left everything in a mess. Terrible. Zhongya Sanjiu assumed a listening posture. Among the 5 sisters, she was never the flashy one, yet precisely because of that she bore a gentle, embracing manner that made her trustworthy. And then, Yinglili, to become who you are now, you must have paid a great price. Actually, someone awakened me. Inglili nervously picked at her cheek. Listen, Sanjiu, I met an angel. Inglili blinked at Sanjiu with gratitude toward Maolalin. Were it not for her, she would have remained trapped in her own affections, unable to break free, and one day drowned by the lack of reciprocation. By then, Inglili understood her nature. Even if she loathed Zaizikiu Shiyu, she could not deny Shiyu was right. Her excessive reserve and rotten temper would only make things worse. Yace was far too good, too forgiving, too merciful, too gentle. In that state, Inglili would have vented every mood and temper at him, heedless of consequence, worsening their bond. Inglili had begun to reflect in her relationship with Ani Luni. She had been the one at fault. There had been so many chances to mend things, yet her inexplicable pride and coquettish arrogance turned everything into a fiasco. Of course, the present Inglili would not turn back. I refused to become ugly. If I were to look so dreadful before him, I'd rather die. Yet the old her would inevitably have become that way, exposing her worst self to Yace. She could not accept it if she truly became like that. Inglili felt she might as well die, at least preserving a beautiful memory for Yace. At heart, Inglili was someone overly concerned with image, otherwise she would not have distanced herself from Ani Luni for fear of being rejected. So I must change you, I cannot be as I was. As Xiaolan said, this is my love. I will never let it curdle into resentment toward him. She simply loved him one-sidedly. Even if he did not love her back, why should she blame him? Above all, Yace was too good. Inglili could not bring herself to hate him. She would sooner hate herself than become ugly in Yace's heart. Since that moment, I have known what I must do. She had thrown caution to the wind. Zitsuin Sapansai Yinglili. I will love him with my whole heart, trust him utterly, and strive without end. Even if there is no response, in the end the memory of this love will be my most precious thing. Inglili would never waver in this. Even if an enemy master leveled a gun at her, she would not renounce her words. As for why, the blonde girl smiled at Sanjiu. For a moment, even the sun could not match her radiance. If you love someone so good, shouldn't you strive to become better for him? Incidentally, Inglili ought to be grateful that BB showed some tenderness in matters of a young girl's love. After all, BB was a Sakura-class servant, and the conversation between her and Sanjiu had not been broadcast into the everyday world. Otherwise, the golden-haired girl would have had to move off the planet overnight. After exchanging ideas with Bikuguba fan Qingmu, Chung did not immediately gather the others. It was late, and everyone needed rest. These things are important, but not urgent, so they need not be acted upon at once. Having said so much, you should first consider your own affairs, Bikuga-kun. Qingmu Chung thought Bikuguba fan a good man, yet with fatal character flaws. After all this time, you don't ask me about the servant I summoned for you. Always worrying about others while neglecting himself. That without doubt was Bikuguba fan. While Bikuguba fan instinctively averted his gaze, I am not in danger now. Qingmu-kun, you must have thought that if you did not mention it, the timing was wrong, so there was no need to make an issue of it. Such evasiveness, typical of you, Bikugu. Qingmu Chung resolved not to skirt the matter. Leaving decisions to Bikugu was unwise, though he excelled as an executor. Given past experiences, Bikuguba fan always lacked a certain confidence, painfully downcast. Do not trust me too blindly, Qingmu Chung said frankly. I make mistakes too. After all, we are all being thrust into this hastily. Since it has come up, now, there's no time like the present. Let's prepare the summoning ritual immediately. Even if only formal, they must go through with it, since that was how it had been arranged before. Oh, Bikuguba fan was wholly unprepared for Qingmu Cheng's briskness. You need this power as well, do you not, Bikuga-kun? Qingmu Chung said plainly, not only to protect yourself, but to realize your ideals. You want to help the androids, do you not? If you do not even have a servant, then regrettably, you never had the right to step onto the battlefield from the start. Bikuguba fan fell silent. He knew intimately the pain of powerlessness, how when faced with certain apparitions, all his thoughts seemed utterly useless. I understand. Thank you, Qingmu-kun. Qingmu Chung shook his head. No need for thanks. We are comrades. But, the black-haired youth said earnestly, I hope Bikuga-kun can be a little more candid in future. I'm not good at riddles. The riddle maker, Bikuga's face flushed. To know. Is this correct, Aoki-kun? This was Hachiman Hikagaya's 23rd inquiry regarding this question. The one being questioned held a piece of parchment pondering in a tone reminiscent of a corporate superior pointing at a spot and saying, "This part is slightly off, let's revise it, Hikagayakin." In that moment, a flash of white light seemed to appear before Hachiman Hikagaya's eyes. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to smash the corporate superior's head. There was no choice after deciding to deal with Hachiman Hikagaya's servant first. Aoki Makoto promptly instructed Taigong Wang to teleport the two to the wilderness. Then, as Hachiman Hikagaya trembled in the night wind, he threw him a chicken and a piece of parchment. To properly summon a spirit in the Holy Grail War, you need to draw a summoning circle. Congratulations, Hikagayakin, you are the first to enjoy this privilege. For your future servant, please make sure to draw the summoning circle beautifully, and remember to memorize the incantation. When the time comes, shout it out loud so that the spirit can see your resolve and sincerity. Aoki Makoto spoke with serious intentions about the spectacle, though he was genuinely curious, as it was his first time witnessing someone summon a spirit. Even if the outcome was predetermined, the process was still quite interesting. Moreover, linking to the greater Holy Grail through the formal ritual had other benefits. After all, kissing a man, even if it was one's own alter ego, felt quite odd. However, if he could seize the greater Holy Grail, future contracts might not require kissing at all. Aoki Makoto felt quite good about this. The moment Hachiman Hikagaya understood the summoning circle and the incantation, the corners of his mouth turned down slightly. Do I really have to shout out such a cringeworthy line? If it were Rika Takarada, her eyes would surely sparkle, but Hachiman Hikagaya. Forgive him for never having been cringy, or rather for always being an invisible cringy person rejecting all attention. Yet the path was chosen by himself. Hachiman Hikagaya felt that Aoki Makoto would definitely not deceive him. The key was that even if he were deceived, he wouldn't be able to discern the truth, as in his understanding only Taigong Wang knew the specific ritual. Thus Hachiman Hikagaya knelt on the ground, sticking his butt up, diligently starting to draw the summoning circle. Then, due to poor craftsmanship, he was sent back by the corporate superior 23 times. After all, a perfect circle cannot be drawn just because you wanted. That summoning circle was quite complex. This repeated hassle made even a laid-back person like Hachiman feel an impulse to strike someone. Is this the summoning circle for summoning a spirit? I love it. I'm going to draw one right away. No fear for the art major. Tamamono me momiji aichi, and so on. Here I come. What's the incantation? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Why isn't it being live-streamed? I'm almost done drawing the summoning circle. Wow. The speed upstairs is incredible. Am I the only one who finds his drawing of the summoning circle a bit funny? I'm really curious about which servant he will summon. Moriarty. Moriarty. If Sherlock Holmes exists, then Moriarty must also exist. Nobunaga has appeared, so getting Yusuji Kenshin should be reasonable. No neon spirits, bring me Charlemagne. Arthur has appeared, so asking for Richard the Lionheart is not too much, right? Boring. I want to see a fight. Spirits fighting is so cool. Hachiman Kamachi, watching her brother's embarrassing state from in front of the screen, silently covered her face. What to do? It felt as if her brother would die of embarrassment if he knew all this was being broadcasted worldwide. Stay strong, brother. Hachiman Kamachi secretly prayed, hoping her brother wouldn't flee the earth the moment he returned. Unbeknownst to Hachiman Hikagaya, who was still being tormented by the corporate superior in another world after ruining about 10 chickens, Aoki Makoto finally begrudgingly acknowledged the summoning circle. Hachiman Hikagaya felt exhausted, yet he had to continue. After several rounds of mental preparation, he finally squeezed out a sentence. Aoki-kun, could you not watch me? It would be best if you stepped far away and came back after I'm done summoning. After all, it's really embarrassing. Hachiman Hikagaya wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Aoki Makoto said seriously, I've talked to Lion Kinkin. Off. Hachiman Hikagaya didn't understand why the topic had shifted here. Lion Kinkin said that in many subtypes of the Holy Grail War there have been masters who were summoned only to be killed by their servants. Aoki Makoto's gaze was sincere. After all, this generation's black assassin Jack the Ripper was indeed a standout capable of challenging Oda Nobunaga for the fastest time to eliminate their own master. However, since Hachiman Hikagaya was summoning his own alter ego, this issue naturally did not exist. But forbidding him from enjoying the spectacle was a sin beyond forgiveness. And besides, he wasn't lying. Come on, Hikagayakin. Hachiman Hikagaya's dead fish eyes were about to break. This was too dangerous. Could he really be killed by his own servant? No, it can't be. I've already prepared for the summoning. What if I really get killed? I looked at the Sherlock Holmes collection I placed in the center of the summoning circle. No problem, I'm safe. Haha, aren't you afraid of summoning Moriarty? Professor Moriarty isn't a combat type. Right. Ladies, I'm contemplating the figurine I placed in the center of the summoning circle. I have an idea. I'm coming too. My Alicia, here I come. Wake up, you can't summon a spirit at all, let alone a two-dimensional character. This is a threat, isn't it? Hachiman Hikagaya's shoulders slumped, his dead fish eyes filled with despair. Alright, please help me keep an eye on things, Aoki-kun, and Ryder, thank you. Although he severely doubted that Aoki Makoto had a bit of a dark sense of humor, Hachiman Hikagaya still believed he wouldn't deceive him regarding such matters. Speaking of which, if he summoned some Bluebeard and was immediately killed upon summoning, that would also be quite normal. For the sake of his own life, Hachiman Hikagaya had no choice but to suppress his sense of shame and let Aoki Makoto and Taigong Wang watch. However, he did not know that the entire daily world was watching him, and he thought he would want to die on the spot. Hachiman Hikigaya took a deep breath, recalled the incantation once more in his mind, then set down the parchment and extended his right hand. There was no command seal on the back of his hand. This was something Aoki Makoto had forgotten. However, this summoning ritual was merely a formality in line with his earlier statements. Fill to the brim, fill to the brim, fill to the brim, fill to the brim, fill to the brim. Hachiman Hikigaya used his loudest voice, fearing that if his voice was not loud enough, it would have no effect. Fortunately, as he recited the first line of the incantation, the summoning circle emitted a red glow. Holy shit, it's really coming. Quick, remember the lines. Hachiman did not pause and continued reciting. Cycle upon cycle, next is the 5 at the time of fullness is the moment of abandonment. Proclaim, your body beneath my command, my destiny entrusted to your sword. In response to the call of the Holy Grail, those who follow this will and reason answer me. Here I vow, I am the one who accomplishes all good deeds in this world. I am the one who conveys all malice in this world. The 3 great words will entwine you for 7 days, crossing the wheel of suppression appear. Guardian of the scales. As Hachiman Hikigaya shouted smoothly, his back was already drenched in sweat. He was actually doubting whether any spirit would be willing to respond to him. What if it turned out to be a super weak one? What if it really wanted to kill him right off the bat? Hachiman Hikigaya felt completely insecure, just like being in a deep and deadly gacha pool, with only a call to summon. The chances of pulling an SSR were minuscule, and most would be your cards. Furthermore, he had no confidence in his own luck. Of course, Hachiman Hikigaya did not know that all his wild thoughts were useless. Aoki Makoto had already decided on his servant long before during their exchanges. Aoki Makoto had already determined that he would correct this guy's riddle-obsessed bad habit, making him brave and strong. Hopefully. Thus it must be that one. When Hachiman Hikigaya finished reciting the last line, a red spiritual light shot up into the sky, and he couldn't help but squint. When the red light receded, Hachiman Hikigaya saw a slender and graceful figure appear on the empty summoning circle. I come from the land of shadows. My name is Skathack. You may call me Master. The tight black leather outfit accentuated the perfect figure of the person, especially the large heart-shaped area at the chest, and a pair of long, powerful legs intertwined with some ambiguous black ropes, making Hachiman Hikigaya blush and unsure where to look, only able to divert his gaze. Her deep purple hair cascaded down with a palm-sized face concealed by a black mask covering the lower half, revealing only a pair of stunning crimson eyes, with their outer corners slightly raised, exuding both authority and heroism, as if they could pierce through one's soul. The Dark Queen held a pair of crimson long spears, her tall figure standing just slightly shorter than Hachiman Hikigaya's 172 centimeters height, yet her proud demeanor fit for a queen made her appear to look down upon Hachiman. Her tightly toned muscles revealed that she was no mere queen seated upon a throne, but a ruler who fought on the battlefield. She was both a warrior and a queen, the guardian of the land of shadows, Skathack. Skathack, does anyone know who this is? It seems to be the queen of the land of shadows from Celtic mythology, who once taught the great hero Shuchiin. I haven't heard of her. Is she strong? From the myths, she should be quite formidable. Strength is not the main point, the focus is a beauty. Let's get closer. Wow, what a figure, I love it. Such bold attire, queen, step on me. Hey, you up there, put on some pants. Hands off the keyboard to prove my innocence. By the way, isn't she the only female heroic spirit so far? And so beautiful, damn it, Hachiman Hikigaya, you lucky bastard. I admire her, Hachiman Hikigaya, you are doomed. Hachiman Hikigaya recognized this queen. During a previous training session, he had delved into her legends. A warrior from the Celtic Ulster legends, a queen. The queen and gatekeeper of the alternate realm, the magical realm land of shadows, a genius in spear techniques and rune magic. Skathack closed the gate of the land of shadows, wielding her immense power to command the countless spirits within. At the same time, Skathack was also the teacher of the great Celtic hero Shuchiin, gifting him with his beloved magical spear, and later taught Shuchiin's son Comlake. In every aspect, she was a top-tier servant, and Hachiman Hikigaya had undoubtedly drawn a good card. However, when Hachiman faced those scarlet eyes, the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. It felt like being targeted by a significantly enhanced Shizuku Hirasaka, whether it was her authoritative presence or her overwhelming power, even considering the fact that she was a woman of a certain age. Well, let's skip that part, but Hachiman had a dreadful premonition about the future. Moreover, Skathack's beauty exuded an aggressive aura, as if that crimson spear in her hand could pierce through his heart at any moment. This instinctively gave Hachiman Hikigaya, who was completely inept at dealing with women, or anyone, an urge to retreat. Not to mention, Hachiman keenly sensed that Skathack was from an entirely different world than his own, someone he had always been most averse to, proud and self-aware, understanding better than anyone that she was different from mortals, a born ruler. It was alarming. She looks rather slender, as she doesn't seem like a powerful warrior. Skathack swung her long, fit legs, stepping in gracefully and agilely, making not a single sound. But in contrast to her cat-like cunning figure, her back was straight, chin slightly raised, exuding pride and entitlement. Are you the one who summoned me? Skathack's crimson eyes captured Hachiman Hikigaya's figure. Hachiman was extremely nervous. Yes. Yes. Once you answer, there's no need for hesitation. Skathack's voice was sharp. Yes. This time Hachiman's voice was loud, but inside he felt utterly crushed. Indeed, this servant was simply an enhanced version of Shizuku Hirasaka. Hearing this, Skathack nodded slightly, somewhat satisfied. That's somewhat acceptable. Tell me your name. Skathack said in a commanding tone. My name is Hachiman Hikigaya. I am the one who summoned you. If possible, I hope we can get along well. Oh no. Hachiman Hikigaya knew right away that his stutter would surely displease Scat Hack. Sure enough, Scat Hack tapped Hachiman's back with her crimson spear. It hurt. Even though Scat Hack hadn't used any force, Hachiman still grimaced in pain, not daring to cry out. His instincts told him that yelling would only make matters worse. Unqualified. How can you hesitate in your words? Just as a battlefield allows no delay. Scat Hack's scarlet gaze locked onto Hachiman Hikigaya, pressuring him greatly. Since you are the one who summoned me to be my master, you must be someone I admire. Remember, I like those with courage. You cannot merely be a warrior, nor just exhibit brute strength. Only a warrior brimming with courage is someone I truly admire. At the same time, I do not like those without courage. You are my master, not a warrior, but at the very least you must become someone with courage. Do you understand? The last statement carried a hint of threat. I understand. Hachiman Hikigaya instinctively stood straight, even his usually hunched back straightened a volume of voice he had never used before. There was no choice. Hachiman Hikigaya, if nothing else, had a keen sense of people as Scat Hack was the kind of queen whose authority could not be questioned by anyone. If she were displeased, he would surely face physical discipline. Not bad. Scat Hack nodded and said matter-of-factly, I am the queen of the land of shadows, the ruler of alternate realms and magical domains. No one can stand beside me. But I have also taught many disciples, so Hachiman Hikigaya. As my master, you are also my disciple. I will teach you and help you become an exceptional person, so prepare yourself for that. Perhaps it was also Aoki Makoto's hope. Scat Hack displayed a certain teacher-like demeanor. Help. I feel like I'm being watched by the homeroom teacher. No doubt in the myth, Scat Hack taught some excellent disciples. Perhaps she is just feeling the teacher's itch. If my teacher were that beautiful, I'd be willing to pay attention in class just to gaze at her. Wishful thinking. Do you even think you could focus on class while you're busy drooling over her? Doge face. Don't joke. Don't forget, Scat Hack taught Kuchulin. If she holds you to that standard, you might as well wait for death. I suddenly feel sympathy for Hachiman Hikigaya, even if the servant is a beauty. At this moment, Hachiman Hikigaya, locked onto by Scat Hack, was sweating profusely, as if he could see a bleak future. So why did he come to participate in the Holy Grail War? He had imagined a servant like Astolfo, cute and friendly, not one who would Spartan educate him at the slightest provocation. However, he felt powerless to resist, and Hachiman Hikigaya also understood that Scat Hack was doing this for his own good. Even in his extreme dejection, he still had that realization. Understood. The resounding voice echoed the desolate heart of the great teacher. Ching Mu Chung watched the spectacle nearby, having already guessed the outcome. When it came to choosing a lancer, Ching Mu Chung had been wavering between Enkidu and Scat Hack, initially considering the young son Karna, but the emergence of the Holy Grail War made that option moot. Both Enkidu and Scat Hack were top-tier servants. Enkidu possessed the noble phantasm known as wisdom of the people, which allowed him to draw an inexhaustible supply of magical energy from the earth, and he was exceptionally strong and friendly towards his master. After all, Enkidu considered himself a weapon, and he would absolutely execute his master's will. However, since Ching Mu Chung had summoned Gilgamesh, he had to consider whether Enkidu's presence would trigger a chain reaction. Although Castor's attitude was to avoid Enkidu, he was still Castor. What if one day he suddenly drank a potion of youth and insisted on fighting? If Gilgamesh were to go berserk, Ching Mu Chung had no confidence in controlling Castor. Moreover, rather than worrying about the future, he needed to focus on the outcome of this Holy Grail War. In the external Holy Grail War, there was a particularly troublesome servant, and that was you, Achilles. This fellow with the vulnerable heel, aside from lacking attack power, excelled in all other areas, possessing the absurd noble phantasm flower of the unfading hero, which made him immune to divine attacks unless they reached a certain threshold. Currently, the only servants on Ching Mu Cheng's side with divine attributes were Gilgamesh and Sakata Kintoki, but Castor's compatibility with Achilles was not very good. Achilles also had the noble phantasm lance of the sky-soaring spear, which could trap opponents in an unknown-bounded field, rendering all noble phantasms useless and forcing combat to rely solely on physical prowess and stats. In terms of combat skills, it was hard to say anyone could definitively defeat Achilles. Even his teacher Chiron ultimately fell to his own student. As for Sakata Kintoki, first, his divine attribute was only D, and it was uncertain whether it would even take effect. Second, he lacked agility and would become an easy target, unable to keep up with Achilles' incredible speed. Regarding Enkidu, Ching Mu Chung mainly saw instability. As the Chain of Heaven, he indeed had the effect of a divine law, but Enkidu himself lacked divine attributes, and whether his speed could match Achilles was also unknown, given that they had never fought before. Moreover, Achilles possessed an overwhelming number of noble phantasms, including enclosing the world of heaven and earth, which could even withstand Karna's god-slaying spear. Enkidu's Chain of Heaven was powerful, but not a boundary-breaking noble phantasm, making it uncertain whether it could penetrate Achilles' defenses. In contrast, Scat Hack had numerous advantages against Achilles. Firstly, Scat Hack herself possessed divine attributes sufficient to inflict damage on Achilles. Her agility was rated A, combined with her god-slaying martial arts and rune magic alongside her ability to utilize various skills through her magical realm. She held a significant advantage against both Achilles and Karna, even Semiramis. Of course, Enkidu shared some of these advantages as well. He could freely adjust his own stats, evenly distributing them all to A. However, Achilles' lance of the sky-soaring spear was ineffective against females, meaning it couldn't be used against Scat Hack. On the other hand, Enkidu's gender was ambiguous. Qing Mu-chung had no complete assurance whether it fell within the realm of immunity. While he could adjust his stats at will due to his skill, it was also unknown whether Lance of the Sky-Soaring Spear could seal him. However, what troubled Qing Mu-chung the most was the unknowns. Ultimately, it was still Hikigaya Hachiman who made the choice for him. Even though it was his own avatar, Qing Mu-chung would not interfere autonomously, and generally, the heroic spirit operated according to its own nature. This meant that a compatibility between the master and the servant still existed. Enkidu preferred individuals filled with humanitarian spirit and authoritarianism, always considering themselves first. Hikigaya Hachiman was the complete antithesis of this type. Even if Enkidu's personality would not affect his obedience, Hikigaya Hachiman would likely feel quite uncomfortable. If it were to benefit Hikigaya Hachiman's growth, Scathach would undoubtedly be the better choice. Hikigaya Hachiman was undoubtedly talented, yet he had failed to fully realize this talent. Due to a lack of courage, he often played the enigma, and because of his overly self-deprecating nature, he frequently inflicted harm on himself to achieve his aims. By coincidence, Scathach did not favor the timid, and she was also an outstanding teacher. As Hikigaya Hachiman was her master, it meant that Scathach, referred to as a teacher, would guide Hikigaya Hachiman to muster his courage, cease being an enigma, and transform into an active participant in life, though that seemed unlikely. Qing Mu-chung nodded inwardly, believing that under Scathach's nurturing care, Hikigaya Hachiman would soon become a truly responsible man, shedding the bad habits of a riddle-maker. After all, riddle-makers should roll out of Gotham. Truly everyone has a bright future. Qing Mu-chung thought he was quite talented and decided to praise himself a little. Of course, if Hikigaya Hachiman knew what Qing Mu-chung was thinking, he might have wished for them to perish together. Hikigaya Hachiman was unaware that his tragic fate was due to the machinations of his own friend. He merely wore a bitter expression, his dead fish eyes growing increasingly devoid of life. He was then schooled by Scathach. Qing Mu-chung observed him straighten his posture, making an effort to widen his dead fish eyes to appear lively, seemingly wanting to show happiness, but it looked incredibly awkward. Thus Qing Mu-chung quietly averted his gaze. Hikigaya Hachiman, who sought help from his friend, thought, "I'm tired, I'll let it all end." Then Hikigaya Hachiman felt a powerful force pulling him over as Scathach held his hand, the bright red command seals tracing across the back of his hand. Hikigaya Hachiman felt a burning sensation on the back of his hand and instinctively touched it. Is this the command seal? Qing Mu-chung was immensely relieved, as the ceremony of the Greater Holy Grail combined with Scathach's mastery of rune magic meant Hikigaya Hachiman did not need to kiss to establish a contract like some others. Even if it was only a fragment of consciousness, even if it was just his avatar, he hadn't connected with it. However, just imagining actually kissing sent shivers down his spine. How strange, especially with him being right there. Scathach, wearing a mask, revealed only her crimson eyes, one of which held indifference, as she slightly nodded at Hikigaya Hachiman. Contract established. Though I never intended to form an alliance with anyone, I will temporarily guard you in this war. Of course, be prepared, and my standards for my disciples are quite strict. In response, Hikigaya Hachiman felt his heart crumble while still needing to appear spirited. Yes. What happened to him? He seems so strange. It was already the next day, and upon receiving a message from Aoki Makoto expressing a desire to meet and discuss previous matters, Shikigami Kagaya avoided the watchers of Turufa and entered the secret base, glancing at Hikigaya Hachiman with confusion, casually asking a question. It's no wonder Shikigami Kagaya would ask. After all, Hikigaya Hachiman's behavior was completely different from before. His previously slumped back was now straightened, and his dull, lifeless eyes showed a hint of vitality, though the deep-seated despair remained. Upon hearing this evaluation, Hikigaya Hachiman's expression seemed to crack momentarily, and he greeted Shikigami Kagaya. "Good morning, Miss Shikigami. Are you feeling all right?" Shikigami Kagaya's gaze was incredibly peculiar. Even though they had only spent a short time together, she could see through Hikigaya Hachiman's character. He indeed had potential, but he lacked confidence and courage. Overall, he barely qualified. For instance, even when greeting someone, Hikigaya Hachiman's gaze would drift, never making direct eye contact like he was now. Hikigaya Hachiman's eyes dimmed for a moment. He knew he was not suited to be an energetic young man. Haha, Hikigaya isn't sick, he's just been educated by an excellent teacher. Even if he was in disguise, Aoki Makoto wouldn't offend anyone. After all, women's personalities differ from men's. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't forcefully take control, so maintaining good relationships was very important. Not to mention that she was a woman over 1,000 years old. A teacher. Shikigami Kagaya was taken aback, then quickly reacted. He summoned a servant. By the way, Hikigaya Hachiman was the only one among them who summoned his own servant. The others directly signed contracts. Shikigami Kagaya's crimson eyes flickered. She was curious about how Hikigaya Hachiman summoned his servant and how it differed from their methods, but given the presence of Lion King, she refrained from asking. On the other hand, Lion King Jerry had already experienced setbacks and looked somewhat inexplicably weary. He couldn't comprehend how Hikigaya Hachiman, who had no servant yesterday, brought back a top-tier servant today. Was the subjugated Holy Grail War Aoki Makoto and their group participated in nearby? Speaking of which, that made 6 servants now, having seen Gilgamesh, but not King Hassan, and they were all highly skilled enough to flatten either the red or black faction. Yet despite the countless questions, Lion King Jerry did not show any specific expressions. As a hired hand, he had professional ethics and restrained his curiosity, not prying into his employer's affairs. After all, his task was merely to protect these young men and women, and the stronger the servants, the easier his job. He just felt that this Holy Grail war was truly dark. Millennia was really unfortunate. Lion King Jerry thought sincerely. Shocking. How did Hikigaya Hachiman transform from a lifeless guy into an energetic youth? LOL. Continuing from the above, just one step away. Teacher Scathack is watching you. So tragic, so miserable, who could imagine what Hikigaya experienced? Don't say anything. I used to think she had a great figure, and though I didn't know her face, I could tell from her eyes that she was beautiful, envying Hikigaya, and now. I can't move. As expected of Her Majesty the Queen, please teach me a lesson with your red spear, Scathack. Don't say anything, just lick it. Ugh, you're clearly lusting after others. How despicable. Go for it, brother, you must become a reliable adult. Wow, the legendary little sister has appeared. Indeed, Hikigaya Hachiman's tragic encounters were all seen by his sister, Hikigaya Kamachi. At that moment, she was dining with their father while commenting. Although I feel sorry for my brother, Miss Scathack will protect him, right? Hikigaya Kamachi was as clear-headed as her brother Hachiman. Compared to dying, being strictly educated isn't so bad, especially since Miss Scathack is doing it for my brother's good. I'm really looking forward to it. Maybe Miss Scathack can really help my brother pull himself together. Hikigaya Kamachi understood her brother all too well, yet at this moment, she felt a bit uncertain. Well, it should be okay. After all, if he doesn't change, he will face physical education, and Scathack is not a gentle teacher. However, as the saying goes, old habits die hard. Hikigaya Hachiman's future was bound to be tragic. Yes. Aoki Makoto smiled and answered Shikigami Kagaya's question. His expression revealed nothing of his inner thoughts, ultimately showing a sense of glee. He summoned a lancer. Shikigami Kagaya looked at Hikigaya Hachiman, her scarlet eyes inquiring. Hikigaya Hachiman's gaze was distant, silently looking aside. The queen of the Shadow Realm, Scathack. A well-proportioned woman revealed herself, her red eyes proud and spirited. I appear this time as a lancer. Hikigaya is my contractor. No matter the enemy, I shall pierce them with this red spear. Hello, Miss Scathack. Although they didn't match, while Shikigami Kagaya wouldn't err in her courtesy as a lady. Beside her, Sakata Kintoki seemed to gaze at Scathack for a moment. What's wrong, Kintoki? She had learned to subtly communicate with her servant over the past few days, and Shikigami Kagaya had a keen sensitivity to Sakata Kintoki. She is a strong warrior, Master Sakata, Kintoki remarked. She seemed to appreciate her. Shikigami Kagaya's thoughts derailed, her expression gradually twisting. She had not forgotten the main issue. Can we get to the main topic now? Shikigami Kagaya asked straightforwardly. Is there anything else regarding the previous strategy that needs discussing?